Hello there. I'm Artisan Kent, and I thought I would come through here today and talk to you guys about geek stuff and maybe Superman. I don't know. It's funny to me. All right. Good morning, you guys. You've now embarked on the hero's journey. I'm Artisan MC in real life and on YouTube. Like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. Banner across the bottom of the screen is for you, not me. And that's how most YouTubers get things done. So don't act like it's new and somebody's at is imposing upon you for anything. I started the show on time today because I've been awake since 6 a.m. because I went to bed early yesterday. I know, radical concept. It's new for me. I'm trying something different for this month that I am not on call. I will try to actually go to sleep early, whatever that means for a grown ass adult. And I got to turn Gabby off because she is distracted. Um, and maybe get some videos done. Just saying. So, see who's in here, and then I'll start this up. Shout out to the Malika Me Bang. What's good with you, Malika? Early bird in the building. Ilongo, I saw you trying to test my microphone. And if you guys can hear me clearly on a microphone, it doesn't sound like I'm walking down a hallway or yelling at you through a hallway, let me know in the chat. Give me a 1 or something so I can see if this problem is addressed satisfactorily. Shout out to Trust in the building. She's throwing up the deuces. What's good, Trust? The BTM. Sportaholic said, I definitely had you fooled. Perception filters. That's all it takes. Perception filters. It mixes up my face so different people see different things. They see somebody else they know and not me. What's good, beastly nerd? I almost tried to find you the other night, but you were in some shit I couldn't get into while I was streaming. So I just spectated for a little bit and watched how you were doing with Jean Grey. You were doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. My first out with Jean Grey was horrible. Ugh. Horrible. But I'm doing a little better. Trust says she can hear me clearly. That's always important if Trust can hear me clearly. I'm just saying. All right. So, 3 things on the menu today. I don't know if the thumbnail updated like it should have. I don't know if it did or not. Let me open that up. I just want to take a peek. Because I get the alert for the show starting, but I get the alert from the backup channel, not the main channel. Okay, another review I need to watch later. Along with shout out to Comics Explain. I watched Rob's video yesterday on Superman. And, he said he would go back and do a video on Mr. Terrific, which I thought was necessary before the movie, so people will understand who the hell that is. Because most people who love watching movies don't know. Don't know who the hell that character is. So their criticism is going to be based on a character they know absolutely nothing about. Like, I'll say this not because I'm starting shit, just because I watched his review. Just like Ernie's take on Icon being in the DC landscape now. You can tell a millennial when they start talking about what they know about Milestone Entertainment, Milestone Media, those Icon and Rocket characters. Just saying, you need to actually go back and read some of that older shit. But given your age, you probably won't. Even though you got the compendiums right there, you probably won't read through all of those. Just saying. don't see it. Bear with me for a quick second, folks. I just got to make sure YouTube is operating the way YouTube is supposed to be operating. Okay, it did get up there. All right, cool. Kool-Aid, cool beans, cool beans, cool beans. So, we are all here to talk about our Lord and Savior, Lex Luthor. A little bit of the super fast, less furious of F1, and how in a comic book medium you make a Caucasian woman the origin of all immortals. This motherfucker right here, man. What up, Dr. Stitch Gremlin? Boy. Dr. Stitch is in the building, y'all. So watch yourself. Watch yourself. Shit can go haywire. It's a goddamn gremlin in the machine. Okay, that's pretty good, Beast. We'll talk about that later because I do want to jump on Rivals again today because part 3 opened up. So, and I wasn't staying awake till midnight to wait for part 3 to open up on that Symbiote Storm stuff. But I do like the costume for Symbiote Storm, so I'm gonna try to get that completed. Excuse me, and done. So anyway, morning, senor. Morning, chica. Hola. All right, so thank you guys for coming here today. The monologue portion of this. I watched a couple of things this week, and since I have a couple of, free weekends, I think I can actually start getting through some of these shows that I have on my list to watch. And last night, I went ahead and watched Old Guard 2, which I wanted to see, but I was having a good time. Had played Rivals for a few hours and ran my errands, ate some good Thai food, came back home, was laying on my couch, just like, damn, I am really comfortable. This is really nice. I ain't eating nothing. I ain't wanting nothing. It feels really good right now. I just don't know what to do with myself. And it was about 7:45. It was early. It's still early. And I was like, what do I want to watch? I don't even know what I want to watch. What's on Netflix worth watching? What's out now? I don't know. I don't fucking know. And then my mother texted me again and asked me about if I had watched Old Guard 1 and 2. Was it based on a comic book? And I said, oh, that's right. Old Guard. So I told her yes, of course. And then I went ahead and turned on Old Guard 2 because I figured I had a couple of hours to kill before I actually wanted to go to sleep. So I flipped it on and I watched that. Now, it wasn't terrible. And since I was still coalescing my thoughts around Superman, matching it up to Old Guard was not close. They weren't even the same thing. Both comic book properties, but not the same thing at all. And for me, the biggest draw for watching the Old Guard 2 was watching the first movie, understanding that these people are immortals, and one of them has become mortal now. So what does that look like? So thankfully, it didn't happen. There wasn't that much of a time jump between the two movies. It's about 6 months or so to a year. And Superman movie, who Superman is functionally immortal to human means, unless you're somebody else or got some stuff on you like Metamorpho, can shorten that a lot. Make them really mortal real quick, which posed an interesting question I'm going to have to ask you guys about, just to make sure, to double check if I got it straight in my head, because I sensed the problem with the movie. So I'm like, oh, look, Dr. Rosie showed up. Hey, Dr. Rosie, somebody's in here using your picture and calling themselves Dr. Stitch Gremlin. I want to look into that. Might want to look into that. Definitely a gremlin in the machine. So I went ahead and watched the Old Guard too. And the main draw for me was seeing Uma Thurman and Charlize Theron actually having a fight scene. The Bride and Aeon Flux, or the Atomic Blonde, or anything else that she's done over the past few years, fighting with the Bride. Um, as much as I think people could complain that it's DEI and it's just feminist and shit, no, not really. All that shit was already there in the comic, in the first movie. So I was already on board to see part two anyway. Them throwing Uma Thurman into it and making her the oldest or first immortal. Yeah, I give a shit about that. I was more interested. Yeah, I want to see Uma Thurman fight with a sword again. That should be fucking cool. And sure enough, by the time you got to a fight scene with Uma and Charlize, it looked really good. It did. It was cutting a little too much, but you could tell it was still them there doing the movements and stuff like that. And I was asking myself a question while I'm watching these two skinny arm women fighting other men, each other. Why did I believe that more than some of the other stuff that I've seen recently? Like, I don't know, Ironheart and the Blood Siblings, who look beefier than Uma or Charlize. Why do I believe Charlize and Uma more than I believe those two characters in the Marvel show? I think it's because we actually know that Charlize and Uma do fight training, especially Uma. She just carried a whole movie doing that shit. Two movies at that. Fighting with swords and shit when nobody thought she would be doing that at all. Not at all. Didn't believe it. Wouldn't have believed it unless you saw Kill Bill. Then you'd be like, oh shit, that was her. Wire work and everything. Same thing with Charlize. She's done enough other action roles where she has been in it doing the action. The only one I haven't actually seen was Atomic Blonde. I didn't see much of that. But that was some over the top shit. It worked a lot better than Peppermint or Red Sparrow or any of the other shit that they came out with, but with some other chicks. I think it worked better than Proud Mary. Sorry, Taraji. Still cute. So I'm trying to puzzle and understand this formula of how we buy some of this stuff. Sometimes and other times it doesn't work at all. What is that missing component? And I think about that missing component when I think about Superman shit, right? So you're following this train of thought with me, right? While I could say that Superman was a good movie, my only hesitation in saying that is that I didn't feel anything emotionally from that movie. I felt nothing. And that's the part that gives me a hang up about saying that it was a good movie. What up, Dead Sick? My favorite cynic in the building. That's the part that gives me a hang up. Now, while I do like James Gunn movies, I find this one to be a bit odd because it didn't make me feel anything. Guardians 3 got everybody. I mean, everybody. And the character everybody was feeling wasn't even real. It's a voice actor and his brother in a green suit. But everybody was invested in feeling that shit when, poor little Otter on the wheels up into the little cage and shit. I'm like, Jesus. People was feeling it. Grown folks. Kids, yeah. Girls, yeah. Grown folks, grown men was feeling that shit. Like, man, they got me. Almost teared up. So to do that one and have me feel something from it, which was your last movie that he did, to watch the Peacemaker show and get I felt something out of that, that's his DC project, right? To watch Superman and not feel anything, I'm really checking myself. Like, was it just me? Am I just dead inside now? Am I? Have I finally hit that point? Because 53 is a couple months off, so maybe I'm just hitting that point where this is the part where the heart actually died, like the emotions have finally just cut off. Because I just didn't. I just didn't. I just didn't feel it. It wasn't too late. I went to see it right after work. I wasn't even fucking sleepy. I had my popcorn. I was in there chilling. I was good. I will say it's too many goddamn commercials ahead of time. But other than that, I was like, okay, I'm there for it. I already knew. I was there to watch the movie, and it probably didn't matter how long it was because I don't go in there thinking, man, I don't know if I can see this. This is like 2 hours plus. Well, I'm going to go home and sit on my fucking couch for the next 8 hours on a Sunday watching football. Just saying. It's all relative. So when I compare the two movies, one being the Old Guard 2 and the other being Superman, the only comparison I can make for the two of them, outside of them being comic book properties, is I actually felt something in the Old Guard 2. And those are immortals. Those people can't die necessarily. If you've seen the trailer for number 2, you understand that death is pretty close all of a sudden for immortals. There's reasons. But for the Superman movie, I don't really feel shit. Especially for the citizens of Metropolis. You know why? Because I felt they were fucking stupid. Because they all just stand around, mouth agape, looking at wholesale destruction of a fucking city and stand there just watching shit fall from the sky on their face. Superman! Fuck you. Get out the way. No self-preservation skills in this city? Jesus. That should make you lazy. Having Superman in your city must make you really fucking lazy. Because you're not doing common sense shit like getting out the way. I'm just going to stand in the middle of the park while he fights a whole fucking kaiju. What? I almost got stepped on. You don't get your ass out the way. This is where Hancock would have been useful. Like, bitch, move. Exactly, studio. What up, studio? Thank you. Somebody with some common sense in this bitch. Look, at least the ages run when they see Godzilla. They always beating feet the opposite direction. And that's how you know Godzilla is an asshole, because he be walking at him like, no, don't you run from me. He coming to get his squash on. That's what makes him an asshole. If you watch Godzilla -1, he was going out of his way to fuck with people. Out of his way. People wasn't doing shit to him. Getting away from him like, oh, you trying to run too? Nah. Atomic breath. How about this? Outrun this shit. He's a dick. And that's what made the movie good. Because then when the human beings got tired of his shit, like, look, man, we gonna finish this goddamn lizard off. We Japanese. We ain't playing that shit, man. Colder than samurai. Get it up. Then you understand. These Metropolitans? No. These motherfuckers always there in the way, standing up, looking at shit. If you don't get the fuck out of here, Like one of the dumbest things I saw in that movie was in the Superman movie, mind you, was they are evacuating Metropolis. And they show all these people jumping in their goddamn cars. You're not evacuating shit if everybody jumps in their cars in a big city. You're not leaving. You're in gridlock, dummy. Get the fuck out of your car and start walking. That's about the only way you have a chance of getting away from anything. Just saying. If it's not a life threatening emergency in a big city, you just a weekend, it's sunny outside. Gridlock traffic is a thing. You're not going anywhere really. Death imminent or impending, you definitely not driving. No, and it's not going to be no public transportation. You need to beat feet and get it the fuck moving. That shit was ridiculous to me. It's like, everybody jumps in their cars. They ain't going nowhere, so they all getting killed, right? The black and white version is epic. I bet it is. It's like a throwback, like watching one from the 70s. And just to prove a point, Godzilla -1. Did you feel something watching that? No superhero showed up to save those folks, but you fucking felt something. That shit was so emotional. Yeah, it was a kaiju in it, but you cared little. Like, man, Godzilla, get the fuck out of here, man. Stall him out. G-Bo, stall him out. No. You felt something. That shit was emotional. Emotional damage. Superman, I didn't feel anything. And that's weird. I find that weird. I can remember watching Man of Steel, Henry Cavill's first run at being Superman. What up, Herb, in studio? And I felt something when the world engine went to the other side of the planet and they start fucking up Metropolis and that little, I don't know, Bikini Atoll planet or islands. And he went there. Superman went there to try to stop that shit. I'm like, shit, he needs the Justice League. They need to speed them up. He gonna need some help. I felt something for Superman. Because I thought, this nigga gonna die. This is about to be the death of Superman in one movie, though. I figured out who I am. Now I'm gonna die today. That's what it looked like. I felt something. It was epic. The music was swelling. And even though you understand it's the start of a new Superman franchise, I felt something for the hero. Folks, like, he might not make this shit. Because people was dying in Man of Steel left, right, and center. There were people that did not get saved. And that was the biggest criticism. Oh, it was too dark. He didn't save enough people. He ain't fucking Superman. It's called the Man of Steel. This is Superman day one. First day on the job. Not even out of probation. Like, we just gave you the suit and the name tag and go save the world, homie. Felt something. This new Superman movie, he been Superman a while. There's been metahumans on this world for a while. There's been some conflicts that he's put down or whatever. You see him getting his ass kicked. Broke up a little bit. I still didn't feel shit. Didn't feel anything. Nothing emotionally resonated. Except one thing. One thing got me emotionally to where I had a reaction to it and was shocked a little bit. Two things. Let's be honest. The first one. Lex Luthor kills somebody. A regular fucking dude. Fucking falafel guy. And because he's trying to torture Superman while he has him imprisoned. Lex pulls out the revolver and shoots this fucking regular ass dude who gave Superman a falafel before in the head. Blows his goddamn brains out right in front of Superman. Now, at the time, Superman can't do shit about it. You know, he's in his human state. He's weakened and poisoned. But I'm like, damn, that was dark. But what sense did that make? Just to piss him off? You just gonna keep killing folks close to him just because you can? Oh, isn't that the same argument people hated in Ironheart when she was talking about why she made that suit? Because I can? That's a stupid ass reasoning. Well, Lex killing just random people because they were nice to Superman one time is also just because he fucking could. The only difference is he didn't say that. He just said he's going to keep going until he got to that reporter. That made no sense. I like my Lex Luthor villainous and scary, but not necessarily having to kill people himself just for the hell of it. Not for kicks, just, oh, what the fuck? I thought that would take longer. What? Down track to me. So I felt something for the falafel guy. That's what I felt something for. Like, damn, that was fucked. That was really fucked up and pointless for the character to do that. But okay, whatever. The next scene that I felt something on was in the fight with Ultraman, which I don't know how they get by with using Ultraman and not getting a copyright. Because I grew up on Ultraman and that wasn't fucking him. Just saying. I'm with you, Dad said. Gene Hackman is the GOAT. Like live action Lex Luthor, he's the OG Lex Luthor, just period. Whether you liked it or not, that's just how the shit rolled. That's OG Lex Luthor. Unless you go back to the George Reeves show, and I don't even remember who played Lex Luthor in that one. You have to look it up to see if he even showed up. But Hackman and Spacey, yes. Yes. In that order. Now, in the fight with Ultraman, Superman does something that seems very brutal, which is what I would expect a superhero or superhuman, or in the DC universe, metahuman fight to look like. Basically, Superman grabs Ultraman by his leg, his ankle, and he swings this motherfucker down to the ground, and he lands on his head sideways like it should be a broken neck, right? Superman then steps on said head and yanks that motherfucker again. I'm like, oh shit! Should have separated his fucking head and shoulders. That was a brutal move. I'm like, shit, did they get that from Mortal Kombat? That was it. That was the emotional feelings in the movie. Those two scenes. Two scenes where I was like, oh shit. That's it. Everything else, even the beginning scene, which we saw in the trailer, which I was kind of disappointed, was the beginning of the fucking movie. The next beat after that is Crypto jumping on him. He fucked up. He is beat up and crippled there already. Now, how he got that far, whether he got hit that far or he flew that far until he ran out of gas, is not clear. But what is clear is his ass laying in the snow. He got a broken leg and some other shit. Like, damn, somebody put a whooping on his ass. Right, Herb? The whooping that you want? They put it on him. What's up, Maggie? God, I got Maggie through here. Maggie never come through here. So I'm sitting there wondering, right, when Crypto is jumping on him because he called the dog, and the dog is trying to play with him and jumping on him, it's hurting him. It didn't make me feel it bad for him. It just made me laugh at him. That's it. I just laughed. Like, oh shit, this dog ain't got no sense, dude. No sense whatsoever. You hurt, it thinks you want to play, and it's jumping on you with its super strength and hurting your body because you are broke up. So, so I'm sitting there thinking about this that I should have had more emotional connection to events in this movie. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it spoilers or not, but Metamorpho's in there, right? That's in the trailers. That's not that big of a deal. One of the other things they threw in there that would make any DC stan, freaking geek out about is Metamorpho's son is in there, Joey. Okay, well that's kind of touching. Kind of touching. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's because I live in a post Mando and Grogu world. Protect this little green kid. Look, I don't give a fuck, man. Y'all really making me hate children nowadays. I actually love children. I'm really getting up to this point where I don't give a shit about kids now. They don't mean shit to me in a movie or otherwise. They don't. Okay, Metamorpho got his kid and got him out of there. I felt nothing for it. It was like a piece of a story thrown in there that was already happening that you're supposed to feel something about, but there was no lead up and not really a payoff for you in a sense, even when they get away and they just disappear into the darkness. Like, and that's it? Okay, I guess it didn't matter either. That's how you write them in, that's how you write them out, right? It didn't mean anything to me. It's just some eye candy that jumped up on the screen like a chick showing her boobies. Cat Grant. Just saying. What's up, Cyrus? Not the virus. Said to me, it was like all the consequences were Superman to bear alone. The enemy brutalizes him, so he has to overcome it. He's brutalized Ultraman and the engineer. They go, we can do this all day. Pretty much. Pretty much. That's why you get the moist Superman. He's getting his ass kicked. Yeah, Donnie Mac, they ripping Lone Wolf and Cub off to death. And then beating it to death. Just give me a remake of a Lone Wolf and Cub movie. You can get that together. Godzilla -1 was awesome. Do it in that style, showing some respect. A Lone Wolf and Cub movie should be awesome too. Because the rest of these pale imitations are just that, pale imitations. I like Mando and Grogu. I don't know what the movie is going to be, but I still have Mandalorian season 1 and 2 to enjoy. Just saying. Now, now, while Superman gave me nothing that I really felt anything about, Ogar did. To me, it's interesting, and you guys might find this really funny. You might say, I don't know where the hell he going with this shit. Just hold tight, man. Just, you're along for the ride. You're here on the bus. Just take the ride, okay? In Old Guard, there's two characters that's there. That's John and it's Nicky, right? And they're guys. They're homosexual guys, homosexual immortals who have been together for like 3,000 goddamn years. I felt more about their relationship and what it means to lie to somebody that has known you for 3,000 years about where you're going, how much that affects a relationship than Superman and Lois. I think I'm going to break up with him. I knew this would never work because he can't take a fucking interview. Ugh. Now, Joe had lied to Nikki. They went to Italy. They're gonna split up. The mission is done. They're gonna split up. And he told him, I want to be alone for a little while. Now, in the moral terms, I'm trying to think, well, what the fuck does that mean? You about to walk around the earth for like 100 years or what? What kind of long time are we talking about? Because it's definitely not going to be no regular mortal thinking of, okay, maybe I'll take a couple months. No, that might be a long goddamn time. So what? How long are we talking? Oh, I just got some stuff I need to do. Now, thinking that would work to somebody who's you've been that close to for that long of time, namely 3,000 years, is bullshit. That's going to raise alarm bells, red flags, smoke signals, all kind of stuff, right? It's going to set it off. But this is where the baseline of this shit is. It's just a relationship, regardless if it's two guys. It's just a relationship. And in relationships, shit like that happens. And it causes drama. Because then you got to wonder, what the fuck are they lying about? And they don't know they can't lie to me. I've paid too close attention for way too goddamn long. You can't lie to me. Something is up. So when Nikki and the Nile follow Joe and catch Joe where he's supposed to be, where he's going to meet somebody at, when Joe and Nikki come face to face, you're like, oh, so you just need some time alone. You're like, oh shit, it's about to go down. Nile excuses herself, and then you got two dudes having a conversation. Two people in a relationship having a conversation about why the fuck were you lying to me? What's going on here? That had more emotional weight, more emotional investment from me. And I'm not gay. I'm a lesbian. I told y'all that before. It had more investment to me in that show on Netflix than watching Lois and Clark give a bullshit interview in Lois's living room and him getting emotional and shit like that. It didn't work. It did not work the same. I didn't feel it. Somebody said it when I did my reaction about it. I didn't see the spark. No, I didn't either. I'm still trying to get over the fact that this is an unremarkable Lois Lane. That the only thing I can think of every time I think of this woman, like this is who's playing Lois Lane, I think of a black mop on her head, some funny looking nose, and big ass blue eyes. I'm like, this is not hot, dude. This is super extra regular Lois Lane. Grande Americano Lois Lane. I'm not feeling it. The interaction I wasn't feeling because I'm still thinking Superman sounds, or at least at that time, Clark, Kal-El, whoever the fuck he's supposed to be in that moment, sounds so fucking irritating. So this must be what guys today are like. Like, I don't know, in their 20s or 30s, because Superman's supposed to be 30-something years old, right? They say it at the beginning, all them threes, 300 years, 3 years ago, 3 minutes ago. He's supposed to be 30-something years old. Why can't you handle a conversation with the chick you've been dating for 3 months about you doing your own interviews on Superman? That don't work. Somebody's going to catch on. Yes, sportaholic, the sugar-free Lois Lane. Ain't even Splenda, man. Not even Splenda. No. Rob from Comics Explained had the same comment I did after seeing this movie. Cat Grant got your attention. Lois Lane could have been Cat Grant. He didn't say it exactly like that, but I picked up the inference. Cat Grant caught your eye. She caught your eye. Like, oh shit, who the fuck is that? This Lois Lane? In frumpy ass fucking clothes and big ass shoes, I'd have walked past her ass. Yeah, whatever. She wants an interview. What are you, a net reporter? Internet reporter? Ugh. You can't even wear some decent business fucking clothes. Jesus Christ. No. Wasn't doing it for me. Wasn't. Nigel was good. So Joe and Nikki's interaction emotionally had more weight, and you felt better when they actually kind of resolved that shit on why Joe was doing what he was doing, because he's bringing a traitorous immortal that they exiled in the first movie kind of back into the fold. He's been talking to this person. Now they're all immortals. They all know each other. They all been working together for hundreds of years. But they know this motherfucker Booker just did some dirty shit to us in the last movie, man. He got exiled. Why are you still talking to him? Because bonds like that don't break immediately, especially not after that long. Look, I'm living a regular mortal life. Somebody that you might have been fucking on 3 years ago can call you. You still have an interaction with them. You can. You put that in an immortal situation, this shit can go on forever. That's why I say immortal seems like more of a being immortal. It sounds like more of a curse than a blessing, especially if you're a vampire. So that's what makes it more interesting to me. An emotional situation, a relationship playing out over millennia is more interesting than this bullshit happening with this alien and a human being, who is super regular in every regard, except for her belief that she is super smart. I wasn't buying it. It wasn't even embarrassing. You didn't see me watching Lois and Clark on screen and see me covering my face like shit. No, I was just like, whatever the fuck. Whatever. I wasn't covering my face. I wasn't embarrassed for the movie. It was just like whatever. This is like pedestrian. This is really surface level conversation right here. Maggie, why are you talking shit? She said, only men could be together for 3,000 years. Women would in existence and get away from each other. Look, Maggie, go ahead and watch. If you have Netflix, I don't know how much TV you watch at all, but go ahead and watch Old Guard 2 on Netflix. And you'll see two women in a relationship for that long and what happened. Look, this chick came back. She's immortal. They pulled her ass from the bottom of the ocean, stuck in an Iron Maiden. You know what she came back upset about? The bitch she was in love with when she went in the ocean 500 years ago didn't find her. 500 years ago. She's still pissed. Like, bro. It's going to be on for life. It's going to be on for life. Her girlfriend didn't come back and get her after 500 years. Yeah, they ain't going to make it. But them two gay dudes been banging it for 3K, boy. Because if it work, it work. We ain't gotta tweak it. We ain't gotta do shit else. We ain't reinventing the wheel, man. It works. We do it. We hang out. We drink. We party. We do missions. We get to kill folks that's doing some dirty shit. We get to shoot guns. Travel the world. We good. We good. They probably can sit up and play Xbox together, not trip. Come on, man. I'm leaving. Where the fuck you gonna go? Where you gonna go? I'll find you, no matter how long it takes. Come on, man. Yeah, they couldn't hold it down like that. Be tired of each other after the first 2 years. Holy cow! So yeah, you want to laugh about that shit? Yeah, go watch that. That's exactly what it was. Because them two chicks had an issue, boy. They was separated. It's like you didn't come back and find me. Like, bitch, she ain't Aquaman. Like she's supposed to do in a time frame that your ass went into water. There wasn't no sonar. What are you thinking? You upset? Oh my god! Technology just now catching up to be able to find your ass. But you mad about the 500 years you had to be underwater until she did. Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That sounded so petty to me. I really did. Not until this moment, till I actually said it out loud to somebody, did I laugh about it. But it seems so goddamn petty to me while I was watching it in the old guard. Like, really, bitch? One small patch of ocean and you couldn't find me? 500 years? It took that long to get the technology to be able to find you, you dumbass. Why didn't you break through free? Jesus. Petty. Petty, petty, petty. Like, see, told you. Yeah, exactly. They look, well, have gun, will travel when we do it together, man. It's good. Whatever. What does it say? She knew she was in the ocean. Stay there, dumb. I'm gonna be me. Yeah. You went on, and that's what she was mad about. You went on with your life. You went on and had a life without me. The fuck she supposed to do? Sit by the harbor and wait for time to catch up so she can find you somewhere in the ocean? That's not even realistic. Yeah, she went on. Fucking hell, dude. Fucking hell. Anyway, that all that even goes to prove the point. That relationship between Andy and Olgard and Quinn and Olgard is still more interesting than the relationship between Lois and Clark in the Superman movie. Better done, more interesting. You actually feel something going on with them. Like, yeah, I can understand what that feels like. You lost your love for a while and then they came back. Yeah, I can feel that. Lois don't seem like she feels shit. Superman got his ass kicked in. Repaired, went out there and got beat up again. She don't seem like she give a fuck at all. She more want to, on the point of grilling him like you did something wrong. You can't be interviewing yourself. Yeah, you stopped the war, but so what? Well, at least she had 500 years of excuses. Malika, that conversation, you would not want to hear that lashing out. You would need to be immortal to sit through that fucking complaining session. That fucking yeah. I'm immortal, so I'm just gonna pour concrete in my fucking ears, keep from hearing this shit. Oh my goodness. In the old movies, Lois was more masculine and Superman was more feminine. Now he's feminine and she's a blank slate, which is the thing because Lois in the comics is supposed to be the daughter of a general, right? General's daughter. So she's supposed to have a little bit more grit and masculinity to her, right? Masculine don't mean she downplays Superman at all. And he's just a femme farm boy. No, he's never been femme. He's just he's just played as a little bit what women would call a beta male, right? That's why they don't pay much attention to Clark Kent. They don't. Clark is nice and everything else, but they don't pay much attention to him because he doesn't look like that guy. And he deals with Lois in that fashion. He's like, yeah, he cool, but he can tag along with me. Until She learned the secret identity. Then she understand the masculinity come out when the cape, when the underoos come out. Oh, it's there. Clark can be a dude. Yeah, he can. She ain't over masculine him the whole time, but she got enough spunk in herself that she can handle some shit on her own. If it came down to throwing hands, she'd probably be the first one in there, depending on the situation. Yeah, exactly, Charles. What's good? Super black man. He plays aloof. Exactly. Because you want that juxtaposition between what Superman is and who Clark Kent is. So nobody thinks the two of them are anywhere close to each other, right? This was the reason why I didn't buy Henry Cavill's Clark Kent as much because Henry Cavill was so big. There was nobody else around him in that cast that looked as big as his ass did. So in that world, if I'm looking at Superman right now on the screen and looking at Clark standing there, it would be a dead like that's fucking Superman. It'd be dead on. It'd be dead on. He's just too fucking big. You look awesome as the Man of Steel, but you can't pull off that Clark dude. You can't hide all that muscle. You need Anatoly to come and try to hide that shit. No, there's nobody else on this planet cut like that. Sorry, that got to be you. It just has to be you. So that was it. This Superman corn sweat, like I said, I don't think he had a clear delineation between when he was Superman and when he was Clark. It seemed like the same all the way through. There was no real mask. But most of the movie, he's as Superman. Most of it, he's as Superman. Now, I can tell you one of the scenes that should have worked really well for Clark was when they go back to Smallville and you get to see Mom Paul Kent and Clark has got his ass kicked and they had to bring his ass back home to heal. Somewhere somebody couldn't find him because although Superman has been on this planet for a while and he's been a hero for a while, nobody knows who raised him, right? Nobody knows about the connection between Clark Kent and Superman. Fine. So Lois flies Mr. Terrific's ship all the way back to Kansas, lands it in the field, and brings Superman in there. Nobody noticed, I guess. But the next morning, after he is, woken up or whatever, he's sitting out on the bench in front of the house, and Paul Kent comes out there. Now, I call him Paul Kent and not Jonathan because that's about how they made his ass. They made him a country fucking hick, which I hated. I fucking hated. Ma and Paul Kent are stereotypical country people, dumb hillbillies. And I'm like, this is fucked up. This is really fucked up. The old lady yelling in the phone, yeah, son, Paul said something. Get the fuck out of here. That shit was so offensive. Big mushy. Jonathan don't even really talk. He's like a fucking retard in the house. But then he's on the bench with supposed to be his son for a minute, and they have a dialogue that's actually pretty good. It's just off-putting in a sense to when I remember who the fuck this guy is, the actor is. Oh, this is the actor that has the shifty eyes. The eyes that shift back and forth, who's always played a crazy person in other movies he's been in. You want to see it up close and personal? Watch Constantine with Keanu Reeves. He's in that one. And they work that eye twitch thing that he has into the character. Up until that moment, Paul Kent was an idiot. He was. He didn't seem smart. He seemed dull as fuck. Martha, Ma Kent, she sounded like an old hick bitch. Like, oh my God, dude, this is terrible. What did they do to Jonathan and Martha Kent? The reason why, I'll just say for me, as a comic book geek, the reason we call Jonathan and Martha Kent by their first name is because we have a lot of respect for them. Right? Because their name is always said, first and last together. Jonathan and Martha is salt of the earth, cool ass people. Jonathan dispensing a lot of wisdom, a lot of wiseness for this alien child he had found in the damn, field somewhere. And Martha Kent is really loving and giving that same kind of energy to Clark even after Jonathan dies. Now, this is a huge fucking stretch from Diane Lane in Man of Steel, who was alone, yeah. But you still understood Jonathan, Martha Kent has some grit to herself. This mom, Paul Kent, was like, God damn, they must have found him when they was 50. Maybe 40. That shit was fucked up to me. That was really messed up to me. I was like, I guess they're going to kill them if they get another movie. They're going to have to die immediately to get them out of there. What up, Dr. T? Said that dialogue saved the Kents to some extent. I agree. Not the best actor choice for Paul Kent. Hell no. Hell no. Some bald, bloated, lumbering oof. Huh? You understand in the comics, this is the man that he names his son after. Mm-mm. Nope. Not buying it. Not buying it at all. Not buying it at all. What up, War Ready? And yeah, Diane Lane's wasn't scared of Zod. No. Fuck out of my house. Get off my land. Talk like a country American. Come out there with the shotty. Get the fuck off my land. We're here looking for Kal-El. I don't give a fuck who you looking for. You better get the hell off my land. He didn't give a shit. Motherfucker threw a whole truck through her house and she was still talking shit. Bruh. And then it was real stakes. He went to do something to her and Man of Steel showed up. Keep your hands off my mother. Get him, son. Take him to the learning tree. How'd that work? And he came back. Oh, what was she doing? Cleaning up house. Oh, I'll be fine. Survive worse. Oh, Charles, you didn't see it already? Bro, I was waiting on you. I would have devoted like 10 minutes of this show just for you to get your goddamn review. Because I told all these good people that you was the main person I want to hear opinion on the Superman movie. Because you the super stan man. You the super fan. I didn't even wear my Superman shirt today just because I thought your ass was going to show up to talk about the movie. You let me down, Corn Sweat. you let me down. Let me down, darkness. Let me down. I had to call Ultraman out. In Pocket Universe and come out, jump out the pocket and kick your ass. Just saying. Yeah, he tried to take him to the woodshed. Don't touch my mama. Yeah, thank you, JT. What's up, JT? Yeah, that's the line. You think you can threaten my mother? He's whipping his ass like a black parent. That had emotional stakes. It meant something. Superman fighting Ultraman didn't mean shit. Like, eh, whatever. What else? What up, Herb? Yes, Gunn turned the Kents into stereotypes. They're stereotypes. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Herb, but yeah, they're stereotypes. That shit was so insulting to me. It was like, I guess the holy shit. I guess I'm forgetting Bruce Wayne's dad's name now, but the Waynes are next, right? Thomas and Martha is next. Oh, I guess I can't wait to see what he do to them two motherfuckers. Ugh, good lord, that shit was insulting to me. To me, I don't write Superman comic books. I don't even buy Superman comic books all that often, right? But that to me is like that'd be like turning Uncle Ben gay. Like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, Maggie said, he's emotional, whiny, and emotionally complicated, even when in his underoos. Why does Batman get grit from hardship and Superman stares into the sun with tears in his eyes? It's a good question. Maybe he needs a good therapist. Can't tell you. But that's what people want to see, apparently. They want to see an emotional Superman. Okay, well, I saw a Superman who cries. Okay. Why? Because you couldn't save the person? The loss of life? Because you believe no one can die on your watch. You sound like you got Barry Allen's problem. Or excuse me, not Barry Allen's. No, it's Barry Allen's problem. That you can't accept that people die. And you would have a whole flashpoint event kicking off just to keep one person from dying. Hmm. Okay, maybe. Yeah, why or why should I give a shit about Tesha Marshall? Well, what's up, Lyon? Because she's a tall blonde chick that's kind of hot and she takes selfies and shit, right? Another unremarkable looking chicken and shit. Chasing after an equally unremarkable little dude, Jimmy Olsen, whose name for the chick in his phone is Mutant Toes. Like, ew. I never knew Tessmacher and Olsen had any connection to each other. Never knew that. My ex is Lex's girlfriend. Like, how's that? How do you even date in the same pools? Is she just an internet celebrity? Fucking Instagram girl? Oh my god. Because she dense as fuck. And I think you missed that in the original Superman movie with Christopher Reeves that Miss Tessmacher was not necessarily dumb. She was Lex's chick, but she was not necessarily a dumb, vapid photo hog. Okay. That's what this one is. That was irritating. If you want to compare two irritations, how people describe the Natalie AI in Ironheart as being irritating. No. Miss Tessmacher in this Superman movie is what irritating looks and sounds like. That was irritating. That could have been on the screen a lot less, or just completely cut out altogether and found some other, I don't know, clever reporter way of getting information to Jimmy Olsen to help crack this case. Because that shit could have been thrown away. That was off putting. Off putting. It was like I'm half thinking she was auditioning to be the new Harley Quinn. I don't know. It was just was not working. What did Lion say? Like, well, he wanted to do the "I respect women" trope. That's why the plot unfolded the way it did. Really? Is that what you think? Really? Oh, goodness. Anyway, I'm not doubting you, Lion. I'm just that what he was going for. Okay. Well, when she sent Jimmy the pics, that was their way of saying she wasn't as dumb as she appeared. Yeah, that's the way of saving it. Well, here's the thing. It begs the question if, because they never really said, was she doing that intentionally, or was it just, did it just happen to be that the information that they needed to stop this was in the pictures that she was taking? They never really clarified if she was doing that intentionally for some other reason. She did say she sent them all the pictures, but yeah, they're all selfies. Well, how else can you take pictures in this day and age or have a camera somewhere where nobody is looking at you like, what is this dumb blonde doing? Oh, she's taking selfies any fucking way. I'm not thinking about what she's taking a picture in front of. Okay, whatever. And yes, Dr. T, we in a complete agreement there. The original Miss Tessmacher was written a hell of a lot better. She was cool. She was attractive. She was cute. She'd give Lex some shit sometimes. Like, not as big a shudder as you're going to get when you try to lay that rock on him when he can see you coming from a mile away with his super peepers. Like, she would give him some pushback. But that's 70s, 80s, right? Late 70s, early 80s. That's how they wrote women. She can be feminine. She can give dudes some pushback. Let them know, like, you gonna fuck around and find out. You better have a plan for that. But Lex, my mother lives in Hackensack. Oh, really? Well, I'm gonna go get Superman out the water, dude. You gotta save my mama first. And let me get this kiss off before I take this kryptonite necklace off of you so you can go save my mama. Yeah, fuck California. My mama first. I don't think he combated anything. It was still a dumb blonde doing dumb blonde shit. Because she was not acting, she did not act like a dumb blonde when she was away from Lex. When she's in the alley with Jimmy, she's still a dumb blonde. The end of the movie. Running up on Jimmy, she's still acting like a dumb blonde. That's who she was. She was just scared, a scared dumb blonde, because she knew what Lex did to his last ex-girlfriend. How she ended up disappeared. That was it. Well, that's the difference in the acting. Gene Hackman is a different actor. He can get away with a look. He had that gravitas. Now, I will say this. I'm not shitting on Nicholas Hoult, right? I did like the majority of his portrayal as Lex Luthor. That confident, that in charge, that go in there and tell him what it is and have things together and whatnot. running people, I like that Lex, right? But my experience and the Lex Luthor that I really enjoy the most is the Lex Luthor that is fucking calm. I don't like my Lex Luthor irrational at some points. That doesn't make sense to me. Lex is super smart. That means he thinks further ahead. That would mean he's not getting emotional. Even if something did not go his way, I don't see him lashing out and being all emotional and shit like that. No. One of my favorite Lex Luthors, Michael Rosenbaum on Smallville, because that Lex was controlled. He'd be pissed, fucking with his daddy and shit like that. But when that character start growing into that older Lex Luthor shit, it would just be looks. It wouldn't be lashing out. Even when the Chrome Beretta came out, like, oh shit, yeah, he just shot a dude. Yeah, he did. He just killed that dude. And ain't freaked out about it at all in the least bit because he got this shit taken care of. Yeah, we need a pickup. Exactly, cold and calculated. Because if I got my Superman being emotional and emo, why the fuck do I need my villain being emotional too? So I'm just watching a tantrum between two rich kids? What the fuck? So the scene in the movie where Lex is losing his shit, it's funny. Yeah, I'll show it to you. Just so we're all on the same page. Just so we're all on the same page. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. There we go. There we go. Oh, and I got to look. I went into my gift folder and I found the perfect contrast for a villain. Which one seems to be more scary? Perfect contrast. I just can't show them to you both at the same time, which is stupid. All right. That's from the movie, right? That's Lex Luthor losing his shit when Superman escapes. That's Lex losing his shit. Now, it's well acted by Nicholas Hoult, but I've seen Nicholas Hoult be emotional. I've watched The Menu and some other shit he's been in. Right? This is something not going Lex's way. That's what it looks like. Something not going Lex's way in a James Gunn Superman movie. This is what the fuck it looks like. You remember what it looked like when Jesse Eisenberg found something wasn't going his way? He got real calm and looked at that chick real sternly. And the next thing she did was sit on her podium and see this jar sitting on her desk and turn it around and to say grandma's peach tea. That was his reaction. Now, you don't have to like Jesse Eisenberg, Lex Luthor. I thought that one was working for how scary that little young motherfucker could be. Because you didn't know what the hell was going to happen to you. That was frightening. This motherfucker lashing out like that? Oh shit. I know what's going to happen. He's going to end up killing some folks because he is unhinged. Now, if you want to contrast to a villain being bothered, you can tell me which one looks more frightening to you. Not that. There you go. Who knows what that is? Recognize that? That was from Supercell. Another Netflix show written by some black dude, not even a comic book writer or a movie writer. Well, he is kind of DJ, whatever the fuck. What was his name? Not Razor. He was God damn, I'm forgetting his name. But he was the big bad. Craze, yeah. Thank you, Malika. It was right there on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, that was Craze. Does he look bothered? Does he look bothered? He looking at us like, nigga, what the hell you say to me? And he's sitting there. If you know the scene, it was a tense scene. He was unbothered. That character ain't a millionaire, or excuse me, billionaire. He don't look phased at all. So what is it? Is it the actor's portrayal of who that character is supposed to be, or is it the direction? I don't like my Lex Luthor losing his shit, throwing stuff. You know what I did like my Lex Luthor? When he was sitting in his office and Superman came in there flying off the fucking handle, throwing his desk and shit like that, and Lex is just sitting there calm as fuck. Hey, what's going on, Superman? Calm as shit. Superman being emotional and irrational, throwing shit, yelling at him and stuff. And he's sitting there chill as fuck, drinking his coffee right in his damn face. No, I haven't even seen a little mangy looking dog with a red cape. What did you say? He said, fuck you, is what he said. It's exactly what he said. That was cool as shit. That was. That other shit, when he was losing it? No, that wasn't it. Man, I forgot about Clancy Brown as Lex Luthor. That voice, though, that's what gets it over for Clancy Brown. That voice, that resonant. That's the damn Kurgan, man. Kurgan Luthor is a problem. Okay, animated or not, Kurgan Luthor is a problem. You're Superman. I can't even do Clancy Brown voice. Kurgan Luthor is a problem. I'm just saying there can be only one. Yeah, megalomania does not have to show megalo emotional. Exactly. But what he did in that moment, since Superman escaped, he lost his shit. He started throwing cups and ordering people to pick them up. And as soon as they picked them up, he knocked that shit over again. That's childish. Funny, not scary. There's the difference. It worked for a funny scene of how people in power treat people that have no power or they see as beneath them, to have them do menial shit. Like, I can't remember what scene it was in the movie that the villain was pissed off. He was like, "You slap that man." And he had one of his henchmen slap the other henchman for him because he wasn't going to touch the dude. That shit was hilarious. It wasn't scary, though. Hilarious, not scary. There's a difference. For me, I want my Lex Luthor to be an undercurrent of terrified. You should be scared of him. That the day you see him lose control is probably the day you die. Because you never that kind of person that's that smart, very calculating, very cold and very calculating. Not as cold as Brainiac, because he's still a human, but very cold and calculating. Ruffling that dude's feathers would be you had to do something that he couldn't predict your ass was going to do. And Superman escaping might be one of those things, especially since you left him with another person in a cell. Seems like all you got to do is kill that dude, right? Or that dude, get to that dude, and that dude have a change of heart, and then he's free. That should have been part of your plan. Clancy Brown's Luthor didn't even acknowledge him as Superman. He called him the alien. Exactly, because that's his disgust with him. Fucking alien. The alien. He kept it in the forefront of people's mind of what the hell he is. He could be super alien. That ain't a man. Yeah, green and purple suit. Luthor is a killer. I don't put killing anybody past Luthor. Luthor will kill people. He will. Just the way Luthor did it in this movie was kind of foul. It's kind of foul. Just out of nowhere, random as fuck, for no reason. That make him seem like the psychopath, mad dog killer type. Just wanted to kill somebody to kill somebody. And the lower on the totem pole, the better. That's bothersome to me. Not that type of character. It might work for a Joker, and we wouldn't question it at all. Because Joker kill a lot of people. Does not work for Luthor, because that's not how he operates. Make sense? Shit, I'd even give it to Black Manta to do that to somebody. But it would have to have a reason. Not just for the kill. Just for the kill. It'd have to be a reason behind it. So, while I like Nicholas Hoult as an actor, I liked majority of his performance as Lex Luthor. That uncontrolled, unhinged shit, I did not like. That was the part I didn't like. And that's where some of this is on this movie is coming down to me. There's emotional, not even emotional moments. There's emotional performances in that do not work. Does not work. Superman losing his shit in the interview session with Lois did not really work for me. Because you're not getting the real underpinning of why the hell you care so much about human life. Why does it matter? Why? So the other thing was there's a moment in this which gets to what you saw in the trailer, which is some regular Metropolitan. I know I'm not saying that right. Trust, don't crucify me. Throwing a can and hitting Superman in the back of his head, and why that situation was even happening. And basically, Lex turned the media and the internet against him. Superman was being canceled. Now, as I say that, I realize my criticism will probably fall flat here. Is that I thought initially that happened too damn quick. People turned on him way too quick because a video came out and Lex Luthor said it was authentic. Some other people he had investigated said it was authentic. How did they translate this shit? You know, you got Mr. Terrific here, and he couldn't translate it. How the fuck did Lex and his crew of idiots decipher it? Because either Lex's team is a hell of a lot smarter than Terrific, or Terrific couldn't figure it out. Help them out. So you need some knowledge scaling in this shit. So you understand the levels of genius and how that shit works. How intelligent certain people are. Yeah, Reeves handled Lois a lot better. Even as Clark. Even as Clark. The reason Lex doesn't wear a mask in his suit is because he wants you to know who did it to you in your final moments. Exactly. He got an ego. Lex got a fucking ego. You don't need to cover his face. You ain't gonna lay a hand on him. You ain't gonna lay a hand on him. I want you to see it. The same ego Moon Knight got wearing that white. I want you to know I'm coming. I want you to see me coming. And no, there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. What up, AB? Hey, Bizzle. Now, what was it? What was the part I was just saying? So basically, Lex turned the media against Superman, right? By leaking a video. Imagine that. And because he said the translation of said video was accurate, Superman was here to conquer us and to have a harem. Now, Lion, this is the part where he's trying to show his thing for women. This is his part that James Gunn is trying to strike his blow for women being valued and shit. Because the whole hinge on this media campaign to cancel him is about the fact that people now believe, because Lex told them it was said in this video, that Superman was sent here to have a harem of women. And his mother, Laura L., is the one who said this to him. Told him, my son, yes, you can breed with them and make our race all over again. Like, what the fuck? So everybody hung up on the fact that Superman's trying to have a harem. I'm like, who gives a fuck? And then you go over to some other Arab countries where these motherfuckers is complaining about this shit. Like, what? Is this what we hanging our hat on? The world hates Superman because he's supposedly supposed to have a harem? Because his mother sent a message with a baby about having a harem? Get the fuck out of here, dude. That doesn't even make any sense. One of which, because the parents already know that by the kid getting there, he's going to have superpowers. He's going to be like a god amongst mortals. You can't breed with these motherfuckers. Kill them chicks. Ever heard of super sperm, you dumb dead Kryptonian? Yeah, so send them with some ones, right? That was so dumb. The whole world mad because, he was supposed to be here and trying to have a harem. I don't see a bunch of men on this planet being upset about that shit. I don't see that. Like, oh, damn. So, damn, how big of a harem could you have if you was a super being? Damn, does it work the same way? Do the parts work? Can you do that without killing them? I don't know, bro. Who's signing up for that? She gonna have to have airbags between her legs. Look at Herb say, yeah, that part didn't make sense to me. Mr. Terrific has recently been classified as the smartest person on Earth. I was waiting for the part where everybody figures out Luther's faked the video. I was waiting for that too. How do they know? Here's the thing too. The way they even got this video is kind of bullshit. And it comes in the form of how they screwed up a character for me. Okay? The engineer in this movie was fucked up. I was initially excited to see the engineer from the Authority in this movie because it's James Gunn bringing in those Wildstorm characters that I like into regular DC stuff. Okay, fine. The engineer is the first one showing up from the Authority. Cool. That was not her. They had her created by Lex making some nanites and shit. I'm like, no, it's not how that works. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, she's just a humanoid nanobot at this point. Okay, whatever the fuck. Fine. Fine. She hacks in to the computer system in the fortress. Don Peters got his wish. Lex in the fortress again. She gains all this information from technology she has never seen before in languages she does not understand and is able to decode it and fix messages that the Kryptonian robots in that fortress could not fix. That makes no goddamn sense. If Kryptonian technology is so many hundreds of years advanced in human technology, Lex could not have made a nanite that would have been able to decipher that shit, especially figure out a language that's never fucking heard before, that doesn't exist on this planet. Bullshit. So the Kryptonian robots in their own system couldn't fix the message, but your bitch ass showing up with human-based nanites could. Are we just going to throw all kinds of abilities on the nanites now, right? We don't understand what that shit actually does? That they're just little robots? Okay, so they translated a video from an alien species from their alien computer system because Lex was able to make some nanites and put them on some woman. No, absolutely not. But Mr. Terrific couldn't figure it out, who has advanced technology that he has developed. This is the same Mr. Terrific who was having a hard time breaking into Lexus systems. Don't sound too terrific at that point, do you? You sound like Mr. Almost There. Just all right. Top of the class. No. Yeah, them even getting the videos off. Yeah, like this shit just playing on repeat. Like this is the welcome message to the fucking Fortress of Solitude. Bradley Cooper L. And I forgot what the other chick's name was. Halfway looking like Lady Gaga. Talking in something that sounds like Italian. Like, okay, that's fine, but you should have never been able to decipher that message, ever. Kryptonian is not some shit you just throw in a computer and it spits out, oh, this is what it means. No. No, 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 no. You know, one of my favorite characters from the Smallville show was Dr. Virgil Swan. And if you a Superman buff, you know who Dr. Virgil Swan was. And Dr. Virgil Swan came in about, what is it, season 2 or 3? I think it was maybe 3 or 4. And he was able to read a message to Clark that Clark had been seeing his whole life, didn't understand what it meant. And Dr. Swan translated it for him because Dr. Virgil Swan learned how to read this shit. Because even Clark couldn't. You remember, Clark didn't go to school on Krypton. He didn't attend kindergarten and pre-K on Krypton. No, nigga. Clark is human smart. Because that's where he was educated. I don't give a fuck how much you think baby Einstein was playing on his ship here. No. They were sending his ass with home videos and talking to him about what the planet was. Not talking quantum physics and shit like that. That'd be good for putting the baby to sleep, not educate. Now, there is no Virgil Swan in this Superman movie. So who the fuck knows how to speak or decode Kryptonian with no Rosetta Stone to start from? That doesn't make any sense. I understand the movie had to keep going, but that shit didn't make any sense. Kryptonian tech is thousands of years more advanced than Earth's. Exactly. That means you ain't cracking it, nigga. That don't mean you're gonna be there for 30 minutes and gonna crack the code and decrypt this message and then fill in the missing piece that are fragmented and were damaged for over 30 years. But you just caught up all of a sudden. No. Ruined the engineer for me. Ruined her. I would not look forward to her in an authority movie now, which I am waiting to see if he can pull one of those off. If he can pull off an authority movie, I'd be interested in seeing that. That was one of the few things he announced when he took over that I was like, oh, I'd be interested to see that, James. You do teams pretty well. Let's see. I don't think the world ready for the authority. I don't think they want a drug addict superhero on the team, dude. I really don't know how you're gonna put that on screen. I can see the homosexual Superman and Batman characters on screen. Yeah, they can do that. They can do the lesbian chick shit. Yeah, we do that already anyway. That's not a big deal. But you're gonna put the whole drug addict on there, and they all gonna be on the same team? You're Daisy if you do. Pay to see it. Yeah, Lion. Thank you. Thank you for pointing it out because somebody else watched Smallville. Even Dr. Swan admitted it took him years to decrypt it, even with all his resources. Exactly. And if y'all don't know, the little Easter egg in that Smallville season 2, Dr. Swan is Christopher Reeves. And he is explaining to Tom Welling's Clark Kent who he is. Kal-El. And he's given him the Superman origin. It's a beautiful thing. Saying it just now, it gives me, kind of like goosebumps. Because it's the man that is my Superman, even in his paralyzed state in a wheelchair, giving game to this version Superman, who is not Superman yet, and telling him his history, his legacy, where he comes from, and being able to pass on to him knowledge that he does not have. It was awesome. I love that Smallville shit. I do. I own every box set except the very last one, except that season 7. Watch that shit every week with the family. That was must see television. Ain't all bad shit on the CW, nigga. Charles says physically Kryptonian, culturally human. Yep, subculturally American Midwest. Exactly. That's my joke about how smart is Superman. Oh, he's super smart. No, he ain't. He was educated here on Earth. You get that, right? And he does not hold any advanced degrees. If Superman was in the real world right now, Dr. Tia-san and Maggie and Rosie will all be accredited higher than him already. How you gonna argue with him? PhD, motherfucker. Shut up, Superman. You don't know nothing about this shit. Talking about Africana studies. They didn't teach you that on Krypton, man. Shut up. Come on. Come on, man. Stop it. It's okay. He don't have to have every power. But he does have a defined set. Independence Day plot. Amazing performance by him too. Best episodes of that season. Oh yeah. This is God. If you want to put it like that, Lion, If you want to put it like that, Christopher Reeves in a wheelchair playing a made up character, Dr. Swan, gave a better performance in a wheelchair where he can't even move his body than most of these fully able actors right now. That is fucking shameful. That performance is at least over 10 years old by now. He gave a better performance doing that after his injuries. Bro, y'all fucking up. The acting profession is going downhill on a quick slide. And that's why they want people like Denzel and shit like that to go on and retire. So you can have to believe that all these new age actors are really fucking good because there's nobody really good to compare them to. That's it. If you cut off the number 1 and number 2 podiums, everybody standing on 3 look awesome. And Lion said fact. Yes, that's an all cap fact right there. He put in a better performance in a chair, not even being able to move his body. Quit it. Quit it. He was a better Superman in that moment than Corn Sweat. Classically, Juilliard alum. Mm-hmm. Like a Val Kilmer. Just saying. There's a reason British actors get the reverence they do, and some American actors get the reverence they do when you understand what kind of schools they went to. They trained for this shit. They didn't find them in a coffee shop or on the internet. They didn't land on Krypton. Krypton landed on us. Yeah. Superman came to the planet and said, I'm not stuck here with y'all. Y'all stuck here with me. Earthlings are stuck here with me. Who put y'all on my planet? Who put y'all on my planet? That's how Zod took it. So, look, man. I can't say it was. I'm not going to say it was a terrible movie. I'm not going to say that because I don't think it was a terrible movie. It was good in the sense there's a lot of stuff in it, especially if you're a DC fan. There's a lot of characters and cameos and stuff that's mentioned that's thrown in there that you would love. You will eat that shit up and love it to death. You will. I saw a white Martian in this shit and I was like, oh shit. So where's John? Stop fucking cock teasing. We gonna go in or we gonna go in? What are we doing? So I saw a white Martian. I was juiced because I was like, oh shit, that was cool. Those are Easter eggs. That doesn't make the whole goddamn movie though. Especially at these prices for eggs and to watch this goddamn movie. Maybe I got a carton. Cool. But that's not the whole movie. So it's good in some aspects. I can say I like the way his flying looked because they've never really overly focused on Superman flying, that you were riding right in his face, right? Superman flying is always depicted either by the side from the 80s, because this technology, right? And later on, it's from around him or behind him, right? What he's seeing when he's fighting, especially in Zack Snyder shit, right? Because you want to see the impact and velocity and stuff like that. This one is a bit different because you're riding in front of Superman. So the camera is in his face as he's flying. So you're seeing stuff pass away from him, which is an interesting view. But I don't doubt special effects a lot of times nowadays. It doesn't make the whole movie for me. So if it was overly terrible, it would be noticeable. But it's special effects because it's a fucking guy flying. That part looked cool. It did. Some of the scenes on the scale of how big Superman is compared to how big the kaiju was or a building was and how strong he would have to be to do something like that, a feat of strength in that manner, is interesting. As long as you don't put too much thought into it, because you think like, okay, structurally that shit would have fell apart already. Because that brick is just held together by mortar and the superstructure is steel. So the only thing you would actually be holding on to is the steel, not all that false bullshit would have fell off already. But okay, whatever. I'm not doing that. I'm not not breaking it down super logically. It's a superhero movie at this point. Right. But I like those kinds of things. One of the problems I had is how much destruction happens versus how much people shit on Zack Snyder movies for the amount of destruction that happened. Because you hate me because Zack Snyder's destruction looks bleak and this one looked brighter. Because I can tell you, there's one scene in this where I saw 3 skyscrapers dominoed into each other and destroyed. And I'm sitting there looking at that, thinking that a lot of people are fucking dead. A lot of people are dead. Yeah, they said they evacuated. You ain't got everybody out. Not of those buildings. No, sir. No, sir. Not to mention the people stuck in gridlock traffic on the ground. There's a lot of people dead. And this is Zack Snyder level destruction. So what are we upset about? That it looks brighter? You have to remember that a lot of the reasons that people give Snyder shit for his versions of Superman and Batman and stuff is because he was doing the opposite of what Marvel was doing. Because Marvel characters were all colorful and bright and shit like that. So he took it a little more grounded approach to make it more realistic to you and have you looking at these people as fucking gods. And not as, oh, it's just your regular 30-year-old millennial. Can't catch a break, can't catch a date. Super emo? No, he didn't give you that. He gave you the world. The real world with superpowered people in it. Well, how'd the Justice League movie do? They brightened that shit up a lot, didn't they? How'd it do? Didn't make a difference, did it? Well, James Gunn's movie is very bright. Charles is in here. Ask Charles what's his biggest problem with that fucking costume. That muted ass, not even cyan blue on his costume. And I really noticed it a lot when I matched his costume up to like Christopher Reeve's costumes and what's his name? Dean Cain's costume, Christopher Reeve's costume, Man of Steel is no comparison. And then Brandon Routh's costume. That the blue, man. It's the blue. The blue is not blue enough. He's supposed to be big blue. That is not blue, man. That is damn near teal. Okay. That is damn near teal. Okay. That is Maldives ocean blue. Okay. Like, you need a classic, maybe royal blue. Okay. You got to. You just have to. But as moist as he was acting, that blue was about it. It's the color of fucking tears. Salty baby tears. That's what it looked like. Like. Shit, it was a little off-putting. But you look at the color palette for that movie, it fits in that theme a little bit. It fits everything is that muted, little bit muted color like that. Nothing really pops. So okay, fine, fine. My God, what did y'all say? Y'all got some one liners. UFO. What's up? What's good? UFO. He said Malcolm X-ray vision. Exactly. Malcolm X-ray vision. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Can you move along, Superman? No, I won't. We're gonna go see about Brother Johnson. Malcolm X-ray vision. Yes, it's funny as fuck. Stronger than racism, faster than a runaway slave, able to leap multiple state lines and emancipation is super black man. Yeah, able to leap out of sundown cities in a single bound. Man, to steal your girl. That's a pimp. That's a pimp. The super pimp. Man, steal your girl. 90s millennial. Yeah. Yes, Charles. The huge fraction of the city was split at the ground, multiple buildings falling like dominoes between them, and people who might have fell on that crack in the buildings. Yeah, the body count is high is not even a number. That body count is fucking astronomical numbers. We talking distances between, planetoids numbers. It's a lot of goddamn people dead. Like the population meter on the planet should have just been scrolling down. Like a lot of people gone. That city has some room for growth now. They got a lot of empty properties over on the Metropolis side of town because they wasn't even snapped away, motherfucker. And that whole tectonic pocket universe opening bullshit that was happening, that should have had some other effects. That should have had some other effects. Just saying. Not we stitched it up, we all good. No, the fuck you not. It's not how that works. Not how I would conceptually think this works. I don't know. I don't have no astrophysics degree. Maybe y'all can talk to what's his name? The smart black dude whose name I'm not thinking of right now. Maybe you need to talk to him. But I think that would be a larger problem than they resolve with the computer lockout code. Superman and Lois costume was a bit better. Yes, Beastly, yes. Highlighter blue. That's exactly what it is. Highlighter blue. That's why I said it's not really cyan, but it's close enough to it. It's a highlighter blue. The Crimea River. There you go, Lion. See, y'all. See, this is where the ideas start flowing, man. The Crimea River suit. Yeah. It's the baby tears suit. That's that blue. The tears of virgins. His costume looks like when you ask your parents for Superman and they say, no, we have Superman at home. I got a better Superman suit for you at home, baby. Let's wait till we get to the house. Super nigga, the man on CP time. Tyson. Super Simp able to White Knight and Dirty Mac in a single bound. Well, I'm looking for my blue highlighter now that Beastly said that shit so I can draw Superman with my blue highlighter. Because that is the color. It is blue highlighter. It legitimately is blue highlighter. Blue. I know that because I've used blue highlighter to draw my character a bunch of times because his costume is blue. And that's usually the off color. Like I didn't have the right blue. Yeah, anyway. Man of Steel, you knew people died in the destruction. In Superman, they want you to believe all the citizens will escape. Yeah, they try to tell you that we evacuated the city. Get the fuck. You ain't evacuated that city. There's no way everybody got out of there just because you got ignorant motherfuckers that walk around everywhere in life. Superman, yes. Superman. Dun, 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 dun. He shouldn't talk to you that way, Lois. I'll save you. Cue the Captain Save-A-Ho music. Should I save her? So, yeah, a lot of people should have died. It should have been a huge body count. But nobody, I believe, nobody is talking about that. And I say I believe nobody's talking about that because the only person's review I've listened to about this movie has been Rob's reaction to watching the movie. Everybody else's reviews, Dr. T's and everybody who actually reviewed the movie, Dr. T, Tori, and all these people that I actually like and listen to their reviews, they're all in one file. They're all sitting in that file. So all I have to do is watch through that file to see what they thought about it. That's the way I do that shit. So I don't have my fucking thought process contaminated by what somebody else said before I actually give my spiel on what I thought about the shit. That's it. I don't watch it. That's how a media blackout goes for me. Especially getting, a week away, days away, hours away from seeing the shit. I don't give a fuck what anybody else had to say. I'm waiting to see it for myself. Then I'll come out and say what I got to say, what I saw and what worked for me, what didn't. And then that'll be my reaction or my review, and that'll be it. Then I'll go back and watch everybody else's stuff. I'm not going to do 3 or 4 videos on the shit after I heard somebody else say something. I might have already did my reaction. Now I'm going to go back. No. Like I said, I'm not trying to be first. I'm trying to be right and the most accurate. If anyone tells me that this costume is better than the Man of Steel one, I'm going to automatically assume that you're on drugs. Some people have said this is better than the Man of Steel costume. Look, it's their choice. They can believe what the hell they want to. I like the Man of Steel costume. That shit looking like diamond plate was awesome to me. Was fucking awesome to me. Especially since Henry Cavill was so fucking big and cut, dude. Like, goddamn, yes, he does look like steel. Bro. They didn't have to put no muscles in his suit. I can tell you that much. But because of that, that's what made his Clark Kent not work as much for me. So I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between having a Superman that has muscles in his suit, right? The actor who has muscles in his Superman suit. So when he's playing Clark, he looks like fucking Clark. And when he's Superman, he actually looks super. So, 2 separate things. This suit, I didn't read Jim Lee's All-Star Superman. I didn't read that shit at all. And I don't see any desire to go backwards because I'm not overly glazing Superman like that. I just don't. I understand there was good stories. Yeah, I understand good writers worked on it. I understand good artists worked on it. I've seen some of the comics. I've seen some of the covers. I've seen some of the internals. Looks good. I have no desire to go back and read it, though. It's just what it is. So if this costume is 100% accurate to what was in that comic, okay. My thing is there's it's fine. They can all exist. And it's always to a better or worse view. Because I can say this. In this movie, in the Superman movie, his boots look cool. They don't look good right below his knee. Where it comes up to his calf, it doesn't look exactly right. But I like it's all one piece, right? Brandon Routh's Superman boots look like shit because it looked like he had lifts in his boots. Like, bro, you can't be that damn super. You're short. So it bothered me. I like the coloring, like the suit, but the boots thing was fucking with me. It looked like he had on some old go-go boots or something. So it's little things. It's little things that don't necessarily matter in the whole scheme of things, but every Superman suit is different every time. Every time. And this dude just not cut like Henry Cavill. That's all it is. He kind of look like him, but he ain't cut like him. That's just what it is. They was gonna have to redesign a suit to work for his damn body. Because if you put him in the Henry Cavill suit, that should have been jostling around all over him. It wouldn't work. Wouldn't fucking work. Wouldn't work at all. So with that, I don't have too much of a issue with, except for the color. It is a really muted blue. That's it. What else worked? I already mentioned in my reaction. While I like Isabella Merced, she's cute. I didn't like her Hawk woman, Hawk girl, whatever the fuck. I don't like lazy superheroes. That shit is not fun for me. Guy Gardner, Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, I was not worried about. I was entertained by Guy Gardner and Nathan Fillion's portrayal of Guy Gardner. They kept him with that shitty ass wig, and I hope that it looked different throughout the movie. It just purposely looked shitty the whole time. Enough so that you have one of the characters in the show acknowledging how shitty his hair looks. And it made me laugh. It did make me laugh. Because we all know it looks shitty. And it looks shitty in the comics. And somebody actually said something about it in the damn movie. Is funny. It's self-aware. Guy Gardner's haircut looks dumb. It does. He's not going to cut it. He's not. Now, his view and how the Justice Gang was approaching hero work. Like they're sponsored, like they're the fucking Seven and Vought Industries is behind them. That made them less heroic to me. It made them less heroic. And in a sense, it almost made me wish for Black Adam to show up. Because the scene in there where they go and stop a war from breaking out kind of worked better in Black Adam to me. At least you have some investment. You're not showing up just to go viral, which is the worst part of a modern interpretation of what these heroes actually are or supposed to be. That means you don't actually care. You're doing it for the adulation and the viral moment. You don't care. This is not something you're doing for the greater good. This is something you're doing for the enrichment of yourself. You can't rock with that. That's what people were complaining about in the beginning, that his suit is baggy. His suit is baggy. Because he got to put the shit on. It's baggy around the neck, you can tell. But it's better. I don't know. It's the trade-off. It's a real person in a real suit working all day. Is it better that the motherfucker can breathe in it? Or is it better that it's comic book accurate and looks like he's wearing, Under Armour? It's trade-offs. Yeah, and that's the main reason why I look baggy, Dr. T, because I think the fabric was too thick. It didn't look like some of that other stuff that they use. What is it like? It's not polymers, rubber and shit like that, latex or whatever the fuck they use. It didn't look like that. It looked like actual cloth. That they actually made the shit out of cloth. So it moved different. Not as form fitting. Like they didn't do a body cast of his ass and then, paint this shit on it and let him figure out how to get it on and off. No, I think if you look at the costume, probably got a zipper running down the back. And he puts it on like you putting on your jacket backwards. And they zip it up from the back, and that's why the cape tucks into it from the back to cover all of that shit up. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I could see that, Dr. T. Yeah. Like they make a thick martial arts gi out of. Yeah, I can see that. It looked like just regular cloth. But it worked for what it's supposed to. I mean, to me, the most important part about the Superman costume, at least the most iconic part of the Superman costume, is always the shield and the cape. Man of Steel's cape worked for me because they had that icon shit going on. That cape was longer than he was tall. when he landed, that shit draped. Like, damn, is he the Prince of Darkness or what? Like that cape draped. When he fly, that shit flayed out like fucking bat wings. Like it was out there. But it worked for what it was supposed to do on screen. It did. I wasn't upset about that. Um, Another comment that Rob had that echoed the comment I made when I did my reaction is that Mr. Terrific's costume worked. That hit. That hit. If they not selling that fair play jacket, they missing Warner Brothers is missing a golden opportunity to make some money, nigga. If you're not selling a replica fair play leather jacket, you are fucking up your marketing campaign. Because that should have been out in, stores already. Macy's somewhere. Burlington Coat Factory. Look, somebody need to have that leather fair play replica jacket out there. You should be licensed in that shit. And I'm telling you up front, you could probably get $300 to $400 for that motherfucker right now. Right now, today. Even broke motherfuckers will have one. Yeah, that fair play jacket is mine, bro. I told you, Mr. Terrific's costume worked. The only part I was concerned about was the T on his face, and that shit worked too. I was fine with that. I was like, man, where is it? Can we get that jacket? Tell me you can get them shoes. If I can get some ugly ass Yeezys, you can't buy them shoes? I want me some terrific turf shoes, man. Where they at? So Maggie said, great stream, artisanmc. Very interesting. I'll be back. I'm on live in a bit, so I need to step out. Thank you for the work as a creator. Oh, you're welcome, Maggie. Congrats on your stream. I do be checking your stuff out because you're another psychology person, so I gotta see from somebody actually practicing in the field. Dr. Maggie. And just know you found out here. If Superman was real, you would be smarter than him. At least in psychology. You can, give him some analysis. Talk to him about his past traumas. And see what's under that shit. You too can be smarter than Superman. Beasley said, thanks for coming through, Maggie. It's Maggie Thompson under the veil. The Space's favorite white girl. Hot Topic is selling a fair play jacket, I believe. Hot Topic be selling everything. I'm not talking about some shit that you weren't wearing to somebody's sex dungeon. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay. talking about some legit, you know, leather jacket like the old school Ill Al Scratch, where my homies zip up leather Punisher jacket, man. I need some of that. Some legit shit that you would wear somewhere. Like, man, that is fly. You hear some black geeks criticizing Mr. Terrific? You said it right in the beginning part. You said black, right? Black folks criticize everything. Black folks criticize other black folks. Charles in here. Charles, you didn't say it today. What happened? Darkness. You ain't gotta pay. You ain't gotta pay black folks to be critical. We already critical. So yeah, they criticizing Mr. Terrific. Yeah, some of this is ripe for criticism. His hair looked ridiculous. It does. They could have gave him a nice fade or something. You mean Sam Wilson can have Black Captain America can have a better cut than Mr. Terrific? Come on, man. Give him a John Stewart, Caesar or something. God damn. That was probably that actor, man. That was his natural hair. Okay. Probably didn't want to cut that shit. But at that rate, that means Aldous Hodges, Hawkman, had a better cut than Mr. Terrific. Again, the modifier on your name, bro, you might have to change that to Mr. All Right because that haircut was not terrific. You got to live it out. You got to live it out. Your barber was not playing fair with you. Brightness, heat vision. See? Black folks is critical of black folks. That's not surprising. You hear them being supportive, that's when you be like, what? And you're not pro black? Huh. Imagine that. Laugh not loud. Seriously, that Hot Topic has a fair play jacket. Here's the link. DC Comics Superman Mr. Terrific color block jacket. I wonder what that looks like. I can't open the link from here. Hold on a second. Criminal minded, you've been blinded. Looking for a style like mine, you can't find it. They are audience, I am the lyricist. Sometimes the people on the side got to hear. Oops, I didn't need to hear myself. Okay, let's see what Beastly got for us. We'll make this real quick. Okay, so Hot Topic does have it. $50. That's Beast. You see that, right? That's not leather, man. That's like tracksuit polyester. Mr. Charles, Mr. Not That Bad. Just all right. That is a polyester blend, homie. That's like tracksuit. That is for real tracksuit. How much they want for a double X? I got the white boy in it too. Like he gonna be out there. I'm Mr. Terrific. Maybe actually be a porn star. If you're going for the look, just the look is the look. But you need that leather. You need that leather. That has to be a leather jacket. You know what that means? See, this is what I learned when I was a kid about when you actually buy leather and wear leather. You buy and wear that shit when you're grown and not growing anymore because leather has to fit you for a lifetime. If you 15 and got some leather pants, you ain't gonna have them by the time you 16, nigga. It's over. Same thing with a leather jacket. A leather jacket is something that you have your whole life. So you usually get it when you in your 20s, your teens, where you ain't about to grow no more. You get that shit, you can wear that shit forever. This tracksuit is what it looks like. It's a tracksuit. It's a tracksuit. It's a jacket. It's not leather. Fair play jacket need to be leather. But it's a replica. It's a good replica. Ain't leather though. Gotta be leather. There is a leather red hood jacket I saw on eBay. Mr. Terrific jacket needs to be like that. Yeah, they make a leather red hood jacket. It'd be awesome. Mr. Not Like Us. Yeah, I need a leather Mr. Terrific jacket and some of them terrific tennis shoes. Sneakers. Found a leather one for 149. Now we in the ballpark. I'm not gonna spend the whole time looking for that shit, but that's what I'm saying to y'all. They need this. They're missing a marketing opportunity not selling that jacket right now. Leather. Not selling them shoes or that jacket right now. They're missing a golden opportunity to make some money off of that shit. Mm-mm-mm. What the hell? Sorry. Distractions. So, for my mood, and the movie's not bad per se. Just for me, I watched it. I watched the whole movie. I like Superman stuff, but I didn't feel anything emotionally watching this movie. It didn't. It didn't arouse any emotions. Like I said, I left the movie, and when I left the movie, I didn't feel any sense of hope or anything. If that's what they wanted to go for. What's up, Uncle Ben's rice nephew? Dang, I wanted to catch the stream at the start. Why? I do damn near 7, 8 hour streams, my dude. There ain't many except my, devoted, the truly geek elite who will watch this from beginning to end. So if you're not regularly here, that's why I don't worry about the numbers fluctuating because non-regulars don't sit here the whole time. The attention span too short. They come in and they leave. Shit, my boy JT know me personally. He don't sit here for the whole goddamn stream. He be listening and he'll dip out, listen in the background, come back and like, God damn, man, I'm just boring. I do this YouTube shit way wrong. I need more people up here, more titties. I keep motherfuckers' attention a lot longer. So, while I was wrapping up this shit on Superman somewhat, and then I'll open it up for you guys because I'm 2 hours in. I won't say it was a terrible movie. It wasn't a terrible movie. It could be really entertaining, and it should make it'll make a lot of money. I don't know if it'll make $1 billion. That's the thing I will say. I don't know if it'll make I don't think it'll make $1 billion. I don't. Right now, I don't. For me, it seems really soft on how people are taking this movie. Now, it can't be considered an out and out failure. No, it can't be considered that at all. But I'm not going to say it is a runaway success. No, because having watched the movie, could I see myself watching it again? Yeah, I could. I could see myself watching it again on a matinee. Because mind you, the first time seeing it, I didn't even go see it in IMAX. I didn't think it was worth me spending IMAX money for. No, I went and saw it in standard, and it looked good. Is it something that I think I should have saw at IMAX? No. Why? Because I can tell you, there was one movie trailer that I saw watching Superman in standard that I automatically knew I'm going to see that in IMAX. And if I say the name, you understand right off the bat what that means. Christopher Nolan, The Odyssey. Yes, I will be paying to see that in IMAX. James Gunn Superman. Nah, bro, you can get standard first. It's okay. You can get standard. Odyssey ain't even out for another year. I'm already marking it on my calendar and already know I'm in for 25. I'm down for 25 bucks. I'm down. Superman, I didn't buy my ticket till last week. And I bought it in standard when I could have bought it in IMAX. No, not necessary. So it was all right. It was all right. You can be entertained by it. Kids will love it. Women can go to it and feel recognize. Even some big bloated chick can go in there and watch it and not feel like she's being singled out and she doesn't see herself represented on screen or none of that shit. Because none of the women in this, outside of Cat Grant, look overly remarkable at all. They all look plain and bland. So awesome. Mediocrity wins. Superman is moist. Superman cries, but Lex Luthor cries too. So I guess they just rounding out the group. So I would be more interested in seeing what people my daughter's age and my son's age, being people the same age as Superman, think of this shit. And if they really loving it, then James Gunn hit his target audience because I was not it. I wasn't. And that's okay. A whole lot of shit came out that I ain't watched. Dr. T in here, he actually watched a Barbie movie. I have never watched a Barbie movie, and I had no intention of going to. It wasn't for me. I knew it wasn't for me. Never has been. And that's okay. It could be an awesome movie. I didn't watch it. And nobody else that subs to me, I think, wanted me to watch. So, salute to you, Dr. T. You are a soldier for real, man. You are a soldier for real. Couldn't do it. So, the link is in the chat if you want to come up. If you've watched the Superman movie 2025, Superman 2025, come on up and share your opinion, your impressions. I will try not to talk over you as much, but if I have an aside I want to add in or a joke I want to throw in there, I will. I'm still here, motherfucker. And turn the show over. I'm just letting you speak. Uncle Ben said, for this movie, I was waiting to hear your opinions of most folks. That's all. Hear the opinions of most folks. That's all. Yeah. I haven't watched anybody else's opinions because I did my stream Thursday, right? I did my reaction stream and I left that up. And then yesterday I did my other shit. Today I have work to do for the project that I'm on at work. So I'll probably only listen to other people's stuff in the background. But coming here today, I thought about it. I really still didn't really want to spoil anything for folks. I talked about certain things that could be spoilers, but you don't know where they happen in the movie because I did them all over the place and out of order. So it's not in my mind, it's not how I traditionally review movies. That when I do a review, I will go beginning to end, sequential order things that stuck out to me. So I left enough to where I didn't spoil anything for you. Didn't. So it would give no reason for people necessarily to stay away. One, because I was talking about Superman. Well, I wasn't spoiling it, so you should have a fine time seeing the movie. Dr. T said, "Yeah, my son said for his generation, Superman is boring." Your son got a good barometer on the culture right now because he's in that group, and he's not some simpering moist man, blue highlighter man. He said Gunn is trying to make him accessible for those too young to remember Christopher Reeves. Oh, I would say he's succeeded there. But I'm never for abandoning or forgetting the fact that someone came before you. I'm not with throwing away necessarily history. Christopher Reeves is OG Superman, just like Gene Hackman is OG Lex Luthor. I understand that newer versions need to come along, I do, but it's not to replace or supplant the originals. That's why I don't have a problem with somebody recasting T'Challa or Iron Man, because Chadwick Boseman is always OG Black Panther, forevermore. Don't matter who played him second. We know who played him first. You hear me talk about Superman. I give Christopher Reeves a lot of credit, but you also hear me mention George Reeves every time because I know that one exists. I've actually seen that one. So I still give respect to the OGs. Always. Always. But it's the same respect I give to everybody who's played them later on, too. Corn Sweat didn't do a bad job as being Superman. His Superman is just a little crybaby a little bit. Okay. He got his ass kicked a lot more than the Man of Steel. And Henry Cavill cut better. He looked more like a Superman. So maybe the Corn Sweat Superman will be considered the reason why his suit is so baggy because it's holding all that moistness. Maybe that's why that suit baggy. So moist. Super moist man. Who knows? But he is a Superman now. It is what the fuck it is. You're not changing it. So I just give credit to the OGs. You don't have to try to erase them. All you have to do is remember that they exist. I got way too much of my books in the picture. What's messing with my camera? OCD is kicked off. OCD was kicking off, man. I ignored it for so long, and now I gotta I gotta do something about it. That shit is fucking with me. What's good, Lion?
Yo, what's going on, Art? How you doing, man?
Doing all right. It's Sunday.
Yeah,
Sitting to speak with my geeks.
yeah,
You saw the movie, huh?
yeah. Well, I saw it twice. I wanted to see it twice before I watched the
This
review.
motherfucker said he saw it twice, y'all. Wow.
Yeah, I saw it twice. Because I want, well, because the first time the second time cements. Like I needed I needed to see it again to cement my critique of it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
it's
I
good to
saw
do
it.
that
Well,
sometimes.
the first time I saw it, I got the early access Prime thing. So I was like, why not? I got Prime. Sure, I'll go see it. And then yesterday, I took my dad to see it.
Okay. So you got the older generation's opinion on it.
Yeah, he liked it. He thought it was all right. He liked the dog. He liked the crypto.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, look, that's why I can't say it's a bad movie. It's entertaining. It's really safe. I just didn't feel anything from it. For me, I just didn't feel anything. I'm not saying it's shit. I'm
Yeah,
not saying it's shit at all. I just didn't feel anything from it, and I was expecting to have some resonance
yeah,
for me emotionally, and it didn't. And being that I like James Gunn movies. I felt something from the last movies you did. I didn't feel anything out of this one. So to me, I'm trying to understand why that is. If it's something in me, or you were trying to play it way too safe, or what? I don't know what it is. It's just something missing. Like it's missing some paprika or something.
Yeah,
I need some
that's
spice.
that's what it is for me. I think after the second time, after yesterday, I was like, that's what it is. You played it too safe.
Hmm.
You were doing too much. You were doing too much I'm gonna start at the bottom. I'm not even gonna start at the top with the main characters. Why should I give a shit about Miss Tessmacher? Why should I care?
Who is she?
Who? Why do I care?
Yeah, who is she?
Who is
Besides
she?
Lex's girlfriend, who is she?
What?
Why
Why?
is she important?
She's got this on and off thing with Jimmy Olsen. Okay, I mean, okay. You want to make her seem not dumb but smart, but she takes the pictures, but she sends the pictures in the damn server room
In earshot
in earshot.
of Ultraman,
And here's the thing. Here's
which
the
seems
irony of
stupid.
that. Here's the irony of that with Ultraman.
And no
So,
spoilers. No spoilers. Don't do any spoilers.
oh, okay.
Nothing
Okay,
major.
no. Okay,
Yeah,
never mind. Never mind.
yeah.
Never mind.
You
Because
can
I was
say it,
about
just don't reveal the identities and shit like that.
no, but that's. I mean, well, never mind, because it's going to go on. I'm not going to
Exactly.
say his name. We know who Ultraman really is,
Yeah,
but
it's
I'm not going
Ultraman.
to.
Yeah, it's just Ultraman. It's
He's
just
Ultraman. But the thing is, you play it safe, but you want to do the "I respect women" trope. So you want Tessmacher to have a mind of her own, but Ultraman doesn't.
in this sense, Ultraman was only more so a dummy than Paul Kent.
Yeah, 1A, 1B. What is this, Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, he just didn't say up, down, left, right, square.
That's the only thing he didn't say. That's all he had to say was up, down, left, right. All we needed is somebody to say fatality. That's all we needed.
Pretty much.
Um,
So look, he only had a little bit more personality than Nog. If y'all remember
yeah.
who Nog is,
Yep. No.
that
More
motherfucker beat the hell out of Superman. He couldn't
beat
even
the crap
speak.
out of him.
Couldn't
But
even
at least
speak.
he could do his own moves
He knew how to fight on his own
on his own.
without a joystick up his ass.
For real. And a damn Bluetooth speaker coming out of his chest.
Right? God damn, dude. That Wi-Fi is awesome to be able to
Yeah,
play
that
on
was,
here.
the signal was amazing.
The signal
You
is
see
amazing. I'm
everything?
here on Earth just
Is that
transmitting to you.
4K?
Oh,
Is that 4K?
no kidding. He must be on 5 or 6G.
For real? Yeah, that's the thing. You played it safe. You tried. The thing about it was annoying about it. You tried so hard to play it safe. That's the worst part about it.
I think he did that because there's a lot banking on this movie
Yeah,
for Warner Brothers and DC Studios as a whole. So he didn't give him the full James Gunn. Because think of it this way. James Gunn's first movie for DC was The Suicide Squad, right?
yeah,
This first movie as a DC head of DC Studios is Superman, right? You match up those two movies, one is like pretty much James Gunn getting to do whatever the fuck he wanted to, and the other one is James Gunn trying to make sure he don't fuck up anything.
reserved.
He was reserved. He was look, Suicide Squad, he was killing people right in the beginning of that shit. You saw it.
Yeah. All right. Well, when you put it that way, Art, when you put it that way, because when I left the movie yesterday at the first two times, I was like, one, the first thing I thought, if you don't produce the Superman sequel within the next 5 years, you're no different than Zach.
Zach had reasons.
Yeah, Zach had. I know Zach had reasons, but I mean
That is right.
An actual Superman sequel.
Mm-hmm.
Two, I don't know if I want you directing the Superman sequel. I don't know if I want you doing it. I don't know.
See, that's the thing. As soon as he doesn't direct the next sequel, it falls into people's mind as a reboot, right? Like, think of it this way, because this is still at Warner Brothers. If Vinny Villeneuve does not do the third Dune movie, you will think the whole shit started over again. Even if if the new director is continuing the same story, it'll feel like you started over.
Is the OCD that bad?
It's not the OCD, it's different people have different visions.
Take,
Different directors have different visions, right? You can't have a director out there like Ultraman where you just tell him AB square, B32, and they give you exactly the same thing that you were getting before because their
analog.
vision and their taste is different, right? How they see the shooter scene is completely different.
But
Nobody else has Villeneuve's vision the way he does. It sets up scenes and shots the way he does. So if you brought somebody else in to continue that story that doesn't do it exactly the same way he does, which would only be able to be him, it's going to look different, which means in people's minds, you stopped at two, and the third one was just some other shit. So now James Gunn has to make these Superman movies. He does.
I,
At least three of them,
I
right?
I
So he at
understand.
least has to do two more himself before he can pass it off to have another director, doing it. To have that fan base not, oh god damn, he just came to do one movie and he's not going to do the next one?
No, he could be
Because
in the
you know what's going to
background.
happen. You
I
know what's
know.
going to happen. The
Right.
minute you announce another director for the Superman sequel to James Gunn's movie, the first fucking thing that's going to happen is what? That suit getting redesigned,
Please.
which means it's new. You just reboot it again. In
I
people's
don't.
minds, you just reboot it again. This is something new. You just reboot it again.
No, it's the same actor. You can keep David corn syrup.
You can keep corn syrup. You can keep unremarkable Lois. You can have everything the same.
It's not
But
the
a new
same.
director coming in, bet money he will want to change that fucking costume. Day one.
Please,
Day one. They're not riding with that shit all the way through.
please change the
Even the
costume.
Batman costume changed a bit when it's the same director.
Yep,
He changed it every movie.
yep. Two different suits. Batman Begins with Dark Knight. Two totally different suits, and they
Three different
weaved it
suits.
in
The
beautifully
same
with the
director
plot.
did all three. He
Yep,
changed the costume every fucking time. That's just what happens with movies.
yep,
But the vision was the same because it was the same director three times. It looked the
yeah.
same.
But
It looked a hell of a lot different than Matt Reeves, but
yeah.
at least for those three, it all looked the same. James Gunn, head of the studio, he's in for two more movies now. He has to do two more Superman movies before he turns it over, or it's going to look really wonky.
But
It's going to look odd. It won't be the
I,
same vision.
he can produce it. I just don't know if I want you in the director's chair, man. I don't
He's
know.
he's a fine director.
He's a
He
good director. I don't know, but
Yeah, David Corn syrup, right?
David
cough,
Kerr,
cough
sir.
syrup with the Superman with the cough syrup suit.
You know the funny thing is, he went to Juilliard too.
Yeah, well, Juilliard has went downhill these days.
Yeah, he went to Juilliard too. I was watching interviews
Couldn't
with him
see
because I
it.
was like,
I
I
couldn't
was,
tell.
I was looking for because I was looking for. I was like, I don't know nothing about this dude. Where are the interviews? And now, within the past 2 weeks, there's just a shitload of interviews with him now.
Well,
So,
that was what I
so
said
that was bound
before
to happen.
about these series usually work better if they have if you start in a new franchise, it works better if you have an unknown
Yeah, yeah, it works
because
for
they're
him.
not big enough. They're not bigger than the role they're playing. They have to invest themselves in the role, other than the Marvel way that Kevin Feige is doing. Like they want you to invest in the actor that's playing the character. Fuck you. Let the actor lose himself in the character. I want
Yeah,
that character more than I want the actor. Like, why are you going to
actually,
see Doomsday,
mm-hmm.
RDJ, or Doctor Doom?
Yeah,
I want
because
to
I,
fucking see Doctor Doom. I don't want to
yeah,
see Robert Downey Jr. I don't.
No, don't even bring that up. You
Yeah,
had to bring, don't even bring that shit up.
I'm wanting Doctor Doom, nigga. I'm like I like RDJ. RDJ is Iron Man forever, but I wanted somebody new in the Doctor Doom role,
It's funny
and I
you say
wanted
that.
them to lose themselves in the Doctor Doom. So I focus on
Mhm.
Doctor Doom, not I got RDJ back.
Funny you saying that because I'm reading Secret Wars right now. And
Good.
I don't want RDJ doing this. I don't want him doing this. I do not want any jokes. This guy, Dr. Doom, is not fucking around. He's not playing around in this. Please, no jokes.
Look, because RDJ is the caliber of star he has, if he wants to make Doom joke, Doom is going to fucking joke
Yeah, he is.
because he's that level of star. We can do that. Whereas a new or no name actor would want to do some jokes, and somebody would tell you, "No, stick to the material. Do that shit in your own movie." They'd be able to tell his ass no.
But this dude, I wanted to see a different director because I'm looking at David Corn Beef, and
God damn, you just look. Don't let's not hate on the man so much. He
I'm
look.
not. No, I'm
He
not
showed
hating
up.
on him. I liked him. I think he was good. I think he was
He,
good.
he showed up. He
Yeah,
showed
he
up.
just showed up. He just got hired. He's the new guy. He's the new guy. You gotta be nice to the new guy. Um,
Get
he's
new guy shit.
and I like him, and I do like him because I remember we were saying we were talking about this movie, and I wanted to see if I believed him. All right, I
Mhm.
believe him. I do believe him. I think he's good. Yes, he's whiny as fuck, but and the thing about it is, I don't see the switch. I don't see the switch. Where is the switch? Like no one had to tell Henry Cavill about the switch. No one had to tell him. You automatically knew the switch. And they introduced Clark last in
Mhm.
Man of Steel, and you saw the switch. And like, so now I gotta wait another 5 years to see a more confident, like, listen here, Superman. Because
Mhm.
this guy was Superman, he was Superboy. And the thing that kills me about it is these are two and people. The thing about it is people doing this revisionist history talk about how Man of Steel was a terrible movie and this and that. And I'm like, first of all, you're comparing this dude Henry Cavill in the movie. He just got here. This guy's been Superman for 3 years. He's been in the field. Why is he so bitchy?
Because they told you in the beginning of the movie, he finally lost one. Oh,
Yeah,
so you put the whole fragile ego thing on Superman.
yeah.
He has a fragile ego. Like the conversation I have with Charles about Superman, about his biggest problems, like you take that away from him. If things don't fall down when he hits it, then what does he do? Well, that's why characters like that are more interesting to me because they get humbled. So we're getting to see the Superman who had the great humbling happen to him all of a sudden. He's not the baddest thing out there. He's not the strongest. It didn't fall when he hit it. Something hit him and he fell. Now we getting to see what the fuck he does about that. Well, he go start crying apparently. Like, oh shit.
Like
Externally tough as hell. Internally moist. Baggy suit
Boys,
moist.
just freaking, just I. You've been here for 3 years. You've been in the field 3 years, and clearly you've been working with Guy Gardner and these guys for a while. Y'all on a first name basis, and he come here and he show up telling you to grow some balls. But y'all been working together this long. Like
Mm-hmm.
I'm like honestly, I don't even like. I'm gonna need you to be that listen here, Superman, when the other guy shows up from Gotham.
Like I said, this worked better as, and I only say this because I haven't read All Star Superman. Right, this works better as the new 52 Superman than anything else because the new 52 Superman was younger and he didn't have all that experience. He didn't. He didn't have that much experience. So he's blunt instrument man. Wasn't the leader. He was on a team, wasn't the leader, and he didn't have it all figured out. Other people had to tell him what the hell was up with this superhero and shit. And that's why Aquaman whooped his ass. Because
Mm, mm, mm.
Aquaman was born on Earth, nigga, and is that strong without the sun.
I'm
He was
like that. I'm like that. I don't see the switch yet. So I gotta wait 4 years to even see if the switch is there. Because if it's not, it's like, all right, so we just got emote Superman.
pretty much.
And I'm like, I'm not there. I'm that's whatever, dog. I want that Mr. Terrific jacket. I know that much.
Yeah, I need that.
That costume was
All
on
right,
point.
Jack. Well, Faulkness,
Charles, you there?
Hey, what's up, brightness? How you feeling?
Sonny.
Oh, heat vision ass nigga. Gets his powers from the sun when he smiles type nigga. I'm sorry. This is what I call feminist lazy writing. How the fuck do you get on a job for 3 years and you don't have confidence about it? You've
No,
already took your lumps.
yeah, he confident. This is just you just seeing the first time he lost.
We've seen Superman lose on a couple of movies. Even in Man of Steel, you see him take some L's. He had to figure out a way, be like, okay, I'm not as skilled as these motherfuckers, but I gotta do something.
Yeah,
And he just put the suit on.
get smart and get the hell out the way.
Yeah.
And the craziest part about it, I haven't seen it, but I'm gonna see it this week.
Hmm.
I don't want to see an emotional mess with him and Lois because look, if you looked at a lot of the movies, none of the Loises have been remarkable. Even in the comics, he's always said Lois is the most remarkable, but he always said Diana's the most stunning. I mean, but that's apples and oranges.
Diana,
So I don't.
Diana is
I,
stunning. Nigga. That is a wonder of a woman.
yeah,
Nigga.
well,
For
there's the
real.
reason why they call. It's like where people, anybody who said who, and by the way, going back to for just a split second, anybody who said Natalie was annoying, I already know what side of the what side of the plate you bad on. But anyway, um,
We already know you're full of shit. Stop smiling.
we know you're full of shit because if you saw what I saw, to me that's average black girl stuff, average black woman shit. It matches. So it's I don't mind my heroes falling down.
Mhm.
That's the point. You have heroes, but you're not gonna have bitch fits. You're not gonna have bitch fits. You
Well,
think? You
that's
think?
the thing. See, that's why I say it's just my opinion. I gave my reaction and gave my opinion on what I saw in the movie. What worked and did not work for me. Somebody else seen it could see it something completely different. All viewpoints are valid if you paid to go see the goddamn movie. If you paid to see it, your points can be valid. I don't have to agree, but they can be valid for you. That's what it is.
It's like me and Sandog say. If you turn to a 10-year-old boy and say, "Do you like it?" Job well done.
Right. I can see a 10-year-old boy enjoying that shit because what would a 10-year-old boy want to see? A man flying around, creatures getting punched in the face.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
not
like,
so much of an emotional connection between the girl stuff, the girl and guy stuff. Like, oh, they're kissing again. God damn.
yeah, pretty much. It's like,
Hey, those are big
uh,
titties.
oh yeah.
Can't wait to
I,
grow
I
up.
I look at it. I look at it like this because the old adage is that Superman's boring, and I always ask this question: when the last time you read a Superman comic? Well, I haven't. But how the fuck do you know?
Never.
You're going by hearsay. I said,
because
and I
it
told
paid.
people, go ahead.
No, because I'm saying that is the common opinion that Superman is born. But if you ask people, like you said, about reading Superman comics, they won't tell you a comic that they read last. Because people usually don't read Superman.
I've said that all the time. I said Superman versus the Elite is just one issue. Oh, I love that movie. That was one fucking issue. That's better than most story arcs. I
Yeah,
said so
but that's a movie. It's not the comic.
exactly. And I said if you actually read the comic, it gets in depth. And of course, because it's not a motion type of material, it's drawings and words. So words you can get a little bit more in depth. And I've said this, okay, it's going to be different. Of course, I don't expect it to be the Snyderverse.
No,
Of course, I'm not going to expect that to be. But like I said, this is everybody who had complaints about the Snyderverse. Don't complain. This is the Superman you want. This is the Superman you're going to get. So when people said, "Where's Henry?" Remember what you said years ago. And I told people that. I said, "Be careful what you wish for."
well, that's why I
And
question the thing about. Okay, you didn't like the Snyderverse because Superman was too dark and brooding, and there was too much destruction. I saw a shitload of destruction in this movie, and a moist Superman. That's not an improvement to me. Some of it is the same. The rest of it, I could have did without it because I'm a grown up. I don't need the moisty, weepy Superman. And I'm not saying he crying all the time, but the times he did, it's like I don't really see this as being like no, that part just not working for me. It's not doing anything for me whatsoever.
I'm looking at it. I'm Superman's supposed to be empathetic, not soft.
Yeah.
That's a difference. I'm supposed to be able to draw people into understanding their plight. It's like All Star Superman. One of the issues where he actually catches the girl before she's about to unalive herself.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of doing something that's just this grandiose thing, he just talks to her.
Yeah,
And
because there's
that's go ahead.
no. I was just going to add that because that shows there's more than one way to save somebody.
Exactly. And you don't have to be grandioso because it's like this. I said, look at it, it's like being in my professions for so long, and people say, "How many people did you arrest?" I said, "What's the number one thing a police officer is supposed to do?"
Write a
And they're like,
report.
"What?"
Write a
It's not.
report that will end up in court.
It's it's not even that. Preservation of life.
Preservation of life.
Do I have to shoot this person? Do I have to arrest this person? No. Preservation of life dictates. Meaning, if you're in a high speed chase, it's better to let that person go unless evident circumstances than to continue chasing them and they crash or hurt anybody else. The cost of life is too high. You have to make that quick decision. Usually your supervisor will make it for you. But if you're smart, you'll do it before the supervisor even notice. They're like, this is getting a little too dangerous here. And like you said, there's many different ways to save a life. And it just shows you how people want to say, I want these darker heroes. But you're really not that dark when it comes down to it. Because once you go into that type of darkness, a lot of people usually end up in the crazy house.
Yeah.
Speaking of dark, you know it's bad when a suit looks better in the dark than it does in daytime.
You still on the suit.
That suit, that Party City suit, fucking Party City suit, dog. I
Hey,
swear to
mom
God.
and dad, I want Superman. No, we got Superman at home, remember?
No, that looks exactly like the suit where, like, you see the kids when they're Halloween and they put the airbag and everything's just painted on it.
Yes.
It's like a balloon. That's exactly how that suit
The
feels.
Meteor Man suit. The
Meteor
Meteor
Man.
Yeah.
Man.
Go the
There are some
Lord.
scenes. There are some scenes he looked like he's wearing his older brother's costume. I'm not gonna lie, the commercials.
It does. It does because it's bunched up around his neck and shit like that. You'll see when you watch the movie, Charles.
Yeah, you'll see it.
But it's
Is
look.
the belt even real?
I don't know. But you notice this just in watching a lot of different um, superhero movies and stuff. The costume design and the costume fabrication part is always tricky. It's always tricky to try to get that shit right with the color, how the color pops on the film stock or the digital or whatever, and then how it fits on the body of the actor and stuff like that. I mean, some of the most ridiculous costumes I saw was watching Jupiter's Legacy. Some of the most colorful shit outside of Power Rangers, right? A couple of them look cool. A bunch of them look goofy as fuck, and it's just based on the color scheme and how bulky they look. You watch the boys and stuff like that; their costumes tend to look pretty good, right? Tend to look pretty good. Their speedster's costume doesn't looks like something built for speed, not clunky, right? Homelander's costume looks like it fits to his body, but you know he's wearing a costume, right? You never see him out of it, but you know he's wearing a costume. You know, I don't know. I think it's just tough. It's different studios and design houses making costumes differently. How they see to make the costume based on what the director wants and the body that they're working with on the actor. That's it. So sometimes it leaves a lot to be desired. Sometimes they get it exactly right. I don't know. I just think it's a tough thing. Just watching a bunch of different superhero shows where people have to wear costumes and stuff, you can usually see where something spent a lot of money, or they had a very good costumer, or somebody who was like they didn't know how to pull this together. This might have been their first gig, or close enough to their first gig.
Yeah, that suit gotta go. That suit gotta go.
Lying.
That suit gotta go.
Yeah, I hear you, artisan, but that shit gotta go, bro.
That suit gotta go, dog. That suit gotta go, dog.
I can't ride with that suit, man. That suit
I really can't ride with that suit, man.
Okay, so I ask you this question, Lions, because you saw the movie. Who had a better suit, Superman or Lex Luthor?
Yo, man, that suit that Lex was wearing when they unveiled the
Fly, dude.
language, that suit, like between that suit and the suit when he first introduced him when he was meeting at the Pentagon,
Yeah,
those two suits, yo.
Lex was fly, man.
I want to see the watch he was wearing because I could see the watch, but I couldn't see the watch. I was like, yo, I need to see that watch. What watch you got on?
Yeah, Lex looked fly.
Yes, his costumes was on point. His suit, completely on point, like 100%. Yeah,
His suit was
flawless,
like it should be. His suit was a lot better
black,
than Clark's.
Pinstripe, yep.
Yeah.
Pinstripe in black, yeah. Between those two suits, especially, yeah, flawless.
Now the other character costumes possibly made, well, not really out of the same material because it looked like they used leather in everybody else's costumes, right?
Yeah.
Guy Gardner's costume looked good. Mr. Terrific's costume was on point.
Yes.
Even Hawkgirl's costume looked good. Even her helmet didn't look so goofy.
Right? Yeah.
But that Superman costume?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
It's like you see, it's like you in the store, right? Like, okay.
Yeah, even Ultraman's costume looked all right, and it was basic black.
You're like, all right, okay. The fuck is this?
They got to them Superman costumes, it was like something different was happening.
Something totally.
I don't know if the design was approved before and they couldn't change it or something. I don't know. Like,
who was head of the costume staff?
Maybe they had made that suit before James Gunn got the job, and they're like, we ain't going back and making another one, so he got to wear this. Well,
probably
it's a little big.
You know what's sad? You know what's sad? Solar Man's costume for Superman 4 was better.
Nuclear Man's costume.
Yeah, Nuclear Man. I mean, you
He even
know,
had that
if
sheer
we could,
pantyhose stuff on the side of his costume.
Damn sure did.
exactly, exactly.
But his
I'm like,
boots.
I'm like, if you're gonna be your marquee character, you gotta make sure he gotta have a badass costume. Man.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
even his boots didn't look like he had Prada on. He had Prada boots on. Baggy as
Man,
hell.
man,
we
Look
can,
like he had $20 in one of those boots. Like if he ran out
man,
of money, he's like, yo, I think I got 20 on me. Hold up.
like, you
man.
know what? It's too hot to fly. Catch this cab, you know.
You need to Mr. Terrific red bottoms.
Yeah, the Mister is it's alright.
Side
Yo,
red bottoms.
it's all right. I got it. Hold
It's
up.
alright,
I got this shit.
I,
Mister.
I, I
Mister, we
want
got
to.
two-thirds of the government working for us, and that ain't bad.
I art. Art. I concede. Listen, if I can't get a new director for the sequel, can I at least get a new suit?
They're gonna have to redesign that suit for a second one. It will take some. I'm guessing some design changes automatically because that the main complaint that you've heard from this movie, outside of the fact that it's not Henry Cavill, has been about that suit, what it looks like on that guy's body.
Trash.
So, since he is Superman now in the DC universe,
Mhm.
that's their cinematic Superman. I don't see them announcing a recast anytime soon, so they're going to have to redesign that suit so it looks better,
You
so
know
they
what
can
suit I'm?
pass that level of scrutiny with
Mhm.
most moviegoers and geeks. Like, okay, it don't look so baggy on them this time.
Yeah. You know what suit I
Yeah,
want to see them try? This is a
or
suit I want to see them try. I want to see them try Superman Year One.
well, it's not really the frank time frame they in, but
Yeah, that's
yeah,
better than this Party City suit.
yeah.
But
It's what
I
it is.
just
Maybe
it is
maybe
what it
they'll get
is.
to the Spirit Store instead of Party City. Maybe by the next one they'll go move up to a Spirit Store or a Hot Topic. I don't know. But they need to work on some of it. Some of it needs to get changed, and it's not
Yeah,
above happening movie to movie. It's
no.
not. So
But Guy Gardner, Nate Fillion was great. He was great.
it's fine.
He was good. This terrific. Yeah. Lex. I like this Lex. Yeah, even though his a little bit of his outbursts were killing me. Like his
Mhm.
coldest scene to me was when Soups. Well, when he first shows up to the jail and they
Mhm.
have that exchange.
Right.
That very first the first few minutes when they're moving around and they're
Mhm.
just talking. That was a good. That's Lex. That
Yeah.
cool, calm exchange that they were having.
Right. And not backing down from them.
Nope.
There is no back down. He does not like the alien. it
Yeah,
is no.
he doesn't
It
like
is a
the alien.
known thing. I don't like you, bro.
I don't like you at
I don't
all.
like you at all.
I
I
don't
don't know.
like you at all.
I don't even know what you're doing here on my planet.
Why are you
Why
here?
you
Get
here?
get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Yep, off my planet. Gran Torino Lex.
Yep. And that's the thing, because somebody. Because I was just watching a few episodes. I was watching a few episodes of Superman animated series. Clancy Brown and Lex never referred them to Superman. He just called them the alien. He
Because
never even addressed them as
he
Superman.
is not delusional like that. He doesn't do that hero worship. He's not delusional. No, this is a fucking alien.
Yeah.
And what's he doing here? You fucking up the balance of power here by showing up.
Yeah. Even that very
Balance.
first episode.
Yep.
Even that very first episode, he was just, he couldn't stand it, but like, at the end of the episode when Superman just sitting there floating and staring at him, he was like,
Mm-hmm.
we doing the silent treatment, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, well,
Like,
like,
no.
he was like,
Just,
well, before you do anything rash, just understand, I built this city.
yeah, exactly.
Before you think about whatever the hell you thinking about doing right now, I wouldn't advise it.
Calm your ass down.
Yeah. So you can stare at me with them dead ass eyes all you want, but understand,
But understand, this is Lexington. I built
this is my city. I built this city. Understand that before you whatever you got going on, your beady ass over mine or whatever.
right. Your
Yeah.
weird thing.
But I
Yeah.
Wendell Pierce, I liked him as Perry for the brief time that we saw him.
I like Wendell Pierce. I just thought it was funny that he was there briefly,
Yeah.
but it'll sound fucked up when I say it. We can go back to having Perry White be a white dude. I mean, the
That's
trope of
how
having a black
nonchalant it
dude,
matter.
yeah, the trope of having a black dude play Perry White is just okay. I'm over it.
Yeah,
I'm over
I
it.
get you.
You can have Perry White go back to being a white dude again, and then be seem like it's on.
Maybe
It's like,
Yeah.
oh,
maybe if you call him Perry, maybe if you call him Perry Black, he'll go back to
yeah,
being white.
right. It's like that's to me in today's terms, that's just seeming like the joke.
Yeah.
Switch Perry White to being a black guy. It's like it's like watching that Cowboy Bebop shit, and the character of Jet Black is actually played by a black guy. Like it's the same kind of
No,
joke, dude. Like
you didn't have to do that. You
he's
ain't had to
supposed to
bring
be
that up.
Japanese, like,
You ain't
or
had to bring that up,
Chinese.
Art.
Like,
You
come
ain't had to.
on, what?
You ain't had to bring that up, Art.
Yeah, I did. Mustafa
I'm.
Shakir killed
I'm.
it though.
I'm
He killed it. He
still
was Jet,
upset. Yes,
but
he
he
was
was
good.
black
The Colt.
playing Jet Black. Like really,
Yes,
really.
he actually did a
What are you
really good
saying?
job, though.
Like,
Like he
God,
was the saving grace of that particular of that to that show because he was actually really good.
look, that's like saying you're gonna go meet. I'm gonna have Peach Momoko show up in a movie, but we're actually gonna
Or,
make the person like orange, like looking orange, like Donald Trump. Like,
Oh
what?
God,
Who is
that's
that?
good.
Oh, that's Peach Momoko. The motherfucker looks peach. What are you doing?
What are you
Come on,
doing? What are we doing here?
what are we
it
doing?
could be, it could be worse. His first name could be Token.
It could have been Token. Yeah, Token Black. What up, Rainfire? So that's why I say I like Wendell Pierce is cool. I like him as an actor, right? He gets his
Me
work,
too.
right?
Yeah.
But for as much as he was in the movie, they could have just made Perry White a white dude again. It would have been fine. Because everybody else in the Daily Planet apparently is white, except for that one black dude who got the hug on Cat.
Yeah.
But other
And,
than that, everybody else there is white. All the top reporters are white. So what difference does it make?
and Otis.
And Otis is now white too, which most people forget who Otis fucking was. Comics Explained forgot about Otis. I'm like, how do you forget about Ned Beatty?
Otis Berg.
Otis Burke. Well,
Otis
it's just a
Berg.
little spot.
It was just a small spot, man. I'm just what you tripping about. I just wanted a
Like,
small little
oh,
space.
hey, Mr. Luthor. Come on, bro.
The
Otis
reason why you
Luther.
forgot, the reason why you forgot about Otis because nobody came to see him.
Right? Nobody came to see Otis. Wasn't Otis's movie.
I
So
caught that though when I was watching the movie.
yeah, Otis is a big black dude. Like, oh, this is
Yeah.
Otis now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Otis is black now too. Okay.
All right. Whatever.
Whatever. I didn't realize us, the black congregation, we were asking for that. We asked
Yeah,
for Black Otis.
I didn't know
Whatever.
we had a vote.
That sounds racist.
Mm-hmm.
What do you call a big round ball black dude from the South? Maybe
Mm.
Otis.
Mm.
Maybe Otis. I'm a West Coast dude. That sounds like a country ass big black
And
dude.
he tall. And he tall, bald, with a gray goatee as well.
Otis.
Otis.
Can we finally
Mm-mm.
get a fucking?
Pride was
Can
taken
we,
until Otis showed up.
can we also get a finally get a comic for a black comic book character in live action with a decent haircut? Damn,
Not when it's
like
directed by the white folks.
god damn, it looks like everybody got hit up with the flu.
No, absolutely not. You never get a decent makeup job or a decent shape up. It's like for Magazine Dreams. I can at least say, um, In Magazine Dreams, he had a good cut. Even as ridiculous as it's supposed to look, he had a good cut, right? This, no. Nobody had a decent cut, dude. Nobody did. Brave
except for
New
Lex,
World,
and except for
good
Lex, he
cut.
was bald.
Good cut. Except on an Isaiah Bradley. Brave New World, everybody was shaped up nice except for Isaiah Bradley. That shit looked ridiculous. They should have cut that fucking explosion off of his head once they had the character go to jail. Cut his hair.
Speaking of ridiculous, like no, yo, that crop top with Clark, no, just no, just no. The broccoli cut, no, just no.
Clark hair looked like shit. Superman's hair was
Look like
fine.
cauliflower.
Yeah, the the Clark
No,
hair, bruh.
no,
No one would ever look at you. Thank you.
no.
And Blotus, Black Otis,
Black
yeah,
Otis, Lotus,
Blotus,
Lotus, Lotus.
Blotus. Yeah, he was
Lotus.
intelligent. He was more intelligent than Tessmacher.
Yeah. Even though yeah, don't get me started with that. Watch this blonde. Whatever, dog.
Yeah. So
I mean, is it
I hope
honestly,
she's not
is it
ruining
a
it.
better movie? When I left though, as far as leaving, when I left, no, I didn't have the same feeling when I left Man of Steel. And Man of Steel didn't even have no damn post credit scenes.
It had one. It had one,
Man
and
of
it
Steel
was
have a post credit scene?
it had a post credit scene, and it was one for lead in for Lex Luthor in a sense, or no, Bruce Wayne, because the general is driving through the desert, and a drone crashes into the ground, and he gets out the car, and Superman comes up to him and says, "You still trying to find out where I hang my cape?"
No, that's the end.
That was the post credit, wasn't it?
No, no, the credits didn't roll in that. No, it didn't.
No, that was the end.
That was
The
the
post
Okay,
end.
credit
my bad.
scene. The
My bad.
only the only movie that had a post credit scene were actually two.
Wow.
B versus S was when
Yeah.
you had the coldest. That's why I wanted to see Jesse back because he was cold as shit on that yacht.
Yep. Finally had
Cold.
the
That
hair,
was the
had the
had the
pose.
had the clothes, had the kung fu bitches at him with him. It was cold as shit on that yacht. And
Yep.
you would. This is the reason why I blame the fans. You had
Hmm.
the perfect person to play fucking Deathstroke.
Yep.
If you fans complain, I swear to God, man. Sometimes the next person who says Man of Steel is not a classic, I'm just look at you. You're on
They all
drugs.
over the
Get away
place
from me.
now, man. Ever since this Superman movie launched, now everybody's doing this revisionist history about Man of Steel, and now they doing the comparing numbers in the box office shit. I'm like, so it's Superman, and it's summertime. Who ain't gonna go see it?
That's the
I'm
only
not
thing
comparing. I'm not comparing. I hate that when people talk about, well, this music sold, this artist sold 50 million copies. I said studios have been known by their own shit. That doesn't make you a good artist. People will listen to a dog fart if it was popular.
well,
Is
Barbie
the
made
movie good or is it not?
yeah, Barbie made a shitload of money. Most people who watch it hate the shit. At least most dudes who watch it hate it. It made a shitload of money. Is
Yep.
money always the indicator of a good product? No,
No.
it's not. Especially not in music, because you can have some studio artists blow up big. Like, what the hell is this? This is trash.
It's not
Yeah,
better
but
than.
studio back.
Yeah.
It sold 50 million copies. That'll make it good.
That'll make it good. I say all that to say this was not better than Man of Steel, and I stand on that.
I
It
don't think
wasn't.
so. I don't
It
think it
was
was
not
better
better than Man of
than
Steel.
Steel. If they want to make a comparison like that, go ahead. I don't think it was better than Man of Steel.
No, it was not.
Because I can tell you this: you saw the movie, Charles didn't.
Yeah.
Do you see yourself a month from now debating what happened in this movie?
No, like debating
Just anything that happened in the movie. Anything that happened in this movie needs more explanation or conversation taken on in between geeks about stuff that happened in this movie.
no, no,
So,
no, absolutely
but
not. Shout out to
but
Russell
Man of
Crowe.
Steel. Man of Steel, right off the bat, gave you more conversation to this day about the morality of Superman and why he killed Zod and what
Yeah.
he should have done instead of killing Zod or fighting in the middle of the city or how this worked, how that worked. You had more of that going on to this day
You
about Man.
got hell. You got more
That's the
history when Russell when he finally met his father and Russell Crowe and they had that whole conversation when he told him everything that happened. You didn't get none of that
Right.
here.
And even like Uncle Ben is saying, and Jonathan Kent, should he have saved Jonathan Kent? Why did Jonathan Kent let himself get swept away by a goddamn tornado?
Yep.
That was emotional, dude. That was trauma. Like you could have saved him.
Yeah.
No,
Couldn't
son.
save him.
Don't say Kevin Costner.
I'm
Don't
just
say
I'm just like
Kevin
this.
Costner. Kevin
I'm
Costner.
just like this. Everybody said, "Well, Superman should have killed." Yes, he should have killed Zod. There was nothing else you would have done. Zod would have killed. If it wasn't them people, it would have been somebody else. Some
Yes.
motherfuckers just gotta go.
And here's the thing: people forget about Zod made him choose.
Hmm.
He made him choose.
Yeah. My thing of it was you could have did one of two things. You could have covered his eyes with your hand, or you could have just sprung upwards and flew him up to get them people out the fucking way. Or number three, the people should have got the fuck out the way. Man,
Standing there the
what's
whole
your
time.
word? What is y'all doing? Why aren't you
What?
still here? You see all this shit going on? God damn, some people was just not
Meanwhile, the building was decrepit before they got in there. Why are y'all still in that building?
it was a train station. You should have been gone.
I'm like, look, snap his damn neck and get it over with. Fuck this. Kill that bastard. You know, it's like if you see a Osama Laden and Hitler having tea together, and you got a shot and you got two bullets, you taking them two shots.
Yeah.
You get them out the way.
Here's the thing about that scene. And compare, and it's funny you do the comparison because here's another comparison. Here's the thing about this movie. There was no when that happened in that movie, everyone reacted like, "Oh shit!" You did not have. I saw this movie. I saw this previous movie twice. There was no "oh shit" moment. Nothing. Not even no one reacted. No one was really reacting to the movie.
I saw Man of Steel 3 times in the theater, and when he snapped his neck, even my son, who was a little kid at the time, was like, "Oh!"
Exactly.
Everybody was like, "That was like, Table Man ain't fucking around this time."
People were
Well,
like,
I was
"Whoa,
shocked that he did it, and my only thing was, well, damn, now he can't come back because I was really liking this Zod. That Zod was like Killmonger, man.
word."
He got a point.
That's the only cold
He
part
kind of got
about
a
it.
point.
Word. That's the only cold part about it too. It was like,
And,
yo, Michael Shanahan's performance was amazing.
Killing that Zod, boy. I was like, I wanted this Zod to come back. Like, oh, well, shit, now he can't come back.
and that's the crazy part about it is that you had literally probably one of the best portrayals of a villain in a long time in a superhero movie. He wasn't corny. He wasn't. He had a point.
He had a
He was
point.
driven. He was driven. He was intelligent. He wasn't bumbling. And that man was a threat. He was a problem.
He
Yeah.
was
He's
a
like, who's this guy? My name's Zod, and I'm your fucking problem. Do something.
do something about it.
Do something. Exactly. And that's the thing. If you want to compare like this, see, I don't even want to have this debate with somebody who says this movie is better than Man of Steel. Because I'm like, really? So you gonna tell me so ain't no way, even though Nicholas Holt was good, ain't no way you about to tell me his performance is better than Michael Shanahan. No, you're not about to tell me that. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Well, that's the thing. They won't compare Nicholas Holt's Lex Luthor to Michael Shannon's Zod because this is a different character. What they will do is compare it to Jesse Eisenberg
Eisenberg, yeah.
because he was the other Lex. But his Lex is a lot younger. His Lex is a lot younger. So I still think Jesse Eisenberg's Lex is a little bit more scary. Yes, he had more quirks and shit, but his was a little bit more scary and more calculated and planning. Because I'm telling you, that woman touched him and said some shit to him that set him the fuck off, and he didn't forget that at all.
Nope.
And the next time she knew he didn't forget that shit, he blew her the fuck up. Her and everybody.
Right.
I'm like, bro, that
Ran his
is
iced tea.
I
that
mean,
is some millennial anger, nigga. Like,
the cold
holy
part is
shit.
I for some reason I wasn't feeling maybe it was just because it was Jesse Eisenberg and
That's what
not
people was pissed off about.
I just wasn't feeling him. But now we look at the comparison. I'm like, as far as their actions, when like yes, the actions that you're bringing up in the movie, I'm like, yes, Lex was cold. Hell, even when they met and even their exchanges, when you compare exchanges, like when you go to Batman CVS, BVS, and they had that exchange when he took his mother hostage. That whole scene was his line, that script he wrote, that line was killing it.
Yeah. And to Uncle Ben's point, the only oh shit moment in the theater was when a certain person showed up. Well, you're spoiling the ending, but I hated that scene. Just for you,
I,
Uncle Ben's rice. I fucking hated that scene because
I
that
agree.
that was embarrassing, absolutely fucking embarrassing. And I have a question on it, but to ask the question would be to spoil it in a sense for Charles. I
Yeah,
didn't
and
put
I haven't seen it either. So
yeah, so it'll be spoiling it for Beast too. To ask a question, just how did that actually work? Will remind me. Well, Charles can answer the question. Charles, in the comic books, what does red kryptonite do to Superman? Just tell the people.
Makes him more aggressive, or does it actually makes him more aggressive, or it does weird changes to his body or attitude?
Okay. Right. So he can get fucked up. Right. Okay. In this movie, it's kind of suggested it does something a little different. A little different. In Smallville, it made him more aggressive. Right. He would be more Kal-El, more Kryptonian than Clark Kent, human from Kansas. So it could be a problem. He get on Red K and he don't give a fuck about nobody else. He on that good. It's something is suggested in this movie, and I'm like, I don't think that's how that shit works. And that is really fucking stupid. Really fucking stupid. But
Yeah.
it plays into some other shit. I'm not gonna say not to spoil it for you guys. But Uncle Ben's rice, I didn't like that shit. I didn't like that at all. And that's why I haven't mentioned it because it's too much of a spoiler.
Yeah.
So I didn't mention that shit at all. Purposely, not because I was forgetting, just purposely I didn't mention it because it was too much. To me, it was too much. I muted you, Lion, because you were giving some static in background. And then Rainfire said, "Facts, Lionel. There were no real reactions in my theater. There were more reactions in Jurassic Park yesterday because people getting fucking eaten by dinosaurs. They'd always get a reaction. That's why they keep making damn movies.
I saw Jurassic. They should have left that shit on the kitchen table.
Apparently, according to YouTube critics, this shit is trash.
Oh, it
But
is.
I didn't see Jurassic Dominion, and that was trash. Told to me by my mother who went and saw it. It's like, did you go see that? I'm gonna see that. That movie ain't good, baby. I said,
Yeah, I
I
saw
saw it
that.
too.
I saw it was trash, and
that
I
was
was
somebody
like,
trying to save me.
Yeah. I saw it
well,
too. Scarlett Joe can get it, I'll say that much.
ScarJo could always get it.
she can always get it, but her acting in this movie, I was like, it wasn't it.
Well, here's the
I
thing. Here's the thing about that, Beastly, and I'll say this. I said this after that Marvel shit, after Endgame, with these actors talking all this shit about what kind of money they're supposed to be making. You realize Chris Evans, Scarlett Johansson wasn't no hellified actors or fucking Mark Ruffalo and all those. It wasn't some hellified actors. They was all like B and C list. You just
independent
going back to
projects
what
and
you
stuff.
were. Yeah, you just going back to what you were before you got into Marvel shit. That's it. You just went back to your level. And before that shit, before Scarlet Witch and all the rest of that, I know who Scarlett Johansson was. I wasn't a fan of her fucking acting. I wasn't a fan of her fucking voice. Because the first movie I saw her in, which was The Island, with Oh, God.
Ewan McGregor.
Ewan McGregor, a Michael Bay movie. All she was doing was screaming, and she sounded like a chick who had 3 whiskey sours and a pack of cigarettes. And they go, like, God damn, that's her. Ugh. What's wrong with her voice? This biker bitch, like that. She wasn't impressing me, but she looked nice. She looked nice in a skin tight suit. And now she had made all her money doing that shit, and now she out there bitching about how women is objectified. Man, shut your old ass up. Let these young girls get in there and do the same shit you did to get on.
For real.
Stop it. You don't get to complain now. You don't. You profited. Shut up.
Sexy
Scarlett was
pays
in
the
Iron
bills.
Man 2. Yeah, I know she was in Iron Man 2. She was hot in Iron Man 2. But she on the tail end of her hotness. You realize that, right? She gonna be
Yeah.
gilf hot or later.
She's gonna be like Sharon Stone in another decade or so.
No, she won't. I just saw what Sharon Stone is looking like right now, and Sharon Stone is in a movie that's coming out soon. Where
Oh, really?
where she is the villain. She looked bad, my nigga. The time has passed. The wall is undefeated.
She
Undefeated. Who am I? I'm the wall. I'm undefeated. She hit it. She hit it for long.
Yeah.
So yeah. Scarlett Johansson can get it, and apparently Superman's mom can get it too. Diane Lane been cute for a long time for me. Just get her a super tan first. Diane Lane been hot since Streets of Fire, and before that, that's Diane Lane. She ain't been. She don't have no overly body, but she's cool. Who's the other one? Marissa Tomei. Aunt May. She gonna get it forever. That Aunt May, Marissa Tomei. Aunt Marissa Tomei. Oh yeah, she gonna get that forever.
Yeah.
That's too hot
And
to be.
remember, she went to an HBC too.
Yeah, so she got a PhD in BBC.
Hey, a different world was a motherfucker the first season, wasn't it?
But
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
this
Spider-Man on down can always get it. Yeah, but go ahead, Beastly. I cut you off to say that little tidbit.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, what the hell were they thinking when they made this movie? Like, y'all was just trying to get a quick cash grab because this ain't it. They could have left that, like I said, on the kitchen room table
Well,
because there was
I think since it's a Spielberg thing, I think Kathleen Kennedy might be connected to that shit.
yeah, he's an executive producer of it. I was like, why? I don't know
Because
because
people dinosaurs out there still like that's still something little kids is really overly interested in. They ain't even interested in Superman. I'm not sure they're really interested in fucking dinosaurs.
no, that's what the movie hits on too, that the world don't really give it the world don't give a shit about the dinosaurs at this point. So like that's why they just, even what pissed me off was like, okay, you basically undid what happened in the previous films about trying to save the dinosaurs for them to only to basically, spoiler, they die off anyway. They can only live in the equator parts of the world.
The warmer parts
So
because they're still fucking reptiles.
yeah. And I
Could
was like, you could have just let them die. What? I mean, you kill them off in the book. If you read the books, like I've said, if you read the books, they kill them off anyway, and they get infected. The other on the other island, they die from the DX virus, which is, if you wanted to explore anything, you could have explored the damn DX virus. But
well, I would say this that meteor or not, the dinosaurs will go the same way they were going to go anyway. Eventually, they would have been extinct. There's modern species that go extinct, like they say, it's so many every year.
mhm.
What are you saving? Stop thinking you're saving everything. Leave them be. My whole thing is I'm tired of constantly every time they make another one of these goddamn movies, we got to go to another island that was the research base or the test island or something else to go and found this other batch of fucking dinosaurs that they was experimenting on. I was like, this is way gone way too long, dude. This is way too
Yeah,
complicated.
yeah.
I mean,
Mutate dinosaurs.
this is not fertile earth anymore for any ideas because it's constantly the same idea. No, we're going to another island. Well, that's what we did the last. No, not that island. Another island, nigga. How many? How many? How many times? How many islands did you jump doing this experiment? Because it seemed like a shitload of money wasted. Get the
It
hell.
is. That's why I don't ever want to kill him because they explain a lot of that away. At least the one doctor, the one dude that's the co-star with Carter. He's actually the tie-in is he actually studied under Sam Nealon's character, Dr. Grant.
Okay,
Dr.
Doctor.
Grant. So he was one of Dr. Grant's like students that studied directly under him, and his whole thing. And he actually said what you said, Artisan. He said a human species. He said species die every day. He said,
Mm-hmm.
"What makes you think humans aren't gonna?" Because he was having a discussion with the rich billionaire. Out spoiler alert: he's the villain, the evil billionaire.
Yeah, you know, because we hate billionaires in this country.
Yeah, and so he was like, "What?" He said, "What makes humans any different from any other any species on the planet? We can go extinct just like every other creature did."
Yeah, he said because he was talking about because I watched it too, and they were talking going on about intelligence, humans' intelligence, and the
Oh
doctor
yeah,
was
yeah,
like,
that's what it
he was
was.
like, dinosaurs are dumb, but they've been able to live for 65 million years.
Yeah, because the stupider you are as a species, the more you can probably survive. You get that, right?
Yeah,
You get that, right?
yeah, that's the point he
Not
was
always
making.
the most. This is the funny part. You can test this out in humans. The more intelligent humans are, the less children they actually have, which will make you go extinct quicker, right?
Yep.
Because you're not reproducing yourself.
Well, you got to look at it this way.
That reproduces a lot, that ain't super smart, but reproduces a lot, they live a lot longer because they perpetuate themselves. Your
Well, you
intelligence
know,
is out of
you could
existence.
do it this way.
Else.
You could do it this way. Look at the schools testing system. Look at the test scores of the schools. That means these motherfuckers are going to be immortal.
Pretty much.
Charles, don't
Smartphones,
say that.
good people.
Don't say that. We gotta
3C,
have hope.
2B, E17.
We gotta save humanity.
When you got those two boys up there, one's a junior, one's a senior, and they spell the word cute with a Q. That I wanted to jump in there and beat their ass.
Spell cutie, QT. No, motherfucker, spell it. QT. Not how you spell cutie, you idiot. Who taught
You
you
know what
that
I
shit?
would have said? I'd have been
Son,
like, both of y'all get your ass. I'd have been
message.
like, both of y'all get your ass into the middle of the street while starting this truck up.
Stand over there. Stand
I'm
over
like,
there.
God
You
damn.
couldn't be that.
I
You couldn't be
always
that
tell,
stupid in my house, man. You was an ass whooping waiting.
You was
I,
ass
I
whooping.
always tell,
You
I
came out.
always
You
tell my niece,
came a
hey,
reason
go
for
ahead.
what you did in my house. You gotta know what the fuck it is you're doing and why you did it. Like there was no excuses. Why'd you do that? I don't know. That's not it.
I don't know. It's not an answer.
You gonna figure it out when I'm whooping your ass.
Well, you don't know. Well, guess what? When I'm put this belt on your ass, and we'll figure it out along the way.
You gonna figure it out. See if
I'm,
ain't
I'm,
gonna make you figure it out.
I'm gonna tell you the saddest shit of it, man. Is when you got kids bragging about their high school diplomas, and I give them a little passage in a book, and they struggling like a mess, like they got constipation on the toilet, sweating and shit. How do you like is the cat back kick your ass that bad? Like Jesus Christ.
Well, you know, there there are reasons and excuses, and excuses are the ones nobody wants to take. Reasons are the ones that make people responsible for results. So figure out which one you're getting from most of the time from folks. Um, I don't think any of you guys saw Old Guard.
I
Superman is
watched a
not
little
off,
bit of it.
Superman is not off the hook, but I'm just curious if any of you guys have seen Old Guard too.
I tried to watch the first one. I fell asleep.
I watched I watched them both. I really wasn't a fan of them,
Mm,
and it wasn't really even memorable to me. I had to actually kind of refresh my mental on. I had to tell everybody I watched it with. Like I was watching with my aunt. She was like, "We seen." It." I said, "You seen this movie? We watched it together. It was a damn holiday. You didn't like it that much." She's like, "All right, I did." And she watched it, so I watched a little bit with her. It was slightly better than the first one.
okay. Um, I remembered little of the first one, and I couldn't remember when my mother texted me. I was like, I was looking on my bookshelf. I said, "Where's my copy? Where's my copy of Ogre?" Because I know I had that trade. I didn't find it. I must be sitting in a box or in my storage or something. But I didn't have the trade here. Um, I remembered little of the first Netflix movie, but I remembered that I did want to watch the second one. I was interested in the story. I know Greg Rucka writes really good, so I trusted the comic. And the second movie, I wasn't disappointed. It went a ways to just being completely about women, but I think that's how the first one was set up anyway. So
Yeah, the first one was.
I'm not worried about that shit at all. I did think I got a little flat lever, like, a half jerk and a pullback before I get to completion. Like, wait a minute, what the fuck? What? Please stop. With the bride and Aeon Flux getting the fight. I was like, I got a teaser, but not the whole meal. It's like, oh, you motherfuckers, there's going to be a third one. Okay, okay, you
Oh,
got
that was.
you got me, you got me. I'll be there for the third one. Y'all better wrap it up though. Like so, it's actually set up for a sequel, but this second part, it was good. I can rock with it. It was fine. But what was it that I wanted to do? There's one other movie I saw that's on the thumbnail, which is F1, which I'm disappointed that my daughter's boyfriend, Connor, look, man, Connor don't even watch my show, so I can say this shit to him, and he'll probably never hear this shit unless I tell him personally. You can fuck my daughter, but you can't go watch F1. What the hell is wrong with you? That's your shit. I hurried up to watch that movie so I could talk about it with your ass, and you haven't even seen it. What the fuck? My daughter was on there giving so many goddamn excuses, and I almost told my daughter because she does watch this sometimes, so she might hear this shit. Like, I almost told her, said, "Why don't you just say you don't want me getting close to Connor?" God damn! Like, I just want to know what the boy thought about it. Well, he can't watch it because of work, and it's a long movie. I was like, I want to hear that shit. Y'all sit up and watch movies all the time together. Stop that! Stop it! Like, she was giving me so many lame excuses. I'm like, do you just not want me to like the motherfucker or what? Like, goddamn,
No, no, Daddy. They don't
it's
want you
been
to
2 years.
bond.
It's been 2 years. It's been 2 years. I'm giving him his due. He likes F1. He likes F1 racing. Cool. Did you see this movie or not? You might recognize some of these people in this as actual drivers. What did you think of it? Oh, he ain't seen it yet. It might be a while. It's just a little tough because get the fuck out of here.
Well,
My
you
daughter was
better
telling
see
me
it before it come to Vegas, because Formula One is supposed to be in Vegas.
back in Vegas in November. I'm like, you know what? I might take vacation in November again. Just just to be there for F1 because last time I was in Vegas last year, I was there when they were setting up. So I was like, oh shit, this they gonna have F1 here for the first time in Vegas. That's gonna be crazy, right? Cool. I'll be in Vegas in August. They'll be setting up again. I was like, maybe this year I can come back and watch that shit. That'd be cool, right? Because it's close. Who doesn't like fast cars races down the street? Y'all go to sideshows and shit, right? Okay, this is Formula One. They super fast.
I don't
It's it's
drive the speed
legalized
limit,
200
damn it.
miles an hour. You know, they can still wreck and
Drive
shit.
the speed. Drive the speed limit. God damn it.
Yeah.
Pull
That
you
was
over.
actually good.
So
F1 was actually good. I enjoyed it.
yeah, the movie was
Uh,
good. I enjoyed it. It wasn't as much of Top Gun as I thought it would be, which is fine. It didn't have to be. For me, I enjoyed the shit. I really enjoyed the movie. And for the most part, it did something that Superman couldn't do for me. That I was actually thinking about the way the lead character lived his life and thought that was really interesting. Really interesting. The character didn't cry at all, but you got emotional resonance from him. Even when he crashed, even when he was afraid, you didn't see the character crying and shit. He was a man about his shit a lot of the time, even in failure. He was pissed, but you just see him getting all moist in the face about it. Which, if you understood the character, Brad Pitt character, how the character was set up, he would win a race and fucking leave.
Yeah.
He would
As
get
he,
that team over, winning the whole shit, and leave and go look for something new to do, something new to race.
yeah.
Like he was the goddamn Dalton of that shit. If you get the reference, like, yep,
Yeah.
club's on his feet. I'm out of
Yeah.
here. Like, where
I
you
love
going?
that. I
We're
actually
winning.
love that about him. The first thing he
Love
said at
that
that
shit.
next race, he was like, "You lose this lead, I'm gonna fuck you up."
Yeah, exactly. I will kill you. You lose this lead, I will kill you.
Because they were behind. Because when they first introduced him, they were behind, and he won it
Mhm.
back in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he got them back in his 4 hour shift because they were doing Daytona, the
Yeah,
24-hour race.
24-hour race. Yeah, and there
So
was
he was
his
in the
shift.
car for 4 hours.
Yep. He was like,
On
"You lose
shift.
this lead, I'm gonna fuck you up."
Yeah, and got
But
them
the
back.
way, yeah, the way he lived his life, and yes, it did give you a different feeling. Even like at the end of the race, when everything was going quiet, and I caught it too before they even said it. Like, yeah, he's flying.
Yeah, he's in the zone.
He's in the zone.
And for me, seeing that, playing pool, doing other things that I try to do competitively or just do to a level that I'm immersed in what I'm doing, to me, that's being in the zone.
Yeah,
Everything else falls away. There is no other sound. All you hear and all you see is what it is you're fucking doing. I do that shit when I'm playing Gran Turismo. That's what the shit look like.
yeah,
So when I'm watching these cockpit in the car videos and stuff like that in this movie, I'm like, oh, this just looks like playing Gran Turismo. This is the view I use in the car, nigga.
yeah. In the car.
I'm in the car. So yeah, that looked really good. It
Yeah,
didn't look exactly like Top Gun Maverick as people were comparing it to, but it was pretty close that you could see as Brad Pitt in the car.
yeah,
You can. That should look hairy in some instances. And the only part I got traumatized by is they running that race and they ran the one. What was it? Was it Nordberg?
Was it
Anyway,
when they were in London?
it might have been when they were in London, and it started raining.
Yeah, when it was raining, I was like,
That's when
"Ooh."
I got
That's
traumatized.
it.
Like,
I was
see,
like,
I was like,
"Ooh."
see, fuck
I was
that.
like, "Nah, fuck, not 200 miles an hour."
200 miles an hour in the rain,
Mm-mm,
no
mm-mm. And
windshield. That does
no,
not sound.
and the way it was cut too, because when you saw it happen, when you saw the crash, you saw it coming too, because you saw that bump and he made that move, and I was like, that's not gonna go. I was
It
like, that's
wasn't
not.
even the bump. It wasn't even the crash. It's understanding running at 200 miles an hour in the rain in a car like that. A
Yeah,
crash is imminent.
imminent. Yeah,
Imminent. That's coming.
you just hoping it don't kill you.
That's look. I don't like driving in the rain at 80 miles an hour in
Now,
California, motherfucker. These people
yeah,
lose shit
yeah,
and do not know how to drive. Death is close.
at
If you're
all.
not riding in the car next to you, like, I
Yeah,
see you coming. I
and
see you
you're in a
coming. I'll
yeah,
meet you
and
around the
you're in a
corner.
race,
No,
and
that
you're in a
shit is
whole
terrifying.
race,
200 miles an hour?
200 miles an hour, and you're in a race, and you're close too. It's like,
Yeah.
and you're close. It's like I'm
Close
almost
contact?
there. Mm-mm.
No. That shit is hairy to me. So the crash happening was like, yeah, that's how I
Yeah,
saw that going.
yeah.
Because they come
I was
into a
like,
turn. Yeah, I saw it going that way.
yeah, you saw it. Yeah, you saw it happening. You
But
saw it
no, when
happening.
I was sitting in the movie watching it, and they were close, and it started raining. I was like,
Yeah,
oh
it was
fuck.
fuck. It's fucking raining.
First thing I said, oh fuck.
Fuck. Yo, I said no. I'm dead ass. I said it too. I was like, fuck. It's fucking raining.
Yeah, I was like, God damn
Like,
it.
oh, it's around. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I was
this
like,
is
here we go. Said, here we go. Fucking raining.
yeah. But
But
otherwise, hold it down for a sec, Lion.
sure.
Otherwise, the way this character lives his life of constantly going on is because he knows what he likes to do, and this is his life. This is what he does. So everybody thinks that he is a loser because he lives out of his van. He does not have a home address. None of that shit. He has his van, and he may win a race, get paid his money and shit like that, and drive the fuck off and look for another race or something like that to do. Right? Another way to challenge himself, as long as he can keep racing. That is a way to live your life to where you are living for you and what you enjoy doing, and not for everybody else. It doesn't have to make sense for everybody else. That's a grown ass man with his own money and his own means, going wherever the fuck his interests take him in the world to do what he enjoys doing. That to me is a message, is more hopeful than anything I saw at the ending of Superman. There was more hope in that in F1 than it was in Superman. Because at that rate, I want to see him driving into Baja. I do. I want to see him racing Baja and be curious about where he would go next. I can't say I'm overly curious about where the hell Superman goes next. Another
That's
fight,
yeah.
another fist fight, another alien. Will Crypto come back? Like, come on, man. I don't necessarily give a shit either. But the F1, I'd be interested to see F1 too. I would. To see what he's doing next. How did the Baja shit work out?
Mm-hmm.
Does he go back to F1 to try to race on that team? Does he ever go backwards?
Yeah.
I have more interesting questions asked about this character that I spent about the same amount of time with, 2+ hours, 2 hours plus some, with, than I did walking out of the Superman.
Yeah. You were more, and you're absolutely right, because I do think the contrast when I saw F1, I was a lot more invested. And the thing
Yeah,
about it, even in the beginning, they were actually friends. They
friendly
were
enough.
friends because he came in to help like a friend. He's like,
Yeah,
listen, man, I know, listen, man, I know what you got going on, but listen, I need this, I need a favor. And Brad Pitt's character is like, I
I
don't
ain't doing
know,
that
man.
shit.
I
Yeah, I'm
don't
not
know, man.
doing
It's like, we tried. He was like, yo, we tried this before, man. It didn't work out. He's like, we tried this before.
that. You had a moment. You had a moment in that movie with Brad Pitt's character, Sonny. He's sitting there at an interview, a press conference, for getting announced to be the driver for that team. And if you don't know, F1, there's hundreds of millions of dollars in flow for F1 racing,
Yeah.
right? So it's a big deal. A lot of people, a lot of jobs, a lot of people, a lot of smart people working on these cars and shit like that, right? This interviewer sitting there and they start giving him Sonny shit. He didn't even want to do the interview, but they're giving him shit about his failures in life,
Yeah.
multiple divorces, gambling problems, crash when he was a young upstart and whatever. And he's sitting there taking all of that shit. And every time they ask him a question about that shit, he's like, uh huh,
Uh huh.
yep,
Yep.
yep, yep.
Yeah, that's about right.
Did that too. But what you don't see is him getting pissed off about it. Because this is when things are not going his way. You don't see him getting pissed off about it necessarily. Right? What it shows you is a man owning himself. Nobody can tell him shit about himself he don't already fucking know. He not listened to a video from his parents and said, well, I always thought it meant something else. Now I don't know who I am. No. Sonny's sitting there, he knows who the fuck he is, he knows what he's done and why he did it. So fucking what? He leaves that meeting. gives them little or no words, hold masculine frame, like, yep, 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 leaves that shit, no more interviews. That's what he tells
He
people
said,
he's
"Listen, no more
working for.
interviews."
No more interviews. No, you can't do that. No more interviews. I don't want to
Yep.
do them.
But then on
I
top
don't.
of that shit, no,
Yeah,
on top of that, he leaves there, and then he's got to deal with this young upstart rookie, and got to deal with his bullshit, with his snide comments, and then they get on a racetrack and they're racing, and everybody's telling him to let him win. He's like, "No, fuck that. You got to earn it."
yeah, earn it. No, fight for
I was like,
everything. I'm
"Nah,
setting the
fuck that. You
tone.
got to beat
I'm
me."
setting the tone. He came in there like a man is supposed to do, which is really masculine. He came in there and started setting the tone.
Yeah,
Not just that dude, every racer on the track with him.
yeah,
This is my track. You just own it. He starts setting the tone, letting them understand psychologically what's going on with him. Like, this motherfucker, he gonna fight his own teammate for position. You goddamn right. Because
yeah.
ain't none of this shit is given. You better work for all of this. Fuck you. You want to pass me? Pass.
Pass, but you gonna earn
But
it.
I ain't giving it to you.
Yeah. He's like, "I ain't giving." He's like, "No, I'm not giving it to you." I'm like, "Yeah, that's the
We
fucking way
fight
it's
for
supposed to
everything.
be."
Yeah, we fight for everything. He came in there and set a tone.
So
That's
tell him.
what that shit
And
was.
and
And
that's
all
the
it
only thing
was
with the
just,
chick. The thing with the chick, he trying to tell him about the car. He's like, listen. He's trying to be nice about it. He's like, "Listen, we gotta do something about this car though." And she all in her ego, in her punk ass ego. Like, no, listen, we need a car that's built for combat.
mm-hmm. You're not giving me what I need to win. And then
Win.
you need
She's
to
like,
fix
you need to win a race. I can't win a race in this piece of shit car.
it. Exactly. I need a car that can win a race. They are consistently finding extinct okay, that's something different. Excuse me. It's about the Jurassic Park. Every time I see someone under 35 say conversate, my grammar Nazi pimp hand itches. Why? You either converse, conversate, or have a conversation. It's all the same shit. Blood lies. Fish people blood lies. What is Maggie talking about with fish people? Is that for the fish people? So
Yeah,
I actually really enjoyed that movie. I would go see that movie again today.
I
And
actually
it would
would.
be playing, actually be playing right next door to Superman. Which one did I walk into to watch again? The one with the
Yeah.
car with no superheroes. They got all kind of baggy suits too.
Hmm. They got baggy suits too.
They got baggy suits.
Yeah, but those suits actually look cool though.
They do. But the story is done a lot better.
Yeah, and they understand risk.
They understand risk and they understand making an emotional connection with the audience, which is what you had. Because even the little black dude on that shit, even though he was coming off like a young prick, like, oh, this motherfucker social media
Yeah,
popular. Blow this fucking big ass head up. I don't know how they fit it in that fucking F1 car.
for
It
real.
looked like a bobblehead in the speed race
Yeah,
car.
but you did see the
Um,
potential.
Hold on, line. Let me finish my
I'm
sentence.
sorry.
That when he crashed, I was concerned. I was really concerned for him. I thought the little motherfucker was dead. For real. I thought he was dead. Like, oh shit. But then you see that the character is all right and he has to rehabilitate. You start feeling him learning, getting it, starting to understand what this motherfucker was trying to teach him, what the older guy was trying to game him up on. And now he starts to get better from that shit. Even though he came back on some ego shit, I did feel something for him at first, right? That
Yeah,
that crash was like, holy shit, this the kid is dead. How he come back from this? And then you get to see his comeback from this. He got messed up too. Same way Superman got his ass kicked. But I didn't have an emotional investment in Superman getting better. I did have an emotional investment in this kid crashing a race car get better and get back on the track and do it again. Yeah. Go ahead, Lon.
yeah. And the difference is the after it happened, the kid actually humbled himself and wanted to get better.
The great humbling.
He started doing stuff differently.
Hmm. What is he doing? Give me his setup. Give me
Yeah.
that same setup. Let me see what it is.
Even in
Let
the
me
club,
show.
he was like, "Yo, I gotta go. I got a race tomorrow."
Yep.
Dude tried to stop him. He's like, "No, I gotta go. I have a race tomorrow."
Well, the one learning experience that I thought was key for him was that he started playing back the track.
Yeah.
Everybody else blamed his teammate for why he crashed. He never said shit. But then he went back in that simulator and started replaying that shit. How many times did he do it till he finally got it?
They finally got it. Yeah.
That motherfucker did that shit a bunch of times before he finally got what the dude was trying to tell him about this shit. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I did do it wrong.
Yeah. But it was that part where, yes, he was a prick, but you see why
One second.
David, what's his name, chose him.
Then you went quiet? God damn
No,
it.
you said what? You said 1 second. I was like, oh, let me
Yeah,
go.
for me, not for you.
My
You
bad,
can't
my
talk
bad.
over me when I talk, and then when I give you the mic, shut up.
You said one. You said 1 second. I'm like, oh, well, my
I had to go get my DoorDash.
my bad, man.
I'm not gonna leave the camera running while I just get up and walk the fuck away. Like, yeah.
Oh, my bad, man. But yes, I was more invested. But yes, to your point, I agree because I did go see F1, and that's the thing too. Even with the trailer, when the movie before, I knew I was going to see F1 when I saw the trailer.
Yeah. So did I.
That
And it
was a
wasn't
damn good
because it was
trailer,
Brad Pitt. I like Brad Pitt as an
and I like
actor, but the movie, the concept looked interesting. Yeah, I want to see some of that shit.
yeah. And Sonny Hayes, yeah, especially like I actually respected him a lot more, especially at the end of the movie where he's like when it's over and he's like and him share that scene. They're like, now we finally get to say we're the best in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what he does? He just tells the chick, "Hey, listen, it's not goodbye, but I'll see you down the road."
Yeah, see you down the road.
He
I'm
goes
out.
right back in that job with the Baja before he took this job. He
He
goes
goes
right back
right back to what he was doing before his
Mhm.
friend showed up and asked him for a favor.
for a favor.
He got right back on mission.
Yep. They was like, it's not a lot of money. He's like, it ain't about it. He's like, in the line about, he's like, it ain't about the money.
Yep. And that was the difference between him and the kid.
Yeah.
The kid was starting his career, and it was about the celebrity and the money. Sonny had already been there and knew the dangers of it. So he wasn't into it. He didn't do it for the money. It wasn't for the notoriety. It wasn't for the money. He did it to say he did the shit. That is how I live my life right now. A lot of stuff I tried to do is just because I know I haven't done it before and I want to see if I can. Plain and simple. That's it. Because I want to. Because I could. That's why that comment keeps coming back to me about what people didn't like about Ironheart. Oh, she built an Iron Man suit. Why? That's because she could. That's no answer. Yes, the fuck it is. For people who are, challenging themselves. Why'd you do this? Well, I didn't know if I could. Now I do. I can.
Is that not what
No,
Tony did? Because
felt like it.
yeah, is that not what Tony did when he got back from Afghanistan? He could have just went on about his life like it never happened.
Yeah,
What
no,
he
he
is?
built another suit and made it better. Why'd you do that, Tony? Because I could. I could make it better. Why'd you build it in the cave? Well, because I wanted to leave and I knew how to miniaturize this motherfucker. Because that's the part
Building
that people forget. They used that line from Tony Stark. He built this in a cave with a box of scraps. He built it in a cave with a box of pieces of his own technology from his company and miniaturized something that was already created. He didn't invent an arc reactor in that cave. He just made a smaller version of it in the cave. It already existed. So it's already proven technology. Once you know how it's already put together, should be relatively easy to make another one smaller.
Hmm.
In less than a week, by the way.
Yeah. All he did was told, what's his name, Yusef, yeah, this is about point such and such, such and such. We just need this many more of those. And gave it to the little 10 rings terrorist, and they went out and got that shit from a bunch of his other Stark tech stuff that they had stolen or
Dark
got
missiles that he
given
built.
that he built, given to him by Obadiah. So he's using his own shit. It's not the same thing as Riri just making some shit up from what she knows exists out there in the world. She can't be that smart. Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps. A scrap tech, not a junkyard of old car parts. Completely different.
That's what I've always had an issue kind of with that line. I was like, well, technically it wasn't scraps. It was missiles that he built and weapons that they stole, or well, which we later find out Obadiah gave to him.
Mm-hmm. He repurposed his own tech. That's it. He repurposed his own tech. But that's the disingenuousness of some people telling you stuff. If you don't think about that shit, you just, yeah, that's right. He really sucked. Not really. From a certain perspective, if you don't want to like the show, yeah, she sucked. If you don't want to accept that somebody else other than Tony Stark can make an armored suit, yeah, she sucked. But if you understand the context of what they're using, well, he built a suit out of his own technology that he sells. And he only made a smaller version of something that already existed that I would think his father made. Not even him. So that should be possible too. He just miniaturized the process. All right, whatever, fuck. Charles, my son only encounters Superman in video games. They don't read comics. That's the challenge. DC has to get them to like Superman. Yeah, that's the challenge. A lot of the generations nowadays do not read comics. They'll buy comics because somebody online told them to buy a comic, but they don't actually read comics on a regular basis. And I don't say this because I'm talking out of my ass, because I say it because I've been the person trying to sell them this shit. They don't buy it. They don't. You know who buy comics? People my age, a little younger, scattered millennials, usually teachers. I've had at least 3 teachers come into the shop while I worked there and while I owned it to try to get comics to bring to their students to read them.
Mm-hmm.
Teachers are geeks, the kids are not, because their parents are not geeks. Otherwise, it's easy to see a kid in a comic shop. It's not. I told y'all my irritating stories of being in the comic shop where the parents walk in with J's, iPhones, and everything else, and then they won't buy their kid a $4 comic. They buy some Archie, but they don't want to buy them any superhero comics because, oh, they're objectifying women, and this woman doesn't look like me, and none of this other shit. Like, bitch, who cares about all of that? It's fantasy. It's imagination.
Escapism.
It's
From the reality.
and in the imaginary world, all women are hot.
All dudes got muscles. All
All
women are
dudes got
hot.
muscles. All
We
chicks are hot. Look like bombshells that you would cut off your left nut to be next to.
You're
Yes.
look, you're either the fastest man alive, the strongest in the universe. You hold a magical sword, hammer, shield that can bounce off walls, indestructible skeleton. You regenerate. You shoot optic blast out of your eyeballs. In this world, yes, anything's possible that's within reason.
Even a chick that can read your mind is hot.
Mm-hmm.
She fine.
Redhead.
She fine with it. She fine with it. I know what your thoughts are, and that's okay. But no, she ain't bitching about being objectified. She's not trying to avert the male gaze. None of that shit. And no, everybody don't get along.
Nope.
And no, everybody doesn't know how to use their words. Sometimes you do have to punch somebody in the goddamn face. Or get punched in the face. Because most of the time that villain don't give a fuck about none of that stuff. They actually dealing with actual issues and concepts, not show emotional damage.
Mm-mm. And some of these characters are not supposed to be real because they're supposed to be an ideal or a representation of what we should strive to be.
Yep. Exactly. They're not supposed to reflect humanity in that way. Chosen Racer said, I just saw F1 yesterday and that shit was fire. I would think you should have seen it at some time, Racer. Yep. Was fire. I would see it again. I'm not in the soup like that, so I might be biased and wait till it hits HBO Max. It is what it is. Watching a Superman movie, there's only two reasons you would see it. One, because you're into Superman, DC Comics. Two, you're into James Gunn movies. If those two things were removed, would you see the movie? Probably not. Would you watch it if it was just random super guy movie? Probably not. Unless you're just a regular movie goer that like going to see superhero movies and not reading superhero comic books. Rainfire said, "Hey Stark, why does this missile you're building for us have arms and legs? It's more aerodynamic." So I drew a schematics on separate sheets of paper, so they couldn't put it all together and figure it out. And he set up his workbench to block the camera. Looks a lot like a Frankenstein suit you're making over there. This does not look like a missile.
That's why when they was watching the video, they was trying to figure out, well, no, that's the tail. No. This is the head of it.
Yeah, no. This nigga in there building something other than a missile. This missile building should be 10 minutes. Just building a penis. Give us our Jericho rocket, you asshole. Yeah. Look. You know a named X-Men villain for a long time before anybody had a fucking issue with it? The Blob. And what was the Blob? A big fat white dude. Nobody complained. The immovable object.
And was a tough motherfucker too. There wasn't no slide.
You didn't take a shit. Because Blob Butterbean looking at would beat the shit out of you.
Shit, they understood what the assignment was. They said, "Oh shit, Blob here, we got a problem."
And he was a mutant, nigga. Namely, some of them harder people to kill. Yeah. So, don't want to do it.
Oh man, ugh, Lord have mercy. I wanted more. I wanted to be better than what it was. I hoped I did.
Why? You know, you're not supposed to go into any of these movies with very high expectations.
Mm-mm.
Reason being is you're just going to be disappointed because you're not making the movie. And they're not making it specifically for you. When I go to a burger joint, I expect to get a burger. Not a burger that looks like the one that I got from a different burger spot, but the one that this type of burger spot produces. My expectations for a James Gunn movie were there. Only difference is that within any other James Gunn movie, I didn't have the emotional resonance, and I didn't see enough bloody people. That's it. Or I should say gratuitous violence.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Really touchy sexual humor. But otherwise, it was a James Gunn movie. Toned down a lot to be palatable to random, regular people who don't know shit about how James Gunn make movies.
Yeah.
So there was no disappointment in that sense, except the emotional resonance.
PG-13 gun.
Yeah.
Which is all the more reason why I see your point about enjoying it.
Nerf gun.
Nerf gun.
Damn.
Nerf gun. James Nerf gun.
You know what? I just now thinking about it based on his style of filmmaking. You know what he probably could have did if they would have allowed him to, or if he was willing to. Probably could have got with Ryan Reynolds and gave us a Deadpool movie, because I think it would have been in his wheelhouse to do so.
Oh shit! That shit would have been ridiculous.
It would have been funny. It would have been actionable. It would have been something that everybody would have loved. It probably would have been like probably everybody's top comic book movie. Like, oh my god, Deadpool, directed by James Gunn, and Ryan Reynolds. So, but
It might be too much of the same thing, though.
yeah,
It might be too much of a good thing,
true.
because Ryan Reynolds and James Gunn's sense of humor tends to be similar in that sense. Just Ryan Reynolds goes further with the sexual jokes,
Yeah,
and Ryan Reynolds writes. I don't know how their creative processes would work together because they're both so involved creatively in what they do. Because Ryan Reynolds will want to control the shit.
yeah. That's what I was saying. It would if would be willing. It would be more so Ryan if he's willing to do it than as opposed to just Games.
Right. That he'd be willing to read James Gunn's words and have those coming out of his mouth outside of some shit he wrote himself to say that he thinks is funny. There might be a conflict in that sense. But just if I put director A here and put actor B here, then I have a movie that's a success because both A and B have been successful on their own. Maybe. They might have a personality conflicts with how they want to do shit. And it turned out to be a lump of runny baby shit in a diaper. Because the jokes don't land and it's not funny at the right times and stuff like that. And Ryan Reynolds looks like he didn't really want to do the shit, so he just up on the screen and phoning it in. Like, I had funnier material that he cut out. Like, it might be an ego fest. So I don't know. That'd be interesting. On paper, it sounds like it should. Yeah, that should be a lot.
It sounds like a masterpiece on paper, but
$2 billion movie. Logistically, it's like, I don't know. I don't think the two of them would be in the right room together. Because James got his people he worked with, and Ryan got his people that he liked working with. And although the humor seems the same, it could be vastly different in their approaches. So, I hate that I figured out. God damn it. Why does everybody always want to spoil shit in my chat? Ultraman revealed as soon as Lex went to the fortress. And robots with capes probably would have made harem wear blue and red bonnets. He wasn't having no goddamn harem. Look, Superman is super simp for Lois forever.
Lover boy.
Until later on, they actually put his ass in Wonder Woman, which actually made more sense. But no, he wasn't going to have a super harem. He can't get this one Earth chick, the regular news lady, on lock. He can't get that on lock. He's about to get dumped. No, wasn't.
That's another thing about the comic, but about these fictitious characters. The male characters are kind of a bit simpish.
Kind of a bit. Well, I didn't know you were so generous today.
Well, no, because you gotta think of characters like Wolverine. Wolverine ain't really simping that hard. Maybe for Jean Grey, but most of the time he's doing his thing. You know damn well Professor Xavier ain't no damn simp. But
Xavier pulled a
don't be fooled by that wheelchair. Wills gets the fuck around like a
Xavier pulled
Tupac
a bitch from
song.
another galaxy. Okay.
Yep.
From across the cosmos, he pulled a bitch with just his mind, dude. That's some sexual for your ass. He touched her in a way that made her come across the universe for his little crippled dick. Like, god damn.
And he was in
And
the chair when
and
he met her, by the way.
and don't threaten Earth. Oh, she's coming. Lalandra will show up in a minute if she find out Earth is threatened.
Yeah.
And then anything that the Shi'ar can do about it.
You said, damn, her whole people about getting some of that human dick. Like, god damn, dude. Xavier's something else. That boy got powers. He touched a woman in a way that can never be undone. Once you go bald and crippled, you never go back.
He is the real Superman lover.
No shit. It's one thing to be internationally known, but galaxy? Cosmos? That's some hella game, dude.
That should be Charles's theme song every time we hear that guitar. Dun, dun, dun.
Wolverine wasn't simple. She had illegitimate kids all over, and they got tricked into killing them all. That was a sick plot. That was fucking Thanos ass. Babies everywhere. Wolverine got babies everywhere, but they still alive, as far as I know, because 2 of them is still marketable characters. Thanos went galaxy wide, populating, spreading his wild seed. And then he went back and killed them all too because he was simping for death. And she said, "Yeah, you like some of these other things a little bit more than me." Really? Well, I'll go take care of that. And he went on a tear and went and killed them, his kids and their mamas. Thanos play favorites, nigga, and death is the favorite. Yeah, that's the same thing I said, Dr. T. It wasn't horrible, but it wasn't great. You could watch it and be entertained. You could. Gunn played it really safe. They nerfed Gunn. They found out how to nerf Gunn. You put him in charge. And if he's in charge, he's responsible for more people than just what one movie he wanted to fuck around and do. So he played it safe. Okay. Maybe it does well. He will go back and do it with a little bit more leeway, less nerf, more maybe cap gun. Maybe cap gun. Maybe actual, gunpowder strip cap gun.
Yeah, 6 out of 10.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with 6 out of 10.
Six out of 10.
That's being generous. Otherwise, it's a 5.
Yep, and that's being generous. I am being generous. This is 6 out of 10. And no, it wasn't better than Man of Steel. And I kind of wanted to debate somebody. I was like, it's not fair because, yes, it's not fair because one, in Man of Steel, Superman just got there. And this one, Superman had already been in the field for 3 years.
Yeah, he should be a little further along emotionally, too.
Yeah.
But Gunn's interest in redneck culture reminds me of Rob Zombie. How do you mean by that? Because Rob Zombie, I thought, was a redneck. So you had to explain what you mean by that to me, just so I understand it. Until the Joker got Lois Lane, then it gotten real with Superman. Yeah, it wasn't until Lois was touched that it got real for Superman. That's how I rephrase what you said. Yes, that's when it's real for him. That's why in Man of Steel and BVS and stuff, it was funny. Look, you touch Lois, Man of Steel showed up and put your ass through a wall. Like, he killed that dude. Lois was all right.
Yeah. I was like, that dude
killed that dude. You just put put that dude through a whole wall. That's not a superhuman. That's a regular dude. That
First of all,
motherfucker exploded.
yeah. First of all, he didn't stop. He
Lois.
kept going. He didn't just take him through the wall and just stop. No. He went off. Where are you taking him?
Super
And
son.
that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't give a simp superpower.
No. Mm-mm.
Spider-Man too. You touch Mary Jane. All right, no more jokes. No more jokes.
Mary Jane was his wife.
Yeah.
Okay, that was his wife. That's completely different than just some chick you banging on the side.
No, some chick at the office.
Yeah, some office chick like that you simping for. Wow. Your lady, yeah, you get it.
Who willingly puts herself in fucking danger, by the way, because she's a goddamn investigative journalist.
Mhm. So she throwing herself in danger. God damn, I just thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
What's her name? Amy Adams, Lois Lane, was
Was
more
it
attractive than Rachel Brosnahan's Lois Lane.
better reporter too, in my opinion. I was gonna say that too. I'm like, we gonna compare Lois? Amy Adams got it from a just the job. Forget attraction. Just like, well, I even know she's more attractive, but doing
Doing what?
Did he cut out?
Mm-hmm. Superman came and got him.
Which one?
Keep
Cavill
Lois's
or
name out your fucking mouth.
Dude, I'm waiting for the memes now. And in the world of AI, oh my God, nobody started that yet? I guess nobody's a nerd like us, so.
They ain't heard it yet. That's why. Just popped out of my mouth just now. So, give it a week. Keep my Lois's name out your fucking mouth.
Another one thing that I always thought too, because I went back and rewatched again for like the fourth time that the Snyder cut
Mm-hmm.
and watching Justice League. You know, the most disrespectful shit that I ever saw was when after they woke up Superman, he's got Bruce by his chin, and then when he sees Lois off cam, you just hear him just wave his arm and realizing he just threw Batman like it was fucking nothing on
Yeah,
some disrespectful shit. Didn't set him down, didn't nothing. He just tossed him.
fuck out of here.
I was like, that was. I still get pissed off. I said, that was some
She was in the room.
disrespectful shit. You
Yeah, it's totally disrespected his ass. I remember you, but oh, fuck out of here. Give that paper away. Said, hold my Batman. Or I go talk to this
saw
chick.
saw Lois and just threw his ass. I'm like, God
Mhm.
damn, that shit's still disrespectful to me. I was like, damn, that's why he kicked your ass with the kryptonite infused suit.
Terry Hatcher Lois, yeah, she was hot. Terry Hatcher Lois was hot.
Phil was the best Lois to me. Well, her and old girl from Small Girl, Erica, and what was her name?
Erica, yeah, Erica Durance.
Yes, the
Yeah,
best two Loises.
she was the most fun Lois. I can say that much. She had the spunk and she had comedy. Because
Yep.
that Lois would get in the shit and be like, like, what the fuck are you doing? Man, I'm doing my work. Go ahead, stick some money in my short.
And her little nickname, Smallville, Clark.
Mhm. Yes, and she had what this Lois doesn't have. She had that spark between her and Clark. You saw it in her face. Her eye, like, oh, she feeling his ass. Oh, I'm kind of crushing on you with that farm boy charm, Smallville. Like I said, I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I believe her. I believe her. I think you can get that, Clark.
Mm-hmm. Not like Lana, because it took you a minute to get fucking Lana. Y'all was bouncing around and shit until she got superpowers and you caused fucking earthquakes with your pounding.
Yeah, and she could take it. Broke his virginity, shaking the tectonic plates.
Well, making causing earthquakes and small, but everybody like, what the hell is going on? I said, shit, that's super. That's why he's called Superman.
Mhm. That's why he was Superboy. He became a Superman that day.
Yeah, Party City Superman got me.
He ain't gonna let that suit go.
Oh, never. Suit is terrible.
Well, what happened to them? Didn't they used to do that in a lot of these superhero films though? Because I remember by the time you got a sequel, the suits were redid. Like
They always do.
The first X Men suits don't look the same as the second one, and the same and the same in the third one. Blades, then okay, I was always wait, okay, what he gonna do with his vest this time?
Well, what's he gonna do with the vest? What's he gonna do with the coat? What's he gonna do with the shoes?
Mm-hmm.
Wesley always did that. How his gear and stuff like that look. They still do that now in movies. If you have sequels that go on perpetually, they don't always show up the same way. Marvel does it a lot. Like, why did I like Cap suits in Brave New World better than the Falcon and Winter Soldier show? Because they altered the suit. They took some of that shit off of there. That ridiculous fucking foreskin cod piece he had around his head and shit. They took that shit off of there. It looked ridiculous. It was all baggy and flappy and shit. Like, that's not aerodynamic, my dude.
Look, that's line. I feel the same way about cat suit in the first Avengers movie, the same way you feel about corn sweats. Because I hate that goddamn suit. I was like, this pajama ass looking like a costume. It looked like a costume. I was like, that's why I liked when they moved on to Winter Soldier and he looked. I said,
The
that's
soldiers,
how the suit
Hey,
should
hey,
look.
hey. Yeah,
yep,
that
they have to
Agent
get it,
42
they have to
suit.
get it right. They always go through a redesign.
Yeah,
After that first time, the redesign coming in the second movie.
yep,
Oh,
yeah.
they'll
I,
fix
I,
it.
I expect one. And if I ever got to look at this Mr. Corn Syrup again, I'm going to need to see him in another suit.
Mr. Cough Depressant.
Mr. Corn,
Corn sweat. Now you even said that. Now it's almost stuck in my damn head.
Corn syrup.
David Corn Beef.
No, corn hash. Corn hash.
Corn Hash. I'm going to need to see him in
Corn
another
syrup
suit.
sounds funny as fuck. I've never seen corn sweat, but corn syrup is.
Mr. Corn Syrup. I'm going
It
to need to
is
see him
because
in
it
another
plays into
suit.
how the character is moist as fuck.
Yep. Moist.
Sweetie ass.
You
Little
not even
sweet
Miss
crybaby
Butterworth.
ass.
It's not even Miss Butterworth. It's great value syrup.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even
Great
good
values.
syrup. It's
Good
great
soup.
value
Baby
syrup.
soup.
Yep. You that cheap ass syrup. You not
Yeah,
even Miss
no
Butterworth, so
O'Toole,
Aunt
Lana
Jemima.
Lang was hotter to me than Lois as a kid. Yeah, Lana Lang was hot as Martha Kent, nigga. Like, that was an old lady, like, yeah, her and Jonathan fucking up there. And
Mhm.
they still together because they fucking. We couldn't have no kids, didn't matter. You was still banging that shit out on a regular basis.
And it's on the farm. Ain't shit else to do up there.
Man,
You live in the country.
Jonathan and went out there, got up early that morning, got his reps in, got his workout in, throwing them bales of hay and working the farm. And he came back in there, and Martha was cooking it up. Like, why don't we go upstairs, Mom?
And
Martha,
and
you upstairs.
Yeah. So we
What's
gonna
wrong,
keep
Jonathan? There's a
trying.
problem in the bedroom. There's a problem in the bedroom. I need you up there right now to help me out with this. Got his
Yeah.
testosterone all up. That motherfucker
yeah,
hard as a
from throwing hay bales because hay bales ain't no fucking joke.
mm-mm.
I learned that shit the hard way. I'm thinking this shit's this is just bales of hay. The boy, don't we told you about that hay bale? You need to be careful now. I got it. I'm thinking playing football. I got it. Nope. No, I didn't have it. So I respect the farm boy strength.
No, you can't be cornbread. You can't be cornrows. A lion is probably named it the best. It's Corn Sweat. I remember his name now. Now I will forever remember his name.
Corn
His name
syrup.
is Corn Sweat, right? But if you want to have a joke about that shit, it's corn syrup because his Superman is moist or sweet.
Yep.
Sweet
It's
baby
corn
Superman
syrup.
is sweet, which means it's corn syrup. Cops
Great.
and president, cops and
Yep.
president,
Yep.
whatever the fuck you want to say. If you once you've seen the movie, you'll understand, man. That shit works. It's just sweet.
Yep. Corn syrup. He's not even your favorite. Nope. Great
And
value.
trust me, he's a grown ass man. He's heard these jokes about his last name way worse going through elementary school. Okay, he's dealt with this shit. He's probably not even thinking about it. He don't give a fuck what we calling him. As long as we calling him Superman and his check clears, he don't give a fuck what we think. I'm a nobody.
Yeah, he getting a multi-million-dollar film. What the fuck is he complaining
Lead,
about?
the lead,
The
multi-million dollar,
lead.
and he went to Juilliard. By God,
He went to Juilliard.
If he can't take a joke, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you can call him whatever. What you won't be calling his ass is broke.
Yep. All them royalties.
Yeah, you won't be calling his
Yeah.
ass broke anytime soon, and you won't
Nope.
be not calling him Superman. So
Yep.
call it what you will.
Yeah.
Don't matter what you say. Matter what you did. You still showed up to see that movie, didn't you? So yeah, you paid for it.
I did twice.
Your donation is appreciated for the corn sweat fund.
Corn syrup.
I'm trying to figure out. You sat through it twice, Lion. Like if you felt that
Well,
bad about.
I took my dad to see it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, you want punishing yourself.
No, it's not bad. It's not that bad. It's just not that good. It's really middle of the road.
So it's a
Yeah.
movie, basically.
It's a movie. It's produced on digital, and it came out. They had grips, they had lighters, and all the rest of that shit. It had a marketing campaign, all that.
It's a movie.
It's a movie. It's a movie. There's a lot of them out there. Hell, I went to a Superman movie, ordered a small popcorn, and got a How to Train Your Dragon 10 popcorn bucket that I wasn't looking for. They're movies. Like, okay.
Or you see that big ass galactic popcorn bucket.
I saw that shit. I looked at that shit and I said, so they probably want $40 for that bitch, right? I'm just looking at it like that. It's like, so they're going to want like $30 to $40 for that Galactus head popcorn bucket, which is probably only going to give you about a medium-sized popcorn's worth of popcorn inside of it. But I'm going to need two people to carry this goddamn head out of here. Look, popcorn bucket thing is not for everything. I'm telling y'all right now, it's not for everything. Every design should not be approved. I do not need no big ass head. I need a large popcorn's worth of popcorn in this shit if you want me to pay more than the overpriced of popcorn anyway. $25? That's about as much as I want to pay for souvenir anything from popcorn. Because popcorn is cheap, nigga. Cheap as fuck. You already overcharging me for the popcorn at the theater anyway. I already know I can get a bag of this shit for like $2 and pop all week. You giving me one bag, I'm willing to go in for that shit. But if the bag by itself is damn near $10, $11, how much more you think you're going to get off of me for this popcorn for a plastic fucking useless object after the fact? Because I still use my Gladiator 2 popcorn arena. Oh, I still use that bitch. It sits on my coffee table. That is useful. Yes, I paid $25 for it, and I'm fine with it. But my Ghost Trap popcorn container, I don't use that shit at all. But it's a Ghost Trap. It's good sitting on top of my refrigerator. I guess I could put a loaf of bread in it or something. It's not good for popcorn. My Batman bucket, my Top Gun Maverick bucket, they can get used. This How to Train Your Dragon bucket can get used. It didn't have to be overly expensive. It just has to make fucking sense. That Galactus head, I don't own a comic store anymore, so I'm not going to buy that bitch and sit it up in the window or anything. It's going to be pointless. It's going to be pointless. The car looks interesting, but it still looks like a small popcorn. It still looks like a small popcorn. So all of that shit is not necessary. All of it's not. Some of it is fun. Some of it is funny. But if you're not giving me a large popcorn's worth of popcorn in that bitch, you need to really be being clear about how much more money you're asking for something I'm not already automatically getting. Doesn't make any sense to me. So no, I won't be buying a Galactus head popcorn bucket. I won't. I'm not going to different movie theaters looking to see what other buckets they have either. I won't give a shit. I'll order a medium and get a paper bag and walk the fuck out. Fuck you. Just saying. That's just me. You do what you want, Beast.
I'm not buying that shit. Only popcorn bucket I got is right here sitting across from me is the fucking Avengers Endgame popcorn bucket. and I got and I'm using that for stuff.
I'm using it for stuff.
And I'm not buying I barely want to see the goddamn movie.
I didn't even see Gladiator 2. I ain't watched that fucking movie.
I
But you
did.
know what? That Coliseum bucket with that augmented reality QR code in the bottom of it, where you put that shit on your camera and it plays a video and you can see people fighting inside of your popcorn bucket. That was actually cool.
Oh no, that's not now see that's something that's cool.
That's cool. But that popcorn bucket, I've used that popcorn bucket at least 6 fucking times. After buying it at the theater, I brought it home, washed that bitch out, and put it on my table. And every time I sit down to watch a movie or sit down for some binging of a movie or video game or something like that, I fill that bitch up with some snacks and throw it right on the table and eat out of it. That shit gets use, nigga. That's $25 well spent. It has paid for itself 6 times over at this point. But $25? That's a good popcorn bucket, man. I always need one. Now I didn't have to go to Dollar Tree and buy a new little plastic bucket. No, fuck those. I got me the Coliseum, baby. I went for nostalgia. I mean, Christopher Reeve Superman was corny, but you gotta have a few wholesome characters for the kids to look up to. Yeah, he was corny, but it was a time frame, and that's what I was talking about earlier in the show, Rainfire, about how Superman is supposed to be a man out of time. He's supposed to represent some ideals that are not modern. The problem with this Superman for me is he is too modern. He's so modern, it's a fucking annoying.
Oof.
He's supposed to represent an ideal that's not of the time. Even in the 50s, he was representing ideals that wasn't of the time. How he treated people, how he talked to people, how he saw the world and humanity is not the view that everybody has. That's what makes people want to follow him. And that's why he is the hope of us being better people like him. If he down here in the mud crying and whining like all the rest of these motherfuckers, then you are not giving me anything to aspire to. And I don't think that's a bad thing that I'm supposed to have that from somewhere.
It falls into the trope of what they've been doing is killing off the heroes and deconstructing them. It's still doing that, not doing anything new. It's what we've been getting, which is why people are so pissed off. And it's like one thing that I've heard is one thing if you destroy a nation's mythology, you kind of destroy their culture a little bit. They have nothing to look forward to and inspire. And what they've been doing is deconstructing every last one of the major staples in pop culture, from Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Marvel, DC Comics. everything James Bond, they've been deconstructing it. And so who the hell do you have to look up to if this character is not going to be the gold, which is the gold standard for aspirational heroes? If he's not going to be that, then who the hell do you have to look up to?
The women. That's why all the males are being deconstructed.
Okay, just got my sound on. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, what's
how you
good,
doing,
Doc?
Doctor?
How
I'm
you
good,
doing,
Doctor T.
Doc?
Good. How y'all doing?
All right.
All
All
right.
right.
Talking
Yeah.
about corn syrup.
Why, why y'all on him like that, man?
Ryan don't want to get off of him, boy.
Lion
That
said,
lion got a
I'm not
kill, boy.
letting
He got
up.
him down by the paw, and he ain't gonna let him up. Nope.
Nope.
Say your name is corn syrup.
One
should I
A,
start?
one
Should I?
B.
Should I start the standing 8?
Nah, you know what I'm doing? One A, one A,
One
one
A.
B, one C.
You know, first of all, I like the actor. I like David, and you got to see him in that movie when he was dealing with them politicians, and the female politicians decided that he was going to be a community dick, and he was tearing them down, man. I'm telling you,
What
tearing them.
movie was this?
I want
Hold
to
on,
see this. Now.
I'll pull it up for you. But yeah, he was pimping. He was
Okay.
he was
Because I didn't watch them get killed in a horror movie, and I forgot. I didn't realize that was him because he had the mustache on him, that pearl shit. And I was like, wait a minute. I had to go back and look. I said, wait a minute, that's David Cornsweat. I didn't even know he was in this movie, and he was the main dude that got killed. Shit.
Well, Dr. T is saying he was politicking in the movie. I'm like,
Uh-oh.
really? I might need to know. What movie is this?
I'm gonna find you a clip for it, but yeah, he was tearing them down. I was actually surprised.
Okay. If he being masculine in the movie, I'd be really up for that. Because the super moist man is kind of bothering me. Kind of.
He did a good job in the film. That's what was written.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was going out there making it, himself emotional. I think that was what was kind of put forth to him. I look at Gunn as far as that's concerned, but
Yeah. That's what I look at it as, because both the hero and the villain end up being crying.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's Gunn.
Yeah, the actors are like brushes for a painter. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They do a job, but it's the artist that's
Right.
painting it. You got to look at.
Wait, think about it. Lex, Clark, and Metamorpho, all of them motherfuckers was crying in that shit.
Joey.
Yeah, they were. I didn't understand it.
Damn, Metamorpho was crying too.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I never seen Rex act like that before. That was weird.
Me either. I thought he was a little bit more solid, but okay, whatever.
Yeah,
whatever. I did make a note on that shit in my notes. I said they gave Metamorpho the polka dot man treatment.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, they did.
Tried to make him like polka dot, like they made polka dot man a character you remembered and kind of gave a shit about. They did the same thing with Metamorpho, where they, threw his baby in there, so it gave you something. Oh, Metamorpho, he's just a loving father trying to get his kid back. It's like, that motherfucker ain't usually like that. I think he's usually a prick.
Yeah.
But it's DC.
Well, and you can also pull that off when you have a bunch of people, especially young kids, because I think Gunn was aiming for a younger generation. You can pull that off when they don't know who it is.
Right.
When they regard the Superman animated series as old, you can do whatever you want. They're not really going to be able to compare it to anything.
No. And that's why I think that this movie seemed like he just really played it safe. That he nerfed himself. That it doesn't. I can see it working for younger kids. That's why I said it in my reactions. Like, yeah, you can take your younger kid to it. There's nothing objectionable in it at all.
Mm-hmm.
That would give you pause to cover their ears or their eyes and walk out the theater. No, you can take any kid to see this shit.
Yeah.
But just for me, it's like something is missing. It's missing an emotional element or something. It's just missing something.
I agree.
It
was.
I hadn't listened to your review yet because I didn't want to spoil myself when I was going to see the movie. But if you got some thoughts you want to share that don't spoil,
that don't spoil. Well, I mean, I'm a little biased in certain respects because you guys were just talking about Lois, and that was actually the thing that said, "Let me get up on here."
Oh, let me hear it then. Go in.
I've always been somewhat indifferent to Lois, and I grew up watching the old 1940s Superman show, and Lois was always the independent chick doing her thing, long
Right.
before there was even any formal second wave feminism. She was always out there doing it, but I was indifferent to her until I listened to Patrice O'Neill. I think you know what I'm talking about. After
That will do it.
when Patrice started talking about Lois and Superman, I was like, you know what? He's right. I got to change my opinion. Lois,
And-
I was thoroughly annoyed at Lois's basic character, and I started to see her very differently. And she was kind of spoiled. Like she'd be jumping into shit, and he'd come save her. And there was a point where she kind of took the shit for granted. Like if you ever go watch that animated movie with Superman and then Brainiac, she just was like, "Well, it's Thursday. He's supposed to save me." Like that was her. She kind of became that, and it really began to annoy me. And then by the time you get to Zack Snyder, then she's giving him shit for saving her. She's like,
right.
and I was like, bitch, he flew to Africa and saved us, and you over here cussing him out in the bathtub.
Talking shit.
Now he got to jump in the tub with all his clothes on to perform some emotional labor to make you feel better.
Some super emotional labor.
Yeah. And I'm like, bitch, you're alive. What the fuck is the problem? She really gets on my nerves. And I'll say I won't go into any details, but I'll say this. And I was telling my son this when we were watching it. The thing with Superman, especially with Christopher Reeve, but it started even in the 40s daily show they had. The idea was, even if Lois didn't find regular dudes appealing, Superman was the ultimate man. And the idea was that even if she didn't want to be with someone, she would change her mind because he was this ultimate being. In this movie, at least the first half, I like the second half Lois.
Yeah.
First half Lois treated him like she could do better. Like she don't. And that was
Tender date. Fucking tender date.
Yeah. But that was Patrice's whole critique of Lois. And he was actually, advocating for passport bros. There was just not a term for it at the time. But he was saying we were like Superman. He said, bitches here treat you a certain way, but when you go to Brazil or whatever, they treat you like Superman, but we stay here dealing with these Loises. And he was trying to, but he had a point. Lois would treat, Superman, not just Clark. She treats Superman, the first half of this movie, like he was expendable. Like she could just upgrade. She was real indifferent. And I was like, well, if you're indifferent to him, and this is my whole thing with what movies, because you know me, Artisan, my thing is what the messaging is as far as gender and race.
Right.
If you're going to tell men that Lois, as a regular chick, is indifferent to Superman, then what's the point? What's the point? If you know what I mean, if he's not good enough, who the fuck is? Excuse my language. I'm just on one today, but I'm
it's fine. It's my channel. I dropped the F-bomb enough times. It's fine.
That was the thing that got me. Now she changed up in the last half, and she did her thing, but the first half, she really looked like she could give or take him. You know what I mean? She looked like, if he says one more sentence, I'm gonna end this shit. Like she had that energy about her, and I'm like,
this is
knowing you.
Yeah, and this is knowing. This is her talking with Clark in her house, but knowing that that's Superman.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
who was the upgrade? Lex?
I could deal with her talking to Clark that way if she didn't know. Because, in the animated series, she was always giving Clark shit.
Always give Clark shit.
But if you know and you're still going to talk to him like he's an annoyance, I'm just like, how exactly, what does that mean? What is that saying about men's and women's relationships? You know what I mean? Because that was a lot of people like to just make this about purely comics. But if you go back and you look at the creators, they came up with Superman because they were talking about social issues between men and a number of things. It wasn't just men and women. I mean, the whole issue about, everybody's pissed off that Gunn talked about Superman being an immigrant. He's actually a refugee.
He's a refugee.
He's a refugee, but you people are upset about it. But I'm like, man, these were two Jewish kids.
Yeah, two Jewish kids. That's why Superman has that story to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he has black hair. That's why because they were coming out of that World War II dynamic. So this is tied to all of that. but they were also, nerds. They were geeks. They didn't have all the finest women in school. The Superman idea was the ultimate man.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't an accident that he was written that way. But what they've been doing with Lois for the last 25 odd years has really been getting on my nerves, though, because she tolerates him.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Rainfire, you're right. That's been my problem with Michelle. Tolerates Barack. Now I have my own issues with Barack politically.
Yeah, most
The way
of them.
she's treated her husband, and I ask the same question I do about the Superman movie. What is this saying to black men and women in general? If Barack isn't good enough, who the hell is?
Right. Michelle is one scandal away from being Jada Pinkett.
Go ahead. Yeah.
She is. She one scandal away from being Jada Pinkett. You find out she was fucking around, she'll look to you just like Jada Pinkett looks. Hella disrespectful of the man that she with, who has leaps and bounds, leap tall buildings in a single bounds in his career.
Yes. I mean, technically, Michelle is Jada 2.0. Technically, Jada was the first time I really saw this in pop culture, and it was that blatant. I mean, where she's talking shit about Will, and Will at that point was a $20 million movie man. So it's like, if Will is beneath you because he wasn't Tupac, who, by the way, was about to marry somebody else. He wasn't about to marry her.
No.
He already dealt with her. They were friends, and you can't tell me he ain't hit it. But at the end of the day, he was about to marry what's your boy? What's the producer?
Quincy Jones' daughter.
Quincy Jones' daughter. He was solid about that. He wasn't pining away for her. If he wanted to marry Jada, he could have a long time before Kadada.
Right.
He had made a decision. So this idea of treating Will like he's beneath you, even though Pac had already moved on from you, was the ultimate disrespect.
Yeah.
And then you get to, after 2 terms in office, one of the most popular men in the world, black men in the world, and Michelle is treating him like an annoyance. I have to pick up his sweaty socks and his shoes, and it's disgusting. And I'm like, there's never been a first lady that I've heard of that's ever talked shit about her man like that.
Never.
And you never caught him having sex with nobody else, or
even Laura Bush wasn't talking about fucking Walker with his drunk days and shit like that. No. You ain't heard shit from her about that.
The one first lady we should have heard that from was Hillary Clinton.
Yes, you should have,
because she caught her man going at it. You know what I mean? She had every right to go there, and everybody would have just nodded.
Everyone would have nodded. Yep, we saw that shit too. We saw it too, Hillary. We got you.
But Michelle, I mean, Barack never got caught doing anything. So I take that to Lois, because Lois has always annoyed me as a character. I don't like her as a character. I've been told the TV show, the last one, was pretty good.
Yeah.
And I haven't watched it.
I haven't watched all of it. I did like season and a half, and it was pretty good. It was good. I was enjoying
it. I really didn't like. I didn't like his suit. Sometimes it looked like a t-shirt, and then it was damn near black. So I'm like, is this a Batman thing? And I didn't really understand where they were going with that.
Yeah, that's the Superman from the CW Supergirl show. Right, coming over, and I didn't know who that guy was at first, because I didn't watch the Supergirl show that often. But I did like his Superman in that show. I did like his Superman and his Clark.
I remember. I think I saw an episode of Supergirl where she kicked his ass, and I was like, "All right, I'm done."
Yeah,
that was the episode that got me hot, because then he had the nerve to say, "I was at my peak power level, and you beat me. You're the ball. You're the leader." And I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, I didn't like that. And in the comics, Wonder Woman was already kicking his behind. So I was like, yeah, what they're doing with Superman, I really don't dig right now. But I did, I caught glimpses of the show. It looked interesting in certain clips, but I just haven't. I like to watch things all the way through, and I just haven't gotten to it yet. But his suit looked weird to me. I didn't really understand. But who I didn't realize that was the kid from that Tom Hanks movie, Road to Perdition.
Is it?
Yeah. If you go back and watch Road to Perdition, the older son that Tom Hanks is rolling with the whole movie is the Superman from the CW.
Oh,
Yeah.
just to let y'all know, Road to Perdition was based on a comic book.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a comic. Um, I have to go back. I didn't remember that was him.
Yeah.
I don't remember that much of Road to Perdition.
He has a distinct look, and
Hey,
you'll see it.
okay,
Yeah.
that's good to know.
Uh,
Uncle Ben said, "Who would you say is the best comic book love interest?"
what, for Superman or for anybody?
Yeah, I'm thinking he's saying in general for everybody,
Oh,
but
okay.
you have to understand. I know more comics than just the two majors.
Yeah.
So
Well, and then you also have to delineate between those that the writers and the company jacked up all together.
exactly,
Come on,
because
man.
the first thing I could have said was Mary Jane, but not
That was
recently.
it.
Yeah, but not recently. Not in the
Yeah.
recent. Not in the
Yeah.
last 10 years, though.
Yeah.
No, not
No,
that
I
one.
mean, yeah, I was thinking in the 90s, Peter and Mary Jane,
Tiger
man.
Mary Jane,
Oh, man. I was
top
like,
tier,
that was it.
top tier, boy.
And what they did with it, I'm just like, how are y'all writers? Like,
Yeah,
you tanking your own books.
Peter Mary Jane with Todd McFarlane writing it in the fucking 90s was gold for me.
Mm-hmm.
This is another one of those reasons I wanted to be a grown up so quick. Like Peter, Peter and Mary Jane get their own place. They're looking at places and apartments and stuff like that in New York. They
Mm-hmm.
finally get this place, and Peter and Mary Jane are there. She knows he's Spider Man, and he's getting this camera, and she disrobes him and tells him something about getting a couple of pictures for his private stash. And Peter started taking some naked pictures of Mary Jane in their new apartment. I'm like, what? That's what I'm talking about.
Yep. Yep.
That's
When
what
they
I'm
made
talking about.
when
Let
they
Peter
made her
grow
a
up.
model,
Yeah, she was a model. Let
she was
Peter
a
grow
model.
up.
I mean, even the first words she ever said to him, she was like, "You hit the jackpot," and I was
Yeah,
like, "Oh my goodness,
you know, you just hit the jackpot. There's a
yeah,
tiger, you hit the jackpot. She
big
telling
time."
you what she about. You know who she was.
Okay,
Huh.
now this is not the one that I run across by accident, but I did find a clip. The movie I was talking about earlier is called Affairs of the State.
Okay.
Affairs of State. That's what it's called with David Corn Sweat. He plays a young campaign aide who gets in way over his head when he sleeps with the wife and daughter of a presidential candidate, only to end up bleeding out on the side of an empty road. That's the official description, so I'm not giving anything away. But in the movie, he basically becomes community dick for like politicians' wives. And now I can tell you this. I think this link is from a porn site, so you
Yep.
probably have to skip by the ad, but the clip itself doesn't have anything in it. But it's sexy enough to where it's on a porn site, but it doesn't have anything visual.
That's why I
If
was
you
like, did he send me the wrong link? I don't
nah,
want to tell everybody.
if you skip through the ad and then just play the clip, there's nothing in the clip that's that should be illegal or anything like that. But
I was making sure. I
but
was
it's
making
sexy enough that it's on a porn site. And it'll change your opinion of David Corn Sweat.
Well, the
I,
fucking
I agree.
ads all over the place won't.
I know you probably got to full screen it and then get past the ad, but
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
it's, it's
Okay.
powerful.
Let's see. Oh, I got to put this on a different.
I agree with Malika, T'Challa, and Storm during the Hudlin run, and they still screw that up. They still
To
it's
this
not like
day.
they go out their way to kick the Hudlin run in the nuts just to do it,
Mm-hmm.
because that was our Reed and Sue for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Power couple.
Yeah, yeah.
She was the most powerful mutant and leader of the X-Men at that time, and
Mhm.
Shala King of Wakanda, Avenger. Yeah,
That
Legit
was
power couple. They broke their ass up quick.
yeah, they did. Which I thought was the dumbest, one of the dumbest decisions in comics, because I didn't even see that coming. It just made perfect sense. But I never thought of putting those two together until Hudlin did it, and it was great. And then they pissed all over it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I always remind people that Black Panther where we liked the character. The character was not necessarily made by black folks. So some people get that confused for some reason. I said, but the character was made a lot better when black folks wrote it.
Yeah,
It was.
exactly.
And they
Exactly.
always go backwards into fucking that shit up.
Yeah.
It's only in recent times where they let a black dude write it and kind of screw it the fuck up. Like, oh my
I
God.
think it's offensive that you can make a Black Panther movie and never interview Priest.
Yes,
It's
it
Wait,
is.
offensive.
wait, wait. They never interviewed Christopher Priest for that movie.
Nothing official. I mean, if they did, they never even credited him. But wouldn't you credit him had you done so?
He had the
Yes.
He
best.
owned
He
it.
had the best run.
Exactly. So I think if he'd have done it, they would have said so. If they'd have interviewed him, they would have said so to sell the movie that much more. But for him to spend that much time doing it and giving it the runs he did, I found it disrespectful. And you see a lot of white creators and writers that tend to have some kind of say at some point, but they never talk about Priest and Panther with the live action movies. Oh, I can't hear you. Is it me? No, you're muted, Artisan.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's
No,
muted.
no, I'm muted because it was an ad playing before, and every time I stop it, something pops up on the screen.
I'm sorry.
Mm.
Yeah,
Hey,
every time I push pause, an ad pops up on the screen. That
yeah,
is not YouTube friendly. So,
yeah. This is what I ran across when I looked up David Cole because he looked familiar to me, and I was like, "Who is this cat?" And I looked it up, and that video popped up in the feed, and I was like, "Oh, yeah." And I went back and rewatched Affairs of State, and I
okay.
was like, "Okay."
All right, let's see this part. I can show this part. Yeah, let's see if I can start it from there without too much of an issue. Let's see what Corn Sweat got.
If you want to know why they hired David Cornsweet, there you go. He was pimping, man. I mean, they have more there's more intense scenes than that in that movie. He was pimping.
So we can't call him corn syrup no more.
I'm just saying, man. Y'all might be a little too hard on my boy. That's all. You know, he put in some work.
That's
He
it.
put in some work.
And he got some man in him.
Yeah, man.
There's no sugar in his tank.
So you better tell Lois to respect.
You know what I'm saying? Because he was
Respect the
putting it down. Lois and her little jacked up capris running around the whole movie.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
them
Yeah,
pants was
them
dropping.
pants and them shoes was killing me. My daughter got a pair of big ass shoes like that. I said, "What is it? Is this the modern day feminist outfit or something? Big ass fucking
Asexual.
shoes."
This asexual, thing. I mean, you couldn't see anybody. She just looked like a
Yeah,
nondescript,
non
being, human.
insert pseudo female here. Like,
Exactly.
How Mary Jane looked in Spider-Man 2 video game. She was wearing pantsuits and jeans and stuff. I was like, damn, can you dress like at least put some effort? She's supposed to be a model.
Yep. I just saw a critical thinker video where he was talking about how they did that to Captain Marvel and changed up her suit.
yeah, yeah. They covered her up completely when who was that writer? Kelly
Kelly to the
Thompson.
Conic. Kelly to the Conic.
Yeah, they started writing her. They just covered her up, kept making her look like more like a dude, and cut her hair so she could
Like,
have
like
the
a
feminine.
teenage boy.
Yeah, the teenage boy or the stud lesbian cut. Okay, here is the trailer. I don't remember this coming out.
Yeah, I didn't either. I saw
Yeah,
it long after.
2018. Yeah, 2018.
Yep, it's
I
good
would
though.
watch that shit too because I like political movies, especially seeing how dirty politics gets.
Oh yeah. I mean, when you find out how he got to that point and how the woman in the clip knew he was down to hit,
Mm-hmm.
he was smashing some of them older bras far more than that. Like,
Damn.
oh yeah, he was smashing for real. So I was like, who is this cat? And so when I heard about him as Superman, I was like, why does he look familiar?
Why does he look familiar? Like, oh, that's right.
That's right. You know,
Talented Mr.
Corn Sweats was
Ripley.
Corn Sweats was breaking the sweat. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, man. Yep. But but just in general, I would say as far as the movie, I don't particularly like my Superman to get his ass whooped that much. That's just me. And I'm Gen X, so for me, Christopher Reeves is always going to be my Superman.
Right.
I like the way he held himself. He held his frame in most situations. Lois never just made him flip out after one conversation. He always held his frame real well. And I mean, to me, he was the only Superman that actually accomplished what Superman was written to do. He actually gave you a sense of hope about
Mhm.
everything. The way Christopher Reeve carried the role, it was about hope. And I've never had a Superman make me hopeful before,
Mhm.
other than Christopher Reeve.
All right.
So I haven't seen that. I haven't, but in truth, I don't even think people write him in the movies anyway. I don't think they even write him with hope. They just kind of slop some things together that they think are Superman.
That
But
they think is
Christopher
hope
Reeves, yeah.
nowadays.
But I think Christopher was the only one that took the hope part of it seriously, to me. So
I would agree. I mean, we both Gen Xers, so I get that. Christopher Reeves is the standard that I measure all other Superman by.
yeah,
Right. And a lot of them come close, but they just don't do it. Like I might have liked Brandon Ralph
yeah,
as an actor, liked his Superman. His Superman didn't give him much hope. His Superman was an absentee daddy and a peeping Tom, which was weird as fuck.
it was weird.
That's Bryan Singer's disposition and not Brandon Ralph's disposition.
But here, and you're right. But here's the thing I know you can relate to. Now, the first Superman movie with Reeves was like 3 hours.
Yes.
You didn't see the suit for half the movie.
No.
You almost forgot what the movie was supposed to be about by the time you saw the suit.
Like, oh shit, that's right. It's a superhero.
I'm just watching these reporters run around,
You're
But
watching a movie about a guy.
yeah. But the moment he puts the suit on and the way the music is handled, you're damn near dropping a tear as a kid in the 80s when he takes off. And I mean, no other, I hadn't seen any other superhero movie that did that to me. Like I
Yeah.
felt something when the suit came on.
Yeah.
And I was
You
like,
will believe a man can fly.
that's how they used to sell it. And they were right.
All right. You'll believe it. Yeah, I believed it. And it was more than that because he was doing some shit too. And mind you, Christopher Reeves in that movie didn't show up till later. For most of that movie, before he even put the suit on, it wasn't even Christopher Reeves.
Yep.
It was
and the color made sense. The bright red, yellow, and blue popped on the screen. And when you saw him next to Zod and Ursa, and they were draped in black, his color made sense. Superman was supposed to be bright. He's supposed to dramatically disrupt everything that's going on with brightness, optimism, and hope. Now, I'll give Corn Sweat and Gunn this much. They did try it. The whole, when they had this, I'm not going to go into detail about it, but the debate about punk rock, I actually appreciated that because they were trying to show how, this particular Superman manifests hope. I mean, I get it. He was optimistic.
Right.
I like that they gestured to that because that is Superman. I've never seen it with punk rock before, but I get it.
Yeah.
This is that universe that works. But nobody did it better than Christopher, as far as I was concerned.
No, Donner and Christopher Reeves actually hit a note, like damn near, to me, damn near perfection.
Yeah,
and that's as a kid to seeing it as an adult. I've seen that damn movie too many damn times. Too many times.
And even to this day, when I watch it, I never look at the red shorts and say that looks stupid.
No, I never do. Because my eyes never focus on his fucking shorts, though, either.
It's on the S, huh?
It's on the S and it's on his face and everything he's doing with his face and how he talks and moves and stuff like that.
Yes.
That's what's most important to me. Not if he had his underwear on or off. Modern sensibility.
Malika hit on something that took me years. Yep, it took me years to process. I was like, why is the first black man in this movie a pimp?
Oh boy.
Because he saw them boots and like, I need a pair of those. Late 70s, man. He needed them boots.
You need the boots, but it was
Boots.
a hard pill to swallow though.
Yeah. A bad
You know.
outfit, yeah.
Hmm.
And I never thought what a pimp would think about Superman's outfit before that scene.
But he did it permanently in Superman 2. They didn't think of him. It was permanent for Tom since he was using Blue K. What are y'all talking about? That's the only way Superman could sleep with her without putting her in a wheelchair or killing her. Yeah, self-control. Yeah. Tom Welling's soup had sex after Lana was empowered. Then they had sex. That's what me and Lion was making a joke about. That's how he broke his virginity. Because she had powers.
Mm-hmm.
But Tom Welling's Clark Kent is different because he was never called or Superman in that series. That was the whole point. He's never supposed to be called Superman. He's never supposed to be Superman in that whole series. Even though you refer to him that way, he's not. Red, blue blur, all this other stuff. That was one of the mandates that Warner Brothers gave them, that he can never be called Superman in that show. So that's why when the season goes off, the last scene of that show, after 7 fucking years, is him in the fortress and flying and taking on his name, his costume, the red and blue costume, and you see it go on and the show ends. That's it. Now he's become Superman.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's one of the reasons Tom Welling doesn't register in my head as Superman, because he never put on the suit to the last episode.
Yeah. Yes and no, because he did end up fighting Doomsday in that shit.
Yeah. I was like, what's he gonna do as Superman? He done fought everybody in the comics before he as a teenager.
But the show was fun in that sense because it could play with that and because it's like another universe.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Having Lex and Clark have a relationship way before they end up becoming Superman and Lex Luthor, the supervillain, was more interesting. It was a lot more interesting.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I enjoyed the show for what it was. But I think in my mind, on a subconscious level, I just put that and Christopher Reeve, at least the first two, first 3 movies, because I love Richard Pryor, even though the movie's horrible.
The movie's horrible, but yeah.
But they're just on 2 different levels in my head. So but there's no disrespect to the show or Welling. They did a good job. No,
because he never flies. That was the main thing that everybody complained about Smallville, is that he never flies. But that was also one of the mandates. He can never fly, and he can't have the blue and red suit.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's supposed to be Smallville. It's supposed to be the story of Clark Kent, not Superman.
Yeah.
So even when he moved to Metropolis and he's becoming a reporter and stuff like that, he ain't Superman. Yeah. And he don't fly. He moves really fast, but he doesn't fly. That's reserved for Superman.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting constraint to have on the character. But I think Tom Welling did a hell of a job. So while I still call him a Superman, he should have got a Superman movie. They gave it to Henry Cavill. Mm-hmm. So Henry Cavill can't be too mad that they gave it to Corn Sweat. Yeah. You took Tom Welling's role. I was waiting for him to show up to be Superman in the movies. Like, God damn.
Well.
He had the look.
He looks like Christopher Reeve.
Yeah. He
looks like Christopher Reeve. He had to look. He was old enough now. He could have pulled off an older, stately Superman. He could have bought it. He'd been playing that character for damn near a decade.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Directed episodes and stuff. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, 10 seasons.
Yeah.
You could have got it. But no, they went with Henry Cavill because Zack Snyder wanted to do something different. Okay. I like Henry too. Now he out. Like, God damn.
Yeah.
What's Superman and Batman or anything? What's that?
What kind of Superman we're going to get? Who's going to play Superman next?
I don't know. Does it matter?
I think Corn Sweat's going to be around a minute. I mean, Gunn is just getting started, really.
Right.
Okay.
And he didn't do a bad job. It was just really more the writing. So if they can improve on that, because the movie, I don't think Yeah, I mean, look, Artisan knows better than I do, but I don't think the movie's gonna flop.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna flop. It'll make money just on people wanting to go see it because it's been hyped up for so long and so
Yes.
much. And it is a tentpole title for Warner Brothers DC.
Right.
Superman or Batman. That's the golden ticket money makers.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how little they shake it, they still gonna make some money on that motherfucker.
Yeah, I
So
just think.
it's gonna make some money. If it makes
I
a
just,
billion, I'm not sure, but it's a Superman movie. Everybody in the world knows Superman. So
yeah, I
can feel
just rewatched. Tim Burton's original Batman the other day.
Yeah.
Still holds up.
Yeah, I wasn't thrilled with Michael Keaton as the choice because I remembered him from Mr. Mom, so that was not the one I wanted to play Batman. But I have to give him and Burton credit. They were the first to darken, Batman on screen, and I appreciated that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was fine with Michael Keaton. I knew him from Mr. Mom, but some other stuff, Clean Us Over, Pacific Heights, he could play dark. I knew he could play dark.
I remember Pacific Heights, yeah.
Yeah, I knew he could play dark. I was fine.
I was an artist at the time, so for me, the physicality of a superhero, the musculature was a big part of it for me.
Yeah.
And by the time I watched the movie with him in it, he didn't bother to pick up a weight. I was just like, that's
he was the slimmest Batman we've ever had.
It's like watching Kevin Costner play Robin Hood, but he didn't have an English accent. He just went over there as an American and played Robin Hood. That's how it felt to me. I'm like, you're really not even going to work out? Really? I don't want to see Batman with no muscles, man. Come on.
It wasn't a requirement at that time. That's not how they did their action scenes and shit like that.
Well, even Chris put on like somewhere between 20 and 40 pounds of muscle before.
Yeah, they said Chris put on so much muscle they had to do a whole bunch of reshoots.
They did, but that was a different time frame where at the time that Christian Bale was doing Batman, actors working out for these roles and buffing up and having to be looking like more like the comic was after the 89 shit. 89, that wasn't even a standard. It wasn't even a standard for the actors to be in their own fight scenes. But Christian Bale had to do some fight training. He had to buff up.
Man, Christian.
Because it was going to be camera on him.
He did buff up too.
Yeah, he buffed the fuck up.
Well, and all due respect to David did too.
He buffed up.
But that thick canvas suit wasn't going to show off much. I would have been pissed if I were David. I'll tell you that. Because you look at those clips, he put in a lot of work.
Right.
And you didn't even see him, walking around eating potato chips with his shirt off. I was just like, man, if I do all of that work, y'all better,
The only scene that you get some of an idea of how big he actually is in that scene in Lois's apartment. And then when he's back on the farm with the Kents, right? You see him standing there in his suit and his button down shirt. It's like, okay, he got some shoulder and some mass up top. His pecs is out there. Okay.
But
you just can't see it in that suit though.
But you remember in the Snyder cut, Superman comes out the ocean.
Like, God.
Yep.
That's not Aquaman?
See what I mean?
Right. Like,
David deserved that for all the work.
He needed that moment. Yeah.
He deserved that moment.
So you mean like the Chris Hemsworth and Thor moment where his shirt was off?
Yeah. Give it to the fangirls. Maybe that'll be a James Gunn director's cut where they'll get the fangirl cut and he got his shirt off a lot more.
Yeah.
Looking like Christian Grey. 50 Shades of Blue.
But Artisan, what I was saying earlier though was that if you watch Peacemaker, maybe a little bit of Creature Commandos, the thing with James Gunn is he likes redneck culture. I think his brother come out of that, and especially Peacemaker and his father and whatnot. So you see that, and this goes to what when I first turned your show on, you were critiquing the Kents, and you were saying the exact same things I was yelling at my son about the way they did the Kents. It was a lot of that redneck vibe, and that reminded me of Rob Zombie because of what especially by the time he took over Halloween. I was like, this is redneck Halloween. Like, what is this? But I think that's the culture they come out of. And I think that's part of what he brings to his interpretation of things. So I mean, that's just so I wasn't derailing it. I wasn't saying it was negative. I was just noticing that he has this penchant for the poor white kind of experience.
Right. I didn't know what the reference was because I didn't know what Rob Zombie had did that
Yeah.
showed some redneck culture stuff. Like I didn't watch the Halloween movies that Rob Zombie did. So I had
Mm.
stopped watching Halloween by that time, so I didn't give a shit. I knew who Rob Zombie was for his music and stuff like that, but directing, like I'm sure he can do a good job. Whatever the fuck. I didn't watch it, so I didn't know.
Well,
But pointing out the Peacemaker angle makes sense because yes, he does. James Gunn does have fun making. I would say he's making fun of country hick people or rednecks. I think he's making fun of them because he doesn't have a problem depicting them as being racist or stupid.
That's right. His father was racist. Yeah.
yeah, he was. But if you go back and watch the original Halloween, and then you watch Rob Zombie's Halloween, Halloween was in a what do you call it? A suburb.
Yeah, it was in the suburb.
It was, and that was the appeal. That was the appeal of Halloween. You had a horror movie with a serial killer in a suburb. That was unheard of in the 70s. Most of it was always taking place in city or weird places, New York, but they're running around suburbs, so that was what made Halloween scary. But when you get to Rob Zombie, the mom is a stripper, the stepdad is an unemployed guy trying to get disability. They live in
white trash.
They were white trash.
White trash Halloween.
They had a 2-story house, but they were in a white trash environment, and that's what Rob Zombie kind of brought to it.
Okay.
So by the time you fast forward and you're watching Peacemaker, you kind of go, okay, I'm starting to see it, and then I get to the Kents. I'm like, what kind of John and Mom and Pop Kent is this? And I was like, okay, I think I see it.
Yeah, I could see the redneck in there, and while I don't think the characters, their depictions, are not true, they are like stereotypes to me.
Yeah,
because his mother looked like it was the first time she was using a fucking cell phone. And couldn't understand how the technology worked. And I was like, this is way fucked up, dude. This is way messed up. They got a whole farm. They can keep that running, but they can't work this damn work.
So if you go back to the animated series, they were very upstanding.
Mm-hmm.
They were intelligent, even though but they weren't academics. They were intelligent. You could actually see where Superman gets his wisdom from, because you got to remember, without them, there is no Superman.
Yeah, there is.
You get Red Sun without Mom Pa Kent.
Yes,
you know what I mean. So if you're gonna play them down, then you're kind of playing down Superman, because it doesn't make sense. Where would he get it from?
Exactly.
They're just bumpkins just running around, on a farm.
That's why I said the only decent scene with Jonathan was when they were sitting on the bench, where Jonathan had something smart to fucking say. But other than that, he was sitting there when the mother was on the phone call saying, what is he doing? Did he break this thing and he trying to fix it? What the hell is going on in his house?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, dude.
That one bench scene is the only thing that redeemed the Kents in that movie. Because other than that, I was going to be like, that's not the Kent. But I said the same thing about Jarrell and Laura. I said, that's not them.
Yeah, that's not them. That wasn't. Bro. I passed that off. That was A Star Is Born. Like okay, you just had to use Bradley Cooper because he was an easy get, right? Okay, whatever. We got Rocket, and then we got, that's not Palm Keith, so whatever. Fuck. Moving on.
Yeah, but that wasn't both sets of his parents weren't right.
No, they weren't good at all. What did you have? I think it was AB or BC or something.
Oh no, I was saying, like you said earlier about the intelligence. Remember, Superman ain't super smart. You even says Dr. T probably got, with his PhD, is more academically inclined than Superman.
Yeah. And I just use that because, yes, he's an alien, but he was educated here on this planet. And I don't like the joke I was making was that no amount of baby Einstein from the planet Krypton made him super smart when he got here.
Right.
Because his main villain is a genius. Superman's not a genius then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's it's not, to me, it's not a debate. He's not. If he was a genius, he wouldn't have a problem. His villain would be something else other than a super genius, which is what.
I mean, potentially he can be a super intelligent. It's like this. If he can read and retain and he has perfect recall of memory, I mean, hey,
No, he
potentially
doesn't.
he could be.
Flash does.
Huh?
Flash does. Superman doesn't.
He does. They said it when they had the book because he has a perfect recall of memory, just like when he was doing reading medical books and was doing surgeries.
Yes, but
And,
see, that's shit.
and
That is shit they backfill onto Superman to keep giving him abilities to keep keeping him at the head of the superhero pantheon. That has always been Flash stuff, and most directly coming from Impulse, who can super
because
read and retain all
they've
that
been doing
shit.
that since the '60s for that
No,
guy.
no. Since the '60s, they were giving him shit like super friction.
Yeah, but he
Look
gave
it
him a lot of powers since the '60s. I got a midget coming out of my hand. Yes,
up.
and yes. By the way, I'm gonna say this, Doc. Anybody complain about Man of Steel, just gonna be looking at him. I'll be like, we don't want the softer side of Sears when it comes to superheroes.
Yeah, Charles still ain't seen it yet. The number one Superman fan has not seen the
I'm,
Superman yet, so
that tells you something.
I'm looking
That
at it
tells
with
you
a
something.
side. I'm looking at it
That
with
tells
some.
you something about how I feel about this movie. I saw Man of Steel the day it came out.
you
The
know,
day it came out, I'm not excited about it. I'm going to see it, but I'm not excited about it.
I think because I grew up on Reeves, everything after that I could take with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
So when I hear people, talking about Man of Steel, my whole attitude is kind of like, all right, I mean, it was cool, but I still go back to Christopher Reeve. So I'm not wedded to Man of Steel. I wasn't upset when they gave it to Gunn. I was more optimistic, like, all right, let's see what he does with it.
Yeah,
And so now I watched it and I'm like, it wasn't great.
I'll be honest.
It wasn't horrible,
I'm
but
finished.
Sorry.
Go ahead, AB.
I'll be honest. After seeing Man of Steel, not this is not a knock to Christopher Reeves. I blame the directors for this. There are only two Superman movies that Christopher Reeves did, and don't get me wrong, I have nothing against Richard Pryor, but that movie sucked.
it
That,
did. We're
It
not
did.
denying that.
That's the part. That's the joke of this whole thing. It did suck. Everybody knows that.
and as somebody who studied how to do film, the effects were just. I'm like, damn, I could do better than this. Like, I was looking at. I rewatched it after taking some video editing classes. I'm like, dang, I could have done better than this. Good lord.
But I gotta say this though, the
Mm-hmm.
fact that Richard was tapping Margot what was his name? What's her name? Lois Lane, the actress,
Margot Kidder.
Kidder. The fact that he was tapping her off screen gave that film a whole nother spin when you
Oh
watch
well. Oh wow. I didn't
who
know
was
that.
really Superman.
Yeah, no shit. Like, wow. Now,
He was tapping Dolly Parton and Margot Kidder and a bunch of chicks. So it was funny to me.
hey, I
Oh
gave it
wow.
a good.
I mean, hey, I was just waiting for a scene with him and Marlon Brando. That's all.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah, there you go.
uh,
I was just,
But I'm
I'm
sorry,
just
Superman
like, I'm
4 gonna
just like this. I love Chris Reeves. Grew up on it. I just think a much more modern. If I want to be nostalgic, I'm gonna watch Chris Reeves. If I want the modern take, I'm watching Man of Steel.
hmm
And it's it's very hard. Like even if you compare it to Marvel movies, I'm like, so if people who are just strictly Marvel tards instead of actually being balanced, I said okay, show me one movie that's better. I said I said anything. I really even when I look at James Gunn's movies, I get a little bit of a headache because I'm like, you bring this stupid silliness in there that when it doesn't need to be. It's like an awkward silliness. Like it's one thing if you make a sly comment, but it's like you're trying too hard, kid. You're trying too hard. Come on, do better. It's like when you have a trolly person in your chat and they're trying to insult you and you're like, come on, man, you can do better than that. You can do better than that. Come on, your mom was better than that. I mean, yes, her mouth was filled, but she did better than that. mean, it's like that. It's like this. I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm not excited. It's not like I don't get the same resonance. It's like you went back to the trunks, and I'm like, get rid of the damn trunks. Get rid of them. We understand. You can keep everything else. Get rid of the damn trunks. Sometimes you do have to modernize your characters. I love John Romita Sr., but guess what? We don't draw like him anymore, do we? No,
No.
wouldn't so. Wouldn't so. You have to modernize at some point. We love the original Iron Man story, but do we want to watch a movie or have a comic and that's your only suit? No.
No.
So
Want to see the
anybody who says that they can dismiss me with that bullshit because that's what you basically that's basically what you're telling me. Okay, let's go back to the original way the Hulk looked. Let's go back to all this Steve Ditko. We love him, but we just don't do that anymore.
Well, I agree with Dr. T on this. My Superman is Christopher Reeves. I'm a Gen Xer. My Superman is Christopher Reeves. He set the standard. So my only angst about James Gunn, I wasn't upset that they were making a new Superman movie. I just thought my whole thing was they still needed to give Henry Cavill a second Man of Steel movie. I wanted to have that story finished out in my head. And it's not. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not going to be now. It's never going to be now because they've already gone back to formula and wasted his time on BVS and this other bullshit to get to. Well, that was 3 movies. We need to move on with a new Superman now, and now I got to deal with another new Superman.
Yeah.
That's my only issue with the shit. Not that James Gunn was doing it. Not that somebody was giving us a new Superman. I'm fine with that because I accept them all as being new. They're all versions of the same damn character. So it's not competing in my head necessarily because my standard is Christopher Reeves. And every other Superman after that is always measured next to the Christopher Reeves Superman. It's just the way it works. So,
But that to me is why when my son hit me with that, we were leaving the theater, and I was lamenting all of the stupid jokes and all of that, and he was like, "Well," he said, "Dad, I just see Superman in the video games," and he was like, "And in the video games, we find him boring." So he was like, "I think Gunn was hired to make him interesting to a new generation." Now, this to me goes back to what I was thinking when Charles was kind of making his point. I'm like, there's always a way to maintain the integrity of an idea and update it without just dismissing it. Because to me, a big blue suit with nothing that breaks it up in the middle just doesn't feel like Superman to me.
mhm.
There's a lot of different ways it could have been done. And I'm not saying this is the way with this image here, but I'm saying you can see how you can modernize anything. You don't have to just get rid of it. As a matter of fact, I like the red cuffs on his wrist. I think it makes sense.
He
Yeah.
looks like a goddamn stripper. That's what he looks like. He looks like a goddamn stripper. That looks ridiculous.
He
From
looks
an
like
artistic
a
standpoint,
stripper in the suit he wore anyway.
it's like this. Let me ask you this: Would you rather see? Would you rather see the wetsuit from Batman '66 in the movie, or would you rather see the Ben Affleck one,
Wait, the what?
the Ben Affleck Batman suit,
No, I didn't hear
Versus
the first part of what you said.
the comparison, yeah.
the Adam West Batman suit compared to the Ben Affleck one?
Batman 66 or Affleck.
Or Affleck, that okay, that one that doesn't. I don't even think that makes sense. But all right, if you want to compare the
Well,
two, the question I would ask is, could you even have the Ben Affleck if you didn't have the Adam West suit?
even though the Adam West almost, even though the Adam West almost destroyed the character of Batman, it took like a whole decade to revamp him into the serious character we know. So it's almost like you almost couldn't take him seriously as this character. People forget there's ups and downs with these characters. To me, do I like the new 52 because it gave you a lot of sleeker looks to the modern comics, and a lot of those looks translated well on the screen. Just like I hated the fact that you always had to have a super black suit for Batman. Like you never really saw him in an all black suit in the comics, and they actually got the translation right with that one. which was like, even I was skeptical about is Ben Affleck as Batman. So I saw him in a suit. I was like, goddamn, he jumped right out the goddamn pages. They got it right. With this, it's like, mm, it's like y'all can't hire a goddamn Taylor. I don't know. Somebody in Vietnam was available. Like, it was just, I'm sorry when CW suits look better than that, but I'm like, Jesus Christ, come on, man. You can't. But I understand people are gonna have their favorites. It's like I just looked at it and was like, it's a little off-putting. Like, okay, we're going backwards. I see. Okay, we see this again.
Well, classically, he has trunks outside. If he's the only character wearing trunks outside and every other character has a new modern costume, it kind of looks ridiculous for him to have the trunks outside.
It also
That's the costume. It's the costume. It's like Spider Man's costume. You make some variations of it so it has the same theme, same colors, in the same places, but you don't alter it too much. Superman, unfortunately, is going to need his trunks outside the same way Batman needs his underwear outside too, in some form or fashion.
it
But
it
you
al-
can't get away from it.
it also depends on the universe because in
'Cause-
many universes his mother makes his suit, like in this one. But in the Man of Steel, he gets it from Krypton via the ship that he's in. So, and if it comes out of Krypton's culture, then it's probably going to look weird or silly at some point anyway, in some way, if it's an alien culture entirely. But if his
yeah,
mother makes it, it's heavily influenced by his mother. So I think in one way or the other, Superman is going to be a little off on some level. It doesn't have to be negative, but it's going to be different because it's not like he designed his suit the way Peter Parker did.
right.
He never designed his suit. It either came from Krypton or it came from his mother. So I don't mind it, with the trunks out. I did think these trunks in the latest movie were too big.
yeah,
I do. I did think they were too big, but I
yeah.
don't mind the idea of the shorts. It's all about execution to me.
Yeah, had a
To me,
boxer
it's
brief
always
on.
been about execution.
I'm just like,
Oh, the trunks are horrible.
they're horrible. They're horrible. For modern interpretations, back in the day, it was cool, but modern interpretations, it's like if you look at the new 52 design, that was a great design. When you look at the new 52 version of Wonder Woman, great design. She looks like somebody who comes from a Greco-Roman, culture. So when you look at Aquaman, you can actually see texture on his armor. And I understand there's always going to be newer techniques compared to like 30, 40, 50 years ago when it comes to art and also renditions. But when you're trying to make this character one way, especially superhero characters, it's like pro wrestling. Okay, why pro wrestling kind of sucks right now
Because nobody
because
knew.
everybody wrestles the goddamn thing. Why did Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig look different from Bret Hart? Because they have different experiences, but they mesh well together. Everybody who goes to this training center, guess what happens? You look too blended. You look almost too perfect, and you don't have the same experience of going out to Japan, learning how to wrestle their way. Hell, they got two different ways of pro wrestling actually. You don't go to Europe where you look at their more catch as catch stand stuff, and it's the same way when you look at comics. Like even with like let's say anime, American comics does affect anime. Shout out to My Hero Academia. But just like you had Ed McGuinness, who was influenced by the craze of anime, but he also put it in his Mister Majestic and Superman run, and even his Hulk run. but you still seen it as an American comic. Hell, he even made homages back to the old way Superman was drawn because he mostly drew Superman in squints at a certain distance or certain angles. But when it comes to certain designs, it's kind of off-putting because, especially with the suit, because the suit's going to be the one seller for a lot of people. Oops, because hey, even when you look at Green Lantern and you actually gave him a suit instead of CGI in the whole suit, was the suit off-putting to people?
Mhm.
I to me, like I said, I think it always comes down to execution as far as I'm concerned. I don't if you're gonna update anything, there's a lot that could be updated. I don't think it just falls on the shorts. I think
Mhm.
but to me, I think the issue is that Gunn's interpretation with the big shorts I didn't like. But I do think he pulled it from All Star Superman. If you go back and look at that comic, those shorts look like they were huge. And I think he pulled that from a specific design. I don't think it came out of nowhere. Now that was never my favorite design. I mean, there are designs where the shorts are like damn near speedos, and then there are others like they're what do you call it, tidy whities, and they're huge. To me, it as and I'm saying this as an artist because there are always creative ways to do anything. I mean, it's not like we're just pulling a suit out of 1943. You know,
Yeah, this is a quietly drawn All Star Superman,
it's quietly
and
style.
it's quietly style,
The
right?
short cape, the really short cape,
Big trousers.
the big trousers. Not everybody did Superman like that. That was quietly, and I think
Mm.
that's what he pulled from. I
Yep.
didn't like this in the comics, and I don't like Gunn's choice. But I don't think they all look silly just because he has on red shorts. I think it all comes down as an artist to the
Mhm.
execution at the end of the day.
Right. And what you're trying to convey, and how you're presenting that character. For Man of Steel, and to have a more realistic, real world view of Superman, I could see him without trunks, with having a one piece suit on that is Kryptonian made out of a Kryptonian spaceship. Yeah, I could see it that way. Look, it was fine. I didn't need to. I wouldn't expect to see the trunks because everybody walking around Krypton wasn't wearing trunks outside of their fucking suits. Okay, so it looks like an armored suit, battle suit. Fine, I'm fine with that. This version, while it does look baggy in some areas, I don't give a shit that the trunks are on the outside. It doesn't matter to me. Like I said, the main parts of the suit for me is always the cape, how big it is and how it flows, and the emblem on his chest. How big is it? What does it look like? How is it designed?
And you just raised an excellent point because if you go back to Brandon Routh's Superman, he had the really small S,
Mm-hmm.
which I never liked. I always liked the big S and I like the big cape. But the short cape, the big trunks, the small S, these are all variations that artists play with in every iteration of Superman. So it
Yep.
just comes down to what you like and what you don't. And I think people are constantly modernizing it, but that doesn't mean everybody's going to like it.
No, because I can tell you this: Brandon Routh's suit, his super suit.
It looked weird to me.
Well, because it's half based on a. It's half based on a Stan Lee design for Superman, right? Like when Stan Lee did his, if Stan Lee did Superman,
Right.
right? What Superman would look like. And they're not giving me this picture by itself. I can write it.
Even though he had a way better suit, I'm gonna tell you where it was basically perfection.
Hold on, Charles. Hold on. He has some tidy whities on. This is Brandon Routh Superman, right? The color scheme that's damn near burgundy, that's from that
Burgundy.
Stan Lee run of stuff,
Hmm.
right? If
Yeah.
Stan Lee designed it. He had a darker red color,
Right.
right? His blue pops, but he is wearing some fucking tidy whities. Like
Hmm.
these are straight up some fucking Fruit of the Loom or BBDs, dude.
Hmm.
And his boots are platforms. You can see it right there at the bottom
Hmm.
where that shit is so huge It's like he has lifts in his shoes or something, which he doesn't need. I thought he was almost like 6 foot.
I think Ralph
He's
is.
six.
I think he's over.
He's 6'4".
Yeah, he's 6'4".
Yeah, he's tall. So why the fuck does he have this big club foot heel on his boots? That shit looked ridiculous to me.
If you go back and watch the movie, I could swear there's a kind of a diamond shaped design even throughout the blue fabric on the suit.
Mm-hmm. It
If you
is.
get close enough to it, you can
Yep.
see it, which I'd never seen for Superman before.
Yeah, there were seams and some other stuff that they did with the costume. Deeper inside. Let's see if this picture will show it.
I think the perfection of his suit when we want to see one of the much more better Superman suits was when Brandon Routh played the Kingdom Come version of Superman going
Yeah.
on Infinite Crisis. That was a damn good suit.
Okay. So
Kingdom Come. Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
yeah, the CW. So he had seams in his suit. It was Man of Steel had the diamond plating inside the suit, a lot more detail in the suit where you can see um Kryptonian writing and stuff like that all through the suit and the fabric and whatnot. This was a plain ass Lois Lane too. Kate Bosworth's ass. But it's a suit. It looks more like he's actually super because it's not a lot of armor or padding on it. It just looks like it's pajamas. He's wearing Under Armour with a cape.
The only problem I ever had with the Man of Steel suit with the padded muscles is that when you have padded muscles and you move, the muscles don't move.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't particularly appreciate that. You know, that just looks weird to me, but there's a lot of Man of Steel love, so I ain't mad about it. Y'all do your thing. I didn't mind Gunn not wanting plastic muscles on the suit. I just think choosing a 1 inch thick fabric is not necessarily the best way to go with an in-shape actor. That's the kind of shit you do in like the show The Boys. When the actors don't work out and they show up and put pads in the suit, I expect that for a TV show.
I
If
can
you're
tell
gonna
you,
do a
liking
multi-million,
them not working out. You got to work out. You sound like me bitching about a lazy superhero.
well, I think about what happened with what's the actor's name who came in and played the father of the main Superman character in The Boys. I forget his name. He was kind of like
Jensen Ackles,
yeah, he played the Captain America like character.
Soldier Boy.
Yeah, Soldier Boy. He actually worked out, and when he
Mm-hmm.
got to the set, the actors were like, "What are you doing? Just tell him to put muscles in the suit. You don't have to work out. We don't." And they kind of laughed at him. And I'm like, okay, for a
He's
TV
like, hell
movie, for a TV show, that's fine. But if I'm seeing a multi-million-dollar movie, you know, but I'm not. I've never really been with the plastic muscles. I like when things move naturally,
no.
but
Right.
but I mean, it wasn't. I mean, I can't say it's horrible. It's not my favorite S, and the color was bordering on some kind of dark hot pink. But short of that, their thing.
Yeah, it's catching the light funny because it's giving that, and this is a daylight shot, so it's that dark color like in Brandon Routh's suit, but it's also giving off that red. That red is popping, and it is popping into the pink on on that part. But his suit had more texture to it, which made it interesting. And no shorts. He just got the one piece, just the one piece on. But Henry Cavill cut hella different.
The
He
black
just
suit
cut
was cool.
Yeah, the black one was fire. This one I liked this suit when I saw it. It's like, okay, that's kind of cool. And that cape, your cape got a drape, man. You got that icon cape on. Like, bro, the cape is 4 miles back.
This is where I can feel what you were saying earlier. I don't like a short cape, but when I was reading All Star Superman, I liked it for All Star Superman.
Right.
I liked it for All Star Superman. I didn't want to see it on screen.
No.
But I liked it for what it was in that moment. It's like Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man. I like Todd McFarlane's Spider-Man for Todd McFarlane comics.
Mm-hmm.
Do I want to see everybody trying to copy it, or do I want to see a live action attempt? That might go badly, but
yeah,
but
it can go ridiculous. Yeah, the cape not touching the ground for certain versions is fine with me. It just goes back and forth. It just depends, like you're saying, it depends on the setting, depends on how the costume is working together. As long as it floats in the wind, I guess. corn sweats.
Then there was the whole issue of the raised S versus the
Yep.
flat S. Just like with Spider-Man, the raised webbing versus the flat webbing. These are all design elements that they update in every iteration, and every artist makes their own contribution to it. So it's not that they're not updating things. They're always updating things. It's just, do you like the particular rendition?
Right. Does this update actually work for you or not? And that's why I think that on a second movie, the suit will go through a hell of a lot of design changes. Hell of a lot.
I think so.
It will almost certainly look like a different suit. Most certainly. Right. So
if they're smart.
If they're smart. So
Right.
don't be so upset about it that you can totally pass on the damn movie just because of that. Because for me, the argument over the suit is inconsequential. What's the movie about? The whole movie is not the damn suit. The whole movie is the movie. See? So I can tell he's wearing something, right? As opposed to some dude that's a lot broader and more muscular than him having to fit into a fucking body cast to get that damn suit made. Like, holy shit. And people are complaining about he got on underwear and he didn't have on underwear. Well, they both look equally ridiculous either way. Either way. I mean, this belt situation on his trunks looks stupid, but this, he just got a cod piece in there. It's like, okay, so how you even get this goddamn thing on?
with a yellow dot above his dick.
Yeah, right. and arrows just letting you know it's down there. Like he yelling, "Suck it" from Krypton without having to say, "Suck it."
You know, though, I will say,
like I said, it's a difference between Superman. Let's go get Superman. No, we got Superman at home.
You got Superman at home.
I didn't hear him. What did he say?
He said it's the difference between Superman and saying we got Superman at home. Like your mother telling you want a Superman costume, and your mama say we got a Superman costume at home.
Oh, okay.
This
just looked like he put in a lot of football pads in the wrong places. But
yeah,
this movie helped me reappreciate the Fortress of Solitude because I didn't realize I was missing it in Man of Steel.
Yeah,
I love the Fortress of Solitude, but I hadn't seen it since Christopher Reeve. Well, no, I guess we saw it with.
It was a Man of Steel too. You just didn't spend much time there.
You talking about the ship?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't have a fortress. He had the ship.
Yeah, we did see it in Brandon Routh's for a second.
You did,
but I liked this fortress. It was a little too small inside, but I liked it. I liked
it. It looked really tiny to me.
It did.
It looked like it was a ship because it could turn around and it could submerge. It's like, so you got a super submarine? Like, what the fuck is just a pod?
I thought,
how big is this thing? Like, it doesn't seem like it's big at all.
It wasn't, but I like the outside of it. I like the creativity of it. But again, in another iteration, it's going to look different. These are all the things they always change, but
always change.
But I didn't realize I missed it in Man of Steel until I saw it in this movie. But he did have the ship. He just didn't have the fortress, and it's okay. And that rendition of Krypton, they didn't use crystal technology.
No, but then again, he wouldn't
look different.
If he got a second movie, you could have got a fortress.
Right. It probably wouldn't have been crystal, which is fine because it wasn't always crystal anywhere. I mean, that was the Salkinds and the 70s Superman that brought that crystal technology. In the comics, it wasn't crystal when it started. So that was a change. And so I'm open to changes. I just missed that he had it. And I didn't know I did until I watched this movie. So I like that it came back.
Oh shit, they got a whole playset for this motherfucker already. You mean you got a whole playset for the Fortress of Solitude, but you do not have a leather Mr. Terrific Fair Play. Y'all lacking.
You're fucking up, man.
Y'all lacking. Y'all need to get on the stick, man. I should have been able to buy that Fair Play jacket before I got out the theater. Just saying.
On sale.
There you go.
Look at that. Yeah.
Well,
It looks alien.
it looks alien. It does look alien, but in a sense, it looks small too.
It only had the one room. It seemed
Yeah, exactly. I was like, damn, this is hella limited.
it's a hallway and a room. That was it.
Correct.
So
Front door,
basically,
hallway, room. Like, dude, this is
basically he has the. So basically, you telling me he has the studio of solitude.
yeah, that's exactly
Studio solitude.
you motherfucker. You got there right before me. The
The
studio solitude.
studio solitude. Yeah. I mean, in the animated series, he had a whole damn zoo down there. He had
Right, the whole menagerie.
it was
And all
huge.
type of animals and stuff.
And
Things from
why did
other planets and shit. Like, goddamn,
You
he
know,
right
due to
in the Bat Cave. Like,
due to budget cuts, we had to cut out the zoo. We had to cut out had to cut out everything. Hell, we had this. You saw the costume I'm wearing. Goddamn, we had to cut every damn thing. Come on now. I put this. I got my zoo on the moon or something. Like,
and they kept putting him on a medical bed just to relax, and I'm like, he can fly. He
yeah,
does he doesn't need
he can fly.
I want to say the only time I've ever seen a Fortress of Solitude that took his powers into account was what's the big series in the 90s that came out? Damn it. Um damn it.
Smallville.
No. It was a
No,
comic
no.
in the future. When Shazam and Superman fought at the end of it. Artisan knows which one it is.
What are you talking about? Wasn't that Public Enemy? Something like that?
I
No,
think it's that.
huh?
I thought it was Public Enemies.
Yeah, I thought
No,
it was.
Public
No,
Enemy
no.
came out in 2000s.
It was a
Oh no.
comic. It was a comic series set in the future. And at the end of it, Superman and Wonder Woman have a child together. Come on, Artisan. The real big one,
Kingdom Come.
90s.
It was Kingdom Come.
Kingdom Come. Yes, thank you. If you go to the Fortress of Solitude,
It wasn't just about that. That's the whole thing. Like,
no, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
if you go to the
Well, when
Fortress
they
of
when they
Solitude,
created a child, obviously somebody did.
go ahead,
but
Doc.
if you check the Fortress of Solitude in Kingdom Come, because remember, Superman is quit, right?
Mhm.
And when Wonder Woman kind of talks him back into it, he goes into this chamber that has all these televisions, and the chamber goes down like hundreds of feet with just TV, and he's floating there watching all of them. That to me is a fortress that adapts to his powers. He doesn't need a room. He doesn't need a floor.
No.
What would the technology look like for someone who doesn't need to walk, who doesn't need gravity? Just like they did when they had the iteration where the key was super heavy and
Yep.
dense, and he was the only one that could lift it. I want to
Yep.
see a fortress that adapts to his powers, not just a room with with a meta bed in it.
Yeah, a lazy boy, so he can sit back and watch the tube.
Yeah. What's more comfortable than floating? He doesn't need any of that.
I agree. It should look more alien in a sense, but by having everything static in the room, control panels, chairs, robots, and shit, it's all more human than alien.
And I completely agreed with you when you talked about the engineer being able to just log in. That made no sense to me.
No fucking way in hell.
Uh,
Yeah.
I call her misnamed Mercy because she's Mercy. And what the fuck are we doing? She's supposed to be, that's just, I don't know why they called her the engineer. She didn't seem like any engineer I'd ever seen.
She didn't seem like the engineer really at all, outside of the fact that they called her by name. That wasn't an engineer.
I just kept calling her Mercy. My son was like, "Who's Mercy?" I said, "I'll explain it to you later." But for her to be able to just log into alien tech like that, it didn't make sense to me.
The engineer has a nanotech body, but that was not the engineer from the Authority in any way that I could see out. She didn't even look fully like the engineer because it looked like they just saved on some budget cuts money wise and just gave her a black suit and it's supposed to be metallic.
Yeah.
The engineer is a force, and it wasn't something that was created by Lex in any way. He had nothing to do with that shit at all. That would be the only way she would be able to access any kind of Kryptonian technology because it wasn't made by humans. Okay, so no. He said that was Mercy. Might as well have been. She carrying out his orders like she was Mercy. But that's not the engineer.
Yeah.
Engineer name only.
Didn't make any sense.
No. And engineer can be a killer. But, not James, but Jim Lee sold his characters to DC. So all those Wildstorm characters they can use whenever they feel like it. He's completely fine with it. So that's what you'll get. That's the engineer. Did you see that represented on screen? I didn't.
Okay, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
but
no.
she may be making an appearance in the Fantastic Four movie, so they just switched ownership. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you ain't shit.
You never know.
Why they stayed away from it? Like, oh man, goddamn, Marvel is coming out with the Silver Surfer. We gotta change it in some kind of way. I'll just paint her black. Yeah, that'll work. She's Latina. It's okay.
It's okay.
Okay.
Your diversity check card has been filled out.
Yeah, she's actually Latina. Yeah, she could be a Latina and black. The check box hits on both of those. Nah, bruh. I was excited for Authority characters to show up. This is the first one. It's not exactly right, which leaves a lot to be desired for how they're going to do the Authority. For me. Like, at this rate, you might as well have just had Swift in there. But you kind of got Swift from the Authority in there by having a Hawkwoman in there.
Yeah. I like that you said a Hawkwoman instead of Hawkwoman or Hawkgirl, because I didn't know who the hell that was. She was just running around screaming at people.
Was that bad? Dang.
She was running around screaming at people. I just was like, what is this?
The whole time. That was her main motivation for the character, screaming.
Yeah. You can't give people years of Shira and then turn in Screaming Chick.
Especially since we got a live action one of her in the Arrowverse, and she was a pretty alright actress. So you kind of competing with prior works.
I would say she's competing with the cartoon.
Okay.
Just competing with the cartoon. You got to have more dialogue than this, baby girl. What? Her main thrust of dialogue was sitting around not wanting to do shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
Serious?
Shit. Back to the drawing board. I would have rather seen Dr. T. I don't know if you heard it, but I said I would have rather have seen Aldous Hodge come back as Hawkman.
Yeah.
Than to have her in there as Hawkgirl, because that was a waste.
That was a good rendition of him.
It was.
I didn't think it was going to be good when I saw the trailer, but when I watched it, I was like, that's actually pretty good.
That was pretty good. I'm like, oh shit, I can rock with this. Can they bring him back?
Yeah. Yeah.
He can do Cross and Hawkman. I'm cool with that.
Although I gotta say, you ain't shit for talking about what's his name, Mr. Terrific's hair like that. That was so cold.
Hey man, I didn't do this shit.
That was so cold.
Apparently, Warner Media can't afford a black barber.
Apparently.
Oh man, that's when you can tell there's no black barber on the set, man. I'm looking at his edges like, what they did, and then they did a close up on his side view. I was like, come on, man.
That was not okay.
How you not gonna have a black barber in there? Come on.
Yeah, like where'd you film this in Canada? Like, Drake got somebody up there, don't he? Like,
his hair is not supposed to be worse than Guy Gardner's.
No, it's not, and that's the thing. That's I'm holding to is that. Well, Guy Gardner's hair was shit too, but it was supposed to be shit.
It was supposed to be shit.
They played up that it was shit.
Yes.
But
come on, man.
This back section right here, like, man, they ain't even got a good stylist on set.
Come on, man, I was born in the 70s. Do you know how tight afros were?
Yes.
Crispy.
That shit was messed up.
Yeah.
They did not do their brother no favor.
There's no edge up. Where's Agile?
None. I still occasionally see people with crisp afros now, and it still works if it's crispy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But if if it looks like this, come on, man. I don't know. That didn't make no sense to me.
They kind of did him dirty. Pretty much, they did him dirty, and look, it's just a hair, it's just a haircut. But damn, you got look. Um, Brave New World had a better haircut going on. Sorry, Captain Falcon, his shit was tight. Anthony Mackie had his shit tight.
Yeah.
This is what we want, though. This is that jacket we need. We need that James Gunn to get on that and get that terrific jacket out there.
Yeah. A motorcycle jacket with fair play on the sides. Yeah.
Right?
That should be easy.
Yeah, that shit was right. And I can say this for the movie. I did like Terrific's fight scene. I did like his fight scene because it actually showed that he ain't just a brain with no brawn.
Mm-hmm.
He could actually get in there and mix it the fuck up. And the part that I'm disappointed they didn't play up enough is that he is not a metahuman. He's a regular dude. He is a regular dude.
Yeah, he is.
With some tech. So him going out there and kicking somebody's ass is within his capabilities to do just because of who the hell he is.
Now,
yeah, he's smart with this other stuff, but all this Olympic level shit, he's terrific at. That's where that shit comes from.
I'll say this. I thought they did a great job with the character, hairline aside. I enjoyed Terrific. The fight scene was dope. His knowledge, his scientific knowledge was on point. I appreciated that. They let him be intelligent. I dug that. But then this is not so much a critique of Terrific because they did well. But we've been having this discussion since Black Panther, since Brave New World. I like to see my black male heroes be powerful.
Yeah.
And I notice how few there are. I mean, we still haven't seen Blue Marvel. You know what I mean? But I
don't want to right now.
Characters be powerful.
Yeah. I don't want to see Marvel unless they're going to give it to Ryan Coogler to do.
Right.
I haven't got a decent Bishop.
No, you won't. I would actually trust Antoine Fuqua to give me a good Blue Marvel. But I'm not trusting the Marvel writers they got right now to do them. Not at all.
They can't even get Blade off the ground. So I agree.
So, y'all got a blind spot for black men right now. So don't worry. It's good. You ain't got to do it.
Look, I said it last week, Artisan. When the Chinese gaming company can give you the black superhero before the actual film studio can, it's a problem.
Yeah. I guess
no,
so.
This is just to show you, Dr. T, that when I said what I said about this dude here, that I also said it might have just been the actor, because that's him in the X-Men movie.
Yeah, Darwin.
Yeah, that's him in the X-Men movie. And what does his hair look like? Shape him up a little bit and put his ass in a fair play costume. It might just be his hair. He didn't want them to touch his shit. So it might just be him.
Well, I think he's Kenyan, American.
Yeah. He's some kind of African. Mainland African, right?
I don't remember where I think he's raised here, but he's Kenyan American. But I know in African American culture, that crispiness goes back generations.
Goes back to the motherland.
I'm serious. When brothers started, creating barbershops in the South, that crispy thing, even if you had a perm, or they didn't call it a perm, but a conch, it was still crispy. The aesthetic was that it was perfect. That was the thing. So whether it was perm, straight, afro, whatever, it was lined.
It was done with a straight razor, by the way.
Yeah,
if you really wanted them crispy as hell.
Yeah.
Oh no! I'm tired of these goddamn. Can we get a black superhero with a shape up? Can we get a black superhero that actually looks authentically black? I'm tired of these. Insert black person here.
Yep.
and you giving them these fucked up hairstyles.
Yep.
Like you making them look. This looks like the '70 comics when every black person had the same goddamn hair.
A
They
damn
can draw
afro.
black hair. Goddamn, they been motherfuckers had an afro since the '90s.
Hold up,
Like
no, the '90s. Hold up, Charles. The '90s cartoon where they all had flat tops. Every black.
everybody had flat top.
Everybody had a
And
flat.
then they had the end of the Batman symbol at the edge, right on the line. It wasn't a straight line; it was just a downward spiral. I blame Wesley Snipes for that damn Blade haircut.
It worked for them because they can't get away from making a character look like that now. They do not do it.
Oh damn!
You always
You want to talk about his interpretation? His interpretation never had any black barbers.
You know.
no. Need that coat, man. Should just draping nice. The jacket is draping real nice. I need that. Marvel can't pull off black characters like anime couldn't pull off black people mouths for years. Well, that's kind of you understand that the Japanese would when they do black characters and white characters, they do that shit on purpose. You understand that, right? That's their culture. They don't give a fuck about you like that. So they're never trying to make you right. That's why they make them white boys in there, the big lips and looking goofy and shit like that. They do that shit on purpose. That's how they see Westerners.
Mm.
So you can love anime.
Yeah, even though they see themselves as Westerners too, because now one of them motherfuckers look Japanese to me.
No, but that's why their view of themselves are a little bit more perfect than everybody else. So that's why their lead characters are always Japanese, but they always look Caucasian as fuck, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Always look Caucasian as fuck because they idolize that.
Yeah, which helped breed the surgery culture. It's in Japan and Korea. They straightening out their eyes, their lips. A lot of that was tied to media. You know, got it from America, and then you see it playing out in anime. But they're actually getting those surgeries in real life.
Yeah, was that self hate, that self loathing?
Yeah. And they just developed a whole new style of changing one's eye color.
Oh
That's
shit!
becoming real popular.
That's that. Damn, motherfucker's going way too far.
There's a brother. There's a bodybuilder who was in prison. We all know him, but his name escapes me. But he's a dark skinned brother. He's a former bodybuilder. He just got his eyes done to turn gray doing that. But it's a new surgical procedure. I'm not familiar with how it works.
Holy shit!
But a lot of people are starting to dive into that.
That's a bit far, man. That's a
Yeah.
bit far. Next is going to be the Riddick Shine job. Motherfucker, like, oh, that's a bit far. Look, I thought LASIK was a bit much. Apparently, they going further than that. So okay,
Yeah, they're doing a lot now. I can't remember the brother's name. He was in prison. You know, he's a bodybuilder.
I don't know. I keep wanting to say Kimbo Slice because you said prison.
Nah, it's not Kimbo, but they're not. They do kind of favor, but his man, I'm blanking on his name.
Kali Muscle.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Kali Muscle. He just got his eyes done. They're gray. He's even dropped a few YouTube videos about it.
Okay, there's two pictures I want to show y'all just to prove something. As bad as Mr. Terrific's haircut is, I think it's the actor. I think it's just the actor because I had forgotten all about him being in this movie at all.
Oh, oh man.
Okay, so that's one of them Twilight movies.
Right.
Okay, that's one of the Twilight movies, and that hair. I remember that character. I want to say his name was Naman or some shit like that. That might not be it. But them dreads look terrible.
You know what
A
it
real
is.
trick would have been had somebody fucked up behind that shit.
But this is what happens when you have these all white studios and they bring on a brother. Because look, man, Corn Sweat could not walk in there and be Superman without them dealing with his hair. There's no way they would let
No,
him.
that would be the first thing they dealt with. Oh, you gotta
Yeah,
get
but you can't tell me a black barber sat down with this cat in any movie.
no.
I mean, they have bad enough problems with Samuel L. Jackson, let alone this cat. So
JT talking about leave Eddie alone. Hey, I didn't do it to him.
Eddie
This
need a pick.
the YouTube is look. The internet is undefeated, man. The internet is undefeated, and it does not play favorites. Now, the other thing I wanted to show Dr. T, like you were talking about with people working out. I haven't seen these pictures of Corn Sweat. I'm just seeing this picture of the dude playing Mr. Terrific. When I say cut like a bag of dope,
Yeah, he is.
he bulked. I didn't know he was that big. Like, holy shit! They should have had him take the coat off before he start fighting.
No, he's not that big. I mean, the one thing about working out, you could weigh less, but you just look bigger because of the dimensions.
I'm looking at this
And
motherfucker
you're
shoulder.
looking at the traps.
Yeah,
He hit
The
that
shoulders
sauce.
of the traps.
that trap house, baby. He in the trap house. Like, God
Yeah,
damn.
those
That
He's like
traps
feels,
6'1", right?
that
I think
feels
he's
like
like
a
6'1",
jacket.
yeah. So he's
Come
not
on,
short.
man. You can't talk at the same time. Hold up for a second. What did you want to say, Mr. Matt?
I was saying, I think he's like 6'1", so he's not short.
I didn't think he was short. I'm just saying, this whole area right here across your
Yeah.
shoulders and shit, that's big. That's some
That's-
work you put in.
Bro, that's the Hollywood. That's the Hollywood juice, man. He's like 40.
But how do you have a character get in this kind of shape, an actor, and not give him a chance to show that off?
Yeah, he didn't show that at all. That's
For him
wasted.
or Corn Sweat, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's wasted. I saw more of Cat Grant's titties than I saw of these motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Like, bro,
Because you have who directing.
you said that's that Bay in him. Is he from the Bay? I don't know anything about him. Where he from? Don't tell me he's from the Bay.
There was
his shit.
You get more of a reason to flame him for his hairstyle because if you from any of these states,
Yes, it's more.
you
Bro,
from the West Coast or the South or the East Coast, and you don't know how to
tell
cut
me
your
you
hair
couldn't
yet.
find a barbershop. Don't tell me you couldn't find a shop somewhere.
But there was
You in Oakland, San Francisco, of Vallejo, and you could have found a shop to shape you up nice.
He grew up in Albany.
No, that's the problem.
but there was a scene where they were sitting in the Justice Gang's building.
Mm-hmm.
They were just talking.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that would be the scene where his jacket is off.
Yep.
You know what I mean? This is where you give your actors a chance to showcase what they've done.
Right.
The Superman sitting at home with Mom, Pop Kent, you know what I mean? He could have had his
flannel and the t-shirt on. Yeah, he got the flannel and the t-shirt on. Like, you ain't seeing shit.
Yeah, I got to give Snyder credit. You know, at least when Superman comes out the ocean, you get to see how much work he put in.
Facts.
Wouldn't work. So JT said you met him at the Cerrito in 2015. Okay. Mr. Matt just said he's from Albany, so you know there's something special in the water over here on that side. So that's why I can. As soon as you said that, the haircut is understandable. There's not a lot of black folks, and the black folks that's there is. Albany is close to Berkeley. It's like Berkeley light. They're trying to be Berkeley, but they're not.
Yeah.
And Berkeley is already weird and artsy.
But I think okay. like some of the black women do, black male actors have to get to the point where they bring their barbers.
Yes.
And we have to get to the point where because it's really about our image. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to negotiate your barber in the contract. You tell him what look you want and let your barber do that on set. You know what I mean? Some black women have gotten to that point, and I think brothers need to get there.
Mm-hmm.
This mess.
Are you a stylist? Is what he's saying. You need to start hiring a stylist.
This is him. This is him. I'm looking at all these goddamn pictures of him online, and they wasn't all taken yesterday. Okay, and every goddamn picture, his hair is somewhere near suspect. It
Yeah,
is very suspect. Like this is just how he represent.
I've seen non-American black men like that, and I've seen black men who grew up around a lot of white people.
This is what that looks like. That's why as soon as somebody said Albany, he was raised in Albany. I'm like, this is what it looks like.
Yeah,
So
Raised
born
around
in
white,
Kenya, raised in Albany. Yeah.
raised
yeah.
in Albany. Like I don't
Man,
know how.
so how the hell did the brothers in the UK? Because them cats on Supercell was faded, was cut up nice. What's his excuse?
Black culture. Black culture.
They
I'm
knew
looking
they
at
were black. That's the
these are
difference. They knew they were black.
yeah, these are his pictures. These are
Yeah.
the hairstyles that he picked to represent himself out. Look at this shit. God damn, Urkel.
If you catch him in an interview and listen to the way he talks, you can figure out whether or not he was raised around black folk.
Mm-hmm.
Because I grew up with a lot of dudes like this, and by the time we got to our teenage years, I have had to pull a few of them over and be like, you don't know how to do your hair, do you? And they would always be like, no. I mean, some of them were adopted by white families. Some of them just grew up in white neighborhoods. And I remember they used to touch my hair. Like, one dude, I remember he used to wear Aquanet in his hair. And
Yeah,
he had a
raised around
short
some white
cut.
girls.
His hair felt like rock. And I said, put your hand in my hair and feel it. And it was, it was soft. And he was like, it's supposed to be soft.
Oh my gosh.
And so I had to teach him about where to find black hair
Way too many
products.
white girl pictures. You
Huh?
gonna be the Jonathan Majors, nigga. Whoops. Go ahead, keep talking.
I just had to show him, that one little area of the store where you find black hair care products, and I had to show him how to use his hair, how often to wash it, what to put in it. These guys don't. You'd be surprised how many of them don't get that kind of training. It's a 10-minute conversation, but they've never had it.
I would say I understand it from seeing it and then having my daughter by an Asian woman. She don't know how to do black hair.
Yeah.
And I was not ashamed of telling her, just take her to one of these black beauty shops.
Yes.
My mama or something like that. My mother was the one taking her to the beauty shops with the sisters to work on her hair. Because her mama didn't know. Her mama was going to try, but her mama don't have that kind of hair. She don't understand. It takes a long time. Yeah, it does. Black kids get their ass beat to get that hair right. You got to go to the professionals, and it's not insulting to you to say you're not the one. You're not. She had to learn some stuff on her own and from going to the black beauty shops so they can teach her about her fucking hair.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't do it. I was never a woman, and I cut my hair off on purpose, intentionally. So there's certain shit I don't have to deal with. Yeah, this is him. This is like this picture specifically, Dr. T. What?
Oh yeah, look at that. Come on, man.
Oh,
Like
no. What?
And it's not, to me, it's not performative blackness, but it's the understanding that you have to show that you're black around these folks.
Right.
Now let me run up on him somewhere. Like, yeah, nigga, I heard what you said about me. He said he's from the Bay. It's like, yeah, nigga, I heard that slick shit you was saying online. What the fuck you talking about, nigga? It does look like that. What you upset about? Don't be mad at me from where you come from. Represent, but yeah, find a shop. Let them hook you up.
Yeah.
All of this shit looked like this is him. So that hairstyle was apparently his decision, not James Gunn's.
Yeah. I've met non-black mothers who had black daughters and sons, and they wanted to do the hair themselves. They refused to take them to black barbershops or hair shops, and their hair would be fucked up. But it was for them, it was ego. It was, I don't want nobody, especially no other woman doing my daughter's hair better than I. And they didn't know how to do black hair. Right. But I look at this dude, and I see a dude that was raised around white people. That's my guess.
Yeah. They said Albany.
Well, now that you put it like that, now it makes sense. Because now that I'm thinking about it, because my own cousins who were mixed, and so that's why his hair looked like that.
Well, I tell you this: Albany is a small drive-through city, right next to the city that the comic shop was in. El
Mm.
Cerrito, Albany, Berkeley. It's
Oh
a
wow.
very small strip.
Okay.
It's nothing in there, right? They don't even
Mm.
have a police force.
Damn.
Seriously?
I said it, didn't I? Yes.
Damn.
Dang
Yes. Don't
it.
even have a real own police force. No.
I'm from bumfuck North Carolina, and we had a police force.
Well,
Like a
bumfuck, you got a speed limit when you go through there, right? Albany, you wouldn't even know you went through it
oh damn.
Police department. Nobody
unless you
calls it the
unless you're
force.
from here. Unless you're from here, you wouldn't even know you passed through it.
Oh wow.
So that's like saying I'm from North Berkeley. Like, what is that?
Yeah, I think they said he went to UC Santa Barbara. That's where he went to school at.
Yeah, see, that's all white. Yeah. I
So he
mean,
must have been the only other black person in Santa Barbara other than Michael Jackson, right?
Oh my gosh.
it's no disrespect. He's just been around white
Yeah.
folk.
So he got tokenized a lot, is what you're saying.
Well, he just never got taught. I mean, if he just went to a black barbershop every 2 weeks, he'd be crispy.
He'd be crispy. Crispy as
That's all.
fuck.
You don't even have to know how to do it yourself. You just have to know you need help. And
That nigga
these
was a great
dudes
clip.
they've never had that conversation.
Or keep a fucking hat on your head.
Hey, he went to Great Clips, is where he went.
He went to great.
He probably
Supercuts.
did. Supercuts. Yeah, I remember those dudes. Those dudes would go to Supercuts, and I've seen a couple of them come out crying.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of them come out crying because they don't know how to do black hair. And so this kind of dude gets hired by a major studio to do a major film, Twilight, Superman, X-Men. They don't have no black barbers on hand.
Not at all.
Should have
They have
called Ryan.
Supercuts. You know, that's the,
Call Ryan Coogler, man. Get his number. He's from the
Yes.
Bay too. Get his number. Because look, Michael B looked crispy as twins, and that's
crispy.
Facts.
Crispy.
crispy. Nigga.
Twice over.
Everything cut.
Red and blue.
Right. Twice. You said it twice over. It was good. Like, goodness
Yeah.
gracious. Even Chadwick, he was in Wakanda, and his shit didn't look like yours.
Wow.
Facts.
But you notice those brothers came up in African American culture. There's a specific aesthetic as far as that, and you can tell who's been raised in it and who hasn't. And it's no disrespect. It's just
No,
it's
it's
just a
just
cultural
like
feature.
it's just something that is on you that people can tell. That's all it is.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needed a chance to show that because I did see his arms at one point, and I was like, okay, I don't know what to make of that because he's not. He doesn't have like rounded muscle bellies.
No,
But he had a tone to him.
and that's the thing. Mr. Terrific is like a peak athlete, and if
Yeah.
he's not wearing his coat, his regular shirt is damn near like wife beater. Man, you see his arms and shit.
Yeah,
You see his arms and stuff. Like wow.
yeah.
So,
But he
that was
deserved a shot. He deserved a chest shot.
That was wasted. But at least the character exists. They didn't kill the motherfucker off, so you can see him in another movie somewhere.
R.I.P. Darwin.
Yeah, Darwin ain't showing up again, but Mr. Terrific will show up again. So maybe they can actually work that in to actually have this show that Mr. Terrific is cut. Like,
Yeah,
It's weird that they chose him though, because he's 46.
yeah. That is kind of weird.
it's weird for some Hollywood standards, but
No, I'm
46
saying.
is still a working actor, as far as I'm concerned.
No, I'm saying if he's going to be doing like action scenes, because let's say the next movie comes out in 3 or 4 years, he'll be damn near 50 at that point.
So what? Here's the thing.
Let's see, a Marvel cast is over 50.
Yeah, some of Hollywood has this idea that 40 and 50 is too old for certain shit. It's not. Okay? It is not whatsoever. When you look at these actors that really start having a real acting or action movie push and stuff like that, they're usually late 30s, early 40s.
Yeah.
They want to
Well,
do
I'll
all
say
this.
this.
You can't be that shocked and you just watch Tom Cruise in
Well,
Mission Impossible. Like, God damn, he's 60 something. What is possible for a man in his 40s? 40s, he's young as fuck.
well, but you also know Tom has been carrying his own franchise since the 80s, which is
Yes.
unheard of. But I'll say this: I agree with you. But I will say it is odd for a new character in a new franchise to not be, to be 46. I do think it's odd. I think he did a great job. And I think he'll continue to do one. He's a good actor. Don't get me wrong. He's a
No.
good actor. He's going to do a great job. But I will say I did find it a little odd that he was 46. Usually I think they're a little younger than that. But I ain't mad about it. He did great.
Yeah. Is this those shoes? Wanted to see them kicks. looking for the Mr. Terrific red bottoms. The red bottom sneakers.
I think I think DC, though, as far as Lex, they can learn something from Marvel. As Thanos, Thanos was okay in the comics. I gotta admit, I liked what they did with Thanos in the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
They gave him something beyond just wanting to get with death incarnate. Like they gave him a mission that you kind of had to say, okay, he's got some. This is something we actually got to talk about. It's not, it wasn't just a one-dimensional villain.
Right,
With
it was
Lex,
debatable.
they needed some nuance with Lex. I mean, they could have added a little more. I understood because I watched a lot of Lex stories. I got what he was trying to do, but it could have used some other
Backstory?
dimensions with that. Huh?
Like it could use some backstory, like because it was like I hate Superman. I'm like, okay, what? Why?
Yeah, other than just being jealous that everybody loved him.
Yeah, but like that's kind of flat.
It is
in terms of motivation.
And I get that Lex is actually that petty, despite being brilliant. He is.
That's what it was. That's some petty shit.
D1 hater.
He and Dr. Doom have that in common. They're brilliant and they're petty.
Petty as fuck.
But you still can add some more nuance, because if it's just about jealousy, it's like, really? That's what's driving all of this? Okay. Well, all right. If you say so.
I won't help you anymore because you didn't come to me first. Like, what? Really?
you know that was a cold moment, though.
Wow, yeah, it was cold as hell. It was cold as hell, but it was petty as fuck.
He let him finish his begging and everything. I said, damn.
Yeah, keep groveling, but no.
But no.
I think, I think like
Lex first. I'm nobody's second choice. Dude, you a motherfucker, boy. Now get out.
But that's how Doom always loses. It's usually his pettiness that's turned against him in some kind of way.
Too goddamn petty, bro. You gonna hurt yourself. Whatever. Every villain has their flaw.
Yeah.
But you know what? They did that to Doom. They took him up a notch. So now he's the Sorcerer Supreme. Mm-hmm. He's trying to protect the world. And every time they try to catch him doing something foul, they find out that so far he hasn't, as far as they can tell. They kind of took him up a notch. And that's what I'm saying they need to do with Lex. He can't just be one-dimensional if you want to capture people's attention. You got to make it more challenging than that.
I was gonna say something about it actually, Dr. T, because what they did with him that I'm like kind of like about is he was only trying to take over what's the country's name? He was trying to take over that. I'm like, really? That's it? Because this is the guy who's made plays for the president. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why is he only?
Because in this universe, he ain't made no play for the presidency yet. This is all outside of this universe stuff that we know about Lex. In this universe, he's a billionaire. He's brilliant. He sells stuff to the government and everything else. And he just wants his own country. But that seems minor.
For him,
for him, it seems minor. But then he tells you, well, spoil. He's done, why he's done all of this is for some other really minor petty shit. Mm-hmm. Like, this is the long way around.
Yeah.
For this little bit of shit right here. Like, come on, man.
Well, but for Doom in the comics, and I'm hearing you, Mr. Matt and Mr. J Matt, I'm agreeing with you. For Doom in the comics, for Thanos in the movies, they're petty, they have that dimension, but if you could just add a little more, it becomes compelling. Because I remember people having debates like, is Thanos right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Or with Killmonger after the first Black Panther movie.
He had a point.
Killmonger right.
Yeah, I would easily finish those debates. No. Like, you don't want megalomaniacs in front of that shit. No.
No, I agree. But the fact that they're having it shows you how well written the
Mhm.
villain is, where you actually have to stop and say, "Well, damn,
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that. That's an interesting point."
Yeah.
At no point do you watch this movie and say, Lex has a point.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You don't really. There's no conflict there. He's just an asshole. But
It's
I'm,
like what
I'm
I
gonna mess with.
always it's like what I said before about them making villains. They don't know how to make a compelling villain. What was the last newest villain that everybody liked? No. That's why no keeps popping up everywhere, anything that's Marvel related.
mm,
Well, that's just in comics, though. But for DC,
Well,
and Lex not being actually more compelling than he is,
yeah.
goes somebody else. Because James Gunn wrote the Guardians part, right? Well, I wouldn't say he was compelling in that sense, but the High Evolutionary was really interesting. But he was just played as just being a villain that really didn't give a fuck about animals and was torturing them and rewriting shit. I would have thought that James Gunn could have carried some of that over to making Lex more interesting.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Was
Lex just
I
needs
got
a little polish.
I got to mess with Doctor T for a minute. Was Zod compelling?
Which side? Which side?
Man of Steel.
Yeah, that's always compelling.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
He
like
never.
it's. Go ahead.
I never. I mean, it was never at a point where it was like, is Zod right? But he was compelling in the sense that if you followed his story, he's the last of Kryptonian culture. He comes of a colonial culture. So everywhere he goes, yeah, that's going to be his first response. How do I colonize this? It made sense for the character, but there was never a point where I was like, is Zod right? And so I'm not saying that Zod was written as well as he could be, but he was written well enough to where he was compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But I want those kind of villains. Let me look. If you ever go back and watch the old Amadeus movie, you ever see that movie
Mm-hmm.
with F.
F.
Murray?
F. Murray Abram. Yep.
That man was brilliant. The movie wasn't about Amadeus, it was about him.
Yep.
And his whole issue was that on a petty level, he was jealous that this, who at the time was a little boy, Amadeus, was way more talented than he was. And he blamed God for playing favorites with a undisciplined child as opposed to himself. But
Yep.
here's the twist. When Amadeus got better and older and was actually producing, here's the thing. He sabotaged everything Amadeus did, but he came to every operatic performance that
Yep.
Amadeus gave. He was jealous of Amadeus, but he loved everything he did. And then by the end of it, he's helping Amadeus write his final piece, which he was planning to steal to get credit for. But the whole time, Amadeus is actually teaching him how to take his musical skill to a whole nother level while he's doing it. And so when you watch that movie, you actually see a villain who is villainous, who is petty, but then there's something so compelling about the fact that he actually loves Amadeus and is jealous of him at the same time and is angry at God. I like characters, villains who force you to understand.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the movie, now the whole time he's
Mm.
speaking to a priest, he's confessing to the entire movie.
The entire movie.
Confessing to a priest all the things he did to Amadeus. And
Mm-hmm.
by the end of it, the priest is crying.
Mm-hmm.
And he puts his hand on the priest's shoulder and he says, "Don't worry, I've become the patron saint of something like average people,
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "There's another one." He doesn't use the word average. I forget the word he uses, but he pats
Yeah.
the priest on the shoulder. He says, he calls them mediocrities.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was like mediocre or some shit like that.
He said, he said something like, "I'm the patron saint of mediocrities." And he pats the priest on the shoulder, basically saying, "You're a mediocrity.
You too. That counts you.
You're a priest that came to my house after I tried to commit suicide. And after I told you my story, you're sitting there crying. You've provided me no guidance. You are a mediocrity, as am I." When you see a villain written that well,
Mm-hmm.
you want to see that in different spaces. And
Damn,
we
I
have a
gotta go back and
multi-million
watch
dollar.
Amadeus again. Damn, that was awesome.
It was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that was awesome. I gotta watch that again.
Thanos was written at that level. There are a few others that get that treatment, but it's rare. I mean, I go back to Antonio Banderas in Zorro.
Yeah.
If you ever watch that movie with
Antonio Banderas and
Anthony Hopkins,
Anthony Hopkins. And
The
Captain
villain,
Jones.
the villain in that movie is in love with Zorro's wife. And when he finally figures out who Zorro is, he shows up at the house, and in the whole melee, one of his soldiers shoots the wife. And you really find at first it looks like he's just on some ego trip, but when you watch it, the soldier shoots the wife. The first thing the villain does is shoot his own soldier.
Yep.
He was actually really in love with the wife. And so as punishment to Zorro, he takes the child, who's a product of the woman he loves, and he kind of disappears Zorro. So nobody's seen Zorro for decades. And by the time the movie really kicks in, the young girl is now an adult, and you find out that the villain has raised her as his own daughter. But the trip is he really does love the daughter.
Yeah.
Because he loved
it wasn't out of malice. Yeah, it wasn't out of malice.
So here you have a villain that's petty and as villainous as can be, but he actually loved the woman and he loved the daughter. That's a compelling villain. That's how I like to see villains written. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Yeah, F. Murray Abraham played his ass off.
Yep. $4 on Prime, nigga. Done. Done deals. $4 on Prime. Sold American.
Yep. But it's a brilliant movie. Go watch that. Go watch Zorro, and you'll see a 3-dimensional villain, and it'll force you to go, well, damn, would I do that in his situation? Probably, I might.
I might. Well, I like those complicated characters like that, and I forgot all about that character in Amadeus. So thank you for bringing that forth to remind me of that shit. Like, you're right. He did. He was jealous as fuck. And Lex in this movie, he does give that kind of talk when he's talking about how he's jealous of Superman. Mm-hmm. But it's more on a petty kid level than this shit. And that's the part that kind of throws it off. Like, oh, all right, whatever.
Yeah. But we've seen ways it can be done. It's just if you put that in the writing, it's gonna improve the quality of whatever comes out of it. I mean, the biggest superhero films we ever saw were when Thanos, really comes to a head. Those two movies, Endgame, and but look, and they built him up for years. I mean, they built Thanos up, for years. But by the time you get to the biggest part, it's like, you know what? That's interesting. That's compelling. That's why they're still talking about bringing back Killmonger.
No shit.
It's not just because the budget is great. It's because the freaking character was written so well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Malika said F. Murray. Yeah, F. Murray got an Oscar. Yeah.
Yeah, because honestly, Killmonger in the comic book, he doesn't get that much shine.
No.
Because he's not that damn good in the comic book. That's why.
He's not interesting.
No, not at all.
No.
But this Ryan Coogler's version of him in the movies, that
absolutely brilliant.
Changed the whole character.
People are still debating that. They're still debating that.
Killmonger reminded me like Storm for years. You like the character, you just boring. Tell somebody writes them well. They're giving Storm the old Roman Reigns push right now, but and I'm like, we had this character for 50 years. You had her come up against Thor just doing the atmospheric pressure. Oh, and he's on one knee, so is she more powerful? And I'm like, I'm gonna let y'all finish before I get what I'm going to say off, because I'm just like.
Well, I'll just say this, because Beastly will know what I'm talking about. Storm is getting a huge push even in video games right now. Yeah. And if you want to understand why that's happening, 2 words for you: Black girl magic.
Yeah.
Yep.
Powerful black.
Basically, yeah.
That's it.
Like when she beats Vulcan, I was like, you know what, I'm done. I'm done. When you try to put Thor on his, like, listen, I like a rogue, but guess what? You're going against that's like you're going against Hercules. Yeah, you're super strong, but you literally afraid of me. So it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Like, whatever you can do, I can do it on a galactic scale. I literally got a wild storm in my hammer. and my father.
Well,
So
Joe, go ahead. Finish up, Charles.
so I'm like, I'd rather watch Ironheart again. At least I know she has some issues being a fuck up, and I love the fact that she does. At least I can relate to that. At least I can be like, you know what, you got some shit to overcome, shorty. At least give me that.
So Joe Hurd pulled the quote from the Zorro Antonio Banderas uh,
Yes.
Joe Zorro quote, and Don Raphael. I'm forgetting that actor's name. Is a white dude,
Yeah.
but that was who Don Raphael was, and he said, "I would not let any harm come to her."
Yes.
And Don Diego
Yes.
Zorro, played by Anthony Hopkins, she was never yours to protect.
Yeah. So on one level, I think he was the governor or something like
Yeah,
that. He was at war with Zorro on
yeah,
that level. On a
yeah. The governor
personal
was
level, he was fighting Don Diego because Don was married to the woman he loved.
always
So he ended up hating the same character for two separate reasons, and he
two
didn't know they
separate
were the same. He didn't know they were the same until later, and when he finds out, he wait. And it's interesting, if you watch the beginning of the movie, he actually plans this entire attack on Zorro and Don Diego that was multidimensional, but you don't get that until you reflect on the movie.
Mhm.
Everything that happened at the beginning of the movie to end Zorro's reign was a plan once he found out who Zorro actually was.
Right,
And it was all about, ending Zorro and getting this woman at the same time.
right.
But
And he left California after that shit, or not even California, Mexico.
he
After
went to
that,
Spain.
he went back to Spain.
Yeah, and
Wow.
raised the daughter,
Yep.
and left Zorro in a prison for a couple decades.
Yeah.
Now there's one other thing I was going to say about Killmonger, and I'll just be brief. That character was written well when you interview Michael B. Jordan, and
Mhm.
Michael had to go into counseling after playing that role.
Yep, sure did.
He had to go into counseling because
Wow.
and they did it, they did it well. Like everybody kind of stayed away from him behind the scenes, and he stayed in, I don't want to say entirely in character, but he said he was so disconnected from people. He didn't know how to function after playing somebody that angry and that separated. That's how well written and well acted Killmonger was.
He put in work.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but yeah, I'd say Amadeus, Zorro, and Black Panther, the first one, brilliant villains, man.
Yeah, brilliant villains. I would have loved to have seen that for Lex. I would
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome for Lex.
Yeah.
But that's where, to me, I think the Jesse Eisenberg Lex would have brought that more so than the Nicholas Holt. He probably could have brought it because I bought Nicholas Holt's squared away together and control Lex. That was actually fun to watch.
Yeah.
Lex unbothered by fucking Superman throwing a fucking fit. That was fun to watch.
That was hilarious.
Hilarious. It wasn't even played funny, but it was hilarious.
It was hilarious. Yeah.
Because he was unbothered. Like, oh, this nigga throwing desk and shit. Okay, calm down.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he did a better Lex than Eisenberg, but I think the limitations were the writing for the Lex. I think if you add, because Nicholas can act.
Yeah, he can. He can.
Yeah.
I don't put that past him at all. He can act.
You just got to give him something, worthy.
Right. But as soon as I saw Lex crying, I'm like, I'm back in the menu, man. I already saw you do this shit. Why is Lex crying? Lex don't cry. That's Lex ain't supposed to be crying.
Yeah.
So that kind of fucked it up for me a little bit. I was liking it up until that point. And I'm like, this nigga is crying. Oh my God, Nicholas, stop it, dude. I've seen your weepy eyes before. I've seen your weepy eyed, man. This is not who you're supposed to be right now.
I watched you cry over Mystique.
Yeah. And yeah, Rosenbaum would have killed it for me. Michael Rosenbaum would have killed it. I always liked his Lex.
I never liked his Lex, man. It was weird to me. But I just want to say, as far as Nicholas Holt acting, if you haven't seen Juror Number 2, missing out. He actually plays a juror on a case that he kind of witnessed the original murder. It's a brilliantly done movie, and I thought he did a fabulous job. The cat can act. You just got to give him a good script.
Good material. Yeah.
Give him some good material. But he's
So
good.
would you say, Dr. T, that the main problem with this movie is the limitation on some of the writing,
Oh
which
yeah.
is why we didn't get as good of a performance as Nicholas Hoult could produce, and
Right.
I didn't get the emotional element that I was expecting to have out of this, that I would want out of a Superman movie, because I didn't feel the hope in this shit. I
I
didn't leave the theater thinking I felt any sense of hope in this. Not that it ended on a dour note, it didn't. But I just didn't feel like there was. I didn't feel hope coming out for this shit.
but
Just didn't.
here's the thing. I agree with you. The only thing I'll say to add to that though is I've seen Gunn do it where he's pulled emotion out of me. Look,
Exactly.
you're
That's
talking to
exactly what I
someone.
said.
I hated the Guardians of the Galaxy in the comic books. I don't give a damn about a talking raccoon with a machine gun. I do not like silly comic books. And DC is filled with silly shit. This is one of the reasons I think Gunn took to the job to be the Kevin Feige of DC, because there's a lot of silly shit he gets to play with
Yeah,
DC. I don't want to see Detective Chimp show up in my fucking Justice League, but they will do that
but
shit.
you will. But you will.
But you will, because
But
he's
you
gonna
will.
do that dumb shit.
Live action is possible.
Yeah, but Guardian, I hated in the comics, and I didn't think it was going to be good. And I went to the theater and was like, "Oh my god!" And
Yeah.
every single Guardians movie hit it out the park for me. I'm not talking about ratings and how much they made. I enjoyed all three,
Hmm.
and there were parts that pulled emotion out of me. So I know Gunn can do it,
Right.
but he did not do it in this movie.
And that's what I was judging this movie next to. The last Guardians movie had me and everybody else feeling some kind of way about a CGI fucking raccoon and
Yeah,
seal and otter and
exactly.
shit. Like,
Exactly.
it got everybody, grown ass people. I'm not talking about the kids and the women, grown ass men. Was
Yes,
like, man, I was feeling something that I was getting a little teary eyed. So
exactly.
I know he can do it.
Right.
It didn't happen here though. I didn't feel none of that nowhere in this.
Come on, the second Guardians, you had both of Quill's fathers, playing in there, so there was a lot of emotion with that. Brilliantly done. But I
Mhm.
think it goes back to what my son said about Superman. He said, I think they're trying to target a younger generation. And I think in doing so, I don't want to say they gave us the middle finger, but we weren't a priority, because it's really with the more mature generation that you want to provide that nuance and that
That kind of
emotion and
nuance.
that substance. Kids just like a good action romp with a lot of dumb jokes. And
Yeah.
Gunn is good at turning all his male characters into 13-year-old boys,
Yeah.
and all
Yeah.
his women are mommies that have to clean up their mess. I mean,
Yep.
he likes doing that.
They can all dance around. They
And,
can
and
all
you know,
dance and be funny.
but if he added that adult dimension, it would have took the movie into another direction, but that would appeal to an older, more mature generation. And I don't think that was DC's priority.
No.
But Artisan, the backstory that goes on with these movies far better than I. So I could be wrong.
Yeah, because they're building a new franchise and they're trying to build it for the generation that's here right now to get on board with this shit.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, they're trying to, like, I think it wasn't Rainfire, but somebody else earlier was mentioning they're trying to replace the Reeves Superman, which I don't like. It could still stay there. Just give them their newer version.
Mm-hmm.
They want to go forward with this franchise, so they're going to have to make some acquiesces in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say if you in that older group that they don't give a fuck about you. No, Lucasfilms don't give a fuck about you. Okay, at least DC is still trying to get your money a little bit. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but they understand that the next 30 years of this franchise is not going to be served.
Yeah.
If we're the only ones happy with it, it's not. It's not. Most 30 years from now, some of us can be gone from here.
Yeah.
Are they still looking for your dollars, or they need to get in that 15-year-old or that 10-year-old's pocket for the next 30 to 50 years to keep this character going forward?
The benefit of Gen X and older is that we are the ones that would spend $600 on a Fair Play leather jacket.
Hell yeah.
We would.
And not bat an eye like this motherfucker.
Not bad enough.
Look, I see
here,
that's about the whole.
Made
About
by Aberex.
Look, I'm the one that spent like $200 on the Marvel Legends X-Men stuff, action figures.
Yeah. I'll
That's
spend,
it. That's it.
I'll spend $600 on a sword from a character in a movie that I really like. Y'all know I will. You've seen it.
Exactly.
But that's not something a 15-year-old to a 30-year-old is likely going to do. So
No.
you turn to us when you want deep fans who are going to pay for shit that's a little too expensive. But like you said, Artisan, they're looking for the next generation. But I just think you don't have to flush one to get the other. You really
I
don't.
don't think so either. And I don't think you have to pat one generation on the head to push them out the way. It's like, oh, that's nice, Grandpa. Eat your applesauce.
No, I think
I get these cheeseburgers. Like,
I think this is why up till Endgame the MCU did so well. They catered to multiple generations. You don't have to just give it to one, and it's the same thing with the LGBT and the DEI and the feminist. You don't have to focus on one group and deprioritize the rest. But that's the mistake they keep making.
yeah, they do.
You know,
My thinking is on that, because I think we've talked about it before, is that if you can't overly cater to Gen X, but if you don't make something that Gen X likes, the younger generations ain't gonna like it either.
exactly.
Because they will look to those older brothers, uncles, and shit like that, fathers, to see, what do you think of this? Is this cool?
Yep.
And if you sitting there like, nah, son, this suck, baby. This suck, baby girl. They ain't gonna like it either.
You know,
for the next 30 years. They ain't gonna like, yeah, I saw that movie. My father hated that shit.
Exactly.
I ain't watched it since.
But this is what's so cold about what you just said. The same thing applies to women.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they've tried to make female focused characters, women don't watch it. Men go watch the shit we hate more than the women that they're catering to. The Miss Marvels and all men will go watch that and hate it, and the women won't go at all. But as soon as you make something that the men like, the women show up.
Show up for it. Birds of Prey. I saw it. Did you? Why?
I mean, because a
women.
lot of shit. Because the old adage: when men make something that's fun, when women make something that's a little flat.
It is.
They don't want to be where no men are.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's the intrusion.
Because we're fun. You don't see any straight guys say, "Hey, we want to go see what the girls are doing." Fuck that.
No.
Well, I think Artisan, you said it earlier. On my Patreon, I watched Barbie, and I only did so by request. And I never watched it up to that point. I never wanted to, and I was right.
I gave you soldier stripes, man. You got 2 more hash marks, man, because you're a soldier for that. I know.
Matter of fact, for you watching Barbie, we gotta make you a commissioned officer.
Oh,
and how many times did you baptize your eyes?
Oh, it was it was bullshit. It was exactly what we thought it was. That's the worst part. I was hoping to be impressed, but it was exactly what we said it was. But
nope, I saw it too. Dr. T. It was exactly what you were right. Exactly what we thought it was.
That part of Dr. T doing a review for Barbie, and I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "What?" Yeah. He watched it. Oh my god! I gotta listen.
It was by request. Go ahead.
You know what's funny, Doc? Things like that make me think whatever God that exists in the sky, whatever ancestors, I have a son and I'm doing it. That would have been the one movie my daughter would never see.
Yeah,
she was like, my father would never take me to see Barbie, and I'm like, and then she'll realize why. She was like, "Oh, I'm not a man hater." Okay, thank you, Dad.
I wouldn't take my daughter either.
I told you, I never touched the dreaded pink aisle. The dreaded pink aisle was where I went to steal my GI Joes. Right?
We grew up in the same era, and I had a little sister. I went to the blue aisle. She went to the pink aisle. I never walked into the pink aisle. I had no interest in the pink aisle.
Nothing over there was for me, man. I'm good.
No. And when you looked at the two, girls were more likely to come to the blue aisle than boys were likely to go to the pink aisle. I
want a jet too. Barbie can have a jet.
Yeah, but here's
can't get the Sky Striker though.
Here's where the Barbie movie got somewhat interesting, and it's not the movie itself. It was BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Because years ago, I remember BGS talking about the difference in how men tell stories.
Mm-hmm.
And the way women tend to tell stories is they are a series of strung together episodic moments that are supposed to be emotional, But if you don't know how to tell a story where you have an investment in the characters, it's just a bunch of people crying on screen about shit that looks emotional that has nothing to do with anything you care about. So it was these strung together scenes
Ridiculous moments.
where the characters felt a lot of shit, and you're just looking at them like, okay, you know, I have no investment in the characters, I have no investment in the story. There's just a lot of crying, and
That's the PhD in cultural studies way of saying bitch babble.
hey,
And Dr. T, that little monologue she did at the end, towards the end of the movie, man, like you break that down if you could, if you hadn't already.
well, I do so in the review, and I don't remember enough of it to break it down here. But I
He
will say,
purged himself. He
I
purged
will,
it.
but I'll say this though, it aside from the episodic emotionalism of it that really didn't translate, the other side to it is a lot of these feminist films like to give the idea that men are so irrelevant that they are that everyday women don't want to even be bothered. And I've been hearing this from feminists since the 80s. Because in
Well,
the 80s, they started the whole men need to be sensitive and present. And then they
I
also started the men never sexually please us. I remember that in the 80s. Men really don't get women's bodies and only other women do. That's where that rhetoric really kind of pushed
Yep.
into popular culture. So when you get to the Barbie movie and men are so irrelevant that they become evil for a certain point and then they're forgiven, but they're still irrelevant to a woman's life. And the end of the movie is Barbie going to get her, what do you call it? Going to a what do you call it?
Okay.
Gynecologist.
Yeah. So that's the movie. So they like to present men as irrelevant. Now in a Barbie movie, I expect that. But when I come to Superman and Lois still sees Superman as irrelevant, I can't help but examine the programming that we're getting across projects that reinforce the irrelevance of a balanced relationship / family.
Yes.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
men remain irrelevant. I'm like, what's the point? And that's the question men have been asking that's scaring the shit out of women across race in the US. What is the point? Why should I go through all this emotional labor? Why should I bother? And Superman could have very well asked the same question. And in a way, he kind of does, in a way, because Lois, he questions if she's even down for him in the first part of the film. And he's right to question it.
Yeah.
He's actually right to question it. And he didn't, I'll give him credit. He didn't follow after her and cry and beg. He kind of just did his thing.
He just left. Yeah, he walked out.
Yep.
And she had to prove
Thank
herself
God.
to get back with him.
Mhm.
Remember that
Thank
article?
God.
She had
Yeah.
to prove herself to get back with him. So I give them that much credit. But this narrative that we've accepted where men are irrelevant in real life, men have just been checking out. And women are terrified about the repercussions. And they should be. They really should be.
Yeah, reap the whirlwind.
When feminists tell you about a society without men, they talk about CEOs and they talk about congressmen, but they don't talk about men building buildings, plumbing, electricity, managing nuclear factories. They don't talk about the hands-on.
The hands-on nitty gritty. Somebody
You know
picking
what's
garbage.
what's funny, Doc? They
Hmm.
don't even talk about the protection of people.
Thank you.
They don't even talk about the bare. You don't get none of that shit without the protection of people. And
Yes.
what they always say is the first rule. I don't know if I sent you my rules of protection that I've gotten from my career. What's the first rule of protection?
Oh,
Obedience.
Yeah, it's real.
And if you don't obey the protection, like for example, quick example, if you're doing 65 in a 25 lane, how can you be protected?
Mm.
I had one chick try to say that in front of my godson. You didn't protect me. I said, did you listen to the protector? You know what she
Right.
did? She shut the hell up.
Yes.
well,
Yes.
I think I sent you this clip, Charles, on Instagram yesterday. It was a short video. It was a black dude being interviewed by a white dude on the video, and the white dude asked him, "What's one thing you learned in life?" And he said, "I learned how to attach my top lip to my bottom lip and shut the fuck up."
Oh yeah, that was that AI clip. That was funny.
Woo! I was howling.
That's
I was
hilarious.
howling. I sent that to a bunch of female friends
Hey,
Yep.
who are single with no man.
I remember this. That's gonna make y'all laugh. I remember I was talking to this one chick who I was on again, off again, for a few years, and she put on some feminist regalia stuff on her page. I said, "This figure, the man's gonna leave you. If you get broke, the man's gonna leave you." I said, "No, we don't." I said, "That sounds like a broken woman." And she's like, "Well, you're just mad because we don't we don't want to be bothered by you anymore." No, y'all just mad because we don't care. I
Yeah,
said, as a matter of fact, when GTA 6 goes, so does your dates.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
And I'm
I
like,
told Black Bane that because he was telling me about a conversation he's having. He relocated to Texas, so he's staying in Texas now. And he told me about this conversation he was having with this lesbian in the cigar bar, and she was trying to argue with him about some shit about man stuff. He said, "Oh, you're just narcissist," and he said, "I hate when they use this term because I don't think they understand what it means." I said, "Yeah, because Kevin hit a whole bunch of beehives with that shit,
Right.
and understand they 4 years behind on whatever they talking right now
Hmm.
Yep.
because they just trying.
exactly.
We don't need
You
you.
know
No,
what's you know what's funny, Anderson? What is up with them going into the bars, arguing with, like the cigar bars, because the same shit happened to me. And it's like this chick was like, "Well, I know lesbian who cuts hair. I know I bring a lot of masculine energy, but what's the difference between you teaching masculinity and me?" And I told her, I said, "You can be weak, and some man will help you." And I'm like, I can't do that. You can
you,
literally
you,
put on a dress and be weak, and some guy's
Yes.
gonna help you. I can't do that.
Yes. Yeah.
I can't digress into this weak. I said, as a matter of fact, as human beings, when we see women as weak, we want to help them. When we see men as weak, we kind of want to
get away
push
from
you
them.
out into the wilderness. We want
Yeah.
to destroy it almost.
Well,
Well, you want to make them strong, like dude. You got to man up. Come on,
Yeah,
buddy.
you're not gonna pity him.
No.
No.
but it's just you see it in the latest Ironheart, and hell, we've definitely seen it in the black community. The thing with butch lesbians is they're cosplaying the most superficial dimensions of manhood. Most of black butch lesbians I've seen look like they've been watching a lot of hip hop music videos
Yep.
From the 90s, not
from
even
the
new one.
From the
absolutely,
'90s.
From the
They
absolutely.
look like
They'll put
absolutely.
on a white
they look like bad members of Wu Tang.
Yes.
they'll put on a
Facts.
wife beater, turn their hat to the back, and they act out scenes you've seen in movies, and
Yep.
that's their idea of being
Yep.
masculine,
They're just like ODB.
which to us just looks like a joke.
Hmm.
But the real part is in the last few years, we've seen some of these butch lesbians walking away from women.
Hmm.
And since Trump's election, I've even seen some say I'm going back to being a woman. But
No, you ain't.
but but what they're experiencing though is they're finding out that what we've been saying about how women act is actually true.
Exactly.
I
They
think it
have to
seems like
provide for kids and households, and they don't get anything out of it, let alone affection. They're discovering this.
Hmm.
but even though
Go ahead, man.
to think about it, they're women and they still follow the women code. So it's only until recently that I think they felt okay with sounding off on this sort of thing because they've been going through it for years, just like us. I think now with the current climate the way it is, they finally feel like they can actually say something about it. Because like I'll hear stories about like on TikTok they'll be like, oh yeah, I went through XYZ, I did this, and it's like, dang, you've been. It sounds like you've been in this for like 4, 5, 6 years right now. You just now saying something about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin who she's bi, right? So she can go back and forth when she feels like it. She's gone through similar situations to any dude I've been with, messing with hood ass chicks.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
So her and my play sister, I had to ask her before when she tried to jump the fence and deal with a female and got her heart broken, didn't understand how it happened this way. I'm like, you have guy friends. You never paid attention to the stories we was telling. You thought what we were saying was bullshit.
Yes.
Exactly.
And now you went over there. Now you like you want to talk to me about this shit. I want to laugh at you
Yeah.
Well, you got to
because
remember the acronym.
yeah, you should have known better.
You got to
You can't
remember
be
the
on so much.
acronym.
But I believe, like Dr. T, you've said something about this before. Culturally, it is seen as not just okay, but it is seen as it's a virtue to dismiss masculine advice
Hmm.
Mhm.
in this society. Like anything a man says, like, man, fuck what that nigga say. So
Yeah.
it kind of doesn't matter. So if you do have a father in your life, if you do have brothers, if you do have cousins or play sisters, I mean play brothers, or play cousins, all of that, it doesn't matter what they say. Like they're largely irrelevant in your life. Like they're just dudes to pick up heavy things for you when you need them. Anything that they actually say, anything that they would actually like try to steer you on is kind of a largely irrelevant, and what they say doesn't matter.
The, the
Yeah.
diff,
Until
the,
they got to call a motherfucker like me to come into a lesbian household and fix some shit.
Yes.
exactly.
I love those.
Or
That's all.
until
On
something
the other
actually
end,
bad goes. Yeah.
I guess
Or
we're
they
not
need you to
all.
walk them to their car after they've been in the store late night shopping because they
Yeah.
worried about thieves in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So
I'm gonna repay you.
It's happening.
Or
Oh, go ahead.
or if they got in a bad, like if those relationships tend to go kind of sideways fairly quickly. If they do go sideways, they'll call you to be like, help me, protect me, get me my stuff out because she's crazy.
Yeah, it's been happening on multiple levels. I just went to a boy of mine. His daughter got married, so I went to his, to the wedding yesterday, right? And so I'm talking to him. My boy coaches female basketball in the LA area.
Mm.
And he said what's been happening in the last decade is male coaches that have come. Like, so he came into a team that was losing by 45 points a game. He started teaching them fundamentals. He started putting them in order. And the next thing they know, they were winning championships. He said he got released because the girls on the team said he was too hard on them. And they essentially, they just wanted to play rec ball. And the parents just wanted them to play rec ball. They still wanted to win, but they really didn't want the girls to be challenged. And he said, so within the next year, they were losing by 45 points again. He said, but this has been happening at multiple schools, and the coaches, male coaches that were focusing on discipline, consistency, learning tactics, and a basketball IQ, those coaches were being pushed out because the girls found them to be too difficult, too hard, and they just wanted to have fun. So you have these tensions developing about masculine principles, which I would argue prioritizing, consistency, setting goals, competition, those things are masculine principles. But girls want to play in this world where they achieve what men achieve, but they resent in some fashion those masculine principles. But you don't get there by using feel good kinds of approaches. You don't become a champion of anything that way. So you can't have it one way and the other at the same time. And this is the tension. But it goes back to what was said earlier about not wanting to listen to men, not wanting to respect that. But you want the outcomes of men,
Right.
but you don't want to listen to men and you don't want to do what men do. You just want to stand on stage and win the award, but you don't want to do the work that leads up to it. That's kind of one of the things we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
They want the joy, but not the pain.
The pain.
Yeah, when I wrestled, when I coach wrestling, and girls were coming in, and there's a tradition. You get thrown as hard as I can possibly throw you, and I'm going to land on you when I do it. Because I want to see if you really want to do this shit or not.
Yep.
And everybody's like, really? And everybody's cringing. You can tell all the people who came back from last year or the veteran wrestlers are laughing their asses off because they had to go through it too. And they're like, but you're so bigger than me. You think that motherfucker across the map's going to give a fuck about you? Instead of just like that. And I would land on them. And some of the parents would see it. They'd be like, my babe. I say, get the fuck off my mat. Or you take her with you.
You can take one too.
Yeah.
Take her, because I'm going to tell you this one. You ain't going to be screaming. If she learns how to fall, which means she does not break her neck or bone, you will thank me.
Yes.
This is the most difficult sport in the world for a reason.
Yeah.
You can hurt a person very badly if the move is done incorrectly or they don't know how to react to it.
Very permanent.
And it's crazy because man, it's crazy because you see this dichotomy of I want to have fun, but I don't want to work hard. That's not a man's life, and that's what I was telling Shorty. Like, yo, you can literally put on a dress, and there's some guy who's going to take you as a girlfriend or wife. I can't do that. Yeah. I'm not going to get help. It's like this. Like I always say, who saved Superman? Really, who saved Superman? He's the one who saves everybody else. It's like we have a joke. There's some people you call when a cop needs a cop, you call that guy. And it's the same way in the police department where you have women who want to get all this rank but wasn't worth shit on the street. Like, how the hell you become a sergeant but you were a shitty cop, but now you have the authority to tell people shit to do that you were not willing to do.
Could never.
And I think Like I've talked about this before with the 30%. They wanted, for the longest time, I guess it's over now because of DEI out, they wanted 30% of your police department to be women, which would have been a catastrophic failure, okay? And on many levels. You have this abrupt laziness that follows this shit. And it's not saying that's every female, but you start to see, okay, you're going to try, that one's going to sleep her way to the top. That one's going to complain. That one's going to say somebody tried to touch her. That one, okay, that one might be worth a damn if she keeps her nose clean.
What do you say?
But
Sex, complain, false claim,
Yes.
yeah,
the
Yeah.
way
put it
to
on
the
a
top.
t-shirt, on to the top. And what happens is that your command, how you get a command and how you get people to respect you is that everybody's going to check on you. You get promoted or you go to another agency and people know each other. How was this person? Oh, they were like when I became a sergeant and the acting lieutenant for another agency. People were calling like, "Hey, how was this guy? Oh, you got a good one." Your name carries, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
one thing I had to coach every female officer, rookie officer. Your name carries. Don't be this. Don't be the one.
Your
And
reputation.
what you mean the one? Don't be the one who sleeps around with everybody on the ship. At least pick a dude from another district if you're going to have to. But what happens is, like this attention, a lot of these women don't get the attention. You're surrounded by 80 to 90% men, and they can't keep it in their pants for 5 seconds. And you're basically being worshipped like a god. I've seen shit where female officers would get male officers to write their reports.
Yeah.
I've,
No.
I've, I've seen it where one female would say, "I'm sick," and she would put her regular clothes on. And the lieutenant caught that. He cussed off the male and her out. They say, "You got 15 minutes to get your shit on. I'm suspending you."
Yeah. I
And
mean,
it's a ridiculousness to that level. But go ahead, sorry.
no, I was going to say what you said earlier about not wanting to endure. It's the same with butch lesbians. If you go back to Ironheart and you look at the two lesbians in there that were fighters, right? They
Mhm.
loved beating up on men in the series. They
Yeah.
loved beating down other men. You can see they were thumping their chest at that. They loved doing it. But that's the kind of thing we see. It's the performance of masculinity, but you don't know nothing about manhood. You don't know nothing about the sacrifice, the discipline, the experiences, the tragedy that goes into those masculine performances. You just want to stand on screen and beat up a guy.
Right.
That's what manhood is to you, beating up another guy. But you have
That's why.
no idea about what other aspect. And the one y'all remember the name of the woman who cosplayed as a man for a while and made male friends and discovered that men not only didn't have it easier, but found out that men were actually, living tragedies in some respects. And
Mm-hmm.
by the end of it, she just, she deleted herself.
Self
Yeah.
belief. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But she found out that the male experience is not what women imagine it is.
No.
They think that it's all standing on stages, winning awards, being dominant over others. That she got in there and found out the majority of what men experience is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And the way women treat them was even worse. And she was
Yeah.
astounded at that. She was like, I never seen this side of us. Well, that's the problem with all of this cosplay. They don't understand men. They just want to mimic the aspects they see.
Mm-hmm. Or
And
the
it's
aspects that they think are positive.
that they think.
Mhm.
Even down to protection. Like when a lot of these, I'll see these butch lesbians, their idea of protecting a woman is being ready to fight a dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of
That's
this
why
a lot
Debo.
of this is class influenced. I mean, because if you look at a middle class guy, he's going to protect the woman differently than a working class guy.
Yes.
Working class guy is ready to use those hands. A middle class guy is going to move his family to a neighborhood where they're not under threat.
Mhm.
And they're not going to go places that pretty much put them in danger. That's how middle class men protect. Upper class men do it on an extreme level and move you into a space where the average person driving the streets ain't even going to be able to find your house.
Right. You
You know,
got a driver. You got security.
gated
A
communities.
gated,
Can't
yeah.
even,
Mhm.
Yeah,
can't even get to the door to get to the elevator that might go to
You
your
got
room.
you got 10
Exactly.
Charleses. You got 10 Charleses as your
security.
security.
And
Yeah.
exactly. And that goes into the second rule of protection. Protection costs.
Well, it costs.
This is what I told a female when my homeboy tried to hook me up with this female cop. I said, "You got this wayward kid who's acting a fool at 15, 16. What's my ROI, my return on investment? You'll get all this glorified shit about you, and he'll praise you when he graduates high school. What do I get out of it? He'll even praise the dad who's not there. I'm just a Negro who had to take the buck. What's my return? And I think that's the one thing that freaks women out when you start asking, what's my return on this? I'm not doing this for free.
What's the payback?
Was really outside of
And
having
Pooch ain't it.
or outside of having kids, there's not a lot of return for men. And if you don't want kids, you have a real difficult time figuring out why you should sacrifice. But what some of these cosplayers don't understand is protection. They think it's this macho thing. For most of us, it's a duty. And if I can earn enough resources to out what do you call that? What's it called? Offset that duty and pay others to do it, I'll do
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
I don't pump my chest if I have a security team protecting my family. I don't, I'm not out there bragging about how manly I am. It's just a duty, and my family's safe. That's all that matters. But when you watch these women pretending to be masculine, for them, they think it's all about I can knock a man out. Oh, okay.
Then there's glory involved.
The conversation that Black Bane was having in the cigar whiskey bar with this chick, she brought that up about that she thinks she could possibly take Black Bane. I'm like, this bitch is stupid. I said, well, how do you keep finding these people, man? Are you a magnet for these type of And she went through her whole litany that she was in the military and she could probably take him. I said, what it was you were out masculining her and she was turned on. Even as the stud, she was turned on by you. Your masculinity was triggering her little pickle getting tickled. So she was she was doing the worst parts of male behavior, which is she was so insecure. She's trying to one up you on everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's just fucking embarrassing, dude. You should have told her like Kevin would have told her, pull your dick out. Oh, you ain't got one of those? Shut the fuck up. There's no competition. None. But that's what she was trying to do. She was turned on and trying to compete with him at the same time. Oh, me and you can never be together. I said, she said she was a lesbian. Why is she even trying to put a thought like that into the air that y'all would not be together? You don't date men anyway, right? Shut the fuck up. Like, dude, that was a dumbass conversation. I said, you need to just call. If you need some help with something like that, just call. Just phone a Negro. Call me. You can put me on speakerphone because it don't matter what I said. It's going to be the truth.
And
hate it all day long. It won't change the fact that it's the truth.
Men understand that even some of the basic tenets of manhood can lead to death.
Yes.
If I take my lady to a restaurant, if I'm not, on my shit, in terms of having our relationship in order where she understands, as Charles says earlier, you got to listen to me. Mm-hmm. That's the majority of protection. I'm going to prevent us from being in a situation that can go out of hand in the first place.
Right.
That's the majority of protection.
We leave. It ain't going to be no conversation. Why? Just get your stuff. We need to go right now. Get your stuff. We need to go. Okay. If that ain't the response, that's the wrong one.
Shoot, if you don't even beyond that, if you're not paying attention, you could get hit by a car. Like just in the parking lot, just like, oh, I wasn't watching where I was going. Smack dead.
And I pulled many a woman I was walking with because they're not paying attention out of the way. Now, if she fights me about it, that makes me protecting her that much harder. But the point I was making is we understand the cost of protection. So it's not cosplay, fun and games, macho. That's what women think we believe it is. Right. We understand that even the most lightweight incidents can lead to death.
Yeah.
So for us, it's an obligation, it's a duty. But the best way to manage it is to stay out of precarious situations. And that requires wisdom on our part, and it requires, as Charles said earlier, obedience on theirs. And if you don't want to do it, then you don't need to be with the kind of man that provides protection, real protection.
Right.
I think the Hollywood thing about it is they think that when men do this thing, it is done with some sort of happiness. Like, I get to sacrifice myself. Yay. Like, I've never been in any situation where I've had to potentially put myself out there for protection and been like, yes, I get to do this. I've never done that. I've never done it happily.
I'm going to be praised for this. Yes. People will sing my songs. No.
I sighed in my brain and I sighed. I was like, oh, shit. Okay, let's
complain about how you did it.
Yeah.
And you know the
Damn, I didn't live my life like that. That hurt.
The thing about obedience too is women hear obedience and they think, dog. They think of how you manage a dog. Obedience is respect.
Mm-hmm.
That's what obedience is. If I say, we drive up to a restaurant, we get out the car, and I look around and say, "No, let's get back in the car."
Mm-hmm.
Obedience is, all right. I trust that for whatever reason Hassan said get back in the car. That's something we need to do.
But Hassan, I want to go to this restaurant.
But we said we was going here. No, something don't feel right.
It's respect. It's all it is. It's respect, and you know what? It's respect and trust.
Yeah.
Now, if it's the same thing. If I hire Charles to protect me, and Charles says, "You know what? We shouldn't go in here." I paid for somebody that I can respect and trust based on his skill and experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. So when you're with your lady, if she has that kind of obedience for you, which is rooted in respect and trust, it's not a domineering thing that necessarily is happening. It's a belief that whatever he's doing is for our betterment. And if you can't find a woman that's willing to extend that, don't deal with her.
No. Yeah. I had a conversation yesterday, Dr. T, and those 2 words out of 3 came up for me on how simple a relationship should be and what I would be looking for. And the first one was respect. The second one was trust. The third one was loyalty. Seems like an easy ask. It's not.
It's not.
It seems like an easy ask. It's not.
Mm-mm.
It's not. Because the first hard one is the respect part.
Yes, sir.
That's the hardest one for them. The trust is probably non-existent. Yep. And the loyalty is look, you can't get loyalty out of an opportunist.
There
you can't. So looking for those 3 in a female form is kind of tough, especially in this day and age.
Well, and it's getting a lot more interesting because with the mass job loss that's taking place, and, women finding themselves replaced by AI, we're in a situation where the desperation level is going up. So you get a lot of chameleons who are going to advertise respect and trust and loyalty because they want to be kept, they want to be taken care of, they want security.
Security.
But as soon as they get comfortable, either as soon as they get comfortable or as soon as the
tide get low.
I was like, as
soon as the tide get high, they're like, we on that boat back out in the water.
Well, it's 2 things. As soon as they get comfortable or as soon as they get stressed, that's when you see who people really are.
Yeah.
The real them come back out.
And that's why Kevin used to fuck with her. If you go back and listen to those interviews, Kevin would always be polite when they start. And they would start their first sentence and he would interrupt them. And he'd say, "How old are you? Give me right." And they would be mid-sentence. And I always found that like, why? But I remember he explained it once. He said, "I do that on purpose." He said, because, if I do that and she gets upset and blows up, that tells me a lot. That could save me 3 years of bullshit.
Psychological play.
Yeah.
How do you handle tension? How do you handle stress? I don't want to wait 5 years to, where I'm paying all your bills. Now you're comfortable. Now you're talking shit. Okay. Kevin figured out various ways to cut that time, but that's what that came down to.
Mm-hmm.
It's
a stress test.
How
do you perform under duress?
Yeah.
And it's not even real duress. Like he just interrupted you one time. Like that's what's wild to me. Like
most of your arguments that you have with women are not about things that actually happen. It's about things that they perceive as happening in their head.
Yeah. That's facts.
So a stress test is the easy way to determine that shit. Like she can't handle nothing. Like, okay, this is how we back way the hell up.
That's what the military does.
That's what the military does.
I'm gonna spend years getting you ready and put you in the field and hope you can survive under duress, or am I gonna put you under a stress test and see what you made of?
Yeah.
Which way?
I know a guy who trains dogs, like for K9 units. He said they would go to the kennel and like he would just look at them and like make like a loud noise, and whichever dogs like jump, he was like no, like off rip, just make one loud noise. They would like some dogs would jump, some dogs jump towards them, and it's like okay, cool, I know which ones off rip. I don't even have to like try to cajole or anything.
If you know what you're looking for, it's a valuable tool.
Yeah.
If you know what you're looking for, right?
You know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But now we're not
reactions.
Yeah. But we're not taught that. Guys, especially guys now, we're not taught. what to look for in a woman that's quote unquote good or quote unquote not good. Like we're not taught that. You're just kind of like, hey, if a woman's giving you attention, relish in it.
Right.
Well, I would say not before maybe 15 years ago. You weren't really getting taught that for a while. Since the manosphere has been around, you have been getting taught that.
Sure.
Yep.
You have been getting it.
Man, can you
Yeah.
imagine, Artisan, if we got this game at 13
Yes.
as opposed to 40?
I wish I would have got it at 13. And that's why I can say that we are getting it now because we're the generation who lived through not getting it at all.
Yes,
Mhm.
sir.
Most of the shit we heard was spoon fed from some damn women that you have to go back and try to re educate yourself on to understand that that's kind of a backwards way of trying to live as a man.
Yep.
Like, no, that's not correctly. You got to remake yourself.
Yeah, because I think college in that sort of way was kind of harder for you guys, like that kind of like early college age. Because like you're talking about, like you were raised around a bunch of women, and you had all this kind of these women were telling you do it like this, do it like this. This is what women want, and then you get to school, and then you learn like, damn, all of that information that I was given was not correct.
No.
But
You
Yeah,
know,
you show up with the flowers and the candies, and the shit didn't work.
yeah,
talking with Black Bane about one of his exes, who was a single mama, who has a son that Black Bane was helping to raise for a while.
hmm
Son is not performing how he should in life right now since Black Bane and this woman have been separated
Yep.
and he hasn't had any contact with the son. Who is she calling to try to come fix this kid?
Yes, sir.
20-something years old.
Yep.
Black Bane.
let me.
That ain't his biological daddy. His biological daddy is alive. That's not who she calling. But when he was there with the boy, the whole thing she did the whole time was undermine whatever he said with the kid.
Mhm.
Get him back on mommy's side.
Exactly. And I've seen it in
So now
families.
he on mommy's side. He ain't doing shit with his life now. Congratulations, you got exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, but I've seen it in families. Yeah, I got cousins, and I've seen it in other families with sisters. They'll get rid of men,
Mm-hmm. Good
and when
man.
their sons become a problem, they'll look for uncles and brothers and cousins to step in for what the father should do.
Yeah, any man will do.
You know, but I always tell them, I said, look, I needed him at 5, not
Mm.
16, not 17. I'm not tussling with some grown young man right at this point. You know, because it's not gonna really do anything anyway. You've conditioned him for too long in whatever you've trained him in. I needed him at 5.
Yeah. No, I what I had to tell Bane was that he's a good dude. So I had to tell him, do not take any of this shit that she's saying about what's wrong with this kid as being your responsibility.
Mhm.
Yep.
That is not your child.
Yep.
And although you were there trying to do something to help her out and she wanted that shit, she don't appreciate it. She don't respect it. His
Mhm.
father should have been there doing that. She couldn't make it work with him.
Yeah.
Okay. So it ain't all just on him. The shit this kid is going through right now is because his mother put him in that situation to be going through this kind of shit. That is the end result of her teachings, not yours.
What did you just say? They want it easy. They want it to be done easily. They don't want to hear, because it feels bad when your kid is being told harsh things like, "If hey bro, you're not doing shit with your life." Like that's tough to hear.
Well, here's the thing of it. The boy doesn't, let's just say it right now. The boy doesn't really love himself. He doesn't know how to love himself.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm telling Bane on the psychological side of the reason he doesn't know how to love himself because he has listened to his mother his whole fucking life for 20 some goddamn years tear down his father, and then the replacement man she tears him down too, even though he's a good man and the boy can see it himself. So now he doesn't know what to be. Every male part about him is bad. So he doesn't know who to fucking be. I'm not surprised he doesn't have an identity and having troubles
Right.
Mm-hmm.
out there with some gang or whatever it is in the streets, because that's the only people that's going to give them some fucking structure. I don't know why women think that the streets is a fucking free-for-all, which you just get to do what you want. No, nigga, it's real consequences. If you out here doing this wrong shit on this wrong block, you will get killed. Point blank, period.
Mhm.
So there is some structure. That's why boys without their fathers usually go to those places to find that goddamn structure,
They will
because
make
it
their
will
own
be
shit.
enforced on you. There are rules to the streets.
Yeah.
It ain't just always the wild, wild west. No, there's real consequences. So stop thinking that shit is easy. But he's looking for something that she couldn't provide him, and when he had it, she pushed it away.
Yeah.
So now, 20 years old and fucked up in the head. No kidding. Great. Another lost black boy. I'm glad that's out there in the world.
Well, it's all about it's about wanting to be in control. And
Exactly.
if you actually find that you need the man, you're not in control.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been able to do this as far as family court in order to push fathers out of families for years. So that control factor has been until recently backed up by the state. But now we're seeing that things are falling apart.
Roll back.
Things are falling apart, and those systems that were in place that allowed for women to play that role are being downgraded, and they are now, especially in the black community, they're now experiencing life as black men.
Yes.
And they do not know how to handle it. They've always had a safety net, and they've turned around and looked at us and said, "You ain't shit.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do what I'm doing." And then they framed it as, "You can't do what I'm doing because you're making bad decisions." But now that safety net is being removed, they're forced to deal with the reality of the fact that it was never about their genius or their magic.
Mm-hmm.
It was about that they had access that we didn't have.
And they was propped up.
It's the concept of poor as a poorness as poverty is like lack of virtue. And so it's easy to, if you believe poverty as like a lack of virtue, it's easy to be like, you're a bad person is why you're poor. And black men have constantly been seen as the most economically disadvantaged men in America. So that black men must be bad if we're poor.
You're stupid.
Yeah, you're stupid. Yeah.
Even my mother, Dr. T, just recently, like within the last week or so, repeated something that she learned from her son, that I have a different experience in the world than she does. Just recently dawned on her that she's repeating that and understanding that shit, that it's circled through her head. This is a smart woman, college graduate and everything, degree, all that shit. Accomplishing work. She just now realizing that, really just letting it soak into her head and understand that.
Artisan, my mother called me yesterday morning and said the same damn thing.
What did Whoopi Goldberg say at first? What the fuck, dude? The consciousness, the collective is circled through the collective, and so is everybody getting that upload.
It's like dialysis.
Well, they're getting the experience of having the safety nets removed. They are forced to change how they've been doing things. You know what I mean? That's what's happening. And to what Mr. J. Matt said a little moment ago, the thing the added piece to add in what you said is that we're also in a society where women have been framed as the better sex, the more virtuous sex. It goes back to those Victorian era ideals. Yep. This is the only way black women were able to, hitch their caboose to white women. This was the only way. They couldn't do it on the basis of race. They couldn't do it on the basis of humanity or even being citizens of the United States. They did it on the basis of being women. But once Trump started to roll, because Trump he's not attacking black women. That's what black women are over here. Trump is trying to do this to me.
Tell them that.
You are inconsequential. You are inconsequential to Trump. Trump is trying to deal with left women on the left. And he's trying to get these women to have babies. So you notice what's been happening with abortion. You notice what's been happening with DEI positions, what's been happening to those grants where all those women could run all of those nonprofits. He's pulling back all of that because they actually need to reconcile with their men and start having babies again.
Yes.
The reason it's adversely hitting black women is because we have no inherited wealth. We have no wealth to speak of, and you hitched your caboose to white women. Yep. So once white women got hit, you got doubly hit because you don't have any safety net and you don't have any wealth to support you.
Flu and pneumonia.
We live in paycheck to paycheck. If you have a job, white women have family resources. So even though they lose their job, they can move back in with mom and pop. They have investments. I mean, grandparents or
they have a husband.
They have a husband. They have grandparents who are putting money back in their lives. Black women don't have a lot of that. So black women are getting hit harder, but it's not because Trump is eyeing them. It's just because of how they decided to frame their politics for the last 50 years. And now they're looking at black men. So now you got women talking. So they've tried the shaming. We've seen the sign language in the last few months. Why aren't you protecting us? Why aren't you marrying us? Why aren't you showing up to dating events? But now you're starting to see a number of videos coming out where they're saying, yeah, black women got the paycheck from the government. We turned on our own men. You're starting to see more of these videos where they're recounting what we've been saying in red pill spaces. And it's like, y'all been telling us you've been gaslighting us for a decade, telling us we were making this up.
Yeah,
Now,
that ain't real.
Understand it? Okay.
Yeah. Now they like I said, like I told Black Bane, anything you heard, they 4 years behind on because they only heard it from us. And I said us and meaning the Black Manosphere. That's where they heard it from. So they heard, but now they actually believe in it because the rubber hitting the road or the titties hitting the table. Now they get it.
They either believe it or they're cosplaying because they need help. But either way,
Yeah.
we're hearing stuff that you only used to hear in red pill spaces being espoused by women on social media and popular mainstream spaces. And it's like, when did that happen?
Yeah.
And you notice they're not being they're all doing it. So like that pick me talk you used to hear like a year or 2 years ago, like these get vehemently shouted down. That's really not happening now. Like you notice that pick me slur, I'll call it for women, is kind of largely quieted
Exactly
down.
what it was, slur.
Yeah, it's largely quieted down because they all realize like, oh snap, my artificially propped up position, because in most communities it's the men and the women, the men and the women, the men and the women socially, right?
Yeah.
But only in the black community where is it the women and the men. And because like black women's position was artificially propped up, now that it's no longer artificially being propped up, they're lowering down to their quote unquote, I'll say in terms of this society that we live in, quote unquote natural position, which is it's not even lower at this point. It's just kind of basically equal, right? But because they're lowering down, they feel like they've lost so much and they're trying to figure out like, how do I gain my position back?
You were stilted.
Yeah.
The water's rising and they don't have a lifeboat.
Yeah.
And dudes have built a raft. And like, well, how did he build a raft? Because we've been down here in the water the whole time.
Yeah.
We never got out of the water.
Exactly.
Deindustrialization
look, learn how to float. Built a raft.
Whatever jobs we had up to the late 70s, those dissolved. And since then, we have been just out here trying to figure it out. And Kevin was the first point. It's really BGS, but Kevin was the first person I heard really in the mainstream point out that black men are actually represented in the middle class well. Now, we're not in the upper middle, many of us in the lower middle, but the fact that black men got there is a testament to how much support we didn't have. We just had to grind. And now black women are finding themselves, at our level, trying to figure out how we swimming. Yeah. And they want us to carry them. And we just like, and that was what my mother called about. She called to admit that she lived a different experience. But this is the twist, Artisan. This is the twist. She said, well, we just need to figure it out. And black men and women need to get back together again.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Your mama hit the reach back?
And y'all are just being so mean. I said, well,
yeah. I said, I would have thought my mother might have turned the curb to that street, but she didn't because she got TDS bad, man. There can't be a conversation had that ain't got shit to do with politics. That motherfucker is not thrown into the conversation.
Yeah.
As soon as I said something about it, it started another hour-long conversation. Like, goddamn, I don't care about all this shit, mama. I don't. I don't give a fuck.
That road, man.
I don't give a fuck.
We just gotta fix it. What is it going to take to fix it? I said, well, it would start with women. I said, women actually have to, at the very least, not only acknowledge but fucking apologize.
At the very least, it'd be nice.
You know what her response was? Her response was, well, you're saying there's no solution.
That's her admitting it, right? That's her admitting that women wouldn't apologize.
That need to be right.
Yeah.
That's a motherfucker, boy.
I said that's not.
The whole world to burn waiting on the motherfucker to have an apology.
Yeah. Because they don't have the capacity. So I said no. I said, but at a different point, I asked her. I said, do you see women even gesturing towards being introspective, apologizing? I said, for 50 years, y'all told the world we were monsters, rapists, and abusers. And now that we've actually shown you empirically how you've contributed to the state of Black America, you want us to just come together. But you haven't acknowledged anything.
Forget all that. Yeah, forget all that research. Just,
We've been deadbeat dads for 50 years until the research came out and showed that we weren't, and y'all
With
never.
no apology.
No acknowledgement. You
No
just stayed quiet. So
Yeah.
I'm saying. So she said, "Well, when are you going to forgive us?" I said, "You can't forgive someone that ain't bothered to apologize yet.
Yeah.
At least not the kind of forgiveness you talking about. You know."
Yeah.
But
We've learned to deal with the apology that never came.
Mhm.
there you go. And we
Learn to move on from that.
we moved on.
Mhm.
That's where
That's what you taught us.
that's what your frustration is coming from. Black men are moving on
Mm-hmm.
because we're not waiting for an apology. You're not going to give it. And the only people who are coming out with it now are cosplaying because you need help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of that is believable yet. So, yeah.
They have
Yeah.
no game. Like
They
their
look-
game is still the same. Sorry.
Yeah, no, they looked at that motherfucker in Menace to Society. I suck your dick. Like, get the fuck away from me. That's not enough.
It's
No.
a
What
whole
he said in Friday? Bye, Felicia. He didn't say. I love that scene in Friday where he says that people like overhype that scene. Like what makes that scene so powerful is the fact that he didn't even look at her. He just bye, Felicia. It was said with no affect. He just looked away. Just
Damn crackhead. Yeah.
didn't give her any time of day, and that's what that's what they're coming with. They're Felicia. They're just like, hey, what you got for me? What you got for me? And it's like, you know what? Bye.
Don't even bother asking.
Yeah.
No.
And that's why men are looking for women who have been socialized in a different space, different culture, different appreciation for masculinity.
Yep.
You know, and you know, the funny part is you hear them say you don't want a dark skinned woman or you don't want a woman with 4C hair texture.
Mm-hmm.
All of that is cap. That's a deflection.
Yeah, that's yo inherent hang up and bias. That's your problem.
But that's girl game though. Girl game is to shame dudes.
Yeah,
and
no, that's girl gaslighting. That's what that shit is.
Because what happens when the brother comes back from Africa with a wife from Kenya that look just like you? Now what?
Chick look like Lupita.
What is it now?
Look, Mr. Matt, I'll tell you this. You want to know what girl game sound like? Go back to the last Equalizer movie when she sat across from him and says, "Who cooked for you?" That's girl game. Right. That is girl game.
And I don't know.
At me, and it was a movie. I'm like,
yes, it hit boy.
Nobody.
Man.
I had to look at the actress to find out who she really was after that shit.
I don't know any man that didn't get hit in the chest when she said that shit. Because I was in the theater like, ooh.
Yes.
Ooh.
Like the look on his face looked real. Like he was like, what? Like, you know, he had to work with the lines, but the way he looked at her, it was like it felt real. His response, like, what are you talking
That's
about?
a conversation starter who cooks for you.
Yes,
God
sir.
damn!
And
where is this place at?
A lot of women took it as, "Oh, you just want slaves. You want." I'm like, it don't
I
have
want a goddamn slave.
Man, I got that one time in my life back when I was in Spain, and this girl I was kind of she was into me, right? And we went out, we skipped class, we went out and got like a coffee, and she was like, "So who gives you?" She called me, she's like, "Hey, big man, who gives you like what you need?" I was like, "Oh shit, what?" I melted. I melted. I mean, her name was Jezebel, so you know that didn't go anywhere. But like, but like, when I tell you, I was
tell Grinch that story.
Name was literally Jezebel, half Brazilian, half Spanish.
Oh my god,
my goodness!
And none of us are saying that. I mean, we've all had women cook for us before. It's not like that. But the energy behind it, how she said it was.
She looked me in my soul, bro.
And please,
bro, I would have done anything for that girl.
Yeah, that was music to my ears.
Oh my goodness,
that was some of the coldest game I had ever heard, and it came from a line in a damn movie.
Yeah, you lucky I wasn't directed that movie because Denzel would have had a pregnant Italian black woman. He
was a pregnant Italian co-star.
He would have been chilling in Italy with his new woman. Boy.
Movie over with. Movie over. Ain't no revenge. You better go.
I want her. She ain't even a real woman. Like, I don't know who she is, but nobody. What you cooking? What can you cook? What can you prepare? And I'm not a big foodie like that. But like you saying, Dr. T, it was just the energy behind it was like, oh goddamn, she actually cares. We got one who gives a fuck.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
And I think
Yep.
black men get very scared because we've never seen that.
Yes.
Like when he see it happen, like I said, that look in Denzel's eyes, like he was like somebody asked him, "Do you want to put a gun to your head?" It was like, what are you talking about? Like
I can't remember who did this, but they describe what it's like for a black man to date a Caucasian woman from a good culture, good family culture, right?
Uh-huh.
And part of the problem that they have is that they're not used to dealing with a woman who actually pays attention to what they like and what they want.
Yeah.
Do you
So,
remember
like,
Kevin told that story?
This bitch keep asking so many goddamn questions.
Yep.
What did she ask you? She wanted to know what I wanted to eat, and then did I want to do this? And she constantly trying to do shit for me, man. I don't know. She might be setting me up.
Right.
Not a setup, baby. Not a
That's what I was gonna
setup.
say.
Yeah, she bought me these shoes. I didn't even tell her my size. How she know what size shoes I wear?
What's the catch?
Paid attention.
Yeah.
She paid attention to you. That's what it means. She gives a fuck enough about you that she's trying to get into who you are. I remember telling JT this shit about his ex. I said, this is scary. It's not scary. That's how they are. And this wasn't even a white chick. This is an Asian chick. I said, no, she's into you. That's what she's going to do. She's going to get into everything about you that she can find out because she's actually really into you.
Mm-hmm.
I know it seems weird when you come from a black culture. Like, man, what's wrong with this bitch?
Yeah.
I ain't got to work that hard for this shit.
Yeah.
No, because they care about what you are into.
Yeah. Kevin told
you
this.
are.
Yeah, Kevin told that story about like when he was at college and he was sick and that white girl like made him some soup and like tucked him in and everything. He was like he was freaked out the whole time it happened.
The professor, man, the professor. We live in the same city, right?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen her in forever. We talk every once in a while, maybe twice a year. She found out I was sick and I was staying in this neighborhood. The motherfucker brought me homemade soup.
Yes.
Menudo soup, nigga.
Yes.
Not only that, brought me soup, a big bucket of that shit. Soup, went and got me some a box of emergency,
Yep.
a big new thing of honey because she didn't have any. Cut up the lemons and the stuff to put in the food because she make Mexican food. I was like, God damn, thank you. I'm feeling like, damn, I need to fuck her to thank her or something. I'm sick.
She deserves some dick for this.
I'm like, ready for this, but okay, if we got to. She didn't want none of that shit. She just wanted me to feel better. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. My mama knew I was sick. She didn't bring me shit.
Exactly. Mine too.
I'm sick at home. Oh, well, get better, baby.
Exactly.
It's weird. It's weird. You'll fuck it up if you've never experienced it before, and you deal with some of these women from some other ethnicities that do that kind of shit for men, actually cater to the men in their culture a bit. It will fuck you up. You will fuck up the relationship because you think something is wrong with her. Like, this bitch is broken. I need somebody to talk shit to me and treat me like I ain't nothing.
Yeah.
She didn't call me stupid one time. She actually thinks I'm smart. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. I have a boy like that who's been on my show a couple times, and right now he and his wife are driving cross country in an RV. But the first couple years they got together, he would call me and he'd be like, "She bought me clothes. She cooks me 3 meals a day." And mind you, that was 10 years ago, and she still does it. One time, well, not one time, it's happened consistently, but the first time she drove him to a spa. She had a scheduled appointment for him, and he sat down, and it was all women in the space. Nobody else brought their men. She paid for him to sit down, and she got up and left. She said, "I'll be back in a couple hours to get you." And he was like, wait, we're not doing this together? She's like, "This is for you." So as you were saying about him fucking it up, he called me once, and he said, "Man, this woman is stressing herself, cooking me 3 meals a day. I'm gonna go downstairs and tell her the sausage if you don't sit your ass down." Shut up.
Lucky bastard. Shut up.
So shut up. I said, does she seem oppressed or is she happy to do it? He said, she's happy to do it. He said, I don't ask her to do it. She just keeps doing it. And I feel bad. I said, you don't feel bad. You're just not used to it.
You're not used to it.
This is your reparations.
You feel guilty. Like it's something wrong. Like something that is understanding the programming that goes on with black men that have you so fucked up.
Yes.
That normal shit seems wrong.
Yes.
And wrong shit seems normal.
We were
Exactly.
conditioned that anytime a woman does something for you, it is a chore, and
Yes.
It's a
and
chore. It's a burden.
you're supposed to
Lessen
feel
it on her
sorry
by doing it yourself.
and feel sorry for her for having to do it for you because it was so much of
Oh,
a
exactly.
burden on her.
No, exactly. And just to make him feel better, I said, "Let me ask you a question." And I asked him a series of questions about stuff I already knew that he does for her. That woman ain't seen a gas station in years. He fills up her. She ain't paid a bill in years, even
Years.
though they're married. You know what I mean? They live in the same house, but he takes care of all that. So by the time I was done with the list of questions, he was like, "Oh."
Okay.
I said, "Yeah. So she's not doing something for you that you're not reciprocating. She's
No.
actually reciprocating what you've been doing for her, and you're not used to it because our women are not socialized to reciprocate."
Exactly.
We're
Exactly.
taught that what we do doesn't matter. Well, there's no meaning behind it. Like it's just what's supposed to happen. Like there should be no, like you said, there should be no reciprocity for what a man does. Like
Exactly.
a man just does what a man does because that's standard. You
Our
don't get
women, our women consider it a favor they're doing for you to be with you.
Yeah.
Now,
Exactly.
now, mind you, the way we experience relationships, I got to audition to pay for your life,
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
convince you that I should pay for your reality. And even sex is about me providing you with pleasure. It's not
Exactly.
mutual. It's not about me. It's about you. We can fuck for 3 hours. The question is, do you have repeated orgasm? So
Exactly.
everything in the relationship is about her, and you have to audition to allow you to serve her.
Exactly.
That's the framework we're dealing with our women. So when you finally get a woman that doesn't come from that culture and reciprocates, you don't know how to handle that.
No. It'll seem weird as shit.
Yeah.
It's
You
like
don't know.
something's wrong with her. It's okay. It's fine. It's normal. That's how they are. Nah, man, something's up. Something's up. She up to something. She's not
Yeah.
poisoning you, man. She's just trying to feed you. It's okay.
To put a little bit vulgarly, like you guys finish, you go to lay down, and she doesn't suck her teeth at you. You're like, wait a minute, wait, what? She didn't like give me like a pointer list of like you did this wrong, you did that wrong, that wasn't enough. Like, oh, we just did
I
it.
didn't know this was graded.
Yeah, right, right.
This is a graded thing. Oh, my bad. I forgot I'm not a human fuck doll.
Yeah,
And I've had this down to a science since I was about 16, to the point where I had a method when I had sex with a woman. She came 4 or 5 times before I even got
Yep.
undressed.
Yep.
And then I made sure that throughout the entire session, she did nothing but come over
Yep.
and over and over and over. And I remember the first time a woman said, "But I want to focus on you."
Can't do it.
Yes,
I was frozen.
yes.
I had never had a woman ask me, I want to focus on you.
Mm-hmm.
I still haven't. So you
you
ahead of me. You ahead of me because I've had a lot of stuff done, but I can tell you this, and I've said this to one other woman before, that I've never had a woman just rock my world.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm the one that got to come in and do all this shit.
Exactly.
Never them.
Exactly.
So I've read books and watched videos and all kind of shit to learn my skill set.
Yes.
Fuckers don't know shit. That means
Yes.
I know more about your body and your vagina, and I've never actually had one.
And even the psychology of sex.
Even the psychology of sex.
Yes.
But I haven't met one who's done all of that shit. They know about some weird shit of playing with toys, but no, I'm always fucking Christopher Columbus in that shit, or I should say Magellan, finding a way for them to open up some passageway so they get into some other shit. Like,
and it's usually starfish. They learn to lay there and open their legs.
Yeah.
Usually, the generation I came out of, I don't know about the young guys, but the generation I came out of,
I call it mouse trapping. Just lay there and say open.
They lay there, and you had to demonstrate your skill. Now, if you did poorly, she'd tell everybody.
Sure.
If you did well, she would let you do it again. But in terms of her initiating, and most people that I know haven't experienced that.
Embarrassing. I told you I couldn't even get a decent fucking body massage.
Oh, please.
Couldn't even get a decent body massage.
Well, I don't know how to do that.
This is so difficult. Oh my fucking God. Do you hear me saying that shit when I'm massaging you?
Exactly.
God damn.
Exactly.
Bro, we was just joking last week about it wasn't on here, it was at work, about getting carpal tunnel for trying to stand up and finger bang some chick. They never do no shit like that for you.
Nope. Nope.
Like, wait, I gotta learn how to do the whole peacock hand.
Yeah.
But
And
your ass can't even
and
squeeze muscles.
men would share techniques with each other.
Yeah.
I mean, and when I got to college, I was learning everything about ambiance, how to set the mood, candles, incense, lighting. We were
Mixtape.
You have to build the whole game package, not
Yes.
just what you said, how
Yes.
you look, how you smelled, your shape
Yes.
up, your clean
Yes.
up, your talk, your walk, your drive, how you get to the house, how you warm it up, how you cool it down, how you knock it down. You got to learn all of that shit.
My
Yeah.
uncle did that to me. I really didn't bring it like think about it to like actually right now. Like my uncle
You
was
have
putting me
to.
on that game. Like my uncle, like he's a real music guy, right? And so back when I was like in high school, like middle school, high school, he put me on like Kim.
Yes.
That all of that, that smooth jazz,
Yes.
new soul type stuff. He was putting me on that like back then.
Come on, man.
And so when it came down to, you know what I mean? Back when I got to college, I was like, oh.
Come on, man. We come out the era of the cassette.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Let me ask artists, and I don't even know if I've ever asked him this. Did you have your slow jams tape?
Hell yeah. Still got it. And the only thing that happened as I got older, it moved from cassette tapes to burn CDs.
The playlist.
And now it's just a playlist.
Spotify. Hey.
Come on, man. It's never stopped.
Throwback slow jams.
But
Baby making music.
That's real. But I do you one better though. When you were talking about what your uncle showed you, take it. Go watch Sinners again.
Yeah.
Remember the young cousin getting game from his older cousin? How to finger a woman, or how to drink a woman, or go down on her?
Yeah.
What do you tell him? Right. It's like an ice cream cone.
Yeah.
That's how we learn.
That's how we learn. What is this, Dr. T? Get my copyright for the day.
He got the playlist.
Ooh, boy. Yes, sir.
Why the hell did this come up? This is on my show intro music list. That's thrown in there. Get the fuck out of here. No, it never stopped. It's never stopped.
No,
it's never stopped.
Look, man,
always. I'll play this shit up. No shit out, nigga.
If you could walk through my house, I'm telling you, because mind you, my son is in college. I'm an empty nester. So if you walk through my house, you all would be able to look around and you fall out laughing. Like, yep, I know why the speakers are there. I know the sound system. I know the lighting. I see the couch and the furniture, the way it's laid out. That's how we learn.
So, JT, if you're listening, Dr. T-Asan is running the Den of Debauchery Fresno division.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what that is. Yes, sir. See, you don't deny it. That's the Den of Debauchery Fresno.
But the thing about it is, it's as planned as your music list. It wasn't something I forethought. It was just something that's what I learned to do.
Mm-hmm.
My place is built around how to make a woman comfortable. I got a walk-in bathtub. I got massage equipment. I even got the machine that warms the liquid you use for the massage.
Hey, Doc,
none of this stuff is stuff I thought out. It's just stuff I did on automatic pilot.
Damn, Chaz massage motherfucker.
Damn right. Yes.
You be in there like the oil is warm. Like, it's not even
the way to hide.
I got the smell goods on remote, artisan. On remote, baby.
Love it. Like, smell-o-vision, baby.
I got two levels of it. I got one set that's in the air conditioning system.
Okay.
So the whole house smells good. Okay. But when I got someone coming through, I got the remote for the special smell goods.
You put those pheromones in the air.
Sandalwood out there, motherfucker.
Yes, some pheromones out there, just so you know, it can go down.
But this is just Gen Z. I mean, Gen X training. This is
Yes.
how we learn. We just never got a chance to fully do it because many of us didn't own homes, in our 20s and shit.
It was the money and shit. It was mostly the culture, and not the culture, but it was more society and how we had to get it ourselves. We had to
Yes.
build all of this shit from the mud. And most of the barriers were finance
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
the
Well,
economy was
yes.
not shit at that time.
Yes.
So getting
Yeah.
to that point where we could have all of that stuff, that's where you see these, I don't call it extended childhoods, but you see a lot of Gen Xers have a lot of stuff that they didn't have when they were younger because they
Yes.
bought it later. They had to get
Here's
it.
You're definitely right. And here's the cold thing. By the time we started to make a little money, we had kids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I wasn't making a fuck pad while my kids were there. But
No,
as soon as my son graduated, I started doing shit on automatic pilot that I really wasn't even thinking about.
right. Like, and I want this, and
Yeah.
this can go here.
Sound system in his bedroom. A whole sound system.
It would be
Don't
awesome.
worry about it.
There's carpets and rugs and the leather couch is draped with a blanket, and you know what I mean.
It's not soft, not cold when they sit their naked ass down on it. Like,
yes.
Ambiance.
And every time a woman, even family, walk in my house, they go, "God damn." And it ain't about buying an expensive, $1 million house. It don't have nothing to do with that. It's just we learned to make whatever space we had access to as pleasing to women as possible.
Mhm.
right.
We
It was
learned, and the first lessons we learned were at 13, how to wash your ass. And it
Exactly.
went from washing your ass to having
Wash your
this
ass.
place. I learned how to cook.
Mhm.
I have
Wash
had
your
women.
ass and wear cologne.
I have had women angry at me because the meal I cooked was better than anything they know how to cook.
Mhm.
That's
Gotta-
all Gen X. That's just experience we had.
gotta
But what I learned in these red pill spaces, however, was that I was doing 10 times more than other groups of men.
Did any man ever have to do like what?
BGS smacked me in the face the first time I heard him say, because he was talking about, I think he went to Guatemala or something years ago. And he was like, I've seen women give more respect to men, and they were living on, what did he say?
Dirt floor.
Dirt
floor.
floors, grass huts. And I'm
Mhm.
like, I'm over here cooking for motherfuckers,
Yep.
and he gets more respect and don't have a job, don't have no
Yes.
income, and they struggling living on a dirt floor. And that's when
And
that
got a
shit
loyal woman. Got a
Yeah.
loyal woman.
loyal.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah, hit on her and watch her turn you down.
The only white boys I know who cook like that are Italian, and that's because they matriarchal too. That's the only white boys I know who would like do that whole cooking and everything like that.
Look, when you a grown ass man learning how to plate food to impress a woman, that's when you step back and go, "What the fuck?"
Motherfucker, Gordon Ramsay in this bitch.
I'm watching
Look,
G. Garvin.
I like
Just
Gordon Ramsay for a reason, man. I like how he played his meals. I'm serious. Like how he played his meals and how he can make quick dishes. Like, man, he fucked up that mackerel. Man, he fucked that up. I can
He
do
make
that.
a grilled cheese look sexy. Like, what the fuck?
You got to put a sprig of parsley on your shit to
Yeah.
level it out just right.
That little wedge in there, turn that bitch over, get that oil on it. Like, look, man, you pick up. I can say this about Gen X's. Gen Xers pick up game from everywhere.
Yes.
We are sponges for that shit.
Yes.
Because you have to understand the reason we are like that is there wasn't a lot of people out here in the world teaching us shit.
No.
We were the generation. Latchkey generation doesn't explain it enough. It just lets you know that we are by ourselves a lot.
Yeah.
The other part is we are by ourselves because nobody was actually trying to teach us a goddamn thing. They was throwing us away, basically.
No, they were.
Jobs and money and stuff like that. They didn't give a fuck about us. That's why we were by ourselves most of the time. So you learn from whoever you can learn whatever from. And it was mostly about shit that you needed to know how to do outside the world, outside of getting your ass home and not burning down the fucking house and stuff like that and taking care of damn children and shit. Yeah. I spend more time looking at culinary stuff and kitchen stuff than you would think of for a grown heterosexual man. Like, no, man, I like this pot right here. I like these pans and shit.
Oh man, please! If I pull out my pans, it's fuck.
But it's a lot of levels of shit like that in there because we learn a lot of stuff from everything, from everybody, and we take it all in. And
but I'll tell you,
part of it is, well, how I get this bitch? How I get this woman? How do I impress her? What can I do to make me stand out from everybody else? Competing.
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you why I envy the younger generations to some extent, because nobody told us that we didn't have to do all of that to be worthy of a woman. We were taught that we had to.
You
And if
had
we didn't, we weren't good enough. We mature enough, refined
right.
enough.
Yep. It
Y'all are
wasn't a
getting
choice.
trained at a young age, and you're learning that you don't have to do all of that. If a woman really likes you, you don't have to do shit.
Not a
Nothing.
thing.
The
Nothing.
one,
Nope.
I just sat in a bar Thursday night, and this chick in that bar, I was on her list.
yep.
She was trying to do everything performative she could do to get my attention, and I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Did I approach her? Fuck no. Why? Because I was thinking like Morris Day. I'm the only star in this bitch.
Yeah.
So make a move or leave me the fuck alone, because I don't feel like being bothered. I'm here to do my thing on this pool table. I don't give a fuck about what you got going on, because you look like a bunch of problems.
But if it was 1992, what would you have done?
I would have had to.
Yep.
Go in.
Yep.
Hey, how you doing? I was supposed to. It was less than 30 seconds. I need to get my ass over there and make a move. Think of something clever to say.
And that's some cold shit.
Polish.
You got to think of something clever she's never heard of her before, and you don't even know this woman.
Don't know her at all. Don't know what she heard before. Nothing. But I already got to go through the whole mental gymnastics and the psychological profiling to figure out. Well, maybe she ain't heard this before, because she kind of looked like she ritzy.
Yes.
She over here in this bar, so maybe she not playing up. She got on heels, but they look kind of used, so they somebody else's shoes. I got to do all that shit. Who she with?
Yep.
You got to do all that analysis
Yep.
before you get there, like RoboCop, to just be smiling.
Yeah.
Breath smell good. Let me drink some more. You got to do all of that shit before you even say anything to her.
God forbid your breath stink.
Yeah, God forbid you was drinking that Henny, that yak or something.
Yeah.
You actually had to remember the number if you didn't have a pen and pad.
Yes, sir.
No,
God forbid.
I always have a pen. Always. That's training.
Yep.
You always have a pen. You always have something to write with and something to write on, because that's how we actually talk to chicks. Always. Always out. You never out.
You'd have scraps of
Something to write with.
You'd have scraps of torn up piece of paper with phone numbers.
Piece of paper. You in a bar, you writing on the coaster, man. You always had something to write with. Sharpie preferably, because then you can write on anything.
Man. Yeah.
Always do. It's so ingrained in me. I always have one. Always.
God forbid if it's multiple numbers on the same damn thing. Make sure you get the names right.
I believe to this day, Charles, I believe to this day, there is a box in my storage that looks like a graduation hat. And if you open that graduation cap, inside of that box is nothing but phone numbers from chicks. Nothing but phone numbers from chicks from all these years ago. Still in that box.
Yep.
Why? Because that's where the fuck they went.
Yep.
Still, to this day.
Yeah.
Why?
From my box to yours.
I remember we were out at Santa Cruz, and we were on a trip, not a field trip. It was like a summer camp trip to Santa Cruz. We out at Santa Cruz. Me and my homeboy see these girls. We stop and holler at them at the little what is that fucking game called? The little carnival game where you shoot the beanbags and shit, right? We there. I ripped this shit off the side of the tag for one of the prizes and to write her phone number and shit like that down on that motherfucker. Yep, in my pocket. Yeah, I'm gonna call you. Where you at? Oceanside? Okay, I don't even know what effect that is. That's okay. We'll holler.
Yeah. And I love that these young men don't have to do that.
Don't.
Yeah. Oh my God. They don't even know the fucking feel of being on the fucking house phone and then father or mother answered.
Yeah. And having to get past them. Have to get past a parental bullshit detector to say, Oh yeah, Erica, come get this phone.
And what you
Fair
Some
know,
enough.
boy, some
But you
boy
know
on
my
the
daughter.
phone.
but what y'all know about having to do that while you are on the only phone in the house and your mother is right there in the living room.
Yes,
You kick game on the one phone in the house right next to your mother.
yes. You pick some PC game. It's a
PC
super
game, boy.
psychological game in front of your mama on the phone. Like, yeah,
Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way: you just like your father.
Yeah, yeah.
Try to slide some shit past your mama. She ain't heard before.
Right, because she will embarrass you if you give her
Oh
the
my
chance.
god, dude! I told
Yes.
somebody about what male life is like. For me, it's like, dude, it's like one embarrassment after the other. So don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, man.
There's
Like I
more
had to tell her,
embarrassing moments than heroic ones. Trust me. Like you get numb to the shit after a while.
Yep.
Because mama would
I told my
embarrass.
nephew one time. What's I told that to my nephew one time when he was a teenager. He's like, "How is it being a man?" I said, "Pretty embarrassing till you get used to it.
You get used
Pretty
to
Yes,
it.
sir.
embarrassing till you get used to it." I said, "God damn!" I said, "Look at it this way. I get to embarrass you just like your mother embarrassed me, my sister." So eventually, all my friends want to be fuck me, and they're like 2 years older, and they still do. That was fun back then, but not when your sister's friends are like 50 and they like a bad tire. It just says it looks like fuck it. Like, yeah, that's not cute anymore.
Look at Rainfire Design putting there, Dr. T. He said, my little innocent self cooking a grilled pork steak and rice plate, and asking this chick to be my girlfriend. That's the key part right there. Asking a chick to be your girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
Then she tells me her boyfriend is getting out of prison, so we got to stop smashing. Loyalty.
I've been there. I had a girl that got mad at me because I wouldn't smack her. And she broke up with me to get with the guy she put in jail for
Jail.
smacking
Smack.
her.
Fucking hell, dude. She
And,
did you a favor.
and
Good
she
Lord.
did.
Lord.
She was the first person waiting for him to get out, and she was the one that put him in jail, and was mad at me
Well,
because
Doc,
I wouldn't put hands on her.
Funny how that loyalty
well, Doc,
works.
you gotta understand something. You got like bear paws. So I think you probably would have been like almost decapitation with them goddamn hands. Like hands looking
Man,
like shit.
She didn't give a fuck. She didn't give a fuck. That's why it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise nowadays for me to find a chick that says, "Oh, I like it rough." Like, yeah, no shit. But what
yeah,
does that mean to you? And the
exactly.
example I used recently was, look, manhandling for a man talking to another man means this somebody gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when a female says, "I like to be manhandled," we ain't talking about the same shit.
No, we're not.
We are not talking about the same shit.
No.
Because Charles, you have been a cop. When you say you manhandle somebody, you usually talk about when you broke that motherfucker's shoulder and some shit. Okay, that's
Yeah,
probably
that
what
was
the chick is talking about. I like to be manhandled. No, you don't.
you
No, you
know,
don't. No, you don't. Because
it's
manhandling, real manhandling will leave you on the edge of death, if not dead. So
manhandling is I'm gonna maim
dial that
you.
back. Let's be
Manhandling
specific.
is gonna be like I'm maiming you. It's like I'm trying to rip or tear a piece of your body off of it. So, like
Let me.
that's that's not cute.
I'm gonna
No.
tell you how skilled brothers were in my generation as far as that. You had to, because mind you, the same woman asking you to manhandle her had been abused and or raped at a certain point. So
That's you.
you had to do it and monitor her responses, because if she went into a fit or had a what you call it, a breakdown, or you had
That's
to know how to massage that and manage
yep.
that. So she wants you to manhandle her while she's dealing with trauma she ain't never resolved.
Exactly. I've told that story on here multiple times about messing with this chick that I've realized that this shit that she liked was one of her triggers, that something actually bad had happened to her. And she
Exactly.
started that crying during sex, and I'm like, immediately just,
Yep. Yep.
yep, I'm done doing this. Yeah, we gotta stop.
But
I
you also
do
knew,
not associate my face with that shit. Nope.
but you
I'm
knew
good.
enough to provide her enough emotional labor so she didn't call the police on your ass later
Exactly. You just left me. No,
for
I did.
for some for something she asked you to do.
Yeah, nope. I've said that to this day. Like, no, I'm not trying to get arrested for no shit I ain't do. No,
No, exactly.
I'm good.
I'm
I
gonna
am
tell
way
you
good.
like some. I'm gonna tell you some of the life lessons I learned, man. Especially with women. And you get to know the one chick, and she said, "Oh man, my cousin gonna pass you around." And you're like, "For squaw?" So you get to her house, and her cousin's there, and she's like, "Oh, and this is how long ago Kimbo Slice was in the Ultimate Fighter." So go ahead, damn. She's going upstairs. She's like, "I'm gonna go take a shower. You can meet me in the front room." And next thing I know, it's her cousin lotioning up because she just came out the shower before her, and both of them were built like, as my homeboy would so elegantly put it, shit brick houses. Like, imagine that Coke bottle with 5'8" long legs, no cellulitis, everything sitting up to the most commander going on board.
Fucking up the story, breaking up.
She's having her way fucked up. I'm on 95, 95 North. Like, he's hands, but as I like to say it for the PG folks, look by no hands. Um, Next thing you know, girl, I was walked into the room and busted the door. And she was got her
Yeah, you breaking up bad, Charles. So it's getting to every other word.
oh shit.
Yep,
Let me see.
95 censored your story.
Yeah, man. It's
Damn year 95.
But this is why, I mean, we look at the young cats and we're like, y'all actually don't have to do this. And I think some of us are learning from the young cats in terms of, pushing back some of our programming because a lot of it is on automatic pilot. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just took my cooking skills to a whole nother level, mastering this pressure cooker, boy. I
Oh,
mean,
really?
yes, sir. Oh, I made some chicken and dumplings last week that was off the chain. But at the end of the day, all of that came from this desire to seduce women and what I was told I needed to do to be worthy
Mm-hmm.
of having a woman in my presence. And no, I didn't really, I just took what I was told. I didn't understand it. I just did what I
Mm-hmm.
was told to do. And it's really been in the last decade that I've learned that I don't have to do this.
Right.
And why am I doing this? And really beginning to explore all of that. But that's what we were told we had to do.
Yeah, you actually was hitting the same thing I was, realizing, I actually give a hell of a lot.
Yes.
I give way too much for
Yes.
what the return on that shit is. That's way too fucking much. And
Mm-hmm.
when I start realizing that, that's when I start really tearing this shit to motherfuckers. Like, maybe at this point you'll get this much. Maybe at this point you'll get this much more.
And
But you ain't
you
getting all of that.
no, you just hit on something major, and I have to interrupt you
Mm-hmm.
because we gave all of that on day one. I never learned to make a woman prove she was worthy. I gave all of it on day one because that's what
Mm-hmm.
I was told I needed to do because somehow we were just inherently
Yeah,
unworthy.
yeah. All that charm, all that finesse, all that performative shit to prove that I'm a man about something. I don't feel like I need to do all of that shit anymore.
No,
I don't.
no.
I am who the hell I am. You either like it or don't like it. It doesn't matter one way or the other because I need to be okay for being me regardless.
I'm at
Regardless.
I'm at the place now where if I do something nice, it's because I was going to do it anyway. Or
Exactly.
if
It
I
makes
can't
no difference.
do it, If I invite you to go to a Ruth's Chris steakhouse with me, it's because I was going to go anyway.
Exactly.
If I go on a trip and I want somebody to go with me, I was going to go anyway.
One of my exes pulled that shit. I asked her out, and she didn't understand what that meant. Like, oh, the fuck, okay. So she backed out at the last minute. I didn't give a shit. I
Oh,
talked to her about a week or so after that. Oh, I'm sorry. So what did you end up doing? Oh, I went to that place. Oh, you
exactly.
still went without me? You goddamn right.
Yes.
I wanted to go there. I was going with or without your ass. The only difference
Mhm.
you would decide is if you was along for the ride or not.
Yeah. You
The
weren't the
So
dates
I
point.
for
went and did the
me,
same thing.
I'm
the
the
date
king of
is
that
for
shit.
me. So
I'm always gonna go to a place where I'm gonna be entertained, not you.
Yeah.
The tables have
I'm
turned.
not that selfish, but if I asked you out and say, "Hey, would you like to go to this place with me?" I was gonna go with or without your ass.
Yes.
It could have been with you. It could have been with somebody else if I asked them, but I was going regardless. And that's just how I've been since going through divorce. I understand how that shit works. It's
Yep.
always going to be if I want to go do this shit or not.
Right.
That part is you being there is variable
Yes.
because I can't count on that for anybody else, but I can count on me being interested.
I
So
started.
that's why I don't worry about if I invite a woman out, I pay for the meal or something like that because I'm still raised that way, old fashioned. If I invite a woman out, I'm paying.
Yeah. That's
She ain't
me
got
too.
to pay. But if I had to add up the number of times women have asked me out and paid for meals, it's a hugely different scale.
Well, you know what? Their philosophy is different because I have the
Mm-hmm.
same belief. If I ask you out, I'm paying. If
Yeah,
you ask me out, you should be paying.
you should
But
be
what I've
paying.
noticed is women will ask you out, and then the bill comes, and she looks at you.
I told you that story about my ex. I talked about that shit on the stream because I talked about it on the stream that I was pissed off. You planned this day, you was taking me out, and you mad that I wasn't. I had to pay the bill. What the fuck? What the
No,
fuck is that? You upset that I told people about that shit? Why? They don't
no,
know your fucking ass. I'm
nope,
the only one who know you, and I'm pissed off. You was mad at me because I told. Because that's bullshit.
nope.
They knew it too.
I'm at the point
So,
now where I will take a trip, and if I invite you, you can come, but I'm gonna go anyway.
mm-hmm.
It's even at the point where if I'll cook a meal because I may feel like cooking.
Mm-hmm.
I'll cook, and I may call you and say, "Hey, I'm making steaks. You want some?" You know, but if you don't come, I'm still eating
The
steak.
steak's still cooking.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna be sitting there moping around for that shit. No,
I don't know.
no, no,
That's
no.
the
No.
thing. That's
But I think Dr. T, what that is just I'm really thinking it's a leveling up age wise because Black Bane is like maybe 10, 11 years younger than me. And he doesn't act like it, but there's a difference between us in age. He's getting to that point now. So it's funny when you've gone through roles that you might have seen as being difficult in life, and then you have other male friends, and then they're talking about stuff, and you're like, yeah, but I went through that back so many years. Okay, that's just where
mhm.
you are. It must be it must be a signpost for male maturity of hitting this point where you start having these thoughts like this, like, you know what? I don't think this bitch is actually giving me enough. No, nigga, she isn't. I've been telling you that shit for
No,
years. Welcome
no,
to the party.
no.
Now we get out of that conversation.
I'm gonna
You
tell
know,
you.
I think that's what it is. It's just that leveling period where you understand this is not that damn important to me, but
Right.
this stuff actually really is. And
Yeah.
this stuff is none of that shit you give to me up front because all that titties up front and all the rest of that stuff. Yeah, you young kids.
Mm.
What else do you really actually have to offer?
Yeah. Yeah. And a lot of women have never learned. It goes back to that old adage about women who are unattractive or were not conventionally beautiful. They had to
Mhm.
develop other parts of their personality.
Yeah, yeah.
My wife was, for all intents and purposes, she was an ugly duckling.
Mhm.
She was somebody, and first of all, she was a dark skinned woman that lived in an all white city. So that meant nobody paid her any attention.
Dating choices was limited.
Right. And she was almost asexual in her presentation because nobody had expressed interest.
Right.
So when I got with her, bought her some clothes, changed her, whatever. And then all of a sudden, she started getting attention from everywhere. that she did not know how to process.
You know how to
Men would
process.
drop their mouths talking to her, and and she'd come up to me and she'd be like, "I don't know what's wrong with him." I'd be like, "It's
Yeah,
okay.
personality. Yeah, you're doing something right.
It's okay, man. Come on."
Yeah.
But she wasn't used to people approaching her because she blossomed later.
Mm-hmm.
Right around when I met her, she was blossoming. She didn't know. She didn't understand men changing their behavior. But
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, man, this dynamic is changing, and I'm watching men, move in different ways that I'm happy to learn about because my entire reality was centered around pleasing women for so many years.
Yes, for a lot of years.
I didn't know.
Fuck, Gen X was a lot of goddamn decades. That was your formal training.
Yeah.
It was the how to please and be of service to fucking women. And then
And
you
if
got
I
out
don't,
in the world and became an adult and realized, they should actually be pleasing me some.
yes. And if I don't watch myself, I can slip back into automatic.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
just on automatic. I can find myself doing a bunch of shit I ain't got no business doing, and I have to check myself. Like, whoa,
Mhm.
slow
Yep.
that down. But
You have to be that big homie for yourself. Like, oh, yo, bro, why are you doing that?
yeah,
When I
exactly.
talked to Black Bane, that's what I told him that you have to. One of the things I admire about him is like your greatest strength is one of your greatest weaknesses.
Yeah.
Stop letting this shit happen this way. Don't do that shit. And I'm just saying it out of love. We boys, right? We boys. That's my son's stepfather. I've known him for damn near 20 or more years. Damn near 30 something years now. Look, just stop doing that shit. You're a good dude, but man, fuck some of these bitches. Bro, stop doing that shit. You don't need to do all of that stuff. You ain't got to prove none of that shit to them. I said they already know looking at you. If she came up to you, she already know she can probably get some protection out of your ass off the bat. She know that by looking at you. Don't think she don't. Well, she obviously don't think you too stupid. She just wants to know if you're stupid enough for her to manipulate.
The reality is most of us have no idea how much we were taught to give.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at Rainfire Design's last post in the comment section, he is dead on because, and I know I can ask Artisan this, and I've never asked him this before. How often was your bed a psychiatrist's couch?
Often.
Yeah.
That's what it's there for. Imagine having sex with a woman your first time and she starts crying while you're cuddling after talking about she missed her dead father. Awkward. My bed was a psychiatrist's couch. It was. Sex therapy. Yeah. Sex is therapy. Mm-hmm. Sex is that one of those points, if y'all want to get philosophical in a sense on it, sex is one of those points where you open yourself up emotionally.
Yep.
A lot of women who can't reach their climaxes because they will not open themselves. They mentally blocked. If you one of those dudes that'll get in there and break that shit open, that's what you'll be dealing with. You'll be dealing with that blubbering fucking mess.
Yep.
Well, I don't understand this. And this happened to me, and you'll be finding out all kind of shit that make you think, man, I shouldn't have stuck my dick up in here. What the fuck?
Yep. Yep.
Are you judging me? No, I'm not judging you, baby. Calm down. Just relax. Like, holy shit, I gotta eat the fuck away.
Yep.
Yes, that's what you'll get. You'll get all of that. You'll hit into all of that stuff because that will be the key to having that release for them.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
it will.
I've
you have to learn how to do that. You don't get to lay there like women. If you was having a moment or something like that, like, oh, I ain't want no bitch, man. I want a man. I thought I got a man. No, you don't get to do all that shit.
Yeah.
You're supposed to, coddle them a little bit and make sure you don't end up in a police report.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm currently running a little experiment.
Oh, do tell.
Facebook,
I like experiments.
Well, Facebook has a dating component to it, right?
It does now? I haven't been on Facebook forever.
Yeah,
it's called.
It does.
It's called Facebook Dating, and they put me on it. I just woke up one day.
Unofficially anyway.
Huh?
I said which Facebook was unofficially anyway.
Well, I'm just saying they automatically put me on the dating part, and all of a sudden I was just getting these likes out of nowhere, and I didn't know what it was.
Oh shit!
But now they've opened up this thing called it's part of Facebook Dating. It's Friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the first 10 odd people that signed up to want to be my friend were all gay men and trans folk. I don't know what.
Yes, you're not the only one.
Damn,
it's weird, bro.
I got to Professor,
Wait a
listen,
minute.
you got
Let him finish, because I got to laugh fully on this shit. Go ahead.
Let me just finish this, right? So after about the first 10 gay people, all of a sudden I started getting heterosexual women that were trying to be my friend, right? Now I don't hang out with a lot of women, period. I don't. But I said, let me try this shit out. So I got this.
You don't play with your food, huh?
She said she wanted to be friends. So I got this person. We talk. She lives 5 minutes from me, and we're just friends. But we go to get coffee, and the very first time we go to get coffee, I let her go pay for her coffee, right? Because we're friends.
We friends.
She stared at me like I broke something. Like, what? You're not gonna buy me my coffee? And then she started with. She would text me and I'd be in a movie and she'd be like, well, why didn't you invite me? And I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, y'all, they even under the guise of friendship, you're still waiting me to provide you boyfriend services.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm like, oh, well, yeah, can you come over and fix this? I'm like, I don't, I'm good.
Me and the professor play that game back and forth, right? We are supposed to be friends. Me and professor are friends.
Yeah.
But she will expect, I don't know if she expect or will ask for shit that you should be asking a boyfriend for. Mm-hmm. Or somebody you fucking for.
Yes.
Because you're not fucking me.
Yep.
So what reason do I have to do any of this shit? So I don't have a problem with saying, nah, I don't have time to do that shit.
Yeah.
And she feels some kind of way about it. Then she don't want to talk for a while. Don't talk for a while.
Yes. She feels some kind of way about it. Exactly.
Feel some kind of way. Like, no. But if I told you to pay for your own movie, maybe you'd do it, but you would feel some kind of way about it.
Yeah.
My ex, she would absolutely be upset. Oh,
yes.
Well, you ain't fucking me. Remember, you closed the chapter on me.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You took my fucking phone call.
She started dropping these little hints about, well, maybe I can come over your house and watch something with you because I say I'm watching something or I'm cooking something. Oh, maybe I can come over and get some. And I'm just like,
you should do that for me.
I'm looking at it like, if I got a new dude that we friends and we hanging, dudes don't do that.
No.
Eating something. Let me come over and get. No.
Suggest. See, that's what it is. When a female tells a guy that you just want to be friends, and a guy agrees that okay, we can just be friends, you are now a dude.
You're a dude.
You're now a dude because that's what you are. So you don't get none of that girlfriend treatment. Yep. You're not. You're a fucking dude. So that means there's shit you're supposed to be doing for yourself.
And that's the basis of my experiment. I want to know what women meant by friend. Mm-hmm. So I'm treating you like a friend, and I'm watching to see if you're going to respond as a friend. And they don't. They respond asking for boyfriend services when it's convenient for them, and offended when they don't get it. Mm-hmm. And I'm just I'm just paying attention. I'm just like, let me see what else this does.
Yeah. No, I heard that shit from a professor when I was in Pennsylvania the last night. Got a text and conversation like, oh yeah, I miss hanging out with you. Like hanging out with you. Spent any time in a while, and it had like an undertone of like she was offering some ass. I'm like, that almost sounds like a proposition. Yep. What do you mean exactly? Because you didn't come out and just say, look, if we hang out, you got a good chance of getting some pussy. I was like, but it had that overtone like that, right? And I never called her ass back. Like, that don't sound right. Who said I wanted that shit?
Yep. And those kind of women, if you chased it, you never. It's like the carrot in front of the dog. You ain't getting it.
That the last time we messed around, that's what the fuck it was. Because she told me she felt pressured. She thought she felt pressured because we went out, and this was the time that something was supposed to happen, and it didn't happen, and I mentioned it. Not seriously, just jokingly. Like, hey, just don't forget this was the night you were supposed to be spending the night. So, Now, mind you, we just did the whole hugging and kissing thing, and you going home and I'm going inside. But just the fact that I reminded you that this was the night you were supposed to be, coming through to, bust it open for a real one. Right? She got offended. Oh, she felt pressured. Oh, you do?
I got a rule.
Really? Oh, fuck you. Okay, we cool.
I got a rule. I do not over the age of 25. I refuse and no longer will acknowledge any situation that gives me blue balls.
Yes. Yes.
That was my
No
teen
blue
years.
balls.
That was my teen years. That's what that was. But I refuse to do blue balls as a grown ass man. I'm not doing that.
No, that's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Like, oh, I just want to wait and for what? You to become a virgin again? Fuck out of here, dude. No.
No,
The
I'm
fact
not
that
doing that shit.
you even if a woman is even saying that shit to me, I take it as an insult.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, you didn't make the last motherfucker do that shit.
Nope.
So fuck you. You saying you to me, you're saying there's something about you that I don't like, and I think I can make you wait. No, I'm not waiting for shit. I don't need to. I don't have to. Sex ain't new to me,
And the
and I'm not
reason
bad at doing it. So fuck you.
and the reason I know she didn't make the last dude do it is I've been the last dude before. I know the women that were taken out on nice steak dinners and then came over my house at 1 a.m. and I didn't offer them nothing, not even a glass of water.
Yeah.
But you done made that man pay $300 to take you out and get a
Yeah.
kiss on the cheek.
Nothing but a promise of banging that shit out.
Nope.
But
No.
you get the extra steak and the extra booty.
See that? See that?
Mhm.
Nah,
No, fuck that. So no, I don't see the point in that either. And that's just to me is just getting over a certain age and having certain experiences. I think that it is beneath me to be dealing with shit like that.
yes.
And it sounds really elitist in a sense, but that's how I'm looking at the shit. It's really beneath me to even be dealing with shit like that.
That shit women did when you were in high school.
Yeah.
And damn,
Like,
and really junior high.
Yeah, junior high school, elementary. It's like we're not going backwards.
No,
No
we're not.
fucking way. No fucking way. If you want to fuck me on the first day we together, it's fine.
Yep.
It's gravy.
Yeah.
Why? Because we grown ups. I've been through this shit many a goddamn time. It's no big deal. If you don't, it's not really any big deal either. Maybe I'll catch you the next time. Maybe I won't. Don't matter.
And women don't go backwards. I think it was Chris Rock that was
Chris
saying
Rock.
once a woman dates a man that has a car, she will not go back to a dude that doesn't.
Yeah,
If
she
he
will
got a
not go backwards in lifestyle, and men will not go backwards sexually.
Yes. And I
Sexually,
completely
I'm not going backwards.
Nope.
Too advanced. Sorry.
yeah.
I can't go back to high school. I will not play kid games. No.
So you come over my house and get naked, and at the last minute, oh, I don't know. I'm like, oh no.
Oh, yeah, it's time to go. Call you an Uber right away.
Nope.
Get the
Doing
fuck
that.
out.
I'm like, oh, well, that's too bad. Too bad, so sad. It's over.
Oh yeah.
You don't feel we can just not no.
No.
No. There's no point.
I've had that happen too. I called another girl right in front of her face.
Hey, Officer Conquest.
Total asshole. I'm an asshole. But I'm not a total asshole. That's a total asshole move. I'd at least wait till the bitch leaves.
No,
Like,
fuck that. You didn't wait till you shit.
what you doing?
Got my dick harder than a calculus problem. No, you gotta get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, there's certain protocols we gotta go by. The Xavier protocols were broken over, nigga. Once that happened,
All the files have been cracked.
this motherfucker out. No, God, no. Like there's some ignorant shit. Like the one chick. Like for 3 weeks, I ain't call her because she hung up on me, and I got 20 other numbers in between that. Literally, and she sent me a text to apologize. And I know what she was thinking because this is how they think. And I'm gonna call back like nothing happened. Bitch, you're invincible to me until you
Yeah.
apologize. I'm talking to you.
That date would
even
have been written on the calendar as soon as she hung up because I would have known what day she was calling back. Like, okay, oh, really, motherfucker.
And I'm like this. I'm not gonna call you. I'm not gonna text you. You're invincible to me.
There's no reason.
And I'm like, then she sends me this text. I apologize. Yeah, you know what you did was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
This is like so. Now you got my ass to kiss. Oh, what you doing? How you doing? She just texted me again. How you doing? How you feeling? Just get off of work. You know, about to cook. Might go back out. I'm like, What do you want? Unless you're trying to feed me, fuck me, I mean, or make me money.
Feel
What's
free.
up? I mean, she did feed me breakfast without asking, but I'm gonna give her that credit. But it's like, I'm sorry, I don't feel the need of proving myself to women when I already know. Like, look, I, I've done some shit in this world. You know, I've accomplished some things. You know, I'm not just Johnny on the fucking block. I mean, I got some value and skin in the game too. So why don't you fucking act like it?
I look at it like this. I'm not 18-year-old artisan.
Right.
I'm not. I'm not 18-year-old artisan. There is
Yep.
no fucking reason in the world I need to act like 18-year-old artisan or 10-year-old artisan on the schoolyard. Fuck
Right.
you. If you coming to me with that shit, that is trash.
Mhm.
And the way I'm looking at you would be like, hmm, really? So apparently you're just good for a wet hole. That's kind of a hell of a downgrade. Look, sorry, Charles. Your shit you just said is just triggering me, and I'm having a lot of thoughts. Thoughts rushing
Man,
at the same time. Like this.
yeah,
I've heard a chick apologize before, like that. I know, it was wrong. I thought you was gonna cuss me out or something like that. Yeah, you should. I'm a little different. I said, but I know of a dude named Alpha Male Strategies on YouTube. You probably never heard of him. He said when he had ex chicks come back after they tried to do him dirty, and then they came back, he would make them lick his asshole.
He does say that too.
Ooh, what? Yeah,
He
I
does.
never thought of asking for some shit like that personally, but I'm like,
It's crazy.
I think I can see the appeal of that shit.
Yeah.
I think I can see the appeal of that.
like
Oh,
the
I wouldn't do
craziest
that. Oh, well,
part, I had to tell this chick, I had badder bitches than you pay for my dinner. So what the fuck I look like? The fuck I look like calling you back? There's a there's like a goddamn 4 billion more than you. There's a billion more of you than me. So
one of my exes was surprised after we went out and had watched a movie and had a meal, and we were talking, and she was trying to figure out why when we broke up, I did not call her, not answer the phone for her. I blocked her ass.
Yes, sir.
And that's the part that was bothering her the most because I made her feel like she didn't exist. I said, because you didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you did was bullshit. And I told her the same way I told her that night. What you did was bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It was not deserving. It was chaotic nonsense. And I didn't need to deal with that. And I was done. If you're not going to respect me, I don't need to be with you.
Yep.
And at that point, I finally realized she ain't never going to respect me. She don't respect my intelligence or nothing. So fuck her. Fuck
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Block her number, all the rest of that shit. Come to find out, months later, after I unblocked her number, there was a message on my phone. She drove to my fucking house and was sitting outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting outside her car, crying on the phone. Can you just come outside and talk to me? I didn't know because I blocked the number.
Yep.
And finding this shit out, a year or so later, I said, you know what the funny part is? If you'd have walked up to that front door, the door was unlocked. I was in there playing video games. You came right in there and sucked me off, and we probably would have been back together right at that moment.
Right.
But
Oh, the
that was
irony.
a huge step for you because you went outside your comfort zone, which is you got off your ass and drove to my place to come make up with me.
Mm-hmm.
You knew you was wrong. And I didn't come out there and console your ass on that shit. You got to live with that shit for about 2 years. Good.
You definitely on it because I'm at a place right now where my patience level, man, is so
Mine
low.
is low.
I do not tolerate bullshit, and I don't have a big display. I don't cuss nobody out, but I will get up and walk out so smooth and quiet. I just don't have the patience that I used to have as a young man. I don't.
No, I don't. And I hear your voice sometimes for this, and I'll give you credit for this sometimes to remind myself, like we was talking about being Gen Xers, you can easily slip back in that pattern, right?
Oh man, yeah.
Hearing your voice reminding brothers before on another stream to recognize you can walk away. Know when to walk away.
Yeah.
You don't have to stay in the fight. You can walk the fuck away. You don't have to deal with none of that shit. I
But
have
when this,
to remind myself of that. That usually helps me remember that shit. Do I want to deal with this? Do I need to? It's like, because my mind will go, I'm technical minded. I go to trying to fix shit,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Hang in there more. I can fix this. Or what? The other part of me, the part when my old rapping name, T Stove, is coming there blowing a cigar, like, you can walk away, right, nigga? You know you can leave, right? Okay.
But you know what?
That
What-
is,
What you gonna do?
that is the most
you know
beautiful
when
feeling in the world.
Oh,
You can just walk away. That is so
oh,
beautiful.
yeah.
Because
Blow
I used to
something.
listen to one chick, and she was like, well, we can stop talking. I said, you know what? I'm not using anything from a narcissistic, can't think of anything in the world, workaholic, who basically you bought a house just so you can flex on your family and a nigga. That
Yeah,
ain't me. I don't need you.
it don't
I'm, I'm,
matter.
I'm, I'm I'm good. I said, what do I? And that's the one thing I've noticed about females. And shout out to Dr. T, because my patience is so fucking thin, fucking spider web. I see it.
yeah.
I'm like, I just don't give a fuck. Fuck your feelings because
You
eventually
passed
you're
40.
probably gonna fuck mine too.
But
You
this
passed 40. That's what I credit that shit to, is being past 35 and past 40. That's
but this
when the fucking
this
walls come down.
this is the thing, though, artisan. When you heard me saying that on my show, that meant that I had just recently figured that shit out. That's how deep this programming goes. The reason I was so passionate when I was saying it is I had just learned it. You mean I don't have to stay here and put up with this shit? Because that's
No.
what I always thought I had to do to be a quote
Mhm.
unquote good man. I had to. What did Ayanna Van Zant used to say? We have to wade through it together.
Mhm.
I
Get through
didn't
it
know
together.
I could get up and walk the fuck out. Like I didn't know.
That was always my thing, was that I wanted to make it work because walking out was the opposite of what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to walk out.
Yes.
You can't ever leave. You can ever leave. You're not a good man if you ever fucking leave.
Yeah.
And having gone through divorce and that shit, I realized that I could have left a bunch of fucking times.
Yes.
I should have been gone a bunch of fucking times. But
Exactly.
but by not doing that, it was showing I did not value myself enough.
Yes.
Overvalued her.
Yes.
That's
Absolutely.
what had my ass on my knees in my garage contemplating life,
Yeah.
because I overvalued her and
Yes.
didn't overvalue myself enough.
Yes.
Bullshit. And you termed it as walking away. What I learned it as is you need to understand to let go. Stop
Yeah.
holding on so tight to all this shit. Let
Yes.
some of this shit go. It's gonna make
Yes.
you crazy. It's gonna put you in a bad place. Let some of this shit go.
I never had anyone show me that I could give myself permission to do that. And it never crossed
Exactly.
my mind to do it. And
Hmm.
that's why I was saying I envy the young dudes, because at least y'all have men you can go to and
To
have
tell
them
you
say,
that shit now.
you don't have to sit through this shit.
No. You don't have to sit in the shit with her. No. Let her get out and rinse herself off and come talk to you.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Don't you?
I
If you love me, you'd be here with me. No, the fuck I wouldn't.
no, I wouldn't.
I want you to either throw you a lifeline and let you grab that shit and get yourself out of there, or you're gonna come out on your own. It's waist deep.
Yes.
But a part of
Otherwise,
that, I have to,
it's stew.
but a
That's
part of that, I have to tell women, I love me. Yeah, if I did love you, but I love myself more,
Yeah.
yeah,
And I
and
had to
that's the
learn to
hardest
do
thing.
that.
yeah,
That's the
exactly.
hardest thing that a black man has to do is learn to love yourself more.
Yes.
Why? Because we're always burdens of, beast of burdens. We always got to do this selfless shit. I said, you know what? If I'm a sacrifice for somebody, I'm a sacrifice for me.
Yeah.
And why should I sacrifice? And I like to quote Corey Holcomb: "You fuck with a bitch that doesn't like you."
Yep. Yep.
You black men have the hardest time, and I was one of them when I was in my hard headed days. Why are you fucking with a bitch that don't like you?
Yes.
Well, that's what for me. I told y'all that I still think about this. That day Grinch came on stream and he was doing the stream and he said, "You need to want a woman." have you ever had a woman that just prioritizes you?
Right.
That shit really backed me the fuck up and thinking about it. It's like, god damn, I don't think so.
You know what I had? I
You
had
don't.
women that
You
that
and like you deserve that. You deserve a woman who prioritizes you. It's like, god damn, that's even worse.
it
Woo!
was worse because all I had, the most I had were women that performed it for a short period of time for a return. So whether she cooked you a meal or did something, she was quick to pull up a receipt to
Yep.
tell you she did it. But I had
Crazy.
never been with women that did things because they just dug you.
Yeah. Crazy X. Crazy
Yeah.
X would do that shit. That's one of the things that pissed me off about her that we would get into arguments about. You did something to help me, but it can't even be done yet before you giving me shit about what you've done for me. It's like, you know what? Let me make sure this account is clear real quick. Because
Right.
this is bullshit. This is why I don't ask people for shit. No, fuck it, never mind. Never fuck mine. I'll figure it out.
No,
No, why you acting like that? No, 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 no. You're not gonna be doing this shit. This is not gonna be hanging over my head like that. You can't even get the shit out your mouth good before you start trying to run that game. Fuck no. Hell no.
and I
If it
just
hurts real bad, you gotta play real good. No, Red, if it hurts real bad, you gotta quit real fast.
yes, sir. And black men need to learn that lesson
Yes.
most because we're taught to endure bullshit and told
Yes.
that's what makes us good men. And
Yes.
and I wasted a lot of years believing that.
Yes. I was
And that
married for damn near 15 years and
bro,
dealt with a lot of shit that I would never have to deal with another woman. It wasn't until I was divorced I saw people giving me shit and I wasn't even a husband that I
right.
was having to beg, cajole, kind of try to get my wife's head around doing. Like,
But
this bitch is here giving this shit up day one, nigga. I was getting
uh,
cheaped. I was
and
getting on the cheap.
that's why being an empty nester has been such a big thing because between dealing with women and focusing on my son, it took until he left for college for me to actually pay attention to the shit that I was doing, the stuff I
Mhm.
was experiencing. So this whole period I'm going through is like eye opening because
Yep.
I'm just now really observing my own programming
Yeah.
and I'm able to reprogram myself on the spot. You know,
You re-examining, reintroducing Dr. Hassan to yourself.
oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Matter of
You
fact,
reintroducing yourself to you.
I
Like,
just
holy shit, this is how Hassan get down.
this yeah, and sometimes it takes you that long to see it. I watched the video on YouTube this morning that blew my world because it explained one of my exes, and I never understood it. I texted it to you a little while ago during the
Okay.
show,
Okay. I
but,
see it.
but I'm just saying it explained women's drama in a way I had never thought about before, and I was like, I wish I'd known this 10 years ago. It would have changed my whole world if I understood some of the stuff. We talk about it casually now.
Mm-hmm.
And even now, certain things are just now kicking in. I don't run my channel as a dating channel. I don't.
Yeah.
I do more men's rights, just activism kind of thing. I don't do
Mm-hmm.
dating because I'm still
Right.
learning this shit. I'm still,
Right.
personally, I don't believe in giving relationship advice until I'm in one that's working. That I
I,
just don't.
I told you my story with the psychology. Why I stopped trying to go into family therapy and shit like that and relationship counseling. I was going through a divorce. I don't need to be talking to nobody about no goddamn relationships. If this shit,
Oh
I don't know what the fuck has just happened.
no,
So no, I don't need to be sitting down with nobody telling them how to run their shit. My shit is fucked up. I'm not doing that. I
I
don't,
don't
I don't
do it.
want to ruin anybody else's shit. So
But
no.
I'm still learning shit that I experienced years ago. I'm still just now understanding it
Mm-hmm.
under a new light. So the video I watched, it was talking about, it explained how women are fed off of drama. And
Mm-hmm.
it's probably not anything we haven't discussed in this space, but you know how sometimes it takes a moment before it clicks and then you go, oh,
Is this video? Is it a brother talking about the cells, how the cells um, feed on chaos and stuff like that, and a woman
no.
actually becomes okay? That's a different video.
This one they use a lot of AI video in the video, but
Okay,
I think it's an AI voice that's talking over something that's been written, but
okay,
he does a lot of Jungian psychology, and so he kind of breaks it down. But sometimes you just need to hear things on a certain day and they click in a way they haven't before.
Yep.
That's kind of what happened with this one. And it explained an ex of mine who was her fuel was emotional chaos.
Yes.
So she would start shit. And as fixers, like you said earlier, when she would start an argument, I'm trying to figure out how to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And I never could fix it. And if I remained stoic and didn't try anything, she would respond even more chaotically. And so, the video kind of explains, well, you have women that are addicted to chaos, and he kind of explained they get an emotional high
Yes.
off of your reaction.
Yes.
If you don't give her a reaction, she'll get more toxic because it's all designed to, and he explains it as a kind of an evolutionary impulse that most women aren't even cognizant of. Because he says he tries to explain it evolutionarily, because he says women in the past, if they could secure an emotional reaction from a man, that usually meant that she could secure resources for her and her children.
Mhm.
If it
Right.
was just purely sexual or transactional, then as soon as she went through some hard shit, he didn't care. He was gone. So they
Right.
learn over time to get an emotional reaction out of men, but there is a point where they can become addicted to a negative emotional spiral, and it becomes toxic. And so he was explaining why you have women that sometimes live and thrive off of constant drama. And I'm listening to this and I'm like, if somebody would have handed me this 20-minute video 10 years ago,
Yeah.
it would explain so much shit that I just could not understand.
When I went through my divorce, one of the things I noticed was women that I had dealt with and common factors within them, and how I came to the understanding that normal is boring for women.
Yes.
That it's because of understanding how many of them actually fed on that chaos. And
Yes.
if there wasn't any chaos, they would invent it or
Yes.
create it out of the blue, gaslighting and shit like that, or you was doing something, or I'm looking for something for some reason, that they cannot deal in a relationship that doesn't have any of that shit in it. And it's not all women. I can't say all because I ain't dated all women, but
Right.
at least the women that I know I've been around, I provide too much calm and comfort. I think me and BGS talked about it before. And that's why I always attract these chaotic types
Yes.
who get attracted to that calmness, but it's trying to see if they can poke the bear
Yes.
and get that chaos out of me. It's like, that's not a good idea.
And the thing is, he almost says that word for word in this. He said men's process is to get to a state of peace.
Mm-hmm.
But to certain types of women, the state of peace is fundamentally uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable as fuck. Something got to be.
She needs, for her, the comfort is an emotional roller coaster that is fundamentally uncomfortable for us. But that is her norm. If she, so she starts shit to feel attached and connected.
Yes.
You are looking for calm. So every time you finally get back to calm, she's uncomfortable.
She's uncomfortable.
And that was me and an ex of mine from years ago. And I just couldn't wrap my head around what the fuck her motivation was. But
because the motivation was no motivation. You have to think chaotically to think what makes sense in that situation. You're too fucking logical. Like, it doesn't make logical sense. Well, think illogically. What illogical sense would it make? Well, it would only make sense if she just was trying to get a charge off that shit. Said exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
But see, again, I didn't have at that time, most of my life, I didn't have older men who could explain that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just went from situation to situation, and I accumulated a certain amount of wisdom from lived experience. But the best wisdom is to not have to go through the shit directly.
Exactly.
To learn from other people. And so, and especially pre-internet, it was much harder to do.
Right.
If I'd have sent that 20-minute video to myself in 1996, are you fucking serious?
Change your world. It'll change your whole world. It'd been a different person sitting here.
Yeah, man.
Glowing like Buddha.
Good Lord.
Glow.
Yeah, man.
So, stuff like that is why I spent a lot of introspective work on myself and about the relationships I was in, and just being honest and coming to these understandings about things. That's why I don't think it's one size fits all. I know what I've learned about myself. Some of it can graft to other things in a larger context, but I don't try to tell everybody else about their shit. But I know what I've learned. And what I've learned, these kind of things happen. This feeding on this chaos and negativity, absolutely.
Yeah.
because no matter how many times I have provided peace and some security for some people, that has not been it for them. They don't know how to deal with that shit. Basically, from their reactions, they don't fucking like it. So
Mm-mm.
if your reaction to a calm, peaceful relationship with no drama and no shit happening is to start shit, you don't like calm.
Right.
That's just what it means. It just means you don't like calm.
Yeah.
Calm is not for you. Peace is not for you. You don't want that kind of shit. You want drama. Because I made the joke about it many times, and y'all will understand this now, given the context of the conversation me and Dr. T is having. You don't have nothing to talk to your girlfriends about. You don't have any interesting stories about he was fucking around on me, messing with my sister, none of that. You don't have none of them Jody from Baby Boy stories to tell your girlfriends. Well, it makes it really fucking boring for you because you can't join in the collective and bitch about your man because you're not having them kind of problems. And if you're happy not having them kind of problems, your girlfriends will ostracize your ass. Like, oh, look at this bitch in a good relationship.
Right.
Mm-hmm. They'll start fucking with you. You don't want that. You don't want to be kicked out of the group.
Yeah.
You don't want to say, no, you know what? I'll just go be with my husband. And we can have our own circle right there. No, you want to be with the cool kids, having all the problems.
But what our logical ass is when she flips out, we're thinking, what did I do?
Yeah.
What
exactly.
do I need to do differently so she won't feel this way? And we go through all of these gymnastics and testing theories just to figure out. And much of the time, they're just reacting on impulse.
Yes.
They have an appetite for a certain degree of emotional chaos, or at least what we would interpret as emotional chaos. But she feeds off of it.
Yes.
And we're thinking there's a logical reason for what she's doing. And whenever you try to get her to explain it, she can't. And they won't even try.
Because they don't ask themselves.
No.
They don't.
They just want what they want.
Yeah, my ex that was outside my house, her only thing I know she needs to do to fix her goddamn problems, because she's told me about them many a times, in bed now. Go talk to a fucking therapist because you're not paying me for this.
Yep.
Go talk to a therapist. She won't fucking do it.
Mm-hmm.
She won't do it. She actually has some problem. She needs to talk to a therapist. She won't fucking do it. And so every man that she gets with, because can't no man resist her. She's just too fine, even at 50 fucking years old. Faking, dyeing her gray hair and everything. She too fine and this pussy too good for niggas to resist. She's still talking that shit at 50, y'all. For real.
Wow.
At 50, still talking this shit.
Yeah.
She just gonna move on from man to man, still keep dating, never get any resolution for emotional damage she had from our relationship, relationships before we was ever together, relationships from her childhood, without getting any fucking therapy whatsoever. She's still gonna keep moving through relationships. And she's gonna keep saying that the man is the problem when the shit don't work. That is not going to change. That isn't. I can check in on her in 5 years. It'll probably be 5 niggas with the same story because she only date black dudes, and she ain't black.
I've noticed a lot of Gen X women still act like they're 21.
Yes, still think they're 21.
They still
like they still walk around with the same used vagina.
Yeah,
that ain't new.
Same head games, the same strategies, same beliefs about men they had when they were 21.
You got a whole fupa on top of that motherfucker. You think this is just nobody can resist this?
But that was why Kevin was such a shock to so many women, because he introduced them to the sexual marketplace in a way that did not work in their favor, and he explained the experiences they were having, and they were delusional about interpreting their own experiences. But by the time he was done explaining it, they couldn't lie. They couldn't reframe the story. He fed them reality. But they were living it, and and those are the women that I still see now in their 50s, sometimes early 60s, but they're still living in a delusional fantasy about their sexual value and what they want,
and what they deserve, and all this shit. It's like you deserve what you got, and if you sitting in your house fucking single and mad, that's what you deserved.
Yeah, pretty much.
Maybe you was waiting for the good dude to come. Maybe the God that you're praying to sent you that good man. That's the one you ran off.
Well, yeah. I mean, I remember the first show, Kevin was like, "You already met your husband."
Yeah.
The nigga you got 2 kids with, but you've been breaking up with and
Yeah,
leaving for that was your husband.
that was it.
I fell on the floor laughing when he said that because there's no woman I know that when you
You
listen long enough, she'll
yeah,
tell you about the dude she been the longest connected to, and I was like, that's your husband.
yeah. This motherfucker tried to tell me out of all her revolving relationships, I am the longest one, right?
Mm.
And she believes this now. Now, after all this shit, that I am her soulmate. She
Uh,
believes that shit.
uh,
I was like, yeah, I can see that. But I kind of told you that a while ago.
yep,
Yeah, but we never work. I said, no, obviously we can work. It can work. You just won't get any work done on you
yep.
because I don't need a boss or a mommy.
There you go.
And you damn sure ain't going to be talking to me like that.
Yep,
That's not going to work. I got a mother and I don't live with her.
yep.
Damn sure don't want to fuck her. So if you can clear that shit up with you, it'd be probably fine. And you've had time. She still ain't done it. I've known this motherfucker damn near 10 years now.
Uh,
She ain't had therapy once. Not once. But she got a string of exes, still ain't had no therapy.
yeah.
You over investing in one thing and not investing enough in the other one, which is getting your mental right. And it's not just because it's me, obviously.
Yeah.
I can remove myself from the picture and you still have the same results.
And I
And
just
still go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say I dealt with a woman about a year and a half ago. Sweet as pie,
Mm-hmm.
but got years of trauma and refuses to. It has never seen a therapist. Refuses to go get therapy, but she's still responding to this trauma. It's like trying to date somebody that's still acting out World War II
Yeah,
scenarios.
exactly. Like, bro, the War II is over. We on some other shit now.
She refuses to deal with it, so I just I let her go, and for her it just became another story about a failed relationship.
Terrible
but
black.
but I tell you, by the end of the situation, all of those stories she told me made a lot more sense,
Mm-hmm.
because she's completely emotionally shut down and refuses to do anything about it. So I'm like, I can see why every situation ends like this. Ain't nobody mad at her. There's no yelling, there's no screaming. Guys just go.
Yeah, just leave.
Just leave. And she doesn't understand why. And I tried to tell her, you are
Something you're doing.
emotionally closed off.
Yeah, something you're doing. They've probably told you because guys are pretty direct in some ways about shit.
Yeah.
They
But,
probably told you. You probably just didn't want to hear that shit, so you weren't listening.
but years
Or
ago, I would have stayed with her as a measure of my manhood and
prove that you're a better man.
tried, yeah, and heal her through it. And
Yep.
I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not trained.
Tyler Perry main character syndrome.
What'd you say?
Tyler Perry main character syndrome.
Oh, wow. Damn.
I can love her through it.
Oh, hell.
Me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
It ain't worth that.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I knew after going through school that I did not need to be giving out any free therapy advice because I was not trained for that shit. I was not trained to be giving them advice like that. And I will direct people quickly to go in to get some goddamn therapy because that's not my job, especially if I'm supposed to be the love interest. That is not what I'm supposed to be doing for you.
Right.
Because if I really go into doing that how it's supposed to be gone into, you're going to hate me.
Mm.
You're going to hate me.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't paying me for that shit. You don't get to leave. We might see each other in the bedroom or something like that. No, that's not how that shit's going to work. You're going to have to go talk to somebody outside of this relationship about the problems that you have with you.
Yeah.
Your upbringing, your childhood, your unresolved trauma, your mama might have been a hoe, whatever the fuck it is, you need to go talk about that with a therapist, not me, not the man you're fucking. Because it is unfair for you to unburden yourself with all that emotional baggage in a relationship situation where I'm trying to see if we can actually work together. I don't get to do all that shit with you.
And the reason I know you're right is because when I was about 15 years ago, I was dumb enough to try, and and she had breakthroughs, but it was exactly what you said. All of her animosity and hatred went toward me. And I am not a trained psychologist. That has never been my focus. So I realized I need to get out that game. This is not what I'm trained to do. And trained psychologists don't do it, or at least they're not supposed to, with people they're intimate with.
Yes, not supposed to. It's a different door that's open. Look, I did it for a number of years. I used to call her wife.
Mm-hmm.
There were breakthroughs made. Yes, there were.
Right.
They weren't for me though. There weren't breakthroughs made for me.
Right.
A therapist will make breakthroughs for you, and then you, as the partner in that relationship, do become the beneficiary of it because then they act right with you. My ex-wife outright hated me at some points.
Right.
My crazy ex hated me at some points for saying some real shit to her.
Yep.
Therapy for free that I shouldn't have been giving them. It didn't end up with me and her being together, but the nigga that she gonna marry might be really happy because she'll learn how to tone that shit down. Because that was crazy. Because so and so told me that was crazy, and now I know it was crazy. So maybe I'll calm that shit down. Good. Then he can have peace that I couldn't get.
You just helped me realize that when I was much younger, part of the reason I stayed in it with a woman is I was deathly afraid that as soon as she left, she would find the next guy and everything would be gravy. He would get all the stuff I was trying to work toward. So I
Because
just
that's how it works.
if I just stayed in it, then I would get it. And I wish somebody would have just put me up on game and explained why that wouldn't work, but nobody did.
I had partially figured that out when I was married because I would say this, not all the time, but I've said this before to ex-wifey at the time when we were married. I said, well, maybe you'll figure it out by your next husband.
Right.
Because she didn't want to listen to it from me then. But that's how women are. They're always behind on the learning part of it. They don't upload stuff to get it right now. They figure it out after things have failed. Then they want to do it for the next person. Not the person they should have been doing it for the next person. That's why they're the ones who can keep flip-flopping and going back to people.
Right.
But then they want to, well, let me see if it works now. Well, it's too late, bitch. Life moved on.
No.
But I'm still, the 21-year-old inside. No, but you're 51 on the outside. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah.
You're late. I'm past that point now. I'm way past that point now.
But I can say for most of the situations I've been in, when I do find out about how things are going now for them, much of the time it hasn't really changed.
No.
They're either alone or they're in the same situation over and over again. That's just what I've kind of found.
That's what I found because I run my own informal experiments and research.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just check in every once in a while and you will see the same patterns. And I'm very good at pattern recognition.
Yeah.
So when I see it, I can plot that shit on a map like I'm doing oceanographic research, motherfucker. Like, and this time this year we'll come back here and we'll check on this little young lass, okay?
Yeah.
Where we are. Oh, you gained some weight, and we got three more fails, okay, and then a couple side dudes, okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's up from last year, but
when you get that once every year or once every other year phone call, that's one of the reasons I answer because I'm just like, I'm gonna update my records.
Yeah, exactly. Update the research.
Yeah, what's happening? Oh, well, this happened and this happened.
Really?
My business closed and this happened. I lost my job, and I'm just like, oh, okay.
Damn, that sounds rough. How'd you deal with it?
New relationship, but we broke up because he was this, and I'm just listening. Like, okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. My last ex, she has had 3-4 dudes since me. None of them worked.
Yep.
Every one of them, something was wrong with the dude.
Yep.
And she's still out here. Still no therapy.
Yep.
Every one of them is a problem with the dude. And
Right.
the guys would seem like squared away good guys, got good jobs and all this stuff, education, everything. But it just don't work for some reason. Well, it always seems like y'all work fucking. It doesn't seem like y'all work relationship doing. That part don't work. The sexual part you got. You can
Right.
do that. But you can't do the other part. And I know you ain't blowing their mind because you don't know how to do shit. So they have a good time fucking on you, giving you some pleasure, but after a while, that shit get tired, nigga. What are
And
you doing for me?
we didn't have a vocabulary for it, but now all you have to tell me is you pump and dumped.
Yeah,
You keep going through pump and dump situations. That's all you had to say to
pretty
me.
much.
Yeah.
I like hearing that shit, but if you explain it to them greatly, like you're talking to your daughter or something like that, baby, don't be a pump and dump.
Yes.
oh, oh,
Right.
my emotions. What you talking about your emotions? You haven't been through it already. Shut up. You better be. You should be desensitized at this point. It's been too many times for you not to understand what you are. Come on,
Always shocked.
always shocked. Always shocked.
I can't believe this happened.
Yeah,
Really?
really. I could. Didn't even happen to me.
I can't believe this happened.
Yeah, I can't believe this happened again. Can you believe what this motherfucker did?
There was a twist in the M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
There's a twist to this movie. Tell me, have you heard of this director Shyamalan before? I've never seen more joy in a group of women faces when they come together to try to catch a man cheating. Girl, let's drive by his job, see if he really there. Don't nobody work overtime. Yeah.
The energy is put into the
They'll get on cold. That collective form up, motherfucker, to fuck over a dude. That's the only thing I know women will bond over. And it's a certain type of woman that will bond over that. Because the woman that they don't go to the ass to be involved in that shit is the one that's probably about something because she would not be associated with doing that dumb shit. Mm-hmm. She wouldn't be associated. And they wouldn't invite her to be associated because they know that bitch thinks she too good. She wouldn't. They like minds get together. Misery love company. If all of them would work together on some bullshit like that, they all miserable bitches. And I say that just to be blunt about it. They all miserable bitches. The one that wouldn't be a part of it is probably the one you should talk to.
But what if they actually bonded over good relationships?
Exactly.
My man went to work and came home.
Yep. He's good. Oh, what did Jim do this weekend? Jim fucking he put a garden in for me, girl. Do you believe that? I told him I wanted something. I said these tomatoes was nice. I like to grow these in the yard. He said, "Oh, really?" And I went out and did my church stuff. Went to my mother's house and did this. I came back. This motherfucker landscaped the whole yard and growing tomato plants and shit in there. Like, what the fuck? What did you do? Did you fuck him? I didn't do shit, girl. I made him dinner last night. I don't know what the hell happened.
Yeah, hey.
Good women don't have to ask for shit like that.
In my practice, I've found like sometimes conversations about life comes up, right? And what they're doing in their lives. And I'm like, really? Like, oh yeah, we just it's mostly white women, but like they'll talk about like their days or like what their husbands did. I'm like, really? Mm-hmm. Like there's literally no drama. It's, oh yeah, we went on vacation last week. It was cool. It was wonderful. We came back. He cut the grass. Like you said, I'm like, this relationship seems uncomplicated.
Yeah,
it does. I told you, one of my relationship goals that I have from working with this woman at my old job, her and her husband worked in the same building. Mm-hmm. They worked in the same building. And they would eat lunch every day together. And they would talk a little bit, but they both sitting there reading books. Mm. Now, what you would consider them possibly white trash because they lived in a trailer, right? But when they go on vacation, you know the shit they went to do? They went out camping somewhere by themselves. They took shotguns and books and the dogs. And they was completely fucking happy.
Yeah.
I think those are relationship goals right there. She ain't stressing him about shit.
Yeah.
Bill say what the fuck is on his mind, and she love the shit out of Bill ass. Yes. They've been together since they was in fucking high school. They was only 60.
Look.
High school.
Yeah.
That's relationship goals for me. That was a white couple. She ain't stressing him about no bullshit. don't give a fuck. They sitting there reading their books and competing in clam chowder cook-offs. Nigga, like, God damn, it can be that easy. I hate y'all. I fucking
That's
hate
why I keep talking about my boy. You know, he's in an interracial relationship, but this is a former black nationalist. So,
That's
he's
a
been with
real
nothing.
culture shock for him, huh?
It is. He's been with nothing but black women most of his life, and they have treated him like shit. He's been married like 3 times, and the last one was for over 20 years. So he's with a woman now, and I mean, she takes him to do stuff that he never got to do. So they're RVing across country right now. And when this brother calls me, he's at these really, interesting hotels. They're RVing and over a cliff, overlooking the ocean. She's barbecuing meals while he's sleeping in a hammock. But he's sending me these images and he's telling me about the stuff they go through, and even their arguments. Like when he tells me what their arguments are and how they argue. I mean, I was sitting there once when they had an argument, and I didn't know they were having one.
Didn't know it was an argument. That was an argument?
Voices did not get raised. They just disagreed a couple times, and by the I think after about 5 minutes, he said, "Well, bro, I need to ask you to go." I said, "Well, what's going on?" He said, "Well, we just had an argument." I said, "When?" He said, "Just now."
Just now.
I said, "Well, why I gotta go?" He said, "Because we're resolving it and heading to the bedroom, so I need you to roll." And that was how they resolved their argument.
You resolve that shit. We're gonna put this shit to bed, literally.
Look,
you mean that? You mean that white she devil showing him heaven?
Shit. And so I'm just looking at this like, I don't know how many brothers I've known that have just lived in nothing but chaos because that's what we were told we were supposed to do.
Yes, a lot. I would say most of us. I'd say most of us.
Yeah.
Because I say most of us because some of us wasn't raised in that kind of culture. Maybe we were upper middle class, some kind of way it happened where you didn't have to see that kind of shit.
Right.
So it wasn't indoctrinated into you. Maybe your parents grew up in it and they made the conscious choice not to repeat that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And really forge their own path of doing something different with their
Right.
kids and showing you something different. And then you got out of the world and start running into people who didn't have that kind of training. And like, oh, fuck. Or you got with some other good people and y'all went forth and prospered. But it is a learning process, Dr. T. And at least for me, I don't think it's ever ending in that process. It's not. It can be, I would think, a bit easier if you find a woman that you can work with like that, who's on the same mental path as you with removing that kind of bullshit out of her life. But it's, look, man, you get a sieve. Start shaking, because that's what you're going to have to do. Because, like I told y'all before, I don't like really young girls. I don't. I usually like to date people that are older than me. For those kind of reasons. I want somebody who's where my head is more, as opposed to I gotta downgrade myself and I feel like I'm bringing up somebody to a level they ain't at. Conversations that they don't even have. I never thought about something like that before. Fuck, where's Neil? Why ain't Neil deGrasse having a bunch of fucking daughters, man? It's
right.
It's tough. It's tough. So that's why I find myself disengaging more than I engage. The pattern is full and Ghost Rider veers off.
Yeah.
Nope.
I've gotten very picky about my time and energy and who I spend it with. So
very picky. Very picky.
Yeah, you dead on, man.
Very picky. I am super picky because I can tell you, just like yesterday, I had a completely peaceful day yesterday. And I didn't do mostly anything except run my errands, wash my filthy ass car, eat some Thai food, and then come back to the house and play video games and lay on my couch. And by 7 o'clock, I was fucking content, laying on my couch in my shorts and socks, eating a Klondike bar, nigga. Like, this is life right now. This is living. This is good. I think I'm going to go to sleep early because I feel so fucking good. That's what it was. Nothing. No drama. No headache. nobody calling to give me no grief, nothing like that. None of that shit. And I was just chill, and I had to really stop and think about this is really good right now. This is a really good moment right now.
Yeah.
Hey
Holy
Siri,
shit. I
play
I
sitting on the
need or
dock of the
want
bay.
nothing right now. I need or want nothing right now. I'm just pleasantly laying here like I could fall asleep on this couch right now and feel good. It's nice out. House is clean. I feel good. I feel good. I don't know if I can say that out loud because a black man, you can't be saying that shit too much. Somebody come and fuck up your day.
Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
Open up.
there was no drama. I was good.
Yeah.
It's like shit. I gotta acknowledge this. I'd frame it if I could. Come home and look at that shit every day. Like, look at that happy motherfucker laying there on the couch. What? You having a good day, wasn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's what I try to cultivate. I try to cultivate that peace and that happy disposition in all of these things. And for me, dating is fucking chaos at some points. If you can strip all the bullshit out of it, it's really fucking simple. It's really fucking easy. It's as complicated as you make it. As I've told women, it's as complicated as you make it. It ain't complicated. If it was, it wouldn't be this many people on this fucking planet.
Yeah, and when you decide to make life easier, two things at least will happen. You'll notice the resistance from people that thrive off of drama and negative energy.
Yeah,
But
sure will.
eventually, the second thing you'll notice is how much calmer everything eventually gets. And the
Yes.
people that thrive off of drama, like parasites, they kind of fall out of your life over time. And then I reached a point. This was probably around COVID, where my daily existence was peaceful for the first time in my life.
Yes.
I could get up in the morning, and between that and going to bed in the evening, I knew I wasn't gonna have any drama.
Yep.
I wasn't gonna have any arguments, and it happened, and it's been that way ever since. And I'm like, I'm not going back. I am not giving this peace up. I've never been this peaceful before because I didn't know you could.
Exactly. I'm really sensitive to that energy right now, Dr. D. Because I've been so peaceful for a while now, I'm really sensitive to that energy. I can feel when somebody raising it in me.
Yeah.
And I will disengage. Straight up. Like, nope.
I
That's
protect
fucking with my
it
peace.
like
And I don't need that. Yeah. I don't need that. Nope.
No, I learned to protect it like a hawk because I never had it. I didn't know you could do it.
Protect it like the crown jewels.
Yes,
You
sir.
hold post every day, 24/7. Like, no. I sent my daughter this video I saw on Instagram yesterday, and it was this remote house that they'll pay you $2 million if you can stay there for 60 days by yourself. You can bring a friend if you want to, but 60 days. The house has everything you need, but it's in a little valley. There's no cell phone reception. There's no television. And you get paid for all the time that you're there, right? As long as you can stay. Most people can't stay there 60 days to earn $2 million.
What?
Yeah.
One dude stayed there he could only stay there for 10 days. He still made $350,000 for staying 60 days. Most people won't do it though. Why? Because they can't disconnect from the internet and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. The house has everything you need. You make your own meals and all the rest of that shit. It's a nice grassy area. It's in a valley. Nice, beautiful fucking house. They couldn't do it. I sent that shit to my daughter. My daughter sent it back to me. Looks like the perfect resort for a Scorpio. I think you can handle it. Yeah, I could. I could. Because I don't need a bunch of people around. I just tell you I won't be streaming for 2 months. I'm on vacation.
Hey, man.
And I will be gone. I'll be reading books. I'm playing tiddlywinks, jerking off. It don't matter, nigga. I'll be gone for 2 months, chilling.
You'll
Come
love
back.
it.
That stream setup will be crazy. It's like that.
Came back. I'd have been sitting there on loose leaf, writing the plans out and drawing it up. Yep, this is how this shit going down, man. This is gonna be a whole goddamn studio set.
Hey, chat. I've opened up a new comic shop. When? How you?
Yeah, exactly. That fast? That motherfucker came back and just got it. Yeah, because I planned it out. I had 60 days of
60
peace
days.
and quiet. 60 days of peace and quiet with nobody bothering me. Hell yeah.
Oh, you'll love this, man. My son got me to pull my art pad out.
Oh, nice.
Oh wow.
And so I pulled out all my old artwork, which I haven't looked at in probably like 5-6 years.
Tell me you saw
at least. Well, I just did it yesterday. I just pulled everything out.
Okay.
So I got the art pad. And as soon as we get off, I'm going to the living room. I already bought a special art desk. I just haven't been drawing. So my son got me to pull it out, and he was just like, Dad, you need to get back to it. You need to get back to it.
Yes, you do.
It's
The
beautiful.
first time you told me that you drew, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? We was on Art New Style stream. You was on there talking about you can draw, and you put up a picture. I said, "Nigga, are you doing it now? You need to start doing that again. You need to pick that up."
Yeah.
Ain't got time or whatever. God damn, Dr. T. I'm glad somebody can get to you. Your son can get to you. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Do that shit. That's peace for you.
You know, I didn't have the words as a kid, but it was like a private meditation. And I'd been doing it since before I could remember. I'd be on the floor with a piece of paper, just drawing. And it got to the point where by high school, I was doing these 18 by 36 size pencilings that would take me 3 months to do. And if I wasn't at work or doing schoolwork, I was on the floor drawing. And if it was summer, 12, 13 hours a day, I'm on the floor and I'm in my own headspace.
Yes.
Well, I stopped doing that by the time, I think in 2000 when I started my doctorate, but and it's felt like something's been missing ever since, but I never.
Because it has been. You need your creative outlet, especially as a Black man. I keep always say that, but I think it's more important for us because the world is not overly welcoming of us anyway.
Right.
So you need your own creative outlet, your own creative space. Drawing, writing, rap, whatever the fuck it is that you do,
Right.
You need those outlets. You can't just be plugged into all this bullshit all the time. It will make you crazy.
Yes, it
You
will.
need those creative outlets
too.
to at least get back in touch with what makes you you.
Mm-hmm.
Because as parents, you play a lot of roles. As an administrator for you, you play roles, right? You've been a husband, you're a father, professor, you teach classes, you do all of this other shit. But what is it that you just do for Hassan? And
I've been learning to ask that question because lately the campus has been trying to get me to chair the department, right? That I'm in. And I've never wanted to, and I've turned it down repeatedly, but they've been really on me asking me to chair. And so I asked them, I said, all right, well, how much does this pay? I'll give you short and sweet just so we get through this. It pays about $80 a month before taxes. So it's less than $1,000 a year to chair a department. And there's a gang of work involved. And I'm like, okay, so I can continue to teach at home and draw, meditate, take trips, do whatever, or I can put all that down and chair a department for less than $1,000 a year.
I think you got your answer.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
They get all the responsibility in the fucking world.
Yeah, I had
better the gratitude.
Sorry about that. I had a similar conversation with my facility director when we went to Pennsylvania, and there was that position opened up in my job for a manager, and we're sitting there having a beer, and he's asked me why didn't I apply for the position. I said I did. I just didn't finish the application. I haven't turned it in yet. And he said, and is it this? He wrote the number on there, how much it was. And I'm like, yeah, that's close because I've already made that last year.
Right.
So I'm making that just as the person that I am right now. Why do I need to make close to it just to take on this more stress and deal with these fucking assholes like that?
You feel me? That's exactly where I am.
I'm good. And everybody at my job keep asking me, why didn't you apply for that? I wasn't really feeling it. And who said I didn't?
To thy own self be true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm literally from the squad. If you take a squad of police officers in a police station for a police department, not force, police department, I've literally been in every section of the squad, even being the shift's commander.
Hmm.
And I've said, why do I want to go back into police work again? And I'm proud. My father said it best. You might have put years back on your life.
Wow.
Out of all the stress, out of all the things, why would you go back? You literally, I had to think about this. I've literally started from the lowest on the totem pole, the rookie, all the way up to the damn shift commander, in
Yep.
charge of a whole goddamn shift. Well, if it was 5 people, 25 people, I was in
Hmm.
charge of that motherfucker. I literally went from, wondering what the fuck I'm gonna do to having to being around Cree Summer. Shout out to Cree, who did a role in an Ironheart and other celebrities. And I'm just thinking to myself, nobody's ever gonna appreciate you like you. I've been around women who will tear you down like the goddamn Berlin Wall.
Hmm.
I had
Hmm.
to think to myself, do you know what the hell you've done in life? You never touched the sport of wrestling till 14. Your first year, you won one. Your second year, you won another. Your third year, you won 2 championships. You were just, hell, going to Germany and you get a bronze medal in freestyle. How many motherfuckers can walk around and say that? And you're still relatively new to the sport. You go to the military. I'm a quartermaster guy. You sign up for a tactical team. You've done counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, search and rescue, direct action, convoy security for diplomats and high-ranking generals. You you fought in the Battle of Fallujah. You've done so much. You've been a cop who experienced everything. And think about this. I've taught classes. I've done things. And here you want people think, oh, you want somebody who's going to come into your life. And I remember my homeboy said this. Well, you just need a woman who's time enough for you, so I can be miserable like you.
Hmm.
I'm like, I'd rather beat my dick like a UFC fight
Yeah,
for
really.
the remainder of my life than to be miserable with a bad bitch. And I had to make this decision.
Disrespect everything that you've done. Everything that you've done. She would disrespect
Exactly. Just
because she didn't get what she want on something minor, something petty.
Yeah.
You ain't
it's
shit.
this
You ain't nothing.
one
You
chick
ain't
I'm
did
talking to.
nothing. Like, oh my fucking god.
One chick I'm talking to. One chick I'm talking to. She was like, "Well, I think it's childish for a man to play video games. That I think we need to stop talking." Wait a minute. I said, "What's your hobbies?" Because that's one of mine. Well, I forgot what something, collecting something. I said, so go ahead.
Turn into Elmer
No,
Fudd.
yeah. You asked her when you asked her about what's her hobby, she starts sounding like Elmer Fudd. She
It-
don't have any.
yeah, she told me her hobby, and I said, what if I told you I don't like that shit? Well,
Mm-hmm.
I get your point. I said, so my comic books been here before you, they'll be here during you, and they sure as hell gonna be after you, just like video games. I
You know,
said, those keep me sane.
Mm-hmm.
that at some point, and this is something nobody really teaches us to do, but I'm trying to say this so that men will put it on their agenda. You do have to take stock of what you have and the state of your life. Like I'm
Yes.
at a point, and I told you I've never been this peaceful. So
Mm-hmm.
my days are peaceful, right? I'm not wealthy, but I just last year I got to full professor, so I've been tenured, but now I'm at full professor, and when you've been teaching a certain amount of time, your classes are pretty set. So
Mm-hmm.
whenever I have to teach a class, I don't have to go through a whole bunch of stuff to get prepared. Everything's preset. I'm good. You know what I mean? I own a house. It ain't the biggest house in the world. It ain't the smallest house in the world, but it's mine.
What else?
It's peaceful. It's quiet. It's green. You know what I mean? But the biggest thing is I'm content.
Mm-hmm.
I'm content. And I didn't even know this was a state you could get to. And so now when people come into my space, they're especially women I meet, they're trying to get in the house. They want to move in. They want to get
Yeah.
married. And I'm like, no, I'm
Slow
good.
down.
I'm good.
Dr. T, that is the most. When you find contentment, I had to tell my homeboy, you're looking for happiness. I already understand contentment. I'm sitting. I haven't even went to my house yet. I've been on the whole time sitting in the truck with you guys. I am so content that I'm about
Yes,
to light a cigar. People wonder why don't you go on a dating scene? I said I can date online. I've actually go out to the harbor. One day I'm just gonna do a live stream and just show you how the harbor right by Under Armour
mm,
and just show you. I'm looking at the harbor water of Baltimore. I'm watching the boats go by. I had literally beautiful women dancing to the music I'm playing. I had white boys, Hispanic guys, black guys. All these people shake my hand. They like, dude, you're making such a vibe. I brought my boy Josh out there for the first time. He's like, yo, this is too hard. He's like, no wonder it's like you. He said, Falk, you just at peace out here.
Yeah.
yes,
And shout out to the Superman shirt he gave me yesterday, yes, last night. And I don't have to be on the scene. I don't have to go to a date. One of the best times a girl told me, and she's coming back into town again, and she says, "No, we got to do that again for various reasons." Wink, wink, nod, nod. Giggity. She, we actually brought Obey wings with tons of blue cheese, sushi, cognac, tequila, vodka, and some juices and sodas to mix it all up with. Listening to music, and it
Oh,
was so fun and peaceful. And it's
yeah.
nice to look at a 5'11" one with all them legs.
it,
And it
look,
was so peaceful.
it's incredible. Like I have a yard with flowers. It's trees. It's beautiful. I oven roasted some beef ribs,
Mm.
and I'm chilling. You know what I mean? I may pop on a movie, and I watch whatever the fuck I feel like. And so it changes your whole outlook even on dating because
Yep.
now it used to be when I was younger, how can I get this girl?
Yep. I
And
gotta get a
now
girl
it's
over.
who am I going to allow in my space? And
Yeah.
the minute I get drama or something negative, I'm like, whoa, God,
Got to go.
I'm out.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
got to.
And I
Cat.
Can
tell
I actually
people,
just work?
if I allow you over my house, I tell people before they cross the threshold, I don't allow no negative energy in my house.
No, I don't.
Mhm.
I
I've
don't. Just
kept
let
women
nobody.
on the front
I
porch and had a conversation and closed the door. I will not allow it.
get away from
Mhm.
my house and be just disturbing my
Yep.
peaceful chill
Get
out in this.
off my lawn.
Get
Get
off
off
my
my
lawn.
lawn. You can't come
Right.
to
Yeah,
Yeah. In 5 minutes, I'm turning the sprinkler on.
I
Well,
actually,
you gotta
I
you
actually,
gotta do like Mr. Bird, the dogs.
I'm at a point where I should be looking for new challenges, but I've just been enjoying the contentment. But I've accomplished everything I've ever set out to do.
hmm.
And I don't know, for years, all I hear people talk about is accomplishing your dreams, but I never hear two people talk about what to do once you have. I
Yeah.
have accomplished everything I've set out to do. I'm more content than I've ever been, and I'm just kind of debating with myself about finding the next challenge or just enjoying fucking life.
Hmm.
And the thing is, I don't even need to do expensive shit to enjoy myself.
No.
I've taken women to Hawaii and argued the entire time we were there.
Oh my
I'm at a
gosh.
place in my life.
Mhm.
I'm I'm more at peace sitting on a beach in California that I just drove to and got my feet kicked up. I'm more at peace staring at a sunset than I am in Hawaii with a bitch that we arguing the whole time.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm at in my life, and I'm just like, damn.
That's the thing with me,
Hey,
Doctor
Dr.
T.
T.
Like what I have learned about myself through all this shit is that I don't need a lot to be
Nope,
happy and peaceful.
nope.
All I need is peace, and that gives me a lot more than anything else.
Yes,
so I
sir.
can go sit by the water
Yep.
and suck on a mango smoothie and just play Pokemon and not give a fuck and be
Yes.
completely content laying in the sun, soaking up rays like a Kryptonian and enjoying the shit.
Come
I
on.
don't need a lot,
You know,
but it starts with some
you know,
peace. It does start a lot of it with peace.
that does. And Dr. T, can I ask you this question?
Mhm.
Because I've gotten this answer from a lot of men when I spoke about contentment. The first time you noticed your contentment, did a tear fall from your eye?
Um,
Because mine actually did. Mine actually did. When I found out how at peace that I was, tears start coming down. And I'm like, I'm not even crying.
yeah.
I'm just like, I'm just at such peace that your body just relaxes on you.
Yes.
All that tenseness, all that stress,
Yes.
all that anguish, all that fucking responsibility. When a chick asked me, "Do you want to have another child?" I said, "Are you fucking crazy? That boy's about to be 18 years old in 2 weeks.
So,
18.
Yeah.
What the
just
fuck do I look like starting over?" I
Brother.
said, "I've done my part for the world.
No, I'm
You cannot get
let,
much from me." Go ahead,
let
Doc.
him, let him.
no, I feel you because so 2 years ago, my son was finishing his senior year, and I met this woman online, and we started talking. We dated for maybe 3 months, right? Out of nowhere, she lays out an ultimatum. She says, "Look, I want to move in with my man, and I want him to help me raise my son." I think her son was like 12, and she was like, "That's what I want to do." So I said, "Wait a minute." So my son is halfway through his senior year of high school. So you want to move into my house, and then as my son leaves for college, put your son in my son's room, and you want me to help you raise him, and of course pay your bills and help you catch up on debts and so on and so forth. And this is your idea of something that I would want to do? I said, look, let me tell you, my son is going to school. I have done, just like Charles said, I have done my part for the world. I have contributed a brilliant, handsome young man who's going to go out and do whatever he's going to go out and do. I'm not starting over. I'm good. I'm good. I'm relaxed. I'm content. I'm enjoying my space. I am not trying to move a woman in who wants to take out half the furniture and put up new pictures everywhere and got her son in there. And now I'm back to little league practices and I'm good.
And picking up people and shit. But
Mhm.
that was Crazy X's problem, and I hit her with the Kevin Samuels, which is how does your son benefit me?
Yeah.
She was pissed.
Mhm.
She was pissed.
Say that
Well,
shit again, artist. They didn't hear you from the back.
Yeah,
but
Yes,
how does your son
sir.
benefit me?
but especially if you know what it takes to raise a boy, you're
Because I've
not
already done
asking.
it.
This is not some lightweight shit you're asking me for.
No, it's not. I've already done it. My
In the
son is grown.
modern day, see, you forgot this, Doc. In the modern day, you not
Yes.
only got to fight the forces of evil and criminality, you got to fight the forces of feminism and being effeminate.
Yeah.
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 Look, I've for like you guys have said, I've done my part for humanity. I put a son and a daughter out into this world. Both have
Yes.
graduated college, both grown and have their own thriving careers doing what they do. My son actually reproduced himself. He has his daughter. I have a grandchild. My son has bought a house. I haven't even bought a house yet. So
Mm,
he is in a good position. My daughter is good. I've done my part for humanity. I do not need to be raising no more kids.
there you
I
go.
don't. I don't need to be raising any more women either. I've done that. That woman is getting
Nope.
married is married to another man now.
Yep.
The woman I was raising, finishing raising for her parents.
Yep.
No, I'm done with that shit. I don't need to spend any time doing it. And you can't make me an offer that sounds enticing to do that shit either.
Exactly.
So
Nope.
like me and Black Band's conversation was about, he said, I think I'm finally hitting the point where I'm gonna stop dating single mothers. I said, yeah, you should have did that shit a while ago.
Yep.
But you hitting the same point that
Mm.
I did.
Does
I
he have
don't.
Does he have kids?
Them kids got to be grown and gone.
Yep.
Have to
That's
be.
it took me that long to get to that point.
Yeah, Gen
But
X.
again, to be clear, we were just hanging out. She
Mm-hmm.
was like, we need to go to the next level and I need to move in. And I'm like, whoa, we were just hanging out. I don't mind single mothers when we hanging out because you're not my woman and they're not my kids.
Right.
The moment you start asking me about being your man, I don't want to raise any more kids. I'm good.
Yeah, no. But you was looking like Tasty Cake. That's why she was the one throwing that proposition out to your ass.
Yep.
Trying to give you an ultimatum like you on this pussy now, it's going away. That's the same thing Crazy X told me, and I told her to go to the other dude. Still took her ass like 3 to 4 years to possibly get married to the motherfucker.
Look, let me tell you. I'm in Fresno. So you can buy a 3-bedroom house in Fresno for about $200,000, right?
Right.
With a nice sized backyard and a garage. So I'm not wealthy. I'm just comfortable or content. So I got my little house, and you're right. I let her sit in the walk-in tub, and she's looking around the house. And women do this. Women are like, there's no female presence in the house. There's no fingerprints from another woman in this house. It's quiet. She walking around naked. She's like, you know what? I need to be able to move in this
here. Yeah, this is nice. I need to move in here. Well, I want to nest here. No, you won't.
Ready made.
Yeah, no, that's what I say. You was looking like Tasty Cake.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna tell you what was my opening realization about single mothers. When I was dating this one girl who I'm still friends with, Christmas time came. I had to buy 3 gifts for her kids. She only had to buy 1 for my son. And I'm like, wait a minute. Something doesn't add up. I said, how come you didn't have to buy 3 gifts for my son, but I had to buy 3 gifts for your child? I said, so you only buying 1, but you never thought about buying 3 that equals up to the gifts that I buy your children.
Oh.
And I'm looking at it and I'm like this. And one of the reasons why we broke up, even though we're still good friends to this day, she said, well, we both have strong personalities. So I was like, oh, so you properly and personally look for weak men to run over.
Yeah.
Oh, so when your Bumblebee try to come against Optimus Prime, that shit didn't work when you took your little Beetle going up against a goddamn 18-wheeler, huh?
Oh, please.
I said, but yet you were married to a man who was incompetent. He was a mama's boy. And I'm like looking at them.
That's how she liked it.
And I look at it because she can rule him. I said, well, we weren't, women love this shit, equally yoked. Well, a cracked egg is a cracked egg, goddammit.
Equally yoked. Why don't you read the whole passage in the Bible before they start quoting shit? Shit pisses me off.
And I said, what did they say about a worrisome woman? It's better to be on the roof of that motherfucker than to deal with it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, wow.
When you start giving yourself the things you used to wait for someone else to do. Look, I will make a pot of gumbo. I told you I got an instant pot. I got a pressure cooker. I'm hooked. I made some chicken and dumplings in a half hour. Like I will do some shit and go chill in my house and eat some. These were things that I used to wait and hope somebody would do, and now I'm just like, you know what?
You do it myself.
I feel like having such and such, and I go over and make it. Get my plate, have my little drink sitting next to me, turn on a nice little flick, kick my feet up in my chair. And I'm just like, this is nice.
This is nice. This is nice. What is this?
That's what I was doing when Home Chick was like, well, we got to move in and I'm sitting in my chair with my feet kicked up listening to this like,
oh, hell no.
Doc don't talk. Doc don't speak French. You don't know no French. This we.
Nope. None of that.
I don't speak French. I don't speak French. This we shit. What is this we shit you speak of?
Yeah.
It's me shit.
Yes,
and
I
want as many brothers as possible to get to that point where you are so content in your life that you will not allow anything that disrupts that.
No.
Nothing.
No.
If it ain't peaceful and doesn't complement the vibe of what you got going on, keep it pushing.
Yeah. What do you need it for? And that's for me. I'm very utilitarian in my mindset. If it's not serving a purpose, it don't need to be here. And the purpose I'm not looking to be served is chaos. I don't need chaos created in my life. I don't.
What's
I
the
like
band? The song. So
what's that?
I
war. What
can't
is it
go for
good
that.
for?
No, no.
No, no.
Yeah,
What is it?
war.
What is
That's
it? What is
war.
war? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I don't need this shit.
Let
I
me tell
don't.
you, once you figure out how to be content by yourself, you underestimate how much even dating changes. Because when I was younger, I was afraid to be alone,
Mm-hmm.
and now I'm just like, when you're comfortable by yourself,
Can't wait to be alone. Got my
you be out on a date and she starts, popping off or something, you be like, I could be in my chair right now.
yeah. You start thinking of shit
Hmm.
you can do by yourself. You know what?
Even
I could
Frankie Beverly has a song that says "While I'm alone."
while I'm
Think
alone.
about it.
I smile a
While I'm
lot.
alone,
I
you
smile.
know.
It changes your whole energy. So if you can get better at keeping chaos out your life, it's like
Mhm.
this is worth it right here.
That's it. Somebody, a woman that you find, and make no mistake, I like women, but make no mistake, I don't need the chaos brought into my life like that. I don't, and I won't allow it. I look. One thing I've learned, if anything, from divorce is that if that's the worst pain I can ever deal with somebody leaving, then anybody else leaving don't even matter.
No,
It doesn't.
Hmm.
Oh, that holds no sway on me anymore because the only thing I would be thinking of is, well, my shit will be peaceful again.
yeah,
Hmm.
That's what it means. It'll be
After a
peaceful.
while, after after a while, you just say to the situation, "What consequence are you to me now?
mm,
What power do you hold over me?" Well, I'm gonna
Mm-mm.
leave. Okay.
Thank you.
When you just become such a nonchalant, such a people be like, you can be so uncaring, Charles. It's not that I don't care. It's that shit doesn't matter. I came into this world alone, kicking and screaming with somebody else's blood on me. There's a good possibility I might leave out the same way.
Mm,
So,
but
I mean, I'm good. I love my peace. There's not much humanly possible a person cannot ask for me for what I've done for God and country.
right.
And I tell people, I like to sit by the water and be at peace. Why do I want to be in the clubs? I'm 43.
right.
I aged out most of them.
Yeah.
I've been around more women than a goddamn Miss America pageant. It's like you're a dime a dozen, and I got $10.
Look, I've been every person in the scenario. I've been the player. I've been the played. I've been the husband. I've been the guy she cheated on her man with. I played all of those roles,
Yep. Play the roles.
and I'm just like, you know what? I'm good.
Yeah.
Truthfully, all of them had pluses and minuses to them. So I no longer hold one style of life up above all that because I've tried it all, and
Mhm.
and they all had pluses and minuses, and you just really have to decide which pluses and minuses you want to deal with. But
Exactly.
there's no framework where you're not gonna have disappointments. It just isn't. I've been
No.
happily married and still saw the bullshit in that. Like
Mhm.
I've been single and I've had a bunch of women and I still saw the bullshit in it. Like I've experienced
Exactly.
all of that. And it's, so I'm just in a place like, if she compliments what I got going, great. If she doesn't, I'm still gonna be content.
Great. Won't be
Great.
fucking with her. Still great.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make it great. It's gonna be a win-win because I
Yeah.
require it to be a win-win.
Exactly. And that's how I order my life. If I'm right, somebody else could be there, or somebody else could not be there. That's it. As long as I'm straight,
Yeah.
and that's peaceful for me. That gives me a sense of pride. I like doing what I'm doing as a job. I'm not rushing to be trying to rush up the corporate ladder and make as much money as I can for some other woman to take it from me. No, I'm not doing that. I have what I need. I'm not rich. I have what I need. I can do what I want to do when I want to do it.
Mhm.
I go and play my pool, enjoy that shit, get to be out, be social a little bit, and then go back to the secret bat cave and kick up my feet and enjoy whatever the fuck it is I feel like enjoying at that time. If it's a
That's
drink, if it's not a drink, if it's sitting up there drinking hot cocoa and fuzzy slippers, nigga, it don't matter.
yep.
I'm good. I'm good. I
That's the
wear what
one.
I want without questions. I go where I want without questions.
That's the one thing I'm missing is I don't have a pool. That's the one thing I've always wanted that I don't have. But, yeah.
I don't have a pool either. I don't have a house. I have an apartment, but there's no pool here. I'm like, well, whatever.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were at a pool.
No, I shoot pool.
Oh, there you go.
I go shoot pool, which is something I've loved doing since I was a kid. I shoot pool. And I don't know if you know this or not, but at this point, I'm playing, I qualify for my region. So the next time I play for my region, I'll be playing in Sacramento, and it's for a trip for individually to go to Vegas. But my 9-ball team that I'm on, we're already going to Vegas the first part of August to play in that world tournament. That tournament. It's not the world. It's the world tournament, but we playing in the Middies because it's a thing. But we're playing there, so the league is paying for us, my team of 5 people that I'm on, to go to Vegas and play there because we whooped everybody else. So I'm having a good time, you know, polishing up skills that I had left dormant, like you with your pad put away for a while because I had all these other things I had to focus on and give attention to and not myself. It's something I like doing. And I don't let nobody infringe upon that shit. That's why I can be out at a bar shooting pool and some bitch is trying to get my goddamn attention and I'm ignoring her ass like she got the plague on her face. Like, I'm not here for that shit, man. Leave me the fuck alone.
Let me tell you,
Whip this dude's ass.
I got a plate of oxtails on its way over, and I'm about to turn these speakers on the stereo all the way up. Pull this art pad out, and I'm just gonna veg and just deal with that. And that used to bring me so much peace, man. But the weird part, and I'll just say this real quick: I still meet them in Fresno. I meet a lot of women that have this idea that in order for your life to be good, you got to be out in the streets. No. You got to go to this club, and then there's this event Friday night, and then Saturday there's this, and then there's this happening. And for them, it's always about being out and going from one thing to the next. Mm-hmm. And if you're not that dude, they look at you like there's something wrong. But I'm at that place where I'm like, I've tried all of that shit y'all said I was supposed to do to be happy, and it never made me happy. I never enjoyed the shit.
Yeah, that's what you can get off on, because they get off on being seen and that performative nature of it. Because everywhere they go, somebody is going to be lavishing some kind of attention on them. That's all it's about. It's never of any real value. It's just how they charge themselves up to be out in the world and how they find their value of people seeing them. At least most men that I know are not wired like that. They don't need all of that shit. I don't need a fucking club.
Well, that was what was so mind blowing when I found out that I was more content in my living room than I was in Hawaii with a beautiful woman who was nothing but a headache. When you have a moment like that, you have a breakthrough like that.
Very clear. Not even a moment of clarity. That's a week of clarity right there. Like,
shit.
What the fuck am I doing with my life?
So I feel you with that shit. I was on the high seas with a cruise with my ex. And this chick was trying to you're trying to fight me on a cruise. And I just upgraded our rooms to surprise you. And I'm like, bitch, you had my liquor and my cigar. I said, you know what? I'm going to go up to the deck. I'm going to smoke. I'm going to listen to some music. I don't give a fuck what you do. You could fuck the galley. You could fuck the captain for all I care. I am going to go.
Again.
I am going to go, and I'm going to enjoy myself. Go fuck yourself. Mm-hmm. And if you do decide to fuck me, at least clean up before you get finished with the other guys.
When I went on a cruise with my ex, one of my exes, my tall Latina ex, we went on a cruise to Alaska. I spent more time up in the morning early, walking the deck, looking at the waves, smoking cigars, drinking liquor in the little bird's eye bar, looking at the ocean coming towards you. I spent more time doing that than messing with her. I don't even think I fucked her but once on that whole trip. We was gone for a week. I think I only touched her once. I wasn't thinking about her ass. None of that bullshit. Like, what was you doing up there? Motherfucker, I was walking the deck with the joggers. That's what I was doing. I was walking the deck with the joggers, taking pictures and shit, and just like, this is nice. This is peaceful.
I'm
I'm
at
enjoying this.
I haven't tried a cruise yet, but
You should. You
it
should.
wouldn't
You
surprise me.
should.
It wouldn't surprise me if the most I got out of it was watching the sunset from the deck. Because and I love the way you put it. We don't need much. I really don't.
I will tell you this. My title page for my channel, right? That banner across the top that I will not change, that doesn't seem like it has anything to do with comics or geekdom or anything like that. I'll just put it on the screen real quick. This picture right here, Dr. T,
Yeah,
that's from a cruise ship. That is
nice,
the sun rising over Canada or wherever it was, because the cruise was to Alaska.
nice.
This is the morning at sea.
Come
That's
on.
why I keep that picture there, because that's how peaceful that shit looked. That's why it doesn't go anywhere. I have not removed this picture. I've had this shit up here forever, and I don't want to take it down because that's what it reminds me of every time I see it. I took that from the deck of the ship, up early in the morning, watching the sun rise over the mountains on the ocean, my nigga. That shit was the most peaceful I've ever felt. And if I could have panned the picture around to the opposite side of me, you would see everything else was in darkness behind me. I watched the sun come up and light the world. That shit was magical.
Look,
Beautiful to me.
anybody
Totally.
anybody that's ever is a serious follower of my channel, y'all know every birthday I drive to the beach and I'm sitting there to watch the sunset, and I'll do a little quick live just to shout out to my subscribers or whatever. But I'm just like, if it doesn't have to take fucking much, man. And the thing that keeps throwing me is how many years I spent chasing women's idea of happiness,
Yes.
and we always had to take expensive trips and go to expensive
Yep.
restaurants. And it wasn't the money part that bothered me. It was this idea that I wasn't going to be happy unless we did these things.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like,
That's
this
how,
means
that's how I make her happy.
it right. But I could literally have a bowl of cereal and watch a movie in my with my supersized beanbag, thing, and I'm good. Like I don't need that shit.
No.
And
I
to this day,
mean,
I still meet women. Well, why? Are you going to go to this event? I want to go to this. I want to go to the jazz festival, and then I want to go here and go here. I'm like,
I
I'm gonna go
mean,
take a nap.
Yeah. Somebody
I've
asked me
been
that.
happy
What was the
on
last concert you went to? It's like, I don't fucking know. I don't spend a lot of time looking for concerts to go to. I just don't.
no.
That's not how I entertain myself. It's not that much damn fun to me. I've been to a lot of concerts. It's not the first thing I think of when I say I want to have a good time. Let me go stand in a crowd of fucking people with music so
What?
loud I can barely hear the shit. Nah.
Then you sweating and people funky, drunk. And
Right.
I've said I gotten happy just off a fucking new comic book day on Wednesdays.
Oh shit.
Thank you. Yes,
I've
thank
I've
New book.
gotten happy just talking to my guy who I've been going to his store since. Damn, I've been going to his store when I returned back from Iraq in '05. Like literally, I saw his daughter who's 25 now, and he saw me coming in the carriage with my son. And it's funny because I've gotten excited going to the range, shooting a few guns. Have you eaten? I've been to sushi restaurants and they just had like a happy hour, drinks and sushi, and the bill came up to like what $70.
you.
Had a good time drinking Japanese whiskey and sushi. I
Mm-hmm.
had great times being in Barnes and Noble, sitting down reading books. I've had great times just being out watching little kids run around. I'm sipping on something in my little flask and got my cigar blazed up, feet kicked up. Some chick tries to make small talk. I was like, hey, sit over here. I like pretty things.
Look,
It's the simple shit.
this,
It's
this
the real simple shit.
this is some shit that happened to me just last night. Now there's a rib spot in LA that I used to drive 3 miles to and 3 hours to just to get a plate of these ribs
Must be some
and
good ass ribs.
they were some good ass ribs.
Mhm.
Those beef ribs, those Fred Flintstone ribs.
Ooh-wee.
God
Brontosaurus
damn.
ribs, boy.
That's a good ass rib. Them dinosaur
Yeah,
rib.
God
Oh
damn.
yeah. Okay.
dinosaur ribs, bro.
Yes,
Those
sir.
ribs so big they look like a car door. God
That's
damn.
right. That's right. So last week I made my own ribs for the first time, and my son ate them with me. And so yesterday we were down in LA for a wedding, and we stopped at my favorite rib spot, and we're eating them. And my son says, "You know, Dad, your ribs are better than these." Now the reason I bring it up is I'm like, I used to drive just to get these, but now I can make them at home, and they taste better than what's in the restaurant. The same thing happened at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. I got to the point where my steaks at home tasted better to me than
Mhm.
these expensive, steaks at these restaurants. When you get to that point where you make things to your own tailored taste,
Yes,
and
sir.
Yes.
not only, and now it costs less. That's part of it.
Yes.
But even if your motivation ain't the money, you just like, I don't even have to leave my house to enjoy things I used to drive hours for. And I'm just like, why did I used to do all of this? And
It
I'm
was
just,
for other folks. Performative for other folks.
yes,
Because that's what they wanted.
that's what they wanted.
That's what they wanted. And you're trying to give them what they want. I've been known to tell women before that a man cannot make a woman happy. It's not his job.
Yep.
Because I know I can put you in a happy situation, a situation that's completely happy or peaceful or entertaining or whatever. And if you don't want to let that shit in, you won't. If you
You
want
won't.
to find something to complain about, you
Yep.
will. And it will not make you happy. You can't make people happy. The term in and of itself is an oxymoron. I can't make you feel anything. You
Right.
choose to feel what you want.
Yes.
It's a
Yes.
choice. So if you decide to go to Hawaii and you choose to find something to bitch about in paradise, you're choosing to be miserable. And you want me to
Mhm.
be there with your ass, regardless of the fact that we in paradise right now.
Yeah.
I refuse. Fuck you.
No, that is
No,
real talk,
no,
man.
no, no, no,
I can't
no.
make it. You can't make anybody else happy. If it doesn't come from within you, it ain't gonna make you happy. It may
Nope.
titillate you for a second. I
Mm-hmm.
can buy you a new car and you'll find it interesting for a minute, but if you're
Yep.
fundamentally unhappy, you're just gonna stay
Yeah, you're just gonna be
happy.
miserable. You're just
But
miserable.
I'll fuck around and look at a healthy relationship. Again, I point to my boy.
Mm-hmm.
These two will be sitting at home for weeks, and just be enjoying themselves at home. So I'm like, wait a minute. So y'all don't have to go nowhere. Y'all don't have to do nothing. She walking around in sweats. He walking around in sweats. At least until they son leave, and then they walk
Yeah.
around the house naked.
Clothes is optional.
This is optional.
Close
But
option.
but I found that when you with somebody and they dig you and vice versa, you don't gotta do a lot of fantastical shit. She is content
No.
as hell at home with him.
No. I think I said this, Dr. T, after COVID, right? When we're seeing the things of during COVID, how people was breaking up and shit like that, relationship was falling apart and stuff like that. And I was pointing out the fact that people say, you know what that means? They don't really like each other. She don't really
There you
like
go.
him.
There you go.
She don't really like him.
Mm-hmm.
She don't have the opportunity to get away from his ass for 8 hours a day. She don't want to be with him.
Exactly.
She never liked him.
Yep.
Never did. And COVID was the best thing that happened to them. Oh, isn't it tragic they're getting divorced? No, it's not.
Nope.
It's not tragic, and I don't feel fucking bad. She wasn't there for him. She was there for the opportunities it gave her, but she wasn't there for him. So
Nope.
forget her. Forget her. She wasn't
Yes.
happy. She was a miserable person. Because my thinking is, if I was married to the person I wanted to be with, and COVID happened, and we all right, you still would have been married after COVID. You still would have seen us
Yeah.
fucking a lot more because she ain't leaving, and I'm not either. So
We got
I'm
each
just
other through the
looking.
bullshit.
we got each other here. I'm straight. What you want to do?
I, I just look at it like this: too many dudes try to mess with bitches that don't fuck with them.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like if a chick told me we don't have a spark. I said the fuck we look like fireworks. I don't feel anything. I said okay,
Because you're
but
dead
we
inside.
can hang out more. This the same chick who hung up the phone
And I'm like, but you don't feel anything, but you want to hang out. Oh, you want me to spend money.
Hmm.
Oh, guess what we not gonna do.
Not gonna do.
Hey, you wanna
Yeah.
meet me out at the harbor?
Yeah.
Guess
Yeah.
what? I'm not taking you out anywhere. You don't feel a spark. You
Yeah.
told me what you don't feel. Go to another nigga, okay? It's okay. It's okay.
Yep.
I'm sorry. You gotta well, you smoke cigars, you goddamn right. You ain't gonna make me stop. You get a recap. Yes, I'm gonna play video games. I'm gonna lift weights. I'm gonna do what the fuck I please. You know why? Because when I was in Iraq, could you tell me shit to do? No. When I was locking motherfuckers up and had to fight these criminals, could you tell me what to do? No. So what the fuck stopped you?
Yep.
So why should I do it now?
Yep.
And he was like, "Well, we should hang out and get to hang out more." Yeah, hang out more means I'm not spending no money. You want to
Mhm.
hang out and get to know me? Come to the damn harbor. Come to my house. Come to a park. Go to Barnes and Noble. Well, I'm hungry. You want to get something to eat? Yeah, you cooking?
Yeah. Exactly. That's my thing. I told a woman before. I said I know when the next time we would hang out would be. She was like, "When is that?" The next time I feel like paying for something for you to eat.
Uh oh.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
That's rude. It's not rude. It's the truth.
oh.
Good. First,
It's not the
because
truth.
that's all they look for you.
How many
That's all they
times?
look for you for.
No, that's what I said. Well, how many times have you invited me out to eat?
Yep. Now,
Never. Never. Okay. So we equal, right?
uh,
Hmm.
but when I've dated out, as they say, I
Hmm.
noticed that shit would happen that used to happen in my grandfather's day. I have a woman call me and say, I cooked and I just like to know if I can come over and bring you a plate. I'm like, thank you. That would be very nice. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Professor has done shit like that. Me and Professor have gone out, and she already got her card out paying for shit. I'm like,
Mm.
man, you trying to fuck me up. Give me used to some shit you ain't trying to keep doing. Like, I'm still a man. I don't necessarily like that shit, but I understand a woman should actually offer to do that kind of shit for you. There should be some reciprocity in that
There'd be
shit.
some
Yeah,
reciprocity.
like
Yeah.
I'll
when
get
she pays.
tickets and stuff like that. I'll get this. Okay, cool. That's cool. That's honorable. I can respect that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when she pays, you like damn. You
yeah.
were
I
like
need
damn. I'm gonna throw you a little dick. So when she pays, you like damn. I was gonna throw you a little dick. Now I'm gonna put a little something special on it.
something special.
Damn.
Yeah, yeah, man.
You might get the whole massage too. Shit, fucking
Yep.
around.
God damn. I might even rub your feet. Shit.
Thank you. That's appreciative. Make don't break me. I'd be no good to go back to the regular ass chicks.
I remember years ago, I had one situation where a woman was like, look, I know you're probably not going to understand this, but I would just really like to come over and clean your house. And I was like,
Yeah.
what?
What?
Okay. And she did. She came over, had cleaning supplies, and she just cleaned my house. And I was like, all right. And she left.
She was, and she was looking for
Clean.
shit. I know he got some patties up in here.
Like, it gotta be some patties around there. Them G
Look,
strings
look,
you hiding. Where you hiding them G
next
strings?
time, I mean, she would have to clean it in a maid's outfit. I'm like, next
Well,
time you got to come back over here in a naughty little maid outfit, okay?
I need
well,
that French maid.
You know,
I need that French maid.
it's so crazy when you get chicks who fuck with you. Not saying I didn't. I had an ex when I had to I tell her, don't mess with me when there's a goddamn UFC fight or when the Ravens play. Don't mess with me. She calls me up when the Ravens play, and I told her, don't drive your car.
On purpose.
I fixed
Like,
what I fixed whatever was in the car, and her father was in there. And I'm like, both of y'all looking like two of the stupidest motherfuckers being dragged behind you like a dog's balls. But I told you not to drive this car. So I got my damn hammer out on the alternator and banged it up so it starts. And next thing you know, she comes over, she gets a rental car, and she comes over with a trench coat and like two plates of food and just heels and nothing else.
that's right. That's right.
Well, I even had another chick who cleaned up my junky ass room. It looked like the fucking living room of San Francisco that day. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you.
boom, boom,
I
boom,
guess this
boom.
chick must have fucked with me so heavy that day, or she wanted dick that much, that she literally cleaned up my room. And I'm like, God damn, now I gotta throw extra dick in the side. God damn.
You know,
Shit.
the only reason I brought that up is I'm simply saying it never dawned on me when I was younger that I was going out my way to get women to like me. I was doing shit, taking them
Mm-hmm.
places, and I was I was
Mm-hmm.
successful. I had my successes and failures, all of
Right.
that. But when it came to women that really dug me, they went out their way and did shit I never even asked for.
Exactly.
Sometimes it was expensive, but sometimes it didn't cost anything. It was just considerate as hell.
Right.
But it was
And
just
it was so fucking heartfelt, wasn't it?
it was heartfelt, and and it just you when you reflect on it later in life, you realize, man, for the chicks that and this Red Pill talks about this all the time. For the women that are really into you, they don't have rules for you. They have rules for motherfuckers they don't like.
Yes,
For
sir.
Mm-hmm.
you,
Say
they
that shit
Facts.
again, Doc, because them
they
Facts.
motherfuckers in the classroom are throwing fucking paper airplanes, passing around notes that says, "Do you like me? Yes, no, baby." So you can't get away with that, Doctor T. Say that shit
man,
again, because them niggas ain't hear you.
what they used to say in the Red Pill space, they make rules for dudes they don't like, and they break rules for the guys they do. And when
Exactly.
you
Make
are that
rules for
guy,
alphas, break rules for betas.
when you're the guy they like, they bringing over plates of food, they offering to clean your spot. It doesn't have to
All that
be
shit you say she don't do.
all the stuff she says she doesn't do. And matter of fact, the stuff you usually have to argue with your girl about, she volunteered. Look, I've had
Volunteer.
arguments with girlfriends over getting me a glass of fucking water. But when you with the woman that digs you, and I've had this, she brings you water you didn't ask for.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
what? I thought you wanted something to drink. I didn't say that. Well,
No,
thank you.
yeah,
It's strange. Like what is
I'm
going on?
gonna tell you, Doctor T. One of the most teary-eyed moments I had. Remember when I had COVID really badly,
yeah.
and I said this shit. Shout out to my mom, dad, and my son taking care of me. I went from a 500-pound bench press 1 week to not even being able to hold a bowl of soup. That's how weak my body was.
Wow.
My son literally had to hold the bowl for me and help me get to the bathroom because I didn't even have the strength to crawl.
Yeah.
And one of my sisters in blue, she's like a little sister, made sure her cousin was a chef. She made sure I had enough packaged meals
Wow.
for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 2 weeks.
Wow.
I said, God damn, I cried.
Yeah.
I said I got more out of a woman who's my friend
Yep.
than bitches I was damn near about to marry.
Yep.
Did everything
I,
for
I
Yeah.
said, God damn, I cried.
her. It was
Yeah.
You
embarrassing.
know, I said, forgive me, Lord, I cried.
And
I was like,
you know how
I was,
much you did for those women you were trying to be with. You bent
Exactly.
over backward.
yeah.
Exactly.
Couldn't get a glass of water.
I've literally pulled some of them out the jaws of death.
Yep.
I've literally prevented them, prevented them from getting seriously hurt. I gave them the keys and ran when motherfuckers were about to start fights and pull out guns, and I'm walking backwards. Yo, start the car, start the car, start the fucking car. What's going on? Why you got the gun in your hand? Get the fucking car started.
Mm.
He was like, and then I'm like, yo, when I say get the car started, and you know that I normally don't cuss you out, get the fucking car started because I see danger. These are women I protected with my very life.
Yep.
And I'm like, you just coming to me just to argue about your fucking day. You don't want your problem solved. These women at the job, you're the
They want to dump.
goddamn, you're the goddamn principal for this learning center. You're in charge. Why are
Mm.
you listening to bitches? You make rules. Even though my ex got remarried, and this is the time when I know we broke up. I said, "Yo, you don't talk to me the way you used to," as Roy Ayers would say. Um, you just talk to me when you want to argue or talk about how bullshit your day was. This is the
Yeah.
same woman who would tell me hurry up and get up because she was low on gas. I forgot she got paid. Would hurry up and tell me, hey, make sure I don't surprise me. Like hurry up and make sure I don't run out of gas. Fill up her tank and tell me pull in, and then fill up my tank. Give me $200 in cash. Kiss me and said I love you and go to work.
Mm.
Mm.
What the fuck happened? So, like, what the fuck happened? Like, people be like, Charles, you never want to give him. I had to sit some of my friends down, and I said, yo, I'm gonna pull you a little something. Smoke on this. Remember that girl? Yeah. I was about to get the engagement ring, a $5,000 fucking ring just for engagement. And I said, Lord, tell me something. Whatever God in the sky, whatever ancestors, show me if this girl's worthy. And she did
Huh.
something that was so crazy. I said, you know what? Fuck that ring. Give me my money back.
Yeah.
Another
That's
girl.
okay.
Fuck that ring. Give me my money back. And it's like sometimes black men need to realize just because you're not with a certain girl, you're not dodging a bullet. You're dodging a nuke. You're a
Mm.
bad motherfucker if you can dodge a nuke.
Yeah, you had to get out the area of effect. Minimum safe distance will be reached.
Mm-hmm. And,
Mm.
and, and, and the sad part about it, we're afraid to say there are some women who are so catastrophic that it will be a total disaster and an incumbent failure.
Hmm.
Failure is imminent. But we always taught to stick it in there. But the women aren't taught the same thing to stick it out with you.
No.
No,
They're never taught that. They're taught to leave at the first sign of trouble. Girl, you could get this from him. Girl, you could get that.
Yes.
I, I,
Yes.
I'm like, I've told women, not only on my channel, but if y'all think I'm wrong on my channel, my real life, I ain't shit. I said, how is it that you will tell your daughter to go get an education so she don't need a man, but you'll go tell your son to be a sucker for a bitch who mistreats him? You won't say shit. You know that bitch. You know that bitch doing them. You won't say shit. You know what the women do? They get quiet. I said, no, 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 no. Don't get quiet now. Where's all that male bravado that you bitches are showing? And
Look,
I said the word bitches.
look, I grew up in a family full of women. I done heard
yeah,
I've heard war council after war council, and I've watched grandmothers to mothers to daughters talk about what you can do to divorce him and
yep,
get alimony and
yep.
child support, and if you and if you file and say he touched his kids, then you can get this. I've watched women pass that shit to the next one. I've watched it happen. And I'm like, this is fucking ridiculous. But at the same time, they're telling me to be a good black man. I have to stick it through with her whenever she's even remotely unhappy. But she can pull the lever and bounce out and take the prizes and goods with her whenever she wants.
The gimmies and grabums, as Gigi would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And the
give me
crazy thing
Mm-hmm.
is, when you present them the question, I said, okay, the same thing that y'all telling these women what to do, and you have a son. How do you want a woman to do that to your kid? Because and many of them will say, no, I wouldn't want no chick. I wouldn't want my son to be no sucker for no woman. So then, why the hell are you perpetuating the damn cycle your damn self?
that's the that's the closest
Beasley.
to honesty that you'll get is when she has a son.
Mm-hmm.
Any other man she's not invested in, but when she has a son, that's the closest you'll get to an honest answer about that.
Yes.
Yep.
You know what, Beasley? I'll give you a good example of that. When my godson turned 18, his mother said, why don't you get a job at Giants, the food market, and start stocking groceries? I said, so you never encouraged him to go to college, go to the police department, fire department, nothing. I said, how come when I started my company, I gave him his permit to carry at 18, his security guard card, and his private detective. I said, and I always ask him, what's the most amount of money you ever made in your life currently? Working with you when we made $100 a half an hour protecting celebrities. What's the most amount of money you would have made if you listened to your mother? I'd have been stocking groceries. You got a
Minimum
job.
wage.
Minimum
That's all. That's all I can tell you. Minimum wage.
How many
wage.
motherfuckers? How many motherfuckers can you tell? And people, and I like to say this to people like Gay Babe. Fuck you. I could literally say, I made young black men. I paid young black men $200 an hour to guard celebrities who you're watching on TV right motherfucking now. Fuck you. What did you do for black men? Pay them, bitch.
Gave him a job and paid him well.
Hmm.
When you're at a weekend at a place you're playing video games with celebrities, and you're bringing them pretty women to their room. The stories will come out soon. And I'm chilling out with a speaker with the fucking Black Ranger. I'm chilling with King T'Chaka. I'm getting paid to do it. God damn it! I need to do the Ric Flair strut. I'm sipping drinks with the Black Ranger and King T'Chaka. That's blackety black, my nigga. Oh, I'm like, that is geek the black. Yo, I'm in black royalty.
Still in liquor with King T'Chaka and the Black Ranger, OG Black Ranger.
And think about
And then
that's the
you don't get no
blackest.
blacker. You don't get
And
no blacker.
and and I'm smoking cigars with fucking what's the Jedi master who rescued Grogu?
Oh,
Pedro Pascal.
No,
no, the Black
No.
Jedi Master.
Oh, the
no,
black.
no.
Oh, the black. Oh, shoot.
He was Jar Jar
Oh,
Binks.
he played Jar Jar.
Yeah, he played Jar Jar, and he's a Jedi now too. I
Oh,
forget.
that
I'm
brother.
like,
I know you talking about. I forgot his name.
Yeah,
I'm thinking Ahmad
yeah.
Best. That's his name, Ahmad Best.
Not Best is the
I'm like,
actor's,
dude.
but his jet.
I'm
Yeah,
like, dude. I mean, I'm getting paid good fucking money. Do you know within fucking one weekend from Thursday to Sunday, these motherfuckers are getting paid 2 stacks to do shit you would pay to do. I'm, I'm like, I've accomplished so much shit, and that's excuse me, fellas, because I got to get on my soapbox a little bit. Sometimes you just need to look at your fucking trophies, look at your swords, look at your figures, and said, you know what? Once in a while, my homeboy said, you live in the past. I said, well, it's not my fault. Sure suck. We went to the same high school, graduated the same year. You had the same 24 hours as me, and you chose to suck. What's
You chose the.
I said,
I was. That
hey,
is awesome.
shit, dude, that is a
I
wrestling
said,
rant. That's
I
a
said,
wrestling
so wait a
promo.
minute. So wait a minute. When you talk to your son about sports, what sport did you play? Oh, quiet. When I talk to sports about my son, and you see the brackets of championships I've won, hell, I got brackets of guys who wrestled for me and won. I said, when you talk about the Great War against terrorism, that us older millennials had to put boots into ass for 20 years, guess what stories
Mhm.
I could tell my son? Guess what makes me the most captivating motherfucker any place I go? People tell stories about me and I don't have to open up a goddamn word. It's not my fault that everybody else around you suck. You could have wrestled. You could have played football. You could have boxed. You could have done all this shit. You have the same 24 hours and you chose obsolescence instead of greatness.
Yeah, you
You
chose
said-
to do less.
you chose to suck. Man, that's awesome.
You chose to wallow in obsolescence and I chose to piss greatness. I had to remind myself when I was clinically diagnosed with depression and PTSD. And you know what? That's the great thing about having black people be the psychotherapist. Because sometimes they could talk to you the way no other race of people could. And they were like, tell me about your they were like, I understand sometimes you could feel they were like, dude, fuck all that. He said, look, I'm gonna cut the tape off. Fuck all that. Piss greatness, my nigga. Piss greatness. And that's the one thing black men have never done. I said the two things black men have never truly felt were power and freedom. And I
Ain't
said,
that the truth?
I'll be damned if once I obtain my power and my freedom and I got a taste of that shit, I'll be damned to let anybody take it away from me.
Well, here's the cold part about it. I got to say this, and I got to roll. So I want to thank all of y'all, particularly Artisan, for letting me come up and enjoy this conversation. But the irony is that the power and the freedom we talk about, you can actually give to yourself.
Damn
Exactly.
And
right. Say
and
it again.
once you actually find your peace and you're content in your space, there's an amazing amount of power in it, and there's a hell of a lot of freedom in it.
It is.
Mm.
Now, now we talk about this politically and whatnot. There are levels of it we can talk about on a mass level, but I mean, personally, you can give yourself power and freedom but nobody told us we could.
Mhm.
And so now you got a bunch of young cats out there that are hearing some shit that it took us 50 years to find out, and you don't have to wait 50 years. Give it to
No,
yourself.
no, that's the understanding of the power that you have for yourself to make yourself and your life what you want it to be. Is that you understand that power is never taken; it's given away. You give away your power all the time.
Yes.
When you
Mhm.
stop giving that shit away for free, you start having more of it to use for yourself.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying be selfish, but you have to own your own power, your own self, and that's how you get your own freedom.
Give it to
By the
Get out,
yourself.
grace of by
get
the
out of
by
bed.
the grace of
Some
by the
things that
grace
you
of God and the power of grace
hold on,
go.
Charles. Hold on, Charles. Get yourself out of debt. Do some things that you enjoy that get in touch with who you are as a person, and start cutting the chaos out of your fucking life. You'll find yourself with a lot of peace
Yep.
and a
Yep.
lot more power to exert in directions you want to use it in.
Yes, sir.
So,
Well, thanks a lot, fellas.
appreciate you, Dr. T. I
Appreciate you,
really
Hey,
brother.
Doc.
appreciate you. Thank you for
All right,
sharing the
Doc.
notes coming up. I am going to close it out now because has been my longest stream at almost 11 hours straight.
Yes,
Oh,
And
a
sir.
record, a new record.
yeah, a new
Yes,
record.
sir.
I eventually will have to go to the bathroom because I'm not going to sit up here and piss on myself for you.
Oh, don't do that.
Just saying, we all men. It's not
Yeah.
immoral. Just saying, I will not explode my bladder for either one of y'all. So
Oh
Dr.
no.
P
Oh no.
did a perfect segue because I was going to segue. I was like, yep, I need to go piss sometime in the next couple of minutes.
All
So
right, y'all.
we're going to close it out.
Uh,
Peace.
All
God.
righty.
That was
Peace.
a Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, the braver of the dreaded Pink Barbie movie. He did it. He did it for the fans. Support him for his efforts, his good works.
Yeah, more than what I would do.
That was
I'm not
heroic.
watching.
Yeah,
That was a Herculean task of
well,
heroism.
thank you for your
Not,
I appreciate
not
it.
all heroes wear capes, man. You know,
Yeah, exactly. There's different ways to save people. Okay.
I started doing film reviews on the 1st and 15th on Patreon. So the second one I'm going to do is either going to be Badass or Have Plenty.
Have that's a half money. Okay.
Yeah. But all right, man. Thank you.
All right. Peace, Dr. T.
Peace.
All right. Who want to go next? Who want to go
I'm
next?
gonna go next real quick. I'm about to get off this joint and fix me some fish, which is my favorite dish. Um, it's always a
Do it
pleasure,
out in the
Edison.
audience.
Remember, you always you
Y'all ain't
you
old
always
enough there,
two things you
apparently.
remember. Oh yeah, it's been a long time, but uh,
Should
let me put it to you this way: congratulations on setting your new record. You remember your first and your longest,
yes, you did.
and hopefully your hers too. But giggity and giggity, and I always, I always tell. Let me get off of here real quick and let this man go to the bathroom. And black men, you were great. Always look yourself in the mirror, and always say you were that nigga.
Yes,
You
sir.
are that nigga.
By the guess what? By the grace of God, and by the powers of grace, go. You're gonna make it. Woo! We out.
Peace,
All right.
Charles.
Ready?
That was the
Peace.
Charles Faulkner Darkness Jr., who will go see Superman eventually at some time, so he can come back through and give his review, so I can see if he's pissed off or if he has some minor tweaks with the movie. But I'm interested to hear that, Charles. So when you see it, let me know, man, because I'll be all ears because I'm curious. You're a Superman fan, so I got to know how you felt about this shit before I start listening to these goofy ass white boys talk about it. Anyway, anyway,
What? DC's not back?
fucking hell. So, who want to go next? Who want to go next?
I'll go. Uh, thank you for having me up here, Artisan.
You know,
And Beasley Nerd as always. I will be starting to live stream again back on my channel, even though I haven't been in a few months. Just been dealing with some shit. So I will be back. Back. I'm new season of Rivals to stream. We ain't talking about that. It's too late for that nonsense. But yeah. As always, for the people in Hollywood, just make good shit. That's all we want to do. Because I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm tired of remakes and sequels. After this Jurassic World Reborn, I'm done. I'm done. No more. I'm not saying no more 20-year sequels. No more if it ain't new, I'm not going to go watch the shit. Adaptations, I'm done. Just make some new shit and we cool. But that's all I gotta say. Peace out, artisan. Have a good weekend.
Peace, Beastly. Appreciate you. Yeah, I was the Beastly Nerd live and direct from the Danger Room. Yes, good movies would be mandatory. Should be. And I think not because I've watched the last two Jurassic Park movies, but from what I've heard, you should treat Jurassic Park franchise like it's radioactive and stop doing them for a good 20 years, man.
Mm-hmm.
Till people forget, maybe it'll come back around to giving a damn about dinosaurs or something. But y'all have beat that dinosaur to death. There is nothing left of it. If it was a real dinosaur, it would be extinct by now. The way y'all keep abusing that corpse, like it's over. Just stop it. Stop it. Nobody cares. What you got, Mr. Matt? Dr. Doom?
Nah, just bro. Appreciate you for having this stream, man. It's been a dope discussion. Like the amount of everything that we've dealt with today, man. It's been dope, man. I was just happy to be a part of it all, man.
Yeah, no worries. It happens. Sometimes it happens. That's what I said. It's like the show is like jazz, not Memorex. And if the conversation goes where it goes, I like a good conversation, a far-reaching conversation where you can get more out of it than just one thing. It's fun for me. I enjoy that part, especially as brothers talking to brothers. We're just talking to each other.
Yeah.
About our experiences. And nobody's saying, "Oh, nigga, that's bullshit. You ain't never had no women." Shut the fuck up. It's our experiences, and that's what we're sharing, and that's what you can learn from. Like Dr. T was saying earlier, you can learn from that more than having to go through that same dumb shit yourself.
Facts.
You can learn from that. Like, nope, I've heard about this before. Dr. T and them was talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't need that shit.
Yeah. I find I'm not surprised by a lot more. Like being around here, I'm not as surprised at things when I hear them. I'm like, oh, okay, I got you.
Mm-hmm. You listen close enough to like BGS and some of the red pill dudes.
Mm-hmm.
When you deal with women nowadays, you'll hear that shit coming out their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Like they on the late uptake on this shit.
I am unsurprised and unbothered by it.
I am unimpressed. I find myself remarkably unimpressed.
Yeah.
Is that all you got? Some old Cliff Notes or some shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to work.
Heard it all before.
Yeah, heard it all before. I just find myself not caring.
Yeah, definitely.
I have no use for your crocodile tears.
Shoot, I could have been out. What? With one of my local game stores, they have like Commander Night on Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to play Commander.
But I mean, it's either play Commander or be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I'm kind of biased right now for the channel, for the show, because it was a good show.
No, it was a great show. It was a
great show. But Commander is fun. Commander is still fun.
Yeah, it is. If I can, I will. Actually,
I don't play Magic the Gathering. You probably wouldn't know what the fuck we're talking about. But playing Commander can be fun if you're playing in a group that knows how to play the game. It can be fun.
Super fun. Yeah, actually, I'm headed out to. I'm going out to Scotland tomorrow.
So shit!
So yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna bring a couple of decks on the low. You know what I'm saying? See if I can find.
You gotta be on the low. Put them in your bag. What the fuck they gonna do?
They're in my bag. They're in my bag right now. But I brought a couple, so I'm gonna see if I can find a store when I'm there, and maybe find a game.
Definitely, you'll have fun. You'll have fun doing that. Mm-hmm. When you play games like that you can play anywhere in the world with other people, you have more fun because it breaks down the walls to relating to other people in different places. Mm-hmm. I take Magic decks with me now every time I travel somewhere.
Yes, sir.
I do. Just because. The couple times I've been to Georgia, the first time I didn't bring any decks with me, then I found the game store. Second time I was in Georgia, I went back to that game store with the decks I had, and then I bought another deck while I was there. And had a good time playing both times. Mm-hmm. I enjoy that shit. That shit makes me happy as a geek. Be able to get my whole geekness with people who actually like the same shit I like and just have fun playing the game and talking about cards and strategies and shit like that. It's
Mm-hmm.
fun. It's
Yeah.
fun. Doing what I like is actually more fun to me.
Yeah.
So do that shit.
Yes,
You
sir.
ain't got to. They play hardcore in Scotland, for as I know. The
Yeah, I like
Europeans
that.
play Magic the Gathering like a motherfucker.
I like
They the
that.
ones keep winning the Grand Prixes and shit. So
Fair enough.
do
Thanks.
that. Do that. Appreciate you, Mr. Matt.
Yes, sir.
That was
Appreciate you.
Mr. Matt. He doesn't have content, I don't think, yet,
Nah,
channel yet.
I'll
But
be putting that out, but yeah.
he be around the space, man. You cruise through, you might see Mr. Matt cruise by on one of these blocks. Say, "What's up, Matt?" You're on the YouTube,
Yes, sir. On the YouTube streets.
whipping the YouTube blocks,
Yes, sir.
them streets. So
All right.
appreciate you. I'm gonna close this
Yes, sir.
motherfucker out
Appreciate
now.
you. All
We
right.
have hit the 11-hour mark. This has been the longest hero's journey. This has been a long journey, y'all. We went through all kind of shit. We started talking about the old guard. We talked about Superman. We talked about F1. We talked about women. We talked about child raising. We talked about horror stories and dating and mating and all that stuff to round out to artisan having a piss and playing Magic the Gathering in Scotland. This has been a journey. I have been Artisan MC. I do this every Sunday, rain or shine, home or not. Well, I will talk about geekdom life and everything in between. Appreciate you guys for coming through today. Appreciate everybody who donated to the chat today. Joe Herb, Sportaholic, Rainfire Designs, No One, Mr. Donnie Mack, Rainfire 2 times, Rainfire 3 times in the chat box, and Malika Me Bain on the cash side on Thursday. Appreciate you guys for supporting the stream, supporting what I do. This is a long stream, and it does take up memory on StreamYard, and that shit ain't free. So I do thank you for coming through. Thank you for all the people who came through the chat. There was more earlier when I was talking about Superman because they want to, lift some content. I'll see the numbers later on and understand how much that is. It's cool. It is what it is. Come get your seasoning. You get your new issue. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and leave. Thank you guys. I will see you. Did I say the time? No. Every Sunday at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'll do this show. So I will see you guys next time. Let me pull up this because I don't have it up now. Peace.